In the aftermath of a cataclysmic world, where survival stretched over 5 arduous years, Ninely endured a relentless series of disasters: tsunamis, earthquakes, extreme heat and cold, floods, and global freezing, only to succumb to starvation. Yet, fate granted her a second chance, returning her 6 months prior to the end of the world. Unexpectedly, she unlocked a spatial realm, replete with mountains and rivers, and began to hoard supplies with fervor, promising herself this time her destiny would be dictated by her own will, not by the whims of fate. In a fit of inspiration, she relocated her mobile intelligent dwelling to the riverbank within her newfound space, savoring coffee in one hand while cradling a freshly caught chicken in the other, indulging in a life of unabashed freedom amidst the apocalypse. However, the sudden appearance of a man began to sway her initial resolve to merely survive. This cursed space behaves just like this insufferable man. Even the upgrades are maddeningly peculiar. Chapter 1. Rebirth ***. Fried chicken, hot pot, sour and spicy noodles, braised pig's trotters. Ninely felt as though she had awoken from a protracted dream. The jarring sound of her familiar alarm clock pulled her from slumber. She blinked in bewilderment at the pink princess room, a bouquet resting on the coffee table beside the sofa. Rubbing her eyes, she shut them tightly and reopened them, instantly springing from her bed. Approaching the window, she gazed down at the familiar scene below, cars bustling about, and the uneven skyline of the city. Tears streamed down her face. She recalled her demise in a frozen wasteland, pursued relentlessly by 2 men until she found refuge in a cavernous tree hollow. 5 years had passed in that desolate world, now a graveyard of ruins, where all edible sustenance had vanished. Even the bark of trees was a distant memory. Humanity had devolved into a savage state, and the chaos within the bases was overwhelming. Could those gnawing at rotting corpses still be considered human? Ninely had hidden in that hollow for 5 days, subsisting on snow in sub-zero temperatures, her hands and feet frozen, trembling uncontrollably, her mind dulled by the cold. Ultimately, her weary eyes lost focus, and she collapsed. 5 years of torment replayed vividly in her mind, but this was no dream. It was her lived experience. The incessant vibration of her phone snapped her back to reality. October 2nd, 2050. He, she laughed and cried simultaneously, relieved to be alone in her room. Otherwise, one might think she was possessed. She had been reborn 6 months before the apocalypse, and the thought of reliving that horror made her heart ache. Why, oh why, did the heavens play such cruel jokes upon her? She would rather perish from overindulgence than face the gnawing specter of starvation again. Given this second chance, she vowed to defy fate, living gracefully amidst the coming chaos, determined to thrive. In half a year, she would prepare adequately for the impending disasters. Her stomach growled in protest. Enough about that, she thought, changing her clothes and grabbing her car keys, racing down the elevator to the garage. 5 years felt like a lifetime, and she had nearly forgotten where she parked. After searching through rows of vehicles, she found her sleek silver Mercedes coupe, still pristine, a birthday gift to herself on her 28th. She vaguely recalled acquiring it just days before the apocalypse struck. With a swift motion, she opened the car door and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the nearest shopping mall. Upon reaching the 5th floor, a veritable paradise of culinary delights awaited, and she couldn't help but swallow hard. Starved for too long, she found a hot pot restaurant, reserved a private room, and eagerly ordered a feast. As the spicy broth bubbled, she quickly plunged slices of beef into the pot, oblivious to the heat as she devoured her meal. The aromatic fragrance of the hot pot enveloped the room as she feasted for over 2 hours, finally feeling satiated. Patting her full belly and letting out a satisfied burp, she marveled at the remnants of her meal. Had she truly eaten so much? Perhaps her prolonged hunger had led her to this ravenous state. No, she admonished herself. I must nurture my stomach back to health gradually. Otherwise, I risk ruining it. After indulging to her heart's content, she strolled through the mall, observing the festive atmosphere filled with red flags celebrating the National Day holiday. Yet, thoughts of the impending apocalypse brought her spirits crashing down. Chapter 2. Fundraising, Part 1. Enough of this. Since I'm back, do I intend to wait for death? Absolutely not. Indeed, there is always a way out. I must cherish these 6 months of prosperity, for they will become cherished memories in the distant future. With renewed determination, she resolved to savor each day. After purchasing a cup of milk tea, She drove home, reclining on the sofa to gather her thoughts. In the next 6 months, Ninely aimed to stockpile sufficient supplies to weather the oncoming calamities. Her immediate priority was to amass wealth. Checking her online bank account, she discovered a balance of 800,000 yuan. 10 years ago, her parents had perished in a plane crash, leaving her 3 properties, 2 villas and the current apartment she resided in, along with 20 of the family business shares. There was also a bank safe stocked with dividends amounting to 100 million yuan, alongside some jewelry inherited from her mother. In her previous life, she had failed to perceive the impending disaster. When the apocalypse arrived, all her wealth was rendered worthless. Although she had never been extravagant with her spending, her stable job as a fashion designer had allowed her to establish her own small studio after graduation. The remaining assets were her parents' legacies, ensuring her a life free from want and even affluence. Yet, her solitary existence often left her feeling insecure, compelling her to immerse herself in her work. The shares, now valued at approximately 800 million yuan, could be liquidated. The 2 villas could fetch 50 million yuan, but she had no intention of selling her current apartment, a spacious 200 square meters on the 30th floor of a high-rise that seemed deserted on the 31st floor. With its high privacy and prime location in H-City CBD, named Tianyu, the community was surrounded by office buildings and shopping malls, making it ideal for stockpiling supplies. After the National Day holiday, she planned to renovate the apartment, fortifying it as a stronghold for her safety until the bitter cold subsided. As for the villas, she would consult a real estate agent tomorrow. The shares required some strategic thinking, as she did not wish to sell at a loss. After all, the more resources she could amass, the better. She decided to disband her studio, which employed 10 individuals, and instead sent a message to her colleagues in their work group, suggesting they gather for a final meal together after the holiday, announcing the dissolution then, so as not to dampen their festive spirits. Online, she compiled a list of essential supplies. In her previous life, she survived only 5 years, unaware of the multitude of disasters that lay ahead. She discovered an extensive inventory of supplies needed for various calamities, 10 pages in total, 3 of which were dedicated solely to medications, many of which were both expensive and unavailable at pharmacies. Ninely recalled that Xiao Lu, a colleague, had parents who owned a pharmacy and resolved to ask her about it. Reaching for her milk tea on the table, she prepared to take a sip when, inexplicably, it vanished from her grasp. Stunned, she hesitated, her heart racing in confusion. As she reached for her laptop, it too slipped away from her fingers. What on earth was happening? Suddenly, she recalled the numerous stories she had read about protagonists possessing spatial abilities. Was this her own spatial realm? Laughing heartily, she realized the heavens had not granted her rebirth without purpose. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she pondered the mechanics of this newfound power. As she mentally invoked the concept of space, she felt herself being drawn into a different realm, a place eerily silent. Rising slowly, she surveyed the vast expanse before her. Lush green grass beneath her feet, distant mountains, and a small, crystal-clear river devoid of fish or debris. The space was immense, shrouded in a hazy mist that seemed to stretch into infinity. It is utterly exhilarating. This is indeed the greatest boon bestowed upon me by fate. With this newfound space, how could one not traverse the apocalypse with unparalleled confidence? Dependable. Indeed, exceedingly dependable. Chapter 3. Fundraising, Part 2. After meandering about for quite some time, I stepped outside to check my phone, only to realize that time had not progressed at all. It dawned on me that I was in a space where time stood still. Hastily, I opened the refrigerator, took a bite out of an apple, and placed it back inside. Tomorrow morning I would retrieve it to see if it had turned yellow, which would indicate whether this space could preserve items, a matter of utmost importance for stockpiling supplies. Currently, the notion of bulk purchasing could wait. Moreover, with the ongoing holiday season in Huagua, it was rather inconvenient to gather goods. However, I could not afford to waste these precious days. An idea struck me. Having a space like this would make international travel much more feasible. Although I was pressed for time to apply for a visa, I researched countries that offered visa-on-arrival options. After all, one must seize every opportunity abroad. The more resources I could acquire, the better. I settled on country S, a less-traveled destination that typically sees few tourists, yet it boasted remarkably cheap oil. Unlike in my homeland, where bulk gasoline purchases were impossible, here, oil vendors were plentiful. This trip was undoubtedly worthwhile. Without hesitation, I booked a flight for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. I sent a message to my uncle, informing him that my other uncle had recently contacted me about purchasing shares of mine. After much contemplation, I had decided to sell, as I sought to expand my studio. After all, I was still young and eager to embark on my entrepreneurial journey. The price offered by my other uncle was reasonable. Being family, it mattered little to whom I sold. I felt it necessary to keep him informed. I relayed the same information to my other uncle. These two had been quietly vying for influence within the company over the years, and the 20 share I held was of particular significance. Whosoever acquired it would secure a decisive advantage, which explained their persistent inquiries. Once I sent the message, my other uncle called immediately. Xiao Jiu, what price is your big uncle offering for your shares? He inquired. He offered 800 million. What about you? I replied. Don't rush. Do not agree to your big uncle just yet. Let me discuss it with my wife, and I'll call you back shortly. Okay, but please be quick. My big uncle is trying to reach me as well, I said. My aunt, Zhang Huan, was a shrewd woman, and she managed all family affairs with great acumen. After hanging up, my uncle briefed her on the share situation. Huan, that 800 million is the current market value. If it's a bit less, it's acceptable, but if it's more, the risk is too great. Zhang Huan scoffed, recalling how she had previously urged him to sell, only to be met with resistance. Now the eldest is keeping an eye on this. That girl is likely trying to drive a hard bargain. We must secure this deal. However, the available funds were insufficient, and they would have to dip into the dowry they had set aside for Jiejia. Yet, she reassured herself that they could manage for a few months by tightening their budget. The year-end dividends would soon arrive, easing their financial strain. Meanwhile, my big uncle called, echoing the same sentiments as my other uncle. All right then, we shall await their responses. For me, it mattered little to whom they sold, since my parents had passed. The warmth of familial bonds had withered, and these so-called relatives had abruptly severed all ties, leaving me with a sense of estrangement. The thinness of human sentiment was akin to paper, such as life. Fortunately, I had always been an independent soul. Being unattached felt refreshing. In this tumultuous world, emotions could be perilous. Each of us was responsible for our own well-being. Afterward, I indulged in a long bath. Glancing at my reflection, a smile crept across my face. My fair and youthful visage, with flowing hair cascading to my chest, was a stark contrast to the weariness etched on my face from 5 years of survival in this harsh reality. What a delightful sight! As I lay in the bathtub, enveloped in bubbles, the soothing warmth of the 45-degree water was a welcome embrace. It had been so long since I felt such comfort. I exhaled deeply, savoring the moment. Suddenly, my phone rang, interrupting my tranquility. Chapter 4. Before departing abroad, Xiao Jiu, I'll offer 900 million for your shares, 100 million more than your big uncle. Please sell them to me, my other uncle insisted. Apologies, but my big uncle just called with an offer of 900 million, and I have already agreed to sell to him. He will meet me tomorrow to sign the contract. Xiao Jiu, you cannot sell to your big uncle. I have contacted you several times regarding this matter. There is no first-come, first-served rule here. The highest bidder wins. If you can offer more than my big uncle, I will gladly consider your proposal. I'll offer 920 million, but this is truly a stretch for me. How about this? If you can come up with 1 billion, I will sell to you. Deal. I just need to gather the funds. I'll give you a deposit of 100 million now, and after we sign the contract tomorrow, I will have the rest ready for you. I chuckled inwardly. Did my uncle take me for a fool? After we sign the contract, would he truly pay me? He thought he could simply buy my shares with 100 million. How naive. Here's the deal. You send me 100 million now, and I'll turn down my big uncle. You'll then have 4 days to gather the remaining funds before we finalize the contract. Calculating the timeline, I realized the holidays were coming to an end, and I would need to return. My uncle, realizing I was not easily deceived, contemplated how to gather the necessary funds. All right, send me your bank details. I will transfer the money immediately. Once you receive it, you must promise not to sell to your big uncle. Understood, uncle. You can rest assured. After ending the call, I received a notification. 100 million had been deposited into my account, leaving me with a balance of 100,080,000 in another account. The funds to buy oil had been secured effortlessly. It was already midnight. Sleep beckoned. I nestled into my soft bed and drifted into a deep slumber, waking naturally at 9. I entered the space to check the apple one had placed inside last night. Remarkably, the bite I had taken had not caused it to turn yellow. It remained in pristine condition. This indicated that the space possessed remarkable preservation qualities, far superior to a refrigerator. Excellent. I could stockpile without reservation, adding another layer of security to my preparations. After a brief wash, I donned my workout attire and headed downstairs to a nearby KFC for breakfast. Subsequently, I visited a real estate agency to list both my villas for sale. I informed the agent that I was willing to sell slightly below market value, as I was eager to leave the country and required a quick cash sale. The agent readily agreed, assuring me that it would not be a problem given the excellent location and complete amenities. There were eager buyers in that area. I drove to my studio, finding that my colleagues had already begun their holiday. I gathered my belongings into the space and then contacted the leasing company to terminate the studio's rental agreement. When they returned after the holidays, I would ensure everything was moved out and the studio would close its doors. This sudden urgency might catch them off guard, but I planned to compensate each of them with an extra month's salary and would ensure they had time to find new employment. I also contacted a renovation company with the intention of completing the modifications within 2 weeks. I specified that the existing decor should remain untouched, while the walls of 2 adjacent secondary bedrooms would be removed to convert the 3 rooms into 2. Additionally, I requested soundproofing panels to be installed in the master bedroom and living room and a double-layered security door at the entrance, reinforced with a metal door akin to those found in banks. This was a fortress against any ill-intentioned intruders. Furthermore, I instructed the removal of the intelligent toilet in the bathroom, opting for a traditional squat toilet instead. When utilities failed, high-tech conveniences would be rendered useless. Chapter 5. Traveling abroad. Upon hearing my requests, the contractor was taken aback. I've never seen such renovation demands before. Just the doors alone will cost tens of millions. Are you trying to fortify your home like a fortress? This will ruin the original aesthetic of the place. Are you certain you want to proceed with such modifications? He asked, his face filled with skepticism. Money is not an issue. Please fulfill my requests using the best materials available on the market. If the work meets my satisfaction, I will provide additional rewards. As long as the funds are secure, I can assure you, we will proceed as you wish. But may I ask, what is the purpose of such extensive security measures? Ordinary households wouldn't go to such lengths. Julie reflected on her audacity. If she did not respond, he would undoubtedly be curious. Master, I am about to go abroad, and I intend to leave this house for my cousin. She is studying here alone, and the young girl lacks a sense of security, living by herself. I wish for her to live without worries, so our elders can rest easy. Oh, I see. Understood. It's essential for girls to be cautious about their safety. You can rest assured, I will fulfill your requests to your satisfaction. Very well, let us proceed with the contract. As per regulations, the payment will be settled in 3 installments. I will pay you the first installment now. Time is of the essence, so please arrange for the work to commence as soon as possible. Rest assured, once the furniture is moved, I will begin the work promptly. You can come by tomorrow morning. After finalizing the renovations, she contacted the real estate agent to assist in renting a large temporary warehouse in the suburbs for 3 months to receive goods. This would serve as a storage space for both online purchases and wholesale market supplies. While seated in her car, she opened her phone to order takeout from nearby eateries. She selected over 30 dishes, including stir-fried rice noodles, beef patties, fried skewers, claypot dishes, crayfish, grilled cold noodles, spicy hot pot, maternal pork trotters, rice noodles, char siu rice, Hong Kong-style dim sum, claypot rice, stir-fried meat, pizza, and more, requesting 30 portions of each, just in case she was not home. The delivery time was set for after 8 p.m., as it was already 2 p.m., and she had yet to have lunch. Arriving at a mall near her home, she found a street filled with various culinary delights. Many breakfast shops offered fried dough sticks, soup dumplings, pan-fried dumplings, beef patties, hand-grabbed pancakes, pan-fried buns, and various congee. She visited each shop, ordering 50 portions of breakfast to be packed by 9 a.m., justifying it as a treat from the boss to the employees, which caused the shop owners to smile broadly. Spending over $20,000, she also visited a street lined with 10 bubble tea brands, sampling her favorite flavors and ordering 50 cups from each, totaling $5,000. She then found a Korean barbecue restaurant, leisurely enjoying grilled meat, pondering that bubble tea would be a delightful addition. Savoring the grilled golden pork belly wrapped in lettuce with a slice of spicy kimchi and a dip in barbecue sauce, she relished every bite. Complemented by her favorite cheesy corn and a sip of millet wine, this was truly the essence of life. 2 hours later, Feeling satisfied, she set out to collect her orders. Each restaurant had neatly packaged the food in large boxes, and the delivery person assisted in loading them into her trunk. As night fell, she repeated this process for all 10 restaurants. Upon arriving at her apartment's garage, she parked the car and headed upstairs. As she opened the door, the property management called to inform her of a food delivery that needed to be brought up. Feeling somewhat guilty about the extra running around for the property staff, she sent a 200 yuan red envelope to the delivery person, explaining that she had ordered a large amount for friends visiting that evening. The young man refused at first, stating it was their duty to serve every resident well. Julie thought to herself that this was indeed warranted, considering the annual property fees were not inexpensive. She sent the red envelope in advance to soothe any potential complaints about her numerous deliveries. Chapter 6. Pharmaceuticals. Once inside, she changed into comfortable pajamas and lay on the sofa, awaiting her deliveries. Suddenly, she recalled something important she had forgotten to inquire about with Xiao Lu regarding the pharmaceuticals. She quickly dialed her number. Hello, Xiao Lu. I hope you're enjoying your holiday. I wanted to ask you something. What's up, Sister Li? I remember your family runs a pharmacy in S City. I have a friend looking to donate a large quantity of supplies for aid in Africa. I've contributed a bit, but procuring pharmaceuticals in bulk is quite challenging, so I thought of your family. Sister Li, that's straightforward. Just send me the list of medications, and I'll show it to my parents to arrange the purchase. However, you'll need to find transportation for the delivery.
Great.
You're a tremendous help. I'll handle the logistics for transport. Don't worry, this is a good deed. I'll ensure your order is at cost price. Not a penny more. It's just my way of doing good. I can't thank you enough. I'll send you the list on WeChat. Let us plan a gathering after the holiday. With the pharmaceuticals settled, Julie felt relieved. Xiao Lu was indeed a good soul, and she would remind her later as a form of gratitude. As her takeout began to arrive, she organized everything in her storage space. After playing on her phone in bed, sleep eluded her, so she pondered her day. The scattered takeout and bubble tea cluttered the grass in her storage area, and she realized she needed another set of shelves for better organization and accessibility. Sitting on the grass, she contemplated the potential for planting vegetables and fruits in that space, allowing for fresh produce at her fingertips. The idea of raising poultry also appealed to her. She envisioned a lively and fruitful environment. Her thoughts drifted to the river nearby, considering the feasibility of installing a water wheel for power generation. Once electricity was established, she could customize a mobile, integrated home by the river, a modest one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom adorned with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Occasionally retreating to the sanctuary to enjoy coffee while gazing at the mountains, rivers, and vegetable gardens would surely uplift her spirits amidst the desolation of a post-apocalyptic world. She dreamed of a fully automated home, with the outside world devoid of power and water, forcing a return to simplicity. In her space, however, she would relish the comforts of modern life, a true blessing. Chuckling to herself, she mused how clever she was. She wondered if the river water was drinkable. Noting its crystal clarity, the water in her storage was undoubtedly spring water, yet none could match the river's expanse. Taking a chance, she cupped her hands and drank several gulps of the cool, sweet water, finding it even more refreshing than bottled water. Upon her return from abroad, she planned to have the water tested. If found to be safe, it would resolve her drinking water concerns. Feeling elated, she exited the storage space and set her alarm for 8:30 a.m. before drifting off to sleep. Uncertain of her dreams, Julie smiled in her sleep, enjoying a peaceful night. Chapter 7. Stockpiling supplies. The morning began with the ringing of her phone, and upon seeing it was Xiao Lu, she quickly answered. Hello, Sister Li. I assume you're still in bed? I wanted to update you on the pharmaceuticals. My parents confirmed they can manage it. They organized the inventory and contacted the manufacturer. The goods will arrive within 3 days after payment. The total is 8 million. Wow, Xiao Lu, you're quite efficient. I just wanted to ensure you're not anxious about it, so I urged my parents to expedite the process. Words cannot express my gratitude, Xiao Lu. Could you also help me rent a warehouse in S City? Once the medications arrive, please assist in delivering them to the warehouse. I'll have the keys sent to your parents, as I'm currently abroad. Don't worry, Sister Li. You can store your goods in our warehouse for free. We'll clear it out for you. That's absolutely wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. After hanging up, she transferred 8 million to Xiao Lu and sent her an additional 50,000 on WeChat, insisting she must accept it. It was nearly 8:30, so she decided to get up. As she moved, she felt a sticky sensation on her bed and body. Sniffing her blanket revealed an unpleasant odor. Despite having showered and gone to bed fresh, she hurried to the bathroom for a quick shower, and as she dried off with a towel, she noticed her skin felt remarkably smooth and fair. Standing before the full-length mirror, she marveled at her radiant complexion. Although her features appeared unchanged, they seemed more refined, even more beautiful than when she wore makeup. A warm and comforting energy seems to have enveloped my body, leaving me feeling light and at ease. I can only attribute this sensation to the water from the mystical river in my space last night. There is no need for testing. The spring water is undoubtedly magical. How delightful it is to possess a source of such precious water, especially when others are limited in their access to it. I am overjoyed. From now on, I shall indulge in this spring water daily, fortifying my body and enhancing my fitness regimen. As I rummaged through my wardrobe for a suitable outfit, I contemplated donning a set of workout clothes. However, after much deliberation, I set them aside. After enduring the harsh realities of survival, the dresses hanging in my closet no longer held any allure. Comfort and durability are my priorities now. Yet I realized it had been ages since I wore a dress, and perhaps this was an opportune moment to indulge in some self-pampering, as a little beauty can uplift one's spirits. I selected a white camisole dress and paired it with a cropped cardigan. After changing, I stored all the furniture in my home within my space, planning to leave the keys with the property management for the construction crew. With my sunglasses on and a small handbag slung over my shoulder, I ventured out. The October weather remained quite warm, and the temperature was still on the rise, though many were oblivious to the impending doom. Even if they noticed, they could hardly fathom the apocalypse approaching. I chuckled at my own self-deprecation, recalling how in my past life, the unseasonably warm weather persisted until the spring festival, with everyone cheerfully labeling it a warm winter. After the festival, temperatures skyrocketed to over 40 degrees, prompting a collective realization that something was amiss. The Meteorological Bureau diligently monitored and released real-time temperature updates, and the nation recognized the unusual global climate patterns as harbingers of catastrophic natural disasters. Thus, preparations were made. However, no one anticipated a year of sweltering heat followed by floods, culminating in a sudden drop to -20 degrees, claiming many lives overnight. This extreme cold lasted 3 years, interspersed with significant earthquakes, a thought that still sends shivers down my spine. I drove to a breakfast shop, collecting my orders one by one. Once I had gathered everything, I found a secluded corner devoid of surveillance cameras to store my breakfast in my space, reserving a sandwich and a cup of iced soy milk for myself, which I enjoyed in the car. Accelerating towards the shelving factory, I prepared to order a batch of supermarket-grade shelves. The owner, a middle-aged man, looked less than pleased when I inquired about purchasing 100 units. Of course. They are 1,000 each, but I can offer you 800. How does that sound? I nodded in agreement. That works. When can you deliver? On the first day after the holiday, or if you're in the city, I can deliver them to you. Perfect. I'll pay a 40,000 deposit today and settle the remaining amount upon delivery. You can contact me when the goods are ready, and I will provide you with the delivery address. I waited for the intermediary to secure a warehouse, intending to have the shelves delivered there for convenience. I then called my university classmate, Zhao Yang, who runs a company in S country focusing on renewable energy. Although we had drifted apart over the years, I felt a pang of hesitation about asking for his help. However, in these dire times, what did pride matter? Having a familiar contact would be advantageous. Hello, Zhao Yang. It's Julie. It's been a while. How have you been? I'm doing well, thank you. I have a matter I'd like to discuss with you. Of course. I'm happy to hear from you. What do you need? I was wondering if your company handles fuel. I need to procure a large quantity, but it's difficult to source domestically. How much do you need? If it's a substantial amount, I can connect you directly with the oil mines for a better price. The more, the better. I have a flight at 3 this afternoon and will arrive in S country tomorrow. We can discuss it in person then. I'll pick you up at the airport. Known as Zhao Yang. I've booked a hotel. Let us meet there. As I drove to the airport, I planned to park in the lot, aware that the surveillance would make concealing my belongings a challenge. In the VIP waiting area, I busied myself with online shopping, selecting various daily necessities. Shampoo, 100 boxes, 50 bottles per box. Body wash, 100 boxes, 50 bottles per box. Conditioner, 50 boxes, 50 bottles per box. feminine hygiene products and safety shorts. Each 100 boxes, 60 packs per box. Face towels and wet wipes. 180 sheets per pack. I wished I could order more than the limit of 9,999 packs, as these items are essential for my daily life. I also added mouthwash, dental floss, toothpaste, disposable underwear, heating pads, and tissues to my cart. The total came to over 200,000, but I couldn't complete the purchase yet due to the warehouse situation. Once on the plane, I added various bottled waters to my cart, ensuring I had ample supplies for my journey. After a long flight, filled with slumber, I finally arrived in S country and took a taxi to my pre-booked hotel, tipping the driver generously. This nation is steeped in religious beliefs, with men and women draped in traditional attire. I was confident Zhao Yang could assist me with my fuel needs, allowing me to remain discreet and unassuming. I had booked the most luxurious 8-star hotel, ensuring safety and privacy. I called Zhao Yang to inform him of my arrival and arranged to meet him at the hotel. In the hotel cafe on the second floor, Zhao Yang greeted me warmly. "Julie, it's been too long. You look as beautiful as ever."
Cao Yang.
"It's wonderful to see you again." We embraced, sharing pleasantries and reminiscing about our school days. "How much refined oil do you need?" 1 billion.
What?
Why do you need so much? It's for a family company that is facing issues with its supplier, and we urgently require this batch. Resolving this would double our year-end dividends. I didn't expect to reach you like this. I'm glad I did. But can your company handle such a large quantity? Isn't cross-border transport complicated? Not at all. Once I coordinate here, the transport company will send someone to manage it. You know I don't involve myself in daily operations. I just want to see those dividends grow, I replied with a smile. Then I'll definitely help you make that money. Thank you so much, Zhao Yang. I can't express my gratitude enough. I invite you to dinner. There is no need for formality between us. Rest assured, I will contact you this evening to assist in locating a discreet warehouse. The oil will be transported directly, and I will arrange for my company to send someone over. Very well, I shall transfer 100 million directly to Zhao Yang. Trust me, with such a considerable sum, you need not worry about any treachery on my part. Given your current status, this sum should not be of great concern to you. Moreover, I am well aware of the kind of person you are. Out of this trust, I will ensure that this matter is handled exquisitely, relieving you of any burdens. For the next couple of days, feel free to explore the area. Once everything is ready, await my call for the inspection. We are expecting 20,000 tons of gasoline, with 60% being 92 octane and 40% 95 octane. The two of them dined together at the hotel restaurant. After Zhao Yang departed, Julie returned to her room. The resources in this country are scarce, offering little for her to explore. Her primary purpose for being here is the gasoline. The heat here surpasses that of her homeland, and she has no desire to venture outdoors for fear of sun exposure. Thus, she decided to remain in her room for 2 days. Each day, she ordered meals to be delivered, discovering that the local dish, shaba rolls, was quite delectable, similar to wraps from Country M, filled with various meats and vegetables. Additionally, the lamb rice was also quite delightful. Each meal consisted of 10 servings. Over 2 days, she accumulated 60 servings of food, stored away for later. Regardless of how the hotel staff perceive her, she simply indulged herself. The following afternoon, Zhao Yang called, instructing her to inspect the warehouse for the oil, which had been fully arranged. Upon opening the warehouse door, she was greeted by neatly stacked barrels of gasoline, each prominently labeled 92 and 95. Magnificent. Julie, here is the warehouse key. Keep it safe. You must swiftly arrange for your people to transport it, as I fear for the safety of leaving such a quantity here. Rest assured, they've already arrived and will begin transport tomorrow. I will hand over the key to them shortly. I am truly grateful for your assistance. Zhao Yang stepped forward and embraced Julie. Who knows when we will meet again upon your return to the homeland. We are forever friends. Hearing this, Julie felt a wave of emotion. Few could stir her heart, given her cold and detached nature. Zhao Yang, if you have the time, please consider returning home. A friend from the Meteorological Bureau has informed me that the world is experiencing extreme heat and there may be natural disasters ahead. If you cannot return, at least stock up on food and water. Understood, Julie. Thank you, and please take care of yourself as well. We must both remain safe. She could only offer this advice, refraining from being too overt. From here, it would be up to him. She hoped he would heed her words and fare better. After bidding farewell to Zhao Yang and closing the warehouse door, she wandered nearby to check for surveillance cameras. With 2 hours until dark, She decided to wait in the warehouse until nightfall to collect the oil. Chapter 10. J Province. Stockpiling. Glancing at the flight information, she noted that the last flight back home was at 8 o'clock, and it was already 7, clearly too late. However, there was a flight to City W in J Province at 9, so she hurriedly booked a ticket. With the holiday nearing its end, it seemed there would be fewer travelers, and visiting City W was not out of the question. The local beef and lamb were excellent, and the region was abundant in fruits such as cantaloupes, grapes, pears, and watermelons, all juicy and flavorful. More importantly, the coal resources were plentiful. In the blink of an eye, she had secured the gasoline from the warehouse. Perhaps due to the large quantity, she felt slightly dizzy. So she quickly took a few sips of spring water to alleviate her discomfort. Placing the key in an inconspicuous corner of the warehouse, she knew it was empty now, and she would inform Zhao Yang tomorrow that everything had been transported. She hailed a car and rushed to the airport, arriving just in time. A moment's delay would have caused her to miss boarding. On the plane, she ordered a meal. The first-class cabin was serene, and she soon drifted off to sleep after finishing her meal. Upon disembarking, it was already noon the next day. While waiting for her ride, she called the agent to inquire about renting a warehouse and selling a house. The warehouse agent had already found a suitable place and even paid the deposit on her behalf. All that remained was for her to return and sign the contract and pay. There were also potential buyers for the house who were in negotiations. Julie mused that this agent was quite reliable, handling matters efficiently. She transferred the warehouse rent for 3 months at $10,000 per month, totaling $30,000. She instructed the agent to sign the contract on her behalf and sent the warehouse address via WeChat, promptly clearing her shopping cart on a certain shopping site. She received a call from her uncle. "Little Joe, the money is ready on my end. When shall we sign the contract?" "Uncle, let us do it the day after tomorrow. I'm out enjoying myself. I'll call you when I return." "All right. Make sure to call me as soon as you're back." She thought to herself, "Uncle moves quickly. He gathered the funds in just 2 days. It seems he is eager for a promotion, but alas, he will not hold that position for long." The car arrived, and she asked the driver to take her to the largest fruit wholesale market in the area. She also inquired about the biggest car rental agency in the city. While en route, she researched local delicacies, discovering that the naan stir-fried rice noodles were exceptional. The naan was quite filling and had a good shelf life, so she planned to stock up. Suppressing her hunger during the ride, she could no longer resist and pretended to rummage through her small bag, retrieving a sandwich from her storage space to nibble on as she walked towards the market. Entering the fruit market, she was immediately enveloped by the sweet aroma of fresh fruit. The first stall she encountered sold cantaloupes, and being a source, they were fresh and delicious, crisp and sweet, and most importantly, affordable. She ordered 30,000, and the owner mentioned offering a significant discount. However, the stock in the shop was insufficient, and he would need to pick more from the orchard in the afternoon. "That's perfect for me. I haven't even rented a vehicle yet, so I can't take any now." Hearing the owner mention the orchard, she asked, "Do you have other fruits in your orchard?" "Yes, we have watermelons, grapes, peaches, fragrant pears, figs, apricots, and papayas." Excitement surged within her. How fortunate she was that the first vendor had such a wide variety. She was well prepared for a wholesale market sweep. "Owner, please compile a list of the fruit varieties you can provide today, whether freshly picked or already in your shop. As long as you guarantee freshness and substantial size, I will take them all." "Are you serious, young lady? That is quite a significant order." "Of course. I operate a fruit wholesale business in City S, and I'm here to source supplies. If your goods are of high quality and competitively priced, we can establish a long-term partnership. I've inquired at many places in this market and have a rough idea of the prices. Now it's all about finding the best value." The owner was thrilled. This was a substantial order, and he sensed a promising business opportunity. "If you're serious, I'll ensure you receive the best prices and maximum profit margins. I'm aiming for a long-term collaboration, and you can rest assured about the quality. I wouldn't jeopardize my own business. You're welcome to conduct random quality checks. All right, please organize your inventory and pricing promptly. I'll provide a 20,000 deposit, and regardless, I'll take 30,000 cantaloupes. I will first grab a meal nearby before returning." The boss, with a smile, sends the god of wealth away. "I have also found 4 other promising establishments, all of which have agreed to prepare their existing stock for me." Chapter 11. J Province. Hoarding. At a small restaurant within the wholesale market, I encountered a large plate of chicken and noodles, akin to a basin, which astonished me. I had never dined from such a sizable dish in my life, and at only 35 yuan per serving, it was incredibly reasonable. I bowed my head and began to eat, savoring the flavors. The potatoes were tender, the chicken swimming in rich red oil, bursting with spicy aroma. And the handmade noodles were delightfully chewy. Halfway through, I could no longer continue, so I ordered 100 servings, requesting the owner to divide them into 2 takeout boxes, yielding a total of 200 servings. I paid 500 yuan, and arranged to pick them up at 6 p.m. I also requested to take the remaining food with me. Having experienced the hardships of scarcity, I understood the value of food. I had tasted leaves, tree bark, and grass, and I knew how difficult it was to endure days without sustenance. Thus, I could not afford to waste a single grain of rice or a drop of water. I proceeded to the first fruit shop, where the owner presented me with a well-prepared inventory list. 50,000 watermelons, 5,000 pounds of figs, 1 ton of pears, 3,000 pounds of papayas, 3 tons of grapes, and 5,000 pounds each of apricots and peaches, along with 30,000 cantaloupes, totaling 3 million. I wanted it all. Although I wasn't deeply familiar with the prices, I was certain they were significantly cheaper than in my city. There was no comparison to the origin of the produce. Boss, I will pay you a 1 million yuan deposit. I just transferred you 20,000, and now I will send you another 980,000. The remaining 2 million will be settled when I come to pick up and inspect the goods this afternoon. The owner responded enthusiastically, sure. I'll have my people prepare your order right away so as not to waste your time. Boss, remember to call more people to load the goods this afternoon. If there are too few, it will waste time. I cannot wait. Don't worry, I will bring over the orchard workers. There will be more than 30 of them. All right, that would be much appreciated. By the way, could you tell me where the larger coal mines are located? Why, young lady, is your family involved in the coal business? Not at all. A friend heard I was visiting and asked me to inquire about coal prices as he has an interest in that area. Oh. The coal here is of good quality and reasonably priced, though the transportation costs are high due to the distance. However, there is a coal mine not far from here. You can ask them for specifics. Thank you, boss. As long as the price is low, it doesn't concern me since I won't be transporting it back for sale. Having gathered information about the coal, I felt elated and proceeded to visit 4 more fruit shops. The overall quantities were quite substantial, and since this was a wholesale market, the prices for significant buyers like me were nearly uniform, with minimal discounts applied. Therefore, I readily paid for everything, accumulating a total of 2 million in goods, 20,000 watermelons, 10,000 cantaloupes, and a rich variety of grapes, including several types I had never encountered before. Grapes are one of my favorite fruits, ranking among the top 3, and I often indulge in several bunches at a time. I acquired seedless white grapes, mare's milk grapes, muscat grapes, toffee grapes, fragrant grapes, black currant grapes, and Hetian grapes, among others, over 10 varieties in total. The 4 stores prepared a total of 5 tons for me. And with the 3 tons from the first store, I had a staggering 8 tons. This was an amount I could consume endlessly. It seemed these 4 shops primarily had grapes in stock, with an assortment of pears, peaches, and apricots, totaling 5,000 pounds, all for 2 million. Each shop received a 100,000 yuan deposit, and I would return in the afternoon to load and settle the remaining balance. Chapter 12. J Province. Hoarding. I took a taxi into the city to find a hotel, desperately needing a shower after the heat. After freshening up and applying sunscreen, I donned a hat and sunglasses before stepping outside again. I first rented a truck from a rental agency, opting for a 9-meter-long vehicle for 2 days. Any longer, and I would hesitate to drive it, as I had never operated a truck before. Such large vehicles require at least a B license, while I only possessed a C license, which made me a bit apprehensive. With time still on my side, I decided not to drive the truck away just yet. I informed the rental agency I would return at 5 p.m. to pick it up. I then took a taxi back to the hotel, where a food market was conveniently located. I had chosen this hotel specifically for its proximity to diverse culinary options, allowing me to stock up on local specialties. The sun sets late here. At 10 p.m., it is still bright, providing me ample time to place orders before retrieving the fruit. Time was of the essence as the food street was long, filled with many specialty shops where I could also gather nuts and dried goods. Boss, I need 500 naan, with a variety of flavors. I ordered. I'll pick them up at 10 p.m. for 3 yuan each, totaling 500 yuan. Boss. I'd like 500 baked buns at 4 yuan each, totaling 2,000 yuan. Boss, I want 1,000 lamb skewers at a discounted rate of 8 yuan each, which comes to 8,000 yuan. Boss, I need 100 portions of fried rice noodles, medium spicy at 10 yuan each, totaling 1,000 yuan. Boss, I want 100 lamb trotters, all spicy at 12 yuan each, totaling 200 yuan. Boss, I need 300 portions of hand-grabbed rice, with extra meat and raisins, at a discounted price of 25 yuan each, which totals 500 yuan. From the specialty shop, I purchased 100 pounds of raisins, 200 pounds of almonds, 100 pounds of milk jujubes, and some beef and lamb jerky, spending a total of 100,000 yuan. After several trips back and forth, my appetite was whetted by the array of delicacies. I discovered a shop selling ding-ding fried noodles. What is that? I had never tried it before, so I ordered a portion, along with 5 lamb skewers and a bottle of ice-cold cola. I noticed that the portion sizes here were generous, and the flavors leaned towards the spicy side, which I relished. The ding-ding fried noodles consisted of small noodles stir-fried with beef, lamb, and vegetables. Each mouthful was delightful and addictive. The lamb here was particularly delectable, devoid of any gamey taste, with tender meat. The skewers were sizzling and juicy, perfectly balanced between fat and lean meat, absolutely delicious. I ordered 200 portions of ding-ding fried noodles and requested every lamb skewer available in the shop. After paying a deposit, I arranged to collect them in the evening. Today had been exhausting. I had run back and forth countless times. Thankfully, I had filled my water bottle with mineral water, which I transformed into refreshing spring water. After a few sips, I felt revitalized, though the heat outside was relentless. The UV rays were particularly harsh here. With long daylight hours, I was constantly sweating. After showering, I emerged from my room only to find myself sticky again after traversing the food street. However, reflecting on the abundance of supplies I had hoarded today, I felt both tired and elated. I encouraged myself. Keep going. You can do this. Now, around 4 p.m., I decided to take a taxi to the rental agency to pick up the truck. The coal mine was not far from the wholesale market, so I intended to inquire about the specifics. Driving the truck, I followed the navigation provided by the fruit wholesale shop owner. After more than an hour of cautious driving, I arrived, my heart racing with trepidation as I steeled myself with words of encouragement. Be brave, Lili. Forge ahead without fear. Upon arrival, I found the head of the coal mine and inquired, how much is coal per ton? 600 yuan per ton, not including transportation costs. How many tons do you need? Young lady, I quickly calculated in my mind. The truck I rented had a weight limit of 40 tons, meaning I would need 50 trucks for 2,000 tons. Coal, being a non-renewable resource, has various industrial applications beyond mere combustion. In extreme cold, a traditional boiler can keep a home warm, albeit consuming a lot of coal. Thus, 2,000 tons seemed reasonable. Sir, I would like 2,000 tons. Do you have any in stock? Rest assured, I run one of the larger coal mines here. We extract far more than that daily, and many from out of town come to collect coal. Our output is substantial, so your order, while large, is not unusual. How do you load the trucks? Simply send a suitable truck over. We have several large loaders that can fill a truck in just a few minutes. Great. I'll come by tonight. Will there be someone available to assist with loading? Huh? You plan to drive the truck yourself? Your vehicle holds 40 tons, and you need 50 trucks. Do you think you can manage that? I am capable of loading vehicles around the clock. My dear friend, there is a large warehouse at the nearby fruit wholesale market where the coal can be directly transported. It merely requires a few extra trips, and I do not exert much effort. If I cannot complete the load tonight, I can always return tomorrow for a few more trips. Ah, I see. I had thought you were transporting to distant locations, but that is not a significant concern. Well then, once I finish my tasks, I will come over this evening to load the coal and settle the payment with you. Very well, no worries. The coal is arranged, however. Finding a temporary warehouse is rather challenging, especially one available for just a few days. Realistically, I will have to load the coal during the dark of night, as the area around the coal mine is quite desolate with little human presence. It will be a bit of a hassle to make several trips by car. Now, I will drive to the fruit wholesale market to load the goods from the other 4 vendors. While the workers are busy loading, I will take this opportunity to have lunch at the restaurant famous for its large plate of chicken, asking the owner to deliver it to my vehicle. After a short wait, everything was loaded. I drove around the vicinity. It was still bright outside, and I needed to find a secure place for the goods. I returned to the wholesale market and went to the first vendor shop to have my goods loaded. There are many shops in this area, and after a bit of waiting, the owner was meticulous, packing each type of fruit neatly into boxes, with corresponding fruit patterns on the outside of the boxes for easy classification. I casually checked a few boxes, and the quality was excellent, leaving me quite satisfied. As I was leaving, the owner gifted me 5 boxes of grapes, stating they were a new variety from the orchard that had not yet been released for sale, encouraging me to take them home for a taste. Such a generous owner. I truly enjoy dealing with such amiable individuals. Chapter 13. The Cat in the Wilderness. I parked the vehicle back at the previous location and stored the goods in my space. Upon entering, I found the area quite chaotic, with everything piled on the ground, and the lawn was damaged. I called the shelving factory to inquire about the shelves, and they informed me they could deliver tomorrow. I hurriedly provided them with a warehouse address, requesting the shelves to be delivered first thing the day after tomorrow. It was now 9 p.m., and the sky was still bright, showing no signs of darkness. Clearly, I cannot transport the coal tonight. Besides, I had no intention of sleeping. It was prudent to be cautious, as being discovered could lead to severe consequences. I parked the truck at the coal mine and took a taxi to the food street to collect my earlier orders, which would take some time as well. Today has been fully utilized. Not a moment was wasted. Brave Lily, undeterred by difficulties, onward we go. Having made up my mind, I parked at the coal mine and greeted the foreman, informing him I had business to attend to, but could fill the truck first. I prepaid him $200,000, then took a taxi to rent a delivery van. The van, being fully enclosed, was perfect for concealing the goods in my space, and it could navigate anywhere in the city. All payments were settled, so I simply collected the goods. After waiting a short while at a few stores, I bought some milk ice cream and relaxed in the vehicle with the air conditioning, taking my time as there was no rush. By 11 p.m., I discovered a well-stocked dried goods store outside the food street. I had them pack all the pecans, almonds, pistachios, walnuts, and cashews in stock, totaling 2 million. The van could not hold it all, so I had them fill it up first, transported it to my space, and returned for another load. It was exhausting, but by midnight, the streets were still bustling with people. Sitting in the vehicle, I filled a bottle with mineral water and took a few sips before parking in the hotel lot and taking a taxi to the coal mine. Young lady, you've just arrived? You must have had a long night. I was delayed on the way, but it's all right. I had no plans to sleep tonight and am quite energized. That's good. The truck is already loaded. You should hurry and take it away. Could you please settle the payment? I need to get some rest. The workers will finish loading for you. Each truck is weighed and counted, so rest assured.
All right.
My friend, I have transferred 1 million to you now. Please check. I received it. Thank you for your hard work. As I got into the vehicle, the surroundings were pitch black, and I felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, in these desolate hills, one could easily imagine ghosts lurking around. The more I thought about it, the scarier it became, so I had to muster courage for myself. Brave Lily, onward and upward. Go, go, go. I drove to the desolate area and stored the coal in my space, waiting in the vehicle for about 10 minutes before returning to load more. Watching the 4 loaders simultaneously fill the trucks, it took approximately 8 minutes to fill one truck, with a round trip taking 20 minutes. After waiting another 10 minutes, each truck required 40 minutes to load. With 49 trucks remaining, it would take an entire day and night to complete. This was not feasible. I did not have that much time. It seemed I needed to find a closer location and speed up the process. Otherwise, I would have to stay another night if I couldn't finish loading at least 35 trucks tonight. My original plan was to return to H City tomorrow. If the coal was not fully loaded, I would have to postpone until the day after. The foreman signaled that the truck was ready. I decided against returning to the earlier location, as this vicinity seemed safe. There were surely no cameras in these remote hills. I spotted a large tree nearby and intended to park under it for cover, quickly storing my space. Sitting in the driver's seat, I reclined for a moment to rest my eyes. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed outside. What was that? It was dark outside, and I had no desire to step out. I turned on my phone's flashlight and looked out the window. Meow, meow. It turned out to be a cat that had fallen from the tree into my truck. Given the height of the vehicle, the little kitten seemed frightened and was hesitant to jump down, meowing incessantly. Annoyed, I thought, can't you let me have a moment of peace? It's the middle of the night in this desolate area, and the noise is quite unsettling. My heart raced with every trip I made. Chapter 14. Adopting a spirit pet as a cat. After ensuring there was nothing around, I stepped out of the vehicle, gently scooping the little cat from the truck bed and placing it on the ground. I patted its head and said, "All right, little one, you're safe now. You can go." As I turned to get back in the vehicle, the cat tugged at my skirt. "What's wrong? Don't you want to leave? Are you hungry?" I retrieved some beef jerky from my space to offer the little cat. Upon closer inspection, I realized this feline was exceptionally striking, with large, round eyes and a delicate lace collar around its neck. Though its pristine white fur was soiled with coal dust, it did not diminish its regal appearance. This cat exuded an air of nobility, truly a princess of the feline realm. Judging by its appearance, it seemed likely that this cat was someone's pet that had wandered off. Such a creature would not simply appear in the wild. Who could resist such beauty? For that reason alone, I decided to take the cat with me. Although I had never owned a pet before, having such a stunning companion to admire daily would surely bring joy, and I had ample food to share. "Little cat, would you like to come with me? If you agree, just meow once. If not, you may go." Meow. My goodness, what a treasure that can understand human speech. Are pets nowadays this intelligent? I hadn't expected the cat to respond, but regardless of its willingness, I was determined to take it with me. With joy, I scooped the cat into my arms and placed it in the passenger seat, offering it some milk to drink before driving to the coal mine. Thus, the night passed in a flurry, and by 4 a.m., I had completed 35 trips. I could manage one more load. The remaining 14 trucks would need to be loaded tonight as soon as darkness fell. "Foreman, let us hold off on the last load for now. I need to rest. I'll come back tonight for the remaining 14 trucks. I'm feeling quite fatigued." "All right, young lady. You seem quite industrious for your age. Driving may not be physically demanding, but it is mentally exhausting." "Haha, I'm young and can endure. Besides, I want to be able to sleep tonight anyway. So it's no trouble." I prepared to return to the city, leaving the truck parked at the coal mine and taking a taxi back to the hotel. In my room, I decided to give the little cat a bath before treating myself to a shower. What a beautiful and clever cat. I must be quite fortunate. I couldn't help but exclaim. "Meow, meow. Indeed, you're lucky to have me. I am of noble descent among cats." The feline thought to itself, pleased with the attention. If only I knew what the cat was truly thinking, I would surely be taken aback. Uncertain if the spatial realm could accommodate living creatures, she decided to test it out, as she intended to stock up on beef and lamb shortly. If it could indeed hold living beings, she might even bring a few calves and lambs into her space. Glancing at the cat in her arms, she placed it on the lawn, where it frolicked joyfully. To her delight, it had entered the space. This confirmed that living creatures were permitted. She left the cat in the spatial realm and set an alarm for 2 hours later before collapsing onto her bed to sleep. Within the space, the little kitten darted about. "Where am I?" it wondered, feeling an abundance of spiritual energy that invigorated its entire being. Approaching a small river, it stared blankly at the water before bending down for a few sips. "What exquisite water," it thought, drinking eagerly. This woman had indeed brought it to a splendid place. A true stroke of fortune. Originally a spirit pet nurtured by the heavens, it had mistakenly consumed a soul-reviving herb, leading it to reincarnate 3 times before returning to its true form. In its first reincarnation, it became a pig, confined in a foul-smelling pen, ultimately meeting its end at the butcher's. In the second, it took the form of a stray dog and perished from starvation. Now, having returned to its original form, it found itself in this world, where a little girl had picked it up. Unfortunately, she had mistreated it repeatedly, prompting it to escape and be rescued by another woman. This woman treated it kindly, adorning it with beautiful clothes, but her incessant rambling and tears became unbearable. It fled once more, eventually encountering its current owner. Upon first sight, the kitten was captivated by the woman's beauty, reminiscent of its own. It adored exquisite appearances. More importantly, it was drawn to her scent, which brought it comfort, prompting it to allow her to take it away. Chapter 15. The opulent woman. This woman had a truly magical space where she felt rejuvenated, and the water from the river could restore her true form. Though she had returned to her original self, she remained weak, unable to utilize many of her abilities. Otherwise, her potential was immense. Resolutely, she decided not to escape again. she would cling to this woman's leg, hoping to prosper alongside her. The kitten resolved to be more affectionate and endearing to win her favor. Ding, ding, ding. The alarm rang, rousing her from slumber. Dazed, she sat up in bed, realizing it was only 8 o'clock, a time she would usually still be dreaming. After a few sips of the spiritual spring water to invigorate herself, she retrieved the cat from the space and cradled it as she descended the stairs. She drove straight to the beef and lamb wholesale market. At the market, she inquired, "Is this beef and lamb freshly slaughtered?" The owner assured her, "Of course. We slaughter daily, ensuring utmost freshness. You can still feel the warmth of the blood." "How many do you slaughter each day?" she asked. "Around 300 cattle and sheep combined." "How many do you need, young lady?" Initially, she hesitated, contemplating a desire for 1,000 of each. "Is your largest store capable of such quantities daily?" "Young lady, my wholesale store is already quite substantial, distributing nationwide." "How many do you intend to purchase?" "I want all the stock in your store. Whatever you can slaughter, I will take. Please give me the best price. If your supply is insufficient, I will look elsewhere. And I will not consider higher prices." "Dear, are you serious?" "Rest assured about the pricing. We are a wholesale market with transparent rates. Quality must be guaranteed fresh. I will transfer a deposit of 50,000. Please weigh and calculate for me. Do not falsify weights. I am purchasing for company, and we will weigh upon delivery. I will return shortly to load the goods." "All right, young lady. You can count on me." She visited 2 more stores. One with 500 sheep and 500 cattle but requiring slaughter at the factory, and another similar establishment that could provide 600 sheep and 300 cattle. These 2 sizable suppliers could fulfill her desired quantity. It seemed that the first owner's store was relatively small compared to the others. However, a few hundred more wooden tea significantly alter her plans. "Let us settle the bill and load the vehicle. 100 cattle and 250 sheep. That's 50,000 pounds of beef and 30,000 pounds of lamb. These sheep seem rather small." "These are purebred Mongolian lambs, tender and rich in flavor. You will know their superior quality once you taste them." "Very well. I shall sample them upon returning. If they are delicious, I will seek you out again." The total came to 1.5 million. "Do you sell live lambs?" "Yes, but they are not here." "How many do you want?" "I can have the ranch deliver them." "Bring me 4, 2 male and 2 female lambs." "What is the cost?" "Just 4? I will cover the delivery, but they are quite small, just recently born. So they 1 cost much." "I shall not be shy. Thank you, owner. By the way, are you using this van for loading?" "Yes, why?" "This vehicle is a bit small. You will need to make 2 or 3 trips. I have a larger van that I use for deliveries. If you don't mind, you can park yours here and use mine to transport everything in one go." "That sounds splendid. I appreciate your kindness. I will call someone to bring my van along with the lambs. Please wait here." The kitten remained quiet on the journey, and as Julie sat in the vehicle, she stroked its fur. "This woman is truly wealthy, purchasing so much meat. My body is still weak and cannot digest these heavier foods. Otherwise, I would relish the meat as well. Following her, I shall never lack for food. I adore this affluent woman." The kitten's fondness for Julie grew. Chapter 16. Lavish spending at the food street. "Miss, the lambs have arrived. Come take a look." For little lambs, slender and still tinged with pink, appeared quite adorable. Likely just born. Now she had live sheep as well. She instructed the staff to begin loading, placing the lambs in her van while she snacked on nuts. Waiting for the loading to finish. It appeared that 3 trips would suffice to complete the loading from the 3 stores, wrapping up around noon. She planned to shop for more delicacies in the afternoon. Once everything was loaded, Julie drove away from the wholesale market, employing her earlier strategy to store the goods in her space. The weather was warm, and she feared the meat might spoil. So she hurried to settle accounts at the 2 remaining stores before heading to the factory for her orders. After feeding the kitten milk and returning it to the space, she decided not to take it along, concerned about the heat. The wait for loading was lengthy, and by the time everything was done, it was past noon. After returning the vehicle, she drove her small van to the food street. Despite the heat, her appetite remained, though slightly diminished. The street was lined with barbecue shops. Somewhat quiet during the day, she casually entered a restaurant adorned with exotic decor that looked rather appealing. She ordered a roasted leg of lamb, some skewers, yogurt,
and a chilled drink.
The lamb here was bursting with flavor. It was indeed delicious. Noticing the menu featured whole roasted lamb and clear broth lamb soup, she thought that while consuming lamb in summer might be a bit too warming, it would be a culinary delight come winter. A sip of lamb soup warmed her from the outside in, and with its high protein content, she could indulge without concern for weight gain. Waiter, how many whole roasted lambs can your restaurant prepare in a day? I'll need to check with the kitchen. I'm not entirely certain. Please do inquire. She decided against ordering the lamb soup, as her spatial realm was already stocked with freshly slaughtered sheep. She planned to spend some time at home crafting gourmet dishes once she had completed her stockpiling. The external options were cumbersome and involved methods she was unfamiliar with. Miss, we have 40 whole roasted lambs prepared today, but they are all made to order. I will take all 40. Please start roasting them now. Once finished, help me cut the meat into portions and package them. Of course, I will place the order in the kitchen immediately. After finishing her meal and settling the bill, she planned to return in the evening for the roasted lambs. Driving around the food street, she hopped out whenever something piqued her interest, discovering a dairy shop. With an array of dairy products like milk candies, cheese, yogurt, milk sticks, and dried milk skins, she sampled each item, finding all but the milk curds to her liking, and purchased them all. The milk is sourced locally and possesses a rich, pronounced flavor, discernible upon tasting. The ingredient list is remarkably clean, comprising only a few raw materials with minimal additives. The total cost amounts to $2 million, which, while somewhat steep, is justifiable for such pure and natural food, allowing for peace of mind while consuming it. She has even reserved an entire shop dedicated to walnuts. Consuming them is beneficial for brain health, offering antioxidant properties and combating aging, precisely what she needs. The paper-shelled walnuts from this region are renowned nationwide, prompting her to request the owner to pack all products, including walnuts, walnut kernels, and walnut cakes. After paying $200,000, she departs. Additionally, there's a nut snack shop where she packs various packaged nut snacks, leaving the owner in a state of disbelief. While the shop remains closed for a few days, the word spreads through the food street about a young girl who spends money extravagantly, leaving everyone eager for her return. After wandering the street for an entire afternoon, she finally retrieves a roast whole sheep from a restaurant, driving to the coal mine to commence her coal transport business. With 14 trucks in tow, her determination will surely lead to success. Chapter 17. Returning to H City with the driving experience from the previous night, she navigates swiftly, yet remains occupied until 2 a.m., ultimately heading straight to the hotel in her truck. In the hotel room, she and her cat lay sprawled on the bed, their snores filling the air. Awakened by the alarm at 6 a.m., she calls the car rental service to send 2 personnel to the hotel as she needs to catch a flight and will not be able to go herself. After a hurried yet successful rush to the airport by 8 a.m., she enjoys a quick breakfast while waiting for her flight, subsequently sleeping throughout the journey until landing. Upon retrieving her vehicle from the airport parking lot, she races to the warehouse, having received countless calls from the owner of the rack factory. She had forgotten to inform him to change the delivery time to noon, resulting in an early morning delivery, with the driver waiting outside. Unable to reach him by phone, she apologizes profusely for the oversight, explaining she was on a flight and is now racing back to the warehouse. She promises to send the driver a red envelope to smooth things over. Afterwards, she contacts her uncle, stating her arrival and suggesting they sign the contract at 1 p.m. in the coffee shop downstairs. He agrees, and she prepares the contract for their meeting. With her mind racing at full speed, she realizes she cannot maintain this level of stress and must also savor the joys of life. She plans to travel while stockpiling goods, seeking to balance her mood and experience the world's beauty, intending to keep these picturesque memories in her mind. Upon reaching the warehouse, she finds the key delivered by the intermediary and discovers the truck driver asleep inside the vehicle. She opens the warehouse, pleasantly surprised by its spaciousness. As the intermediary had mentioned, it spans 1,000 square meters. She apologizes to the driver for making him wait, giving him a 500 yuan red envelope as a token of her regret. The driver's expression brightens immediately, and he assures her it's no trouble at all. Proceeding to unload the goods, she instructs him to arrange the racks against the wall in a single line, reminiscent of a supermarket setup. In the following days, the daily necessities she ordered online also arrive at the warehouse, and after waiting a bit longer to collect the packages, she organizes most of the racks into the space, leaving a few behind for receiving deliveries. Driving home, she finds her uncle has been waiting at the coffee shop for quite some time. "Xiao Ju, why are you so late? I almost thought you were trying to deceive me. Uncle, I had a delay due to some matters. But I assure you I won't go back on my word. I am not someone who lacks integrity.
Haha, I knew I was right about you.
Please review the contract. If everything is satisfactory, we can sign it. After a brief glance, she finds no issues. Uncle, please transfer the funds. Once the money arrives, I'll sign. Rest assured, I am fully prepared and will not shortchange you. I'll transfer using the same card number as before.
Ding.
The bank notification indicates 900 million has been deposited. Xiao Jiu signs the document, and her uncle wishes her a prosperous future, expressing confidence in her leadership. Thank you for selecting me. After seeing her uncle off, she casually enjoys a pastry at the coffee shop before heading upstairs to check on the apartment's renovation. In the hallway, she retrieves 2 watermelons from her storage space. Gentlemen, it's quite warm, so I bought you 2 watermelons.
Please take a break.
The progress is impressive. The walls and glass have been installed, with only the flooring and doors remaining. The doors are customized and may take a few days to arrive. Chapter 18. Snow White is a cat now. She must find a hotel to stay at. Fortunately, a newly opened 5-star hotel nearby boasts a unique decor that piques her interest. Let me retrieve my cat. I'm sorry, little one. I've been too busy these past few days and almost forgot about you. Please don't be upset. The cat thinks, by the time you remembered me, I was about to starve. Thankfully, I've had plenty of water from the river these past few days. It's quite comfortable here. I'll buy you some cat food and pet supplies soon. I'll name you Snow White, she decides. Meow. The cat responds. Snow White perfectly suits your image. I knew you would like it. Don't worry. You shall eat well while in my care. I will ensure you grow plump and healthy. After parking her car, she carries Snow White into the hotel. Hello, I would like to book a suite for 2 days, please. Certainly, madam. Please hold on for a moment. Here is your room key. Your room is on the 18th floor. The elevator is in front. As she waits for the elevator, she notices 4 tall men inside, all wearing sunglasses. 3 of them stand with arms crossed, appearing as bodyguards, while the man in the center adopts a more casual stance with one hand in his pocket. He seems to be a prominent figure. Upon closer inspection, despite his sunglasses obscuring half his face, his high nose bridge, thin lips, and defined jawline are more striking than her stockpiling plans. The aura he exudes suggests a high status, based on her extensive experience with handsome men. She confidently concludes he surpasses many in the entertainment industry. Yet, she wonders, what does looks matter? Are they tastier than the beef and lamb in my storage? She refuses to be intimidated. Why should I not enter? The elevator isn't overloaded, and it is a public facility. There are no restrictions on its use. I'm coming in. What can you do about it? Meow, 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 meow. Princess, let us not engage with these individuals. See, even my cat disapproves. Humph, madam. Interrupts the man in the center, signaling his assistant to cease. I apologize. My assistant was overly cautious. Public facilities are available for all to use. May I assist you to your floor? 18th floor. Thank you. Xiao Jiu thinks to herself, you're more considerate than your assistant. Upon exiting the elevator, she walks away without a backward glance. In the elevator, she reflects on the importance of public access to shared facilities. Understood, boss, replies the man, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The woman had an undeniable beauty, her features exquisitely crafted, and her fair, delicate skin resembled that of a fairy from a painting. Her cat matched her demeanor, both exuding an air of haughty elegance. Pets truly reflect their owners. In her room, Xiao Jiu places Snow White in her storage space to play freely while she indulges in a relaxing bath, donning a plush robe as she reclines on the sofa. Suddenly, she enters her storage space and surveys the chaotic array of supplies, feeling overwhelmed. If only I could organize this myself, she muses. In an instant, all items levitate and swiftly arrange themselves on the shelves in perfect order. Wow, this is incredible. She realizes that merely by envisioning it, she can classify and organize everything. Perhaps when it comes time to plant crops, she can simply think of the seeds, and they will be sown perfectly. No, I must procure seeds tomorrow and test this theory, she resolves. Looking around, she sees that meats are neatly organized in one section, daily necessities in another, all arranged as clearly as in a supermarket, making retrieval effortless. Chapter 19. The tremors of online shopping if she were to organize everything herself. It would indeed be quite exhausting. The space she had cultivated had completed all the tasks for her, and there was little left to do inside. It was time to step out. Her mind began to outline her plans for the coming days. A dinner with her studio colleagues in the afternoon. Obtaining a visa for her travels tomorrow, followed by a trip to the wholesale market to purchase seeds, and finally, picking up medicines in City S the day after. These were the tasks she needed to accomplish, and she mentally reviewed them one by one. She had developed a habit of planning her activities, ensuring that everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. As per her usual routine, she took out her phone to order takeout from nearby restaurants, as it was still early before dinner. While she had some leisure time, she might as well order a variety of dishes. Yes, this pizzeria looks promising. 20 Hawaiian pizzas, 30 durian pizzas, 20 bacon and corn pizzas, and 20 cheese pizzas. A few home-cooked dishes would also be delightful. 20 servings of spicy and sour shredded potatoes, 20 servings of sauerkraut fish, 20 servings of stir-fried meat with chili, 20 servings of braised hairtail, 20 servings of braised pork, 20 servings of crab roe tofu, 20 servings of vegetarian stir-fry, 20 servings of stir-fried kidney, 20 servings of spicy intestines, and 20 servings of boiled meat slices. Additionally, she ordered 50 servings of Korean fried chicken, 50 clay pot rice dishes, 50 bibimbaps, 50 curry chicken rice, and 50 pineapple fried rice. That should suffice for now. She could always accumulate more takeout over time. Opening an online shopping platform, she began to indulge in retail therapy. 999 boxes of self-heating hot pot, various flavors of self-heating meals, 999 boxes of spicy sour noodles, 999 boxes of braised beef noodles, 999 boxes of pickled vegetable beef noodles, 999 boxes of mushroom chicken noodles, 999 boxes of turkey noodles, and 999 bags of grilled sausages, each containing 8 pieces. She also ordered 999 cans of peach, 999 cans of snow pear, 999 cans of orange, 999 cans of mango, 999 cans of strawberry, 999 cans of pineapple, and 999 cans of hawthorn. For convenience, she included 999 bags of hand-grabbed pancakes, 999 bags of meat sandwich buns, and 999 boxes of snail noodles. Moreover, she purchased 999 honey-marinated eggs, 999 bags of fruity cereal, 999 boxes of disposable underwear, 999 boxes of compressed towels, and 999 boxes of compressed bath towels. She acquired various colored women's underwear, 999 towels, and 999 bath towels, along with 100 sets of coral fleece pajamas and 200 pairs each of cotton and casual slippers. In addition, she ordered 999 units of various storage boxes, 999 bags of cat litter, assorted flavors of cat food, and a cat climbing frame along with various cat toys. It seemed that her pets were indeed being spoiled, receiving more attention than she herself did. Her shopping cart was filled to the brim, and who could truly understand the joy of online shopping? Her hands trembled as she finalized her orders. Emptying her cart totaled only 1.5 million. The woes of the affluent were something she felt deeply in that moment. She then proceeded to reorder the daily necessities she had previously purchased. With her frequent trips to gather supplies, there were times when she could not even make it to the warehouse to receive packages. She needed to find someone to assist her in the warehouse, someone trustworthy, so that her deliveries wouldn't be affected even when she traveled abroad. Perhaps she could ask Xiao Lu after dinner. The girl had been diligent and honest while assisting her, and having known her for several years, she felt at ease with her. "Dear lady, your takeout has arrived at the front desk and will be delivered to you shortly. Is that convenient?" "Yes, please bring it up now." She retrieved 1,000 yuan in cash from her bag. "Dear sir, I ordered quite a lot of takeout today, and there's more to come. I apologize for the extra trips. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation."
Thank you, madam.
"It is my honor to serve you." Gradually, all the takeout was delivered, and she received each order in turn. The time was drawing near. She retrieved a light blue strapless long dress from her space, applied a delicate touch of makeup, and set out to join her friends for dinner. Chapter 20. Letting loose in a private room of a certain restaurant, everyone had gathered, and an announcement was made. "What good news do you have for us, Sister Lee? From tomorrow onward, you need not come to work. I have decided to disband the studio."
What?
"Why, Sister Lee? Why so suddenly? Am I to be unemployed now? Sister Lee, have you encountered some trouble? Please share, and we can brainstorm solutions together. It is due to personal reasons. I am preparing to go abroad, and I wanted to give you a happy vacation without any prior notice. I have contemplated this decision for a long time. It may be somewhat sudden for you all, but every gathering must eventually come to an end. This month's salary will be paid as usual. And I will also compensate each of you with 3 months' wages to give you a buffer. I wish you all the best in the future. Sighing. She reflected on her earlier considerations of stockpiling supplies, initially planning to provide each of them with a month's salary. Seeing them now reminded her of her own youthful days after graduation, filled with idealism, passion, hard work, and striving for the future together. Sisterly, I have been with you since my university days. I cannot bear to part with you. What was meant to be a delightful dinner turned somber with the announcement, as no one had anticipated that this gathering would transform into a farewell. If anyone is still in H City and faces difficulties in the future, please reach out to me. I will certainly help. After the meal, someone suggested heading to a bar, claiming that this was the last chance for everyone to gather together, and they should drink to their heart's content. Julie led the group to the bar to let loose. In the dance floor, with the strobe lights illuminating her figure, Julie showcased her alluring curves. As she swayed, lifting her skirt to reveal her long, fair legs, she exuded an enchanting charm, igniting the atmosphere around her. It had been a long time since Julie had indulged in such abandon. With the effects of alcohol heightening her boldness, every gesture was filled with allure and grace, captivating all present. As the atmosphere reached its zenith, cheers and whistles erupted in a chorus. In the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, sunlight streamed through the windows onto the disheveled bed, clothes strewn all around. Julie rolled over, clutching a plush toy, her shoulders and collarbone marked with numerous bruises, appearing both alluring and conspicuous against her fair skin. Princess, why has your flesh become so firm? As she opened her eyes, she found herself embraced by a large hand around her waist, pulling her closer. Startled awake, she sat up to assess her surroundings and the man beside her. Her emotions a tumultuous mix. What happened? The man's deep, magnetic voice jolted her fully awake. She attempted to get out of bed, but he held her tightly, rendering her immobile. As her hands inadvertently brushed against him, she gasped at his size. Are you planning to run after having your fill? You want to pretend you don't know me? I never knew you to begin with. We just met in the elevator yesterday.
What?
Do you think we're acquainted after one meeting? I don't even know your name. Well then, let us introduce ourselves properly. I am Lung Mohan. What about you? Oh, I'm not interested in your name. We are both adults, and it was mutually agreeable, wasn't it? As Julie attempted to rise from the bed, her legs felt as though they might collapse, sore and weak. You're such a brute. You don't understand how to cherish a lady at all. Mutually agreeable? Would you like me to remind you of what transpired last night? I was the one who suffered throughout. Chapter 21. The heartless seductress observing the dazed expression on her face, he found it rather endearing and thought it would be amusing to tease her. The woman, just awakened, had her slightly curled hair cascading casually, appearing languid like a cat. She looked somewhat adorable. Remembering her boldness the previous night, he felt his years of restraint crumble in an instant. Learning it was her first time, he could no longer contain himself, indulging her until dawn. He held her closely in his embrace. Be good, just sleep a little longer. Pressed against him, the cool scent of his pine cologne wafted into her nostrils, utterly tempting. She could only recall that she had perhaps overindulged at the bar last night, feeling dizzy and inadvertently spilling on a man before being carried out.
Now,
waking up to find herself beside him, she was perplexed. How had they ended up in bed together? Observing the man, she sensed he was not the type to take advantage of others. Her head throbbed with countless questions, and Julie could not fathom the situation. She resolved to ask Xiaolu later. Lost in thought, she drifted back to sleep, perhaps comforted by the embrace that offered her a sense of security, resulting in a peaceful slumber. Noticing her deep sleep, the man opened his eyes, gazing at her sweetly resting form. He gently leaned down and kissed Julie's rosy lips, soft and sweet. Seeing the marks he had left on her, a smile crept onto his lips as he placed another tender kiss on her smooth forehead. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, the two embraced in slumber until the evening. Julie awoke, glancing at the man beside her still asleep. She gently removed his arms from around her waist and attempted to rise, her legs feeling weak and her body aching. Fragments of last night's memories flashed through her mind, realizing that this man possessed an extraordinary stamina that she could hardly withstand. Picking up her clothes from the floor, she made her way to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to her, the man had already awakened and was sending a few messages from his phone. After emerging from the bathroom, Julie prepared to make her exit. As she reached the door, the man's voice broke the silence. Planning to leave? What will you do here if you stay? I have matters to attend to. Rest for now. Share your phone number and WeChat with me. Let us not do this. Once I step out that door, let us pretend we don't know each other. It was a misunderstanding, and I do not require your responsibility. But I need you to take responsibility for me. What? Am I the one at a loss here? After over 20 years of leading a celibate life, I just surrendered myself without clarity. Sure, he is handsome and fit, but why should I be the one held accountable? Perhaps sensing her thoughts, the man offered no room for refusal, rising from the bed and approaching her, pulling her back. What are you doing? Can you at least put on some clothes? Julie stole a glance, swallowing hard. You've seen everything and done everything. What is there to be embarrassed about? You were quite proactive last night. You touched all the right and wrong places. Do you want to be seen as a promiscuous woman? At his words, Julie's face flushed. Had she truly been so reckless last night? Was she that desperate? The implication stung, making her feel like a loose woman. Let us talk this through. Can you please put on some clothes? Listen, this is my first time. Who do I turn to for understanding? So you're not at a loss either. Let us consider it a fleeting romance. We're adults, after all. There's nothing to be ashamed of. I'm also a novice. And I was passive. You have two choices. Either give me your phone number and WeChat. Or you won't be leaving this room. Hearing this, Julie felt as if she were being portrayed as a woman who had seduced and abandoned him. Reluctantly, she provided her phone number and added him on WeChat. Is there a third option? Julie stubbornly inquired once more. No, he replied tersely, leaving no room for discussion. Julie pouted, feeling utterly dejected. Her future did not seem promising. She had entangled herself with a persistent man. Reluctantly, she shared her phone number and added him on WeChat. What's wrong? You've added me on WeChat. Save my number. Is there anything else? Please label my number as you wish. How domineering. I can be even more so. Want to test me? He pulled her closer, their position undeniably intimate. Keep your distance. Julie protested, pressing her hand against his firm chest, the muscularity tempting her to swallow hard. She hurriedly input her name into his phone. Julie, your name is quite unique and lovely, he remarked suddenly.
Huh?
Julie was taken aback. Call me by my name, he instructed, squeezing her waist.
Called Mohan.
Good. You have a good memory. Remember it well. Can I leave now? I truly have matters to attend to. Indeed, I will call and text you. Remember to answer. Julie dashed from the room as if fleeing, pondering what kind of demon she had entangled herself with. She had not yet checked out of her room when she returned to the 18th floor. Hey, Xiaolu. What happened last night? Did you all just watch as that man took me away? Lily, you don't remember? I can't recall clearly. Please tell me. Last night, you got drunk, stumbled into the wrong private room, and ended up throwing up on someone. We came to apologize and tried to pull you away, but you refused to budge, clinging to the person's neck. I couldn't pry you off. I asked if you knew him, and you insisted you did.
Oh.
I see. Didn't he take me back to our room?
He did.
He carried you back, but you insisted on leaving with him, refusing to let go. He had no choice but to say he would return you, claiming you both stayed at the same hotel. Alright, I understand now. Are you alright?
Fine.
Just a headache from drinking too much. I just woke up. You should rest. She had taken the initiative. Last night, she had indeed been the one to make the first move. Embarrassment washed over her, and her face felt hot as she buried herself under the covers, rolling about in shame. So, what if she had initiated? She was still the one at a disadvantage. This insufferable man. What good was a phone number if it meant she had to engage in a relationship? If it weren't for the impending apocalypse, she might have considered it. At least he was her type. But with the end approaching, who had time for romance? Her plans for stockpiling supplies had been thwarted. Truly, beauty causes trouble. Tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep, she decided to take a bath, her body still sore from the previous night. In the bathroom, she looked at the multitude of marks on her body, feeling utterly degraded. She cursed the man in her mind repeatedly, releasing her cat from her storage space. She embraced it, finding solace in sleep. Humph, selfish woman. You ignored me all day, showing no concern for the cat. I was worried sick thinking something had happened to you, and now you appear to be just fine. What an ungrateful woman. Just days ago, she professed her love for the cat. Once she had me, it seemed her affection vanished. If Julie knew the depth of the princess' thoughts, she would feel wronged. Having lost her virtue, and now being entangled, who would come for her? In the presidential suite on the top floor, after Julie departed, the man picked up his clothes from the floor and began dressing. Turning to see the faint traces of red on the bed, he approached and gently touched it. When his jade ring made contact with the blood, it emitted a dark green glow that flickered. Cold Han gazed in astonishment at the ring on his hand, inexplicably drawn to the crimson stain on the bed. As the ring touched the blood, the dark green deepened, flickering until it turned transparent and vanished. He raised his hand, puzzled as to why the ring had disappeared. Where was he? A vision of a vast room flashed in his mind. What was this place? It seemed to transcend the boundaries of science, leaving him bewildered. Calming his thoughts, he quickly processed the situation, realizing that the ring vanished upon contact with the woman's blood. This ring was a family heirloom, symbolizing power within his lineage. After his parents' passing, it naturally passed to him. He knew it had been in his family for generations and had no connection to this woman. Yet, how could the ring absorb her blood? It seemed this woman harbored a significant secret, undoubtedly one that required unraveling. He needed to uncover the truth behind this occurrence and the mysterious place he envisioned. Regardless, she would not escape from him. Investigate Julie for me. I'll send the information to your phone. Boss, who is Julie? The woman you stopped in the elevator yesterday. Appeared astonished. Boss, what do you want to investigate about her? He found himself utterly perplexed. The woman was sharp-tongued. For every remark he made, she could retort with 10. Yet, it was unlikely he would delve into her background. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Could it be that the boss had taken a fancy to her? After all, she was an extraordinary beauty. And while the boss was surrounded by numerous stunning women, he had never encountered one quite like her before. Was it possible that the long-dormant iron tree was finally blossoming? A new spring was dawning for the boss. He resolved to be more proactive. Yes, boss. If only Julie knew that He held such thoughts. He would undoubtedly give him a resounding thumbs up for his insight. Your boss is attracted to me. Having risen early, Julie finished breakfast and checked out at the front desk, as she had no intention of staying at the hotel any longer. She was eager to distance herself, fearing the continuation of her stockpiling plans. She drove first to the wholesale market. Suddenly hitting the brakes, she slapped her forehead. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? Hey, Xiao Lu, what are your plans after this? Li Jia, I don't have any plans at the moment. How about you help me out? My cousin is opening a large supermarket and has rented a warehouse in the suburbs. If you could come by occasionally to oversee the warehouse and receive shipments, that would be great. There's not much else to do. I'll have him pay you 20,000 a month for 3 months. He wanted me to help him out. But I have to go abroad for a few days, so I thought of you. You haven't been busy lately, and your new job hasn't materialized yet.
All right.
Li Jia, I'll help you out. But is 20,000 a month a bit much? Hey, this kid is genuinely honest. If it were someone else, they would have readily accepted without hesitation, but she is concerned about the compensation. It makes sense. Her family is quite well off. And she probably just wants to gain some experience from work. Don't worry, that's the amount I discussed with him. My cousin is a bit naive and has plenty of money. You should take advantage of it as a favor to me. Okay, Li Jia, I'll follow your lead. They're the ones paying me. What is the fuss about helping? Even if there was no pay, I'd still be willing to come, as I'm quite idle and don't plan on returning to my hometown just yet. Great, we have an agreement then. I'll send you the address on WeChat later, and I'll drop off the keys this afternoon. You can head over tomorrow. Alright, no problem. Chapter 24. Market sweep today was meant for accomplishing a myriad of tasks. At the wholesale market, Julie was in a rush, feeling rather uninformed about seeds. Each store seemed to offer the same products, so she decided to make purchases indiscriminately. She bought a variety of vegetable seeds, grain seeds, and fruit seeds, regardless of their usefulness, and gathered them all. Furthermore, she stocked up on fertilizers, nutrient solutions, and potting soil. She acquired an assortment of farming tools like shovels, hoes, and rakes. Regardless of whether she recognized them, she bought a substantial quantity to be delivered to the warehouse in the afternoon. In total, she spent 50 million, arranging for everything to be delivered. It appeared that she would also need to find time to visit the countryside to buy fruit trees, saplings, and poultry, as she aimed to establish her own farming enterprise within her space. Although she lacked experience, she was determined to learn. With the seeds secured, she promptly sought out a large pet store to purchase supplies for her cat, Snow White. She almost forgot about the online order that hadn't yet arrived, which was insufficient. Primarily, she needed to stockpile cat litter. After all, during power outages or water shortages, this item would be crucial for addressing basic needs. Calculating daily consumption for herself and Snow White, she deemed it prudent to amass 100 tons of cat litter. Purchasing such a quantity from a pet store was neither practical nor feasible. She decided to contact the manufacturer directly. She noticed that the back of the cat litter bag contained the manufacturer's address and phone number, conveniently located in S City. She took a photo for future reference. I'll take all the cat supplies in the store, aside from the cat litter.
Ah?
So much? Are you certain? Of course. Let's tally it up.
All right.
Just a moment, please. As 3 sales associates busied themselves with calculations, Julie glanced around, spotting a row of pet clothing at the entrance. She picked up a small dress. Assuming Snow White would love it. With her proud demeanor, it was certain she would appreciate the attire. She purchased it, as well as other clothing suitable for 4-legged creatures. Miss, the total comes to 1,480,000. All right, let us settle this with a card. She handed over her card and provided her address for delivery. Thank you, please take your time. Julie exited the store amidst the enthusiastic concern of the 3 sales associates. Once outside, she retrieved the small dress from her bag. I'm taking this little outfit with me. Of course, please do. Inside the car, she released Snow White from her space. Look at this lovely dress I bought for you. Try it on. The sun was setting, and the woman had finally bought her something. After 2 days of waiting, she had begun to doubt. Julie dressed Snow White in the dress, carefully pulling out each of her paws. Oh, how delightful. You look splendid. Wearing this dress truly gives you a regal air. Even a cat can shine with the right attire. Do you like it, Snow White? If you do, give me a meow. Meow. Haha, I knew you would like it. Julie exclaimed joyfully, giving Snow White a gentle kiss. I also bought you a plethora of cat supplies, which will arrive this afternoon. Meow, meow, meow. Snow White seemed to revel in her affection, playfully bumping her rear against Julie, evoking an endearing smile. Chapter 25. Mobile Smart Home. Alright, let's go view some houses together, she said as she placed Snow White in the passenger seat and drove to a strikingly modern building. Wow, it exudes a futuristic vibe. In the lobby, a staff member greeted her. Hello, are you here to inquire about customized housing? Would you like a detailed introduction? Yes, please tell me more. Our foldable space capsule mobile smart home utilizes the latest global scientific technology. It is mobile and can adapt to any terrain. The house features an earthquake-resistant steel structure with an aluminum alloy exterior, maintaining a constant temperature indoors and equipped with full smart home technology. Foldable? What does that mean?
Mom.
Please follow me. Julie was astonished as the house before her resembled a colossal ostrich egg, which then expanded like a transformer, transforming into a 2-story villa. The egg-shaped appearance was merely the compact form of the house. It was incredibly cool. As she toured the interior, she noted that it bore no distinction from a regular home. The first floor featured a spacious living room and kitchen with floor-to-ceiling windows, while the second floor contained 2 bedrooms and a walk-in closet, each bedroom complete with an ensuite bathroom. The entire residence was fully automated, outfitted with all necessary appliances. I want it. This is so impressive. What would be the cost for a custom-made version of this? Ma'am, this is our latest model, the 2-story mobile home. The sample unit was only placed in the showroom yesterday, and no one has ordered it yet. The price is still under negotiation. You can view our 1-story mobile homes, which come in various styles and sizes for you to choose from. Initially, she intended to settle for a 1-story home, but upon seeing the 2-story villa, she was instantly captivated by its light French-inspired design, which perfectly matched her taste. Could you please inquire if the sample house is for sale? Price is not an issue. I need to check with my manager. All right, please do so promptly. Manager, there's a lady over there interested in purchasing our newly arrived double-story mobile home. But that's a sample house. Is she joking? She appears quite earnest. Her demeanor is serious. I'll accompany you. The staff member swiftly returned with the manager. Ma'am, are you truly interested in buying our double-story sample house? Yes, price is not a concern. I am genuinely interested in purchasing it. Can you make the decision? Previously, there were customers who purchased model homes, and the company would provide certain discounts, but that was only after mass production. This particular model was just delivered yesterday, and once sold, we will temporarily have no models left. The company may not agree, but I will do my utmost to advocate on your behalf. However, The discount may no longer be available. Whether there is a discount or not is inconsequential. Please inquire with your company at your earliest convenience. If this can be sold to me, once you commence mass production, our company will procure 20 mobile homes. That would indeed be splendid. I shall make a call right away. Please leave me your contact number, and if you are interested in facilitating this deal, do expedite the process. Feel free to call me anytime, as I am rather anxious. Very well, I shall take my leave now. It would be ideal to receive a response today. It is highly probable that the mobile homes can be secured. After all, no one in business wishes to forego profit. She did not negotiate the price, and even proposed a collaborative order. Such homes are seldom considered for purchase by the average person, being high-tech products. Acquiring one would likely entail significant expense. Thus, it is unlikely that many will be sold in a year, while the collaboration may be somewhat exaggerated. She believes the owner will not decline the offer. Reflecting on her mobile home, she felt a surge of excitement, envisioning a safe haven in the future. What a delightful thought! To celebrate, she decided to deliver keys to Xiaolu later and invite her for a meal. Hello, Xiaolu. I will bring you the keys at 6 this evening. Please wait for me so we can dine together. Thank you, Sister Li. Chapter 26. The flamboyant and conceited cat sitting in the car. She retrieved a pizza from her space and casually indulged, planning to enjoy a proper meal later. Meow, meow. Meow. Feed the cat. The cat is hungry. Do you wish to eat as well? I wonder if cats can consume pizza. Or is it strictly cat food? Julie mused to herself. Meow, meow, meow. I can eat. I can eat anything. Hurry, give it to me. I've been deprived for days. The cat eagerly pawed at the pizza. Such eagerness. Please keep your paws away from the pizza. I still wish to savor it. I will feed you, but do take your time. She opened a bottle of soda. Meow, meow, meow. The cat wants to drink too. Are you perhaps turning into a spirit, wanting everything and able to eat anything? If you keep this up, you will become a little pig. The cat thought, I am indeed a spirit, a sprite. No matter how much I eat, I will never become a pig. My figure has remained unchanged for eons. You should worry about yourself instead. Once both were well fed and satisfied, they proceeded to handle visa matters. Fortunately, as it was a weekday afternoon, there were not many people, allowing them to complete the process swiftly. Julie glanced at the cat in her arms, noting how smoothly everything was going today. Now that we have time, would you like to purchase some beautiful clothes? Shall we go? Meow, 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 let us go. I adore little skirts. Since you are so generous, I will overlook the fact you ignored me the other day. I am a magnanimous cat. The cat's affection for her grew exponentially. Such excitement. I must clarify that you cannot solely select skirts. We must also choose some pants and t-shirts. In this apocalyptic world, a cat that is alive and dresses fashionably is already captivating, let alone in a skirt. Be cautious not to end up in a stew. Hearing this, the cat shivered, fluffed up its fur. Calm down. Do not be afraid. I will protect you as long as you do not run off. Just choose clothes that are low-key.
All right.
I understand. I will be discreet. The lovely skirts will only be for your eyes. Inside the pet clothing store, the cat's eyes sparkled at the sight of the garments. Wow. How beautiful. I want them all. I will select the outfits for you. Just tap your paw on those you fancy. Hurry up.
Miss.
Are you choosing clothes for your cat? She is quite beautiful. Yes, thank you. I can manage on my own. All right, just call me if you need assistance. Julie approached a rack and casually picked a lace dress to show the cat. The cat eagerly touched it with her paw, unable to resist exploring the fabric. Julie was taken aback by the cat's enthusiasm. Please don't turn into a spirit. Be mindful, there are others around. The cat was simply overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain her delight at the beautiful clothes. Should I just pack them all for you? The cat looked at her with wide eyes. Meow, meow, meow.
All right.
Stop calling out. Maintaining you is quite costly, and this small amount of fabric costs more than my undergarments. The cat was thrilled. This woman truly valued her. Willing to spend so much on her, the cat felt cherished and would go to great lengths for her beloved owner. Little did Julie know, she had purchased an entire wardrobe for the cat, elevating the feline's trust and affection to unprecedented heights. Eventually, when Julie learned of the cat's sentiments, she would laugh, realizing that winning over the cat's heart was as simple as buying a few outfits, even saving her life on multiple occasions. Chapter 27. The Eater and the Eating Cat. Please pack all the pet clothes in the store that she can wear. Certainly, ma'am. Please hold on. The attendant struggled to speak as Julie smiled. Let us use my card. Please deliver everything to this address, and do so promptly. Maintaining you is quite expensive. You must promise to be obedient," she said to the cat in her arms. "Meow, meow, meow, I will be good, I promise. Buying me so many skirts makes me so happy. I love you, dear woman." It was time to head to the warehouse for the delivery. Upon arrival, the pet store personnel had filled a van with goods and were waiting at the entrance. Julie opened the warehouse, allowing the vehicle to drive in for unloading. Before long, the delivery of seeds, fertilizers, and tools from the wholesale market arrived in 2 large trucks. Holding the cat, she stood at the door, watching them unload. After 2 hours, once everything was in order and the sky had darkened, she locked the warehouse, storing the supplies in her space. The cat, astonished as if witnessing a magic trick, watched in amazement as all the items vanished. What an incredible woman, capable of making so much disappear. She must have a remarkable ability to store things in that magical place. The cat felt fortunate to have found such a powerful ally. All set. By Shui. Let us go dine. Dinner? Oh, how delightful. The cat squinted her eyes, appearing a bit mischievous. Julie picked up Xiaolu, and together they went to a Japanese restaurant. To the astonishment of the staff, they ordered every item on the menu. "Sisterly, can we possibly eat all of this? It seems excessive." "Not to worry. If we cannot finish, we shall take it home. The sashimi here is incredibly fresh, and the cat can enjoy it too. But I noticed that this meal would cost around 250,000. That's quite steep. Xiaolu, I will cover the bill. You just enjoy yourself. Order whatever you like.
Today,
We shall indulge." Without a second thought, Julie ordered 5 platters of sashimi, each priced at 10,888. In the private room, the 3 of them feasted joyfully, completely satisfied. "This is delicious. This is truly exquisite." The cat savored the salmon, her eyes fixed on the Arctic wings on the plate. "This woman is wonderful. Although she did not specifically bring me here, I do not mind at all. A woman who is wealthy and willing to spend on a cat is someone I adore." The cat's fondness for Julie reached its zenith, solidifying a bond so deep that Julie remained oblivious to the fact that yet another meal had captured the cat's heart. Julie observed Bai Shui, noting her love for seafood, and silently resolved to stock up on more for future meals, as she too shared that fondness. As I departed, I packed 10 sashimi platters and handed the warehouse key to Xiaolu. Glancing at the time in the car, I realized it was still early evening, and I thought perhaps I should head to City S. It wasn't too far. The high-speed train would take just 3 hours, and there were plenty of train tickets available. "Xiaolu, you don't need to see me off. Just drive me to the train station, as I intend to go to City S. I need to check on the medications that are ready to be transported. You can keep using the car for the next few days. It's convenient for your trips to the warehouse." "All right, Sister Lee. Let me know when you return, and I will come to pick you up." I then proceeded to purchase my train ticket on my phone, with a departure in an hour. It was now 7 p.m. and I made my way to the train station, arriving just in time. After a quick visit to the restroom, I placed Snow White in the space, explaining, "I have matters to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along. You can entertain yourself. Those sashimi platters are for you. Enjoy them." Meow meow. A good woman indeed. I will behave. Chapter 28. Stocking up on the high-speed train, with plenty of time and unable to sleep. Julie opened her phone and resumed her shopping spree. She ordered 999 boxes each of laundry powder, laundry detergent, and dishwashing liquid, 999 blankets, air conditioning blankets, down comforters, various throws, and bedding sets. She stocked up on 999 boxes of compressed biscuits in flavors like strawberry, matcha, beef, and scallion. Although she had sufficient food, in the apocalyptic world, being able to consume compressed biscuits was a significant advantage. These were visible provisions she could forego, but would be invaluable for trade. Furthermore, she ordered 999 boxes of condoms in various sizes, a coveted item in the apocalypse, often more precious than food among the affluent and powerful. She knew she needed to stock up on these, for she might also have personal use for them. This thought momentarily conjured the face of Lung Mohan in her mind. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought, "Why am I thinking of that wretched man? How unfortunate." In preparation for the frigid times ahead, she ordered 999 pieces each of down jackets, tactical jackets, snow boots, thermal underwear, hats, and gloves. For skincare, she added 999 sets of face masks, skincare kits, hand creams, and facial cleansers. She also included clothing suitable for warmer weather, 999 t-shirts, sports shoes, casual shoes, shorts, tank tops, silk pajamas, and silk eye masks. Her order included 20 fully automatic washing machines, 20 dryers, 10 large rice cookers, and 20 standard rice cookers. She added 20 blenders, 5 double-door refrigerators, though they wouldn't be used in the space. She needed 3 for her own home, 80 steam ovens, and 50 water purifiers. As water resources would become increasingly scarce, she ordered 999 boxes of water purification tablets and 100 kettles. Additionally, she stocked up on 50 vacuum cleaners, floor washers, and robotic cleaners for future use in her space, as well as 20 air purifiers and 20 air conditioners and fans, 20 space heaters, electric heaters and fire stoves, and 20 electric blankets. She also added 50 small washing machines for underwear and socks, admitting to herself her laziness and marveling at how technology transformed lives. Then, she ordered 50 home coffee machines, 200 hair dryers, and 200 thermoses. Lastly, she stocked 999 boxes of various disposable food containers, masks, gloves, and underwear. Her eyes were dazzled by the sheer volume of items. Adding everything to her cart, the total reached 15 million. Spending money felt exhilarating. Unlike in her previous life, when even the thought of spending felt burdensome. Now, with 2 billion at her disposal, her only concern was to ensure her wealth did not turn to waste paper. Thus, she resolved to spend lavishly every day, fully aware that she could never exhaust her fortune. She also contemplated other functional kitchenware she might need, deciding to purchase those later at the supermarket. The 3 hours flew by as she indulged in shopping. After disembarking from the train, she first called to reserve a hotel room, then hailed a taxi to take her to the local night market. City S is renowned for its economic prosperity, often referred to as the city that never sleeps. Although its specialty foods are limited, the variety of goods available is commendable, albeit at a premium price. No matter, she had the means to enjoy the night market's delicacies, which she intended to stock up on. Despite the late hour, the streets remained vibrant and bustling.
Boss.
"I'll take 20 grilled cold noodles," she called out, "and 20 crispy grilled sausages from the next stall, please. Pack 20 servings of cold skin noodles for me," she continued. "I'll also have 20 vegetable skewers, 20 stuffed chicken wings, and 20 portions each of fried rice, fried noodles, and fried flat noodles." After ordering all her desired snacks, she found a barbecue restaurant to sit down, ordering a selection of skewers, a serving of egg fried rice, and a bottle of ice-cold cola, her standard dinner. After finishing her meal, she collected her earlier orders, seeking a discreet corner to store them in her space before taking a taxi to the hotel. After a refreshing shower, she lay in bed and slipped into her space, having not visited for several days. To her surprise, the space had transformed. The area of grass had seemingly doubled in size. Wandering around, she noticed no other changes. But the expansion of the grassland solidified her belief that it could indeed yield crops. Excited by the prospect, she decided to act. She had seeds on hand and thought it prudent to test them out. Selecting a fast-growing vegetable, she chose bok choy, which typically takes about 20 days to grow and is quite adaptable, with the space maintaining a constant temperature and supplemented with the spring water. She estimated she could cut the growth time in half, although this was merely speculation that required testing. Being a novice in planting, she took her time. Consulting videos on planting bok choy on her phone, she found the process straightforward. Sow the seeds in the soil and water them. She picked a small corner of grass, cleared it, loosened the earth, and sprinkled the seeds in. Uncertain of the optimal quantity, she decided to empty the entire packet, rationalizing that some would inevitably perish, increasing the likelihood of survival. Fetching water from the river, she used the spring water to irrigate the area. Satisfied with her efforts, she admired her handiwork, thinking it looked promising. In a few days, she would discover whether her endeavor would bear fruit. After completing her tasks, she hugged her cat and exited the space. As she lay under the covers, she pondered how the grassland had suddenly expanded. Surely, there must be some fortuitous reason for this change. Unlike other spaces that absorbed jade and gold, hers seemed different. She recalled placing her mother's jewelry in the space, which included jade and other precious items. Yet they remained untouched. It appeared that jade and gold were not the means by which her space could upgrade. Contemplating various possibilities left her perplexed, and eventually, she drifted off to sleep. At 8 a.m., the alarm roused her. After a breakfast shared with her cat, She called a local cat litter factory in City S to inquire about the availability of 100 tons of cat litter. The response was affirmative. They could deliver at any time. After paying a 1 million deposit, she arranged for the shipment to Xiao Lu's pharmacy. Then she set off for Xiao Lu's pharmacy. Hello, Auntie. I am a colleague of Xiao Lu's, and I was the one who previously entrusted you with the procurement of the medicines. Oh, how lovely you are, both in appearance and in character. Xian Yu mentioned that you are her boss. Today, seeing you, I find you quite similar to my dear Xian Yu. What remarkable prowess you possess. Auntie, I am 4 years older than Xian Yu, yet she is also quite outstanding and ambitious. However, in comparison, she still falls short. I truly find myself increasingly fond of Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu's mother, holding Ju Li's hand, continued to shower her with compliments, causing Ju Li to feel a tad embarrassed. On one hand, she felt flattered. On the other hand, she was anxious and felt the need to steer the conversation away, for such enthusiasm was overwhelming. Auntie, the person picking up the goods is still waiting. Just give me the warehouse address and the key, and I can manage on my own. I'll take you there. You are unfamiliar with the area, and it's not far, but the place is a bit secluded, with many twists and turns in the alley. It's all right, Auntie. I wouldn't want to trouble you. It would be quite bothersome to run back and forth, and you still have the shop to attend to. I can just take a taxi. Well then, come over for lunch at Auntie S house. I'll prepare something delicious for you. Thank you, Auntie. But I wouldn't want to impose.
Who knows how long it might take?
Alright then, if you need anything, just give me a call. Come over to play when you have the time. Okay? Goodbye, Auntie. Chapter 30. The wholesale market of S City. She finally grasped just how winding those alleys could be. The driver nearly lost his temper as they circled around several times before locating the place. Upon exiting the vehicle, she was pleased with her surroundings. It was sufficiently concealed and secure, just to her liking. Surveying her environment, she noticed a security booth with an elderly man monitoring the entrance. And there appeared to be no surveillance cameras in sight. Sir, I am here to pick up the medicines. The key has already been given to me. Alright. I received a call from the boss's wife, stating that a young lady would be coming to collect the medicines. Do you need my assistance? No, thank you, sir. You carry on, I have someone on the way. The warehouse was situated within a large courtyard, which housed 3 warehouses labeled 1, 2, and 3, surrounded by trees. The area was quite secluded. Xiao Lu must be quite affluent. Just how much stock does she need to store in such a large warehouse? It seemed she owned more than one pharmacy. Her curiosity piqued. She approached the other 2 locked warehouses to peek inside through the cracks in the doors.
Wow.
What an astonishing sight. Both warehouses are completely filled with medicines. Each spans over 1,000 square meters. Xiao Lu must be wealthier than I imagined. The quantity she ordered pales in comparison to this. It's like comparing a novice to a master. If Julie knew that Xiao Lu's family operated a chain of pharmacies, she would surely regret not stocking up more on medicines. How naive she had been. It seemed this grand warehouse needed to be utilized well. Once she finished collecting the cat litter, a trip to S City's wholesale market was in order. However, the elderly man at the entrance posed a challenge. She decided to engage him in conversation first. Here, sir, have a bottle of water. It's quite hot outside.
Oh.
Thank you, young lady. Do you stay here in the warehouse all day? No, I don't live here. I leave every night at 8 p.m. During the day, I just come here to keep watch and open the door for any shipments. Oh, I see. It must be nice to go home. This place seems quite remote. Yes. It is rather secluded. Every driver that comes here tends to get lost.
Huh.
It's true that if one doesn't nod off, someone will provide a pillow. Just let the goods from the wholesale market be delivered after 8 p.m. She proceeded to collect the medicines. Although she had surveyed the area and found no cameras, she still felt uneasy about conducting such activities in broad daylight. She feared that the end of the world might come before she was caught and sliced up for some sinister purpose. She locked the warehouse door, conducted a thorough check inside to ensure everything was in order, then collected all the medicines. She planned to use the vehicle that transported the cat litter, claiming it was for carrying medicines, a ruse she had devised that morning. As noon approached, the cat litter truck finally arrived. She understood the delay given the weight of 100 tons and patiently waited. To keep the unloading workers refreshed, she had cut up several large watermelons for them. Without a moment's rest, she drank some spring water and assisted in the unloading. Moving 100 tons was slow work. This method of transporting bag by bag was inefficient. She instructed them to drive the truck into the warehouse and unload directly. Just dump everything here. It's too hot for you to arrange it neatly. Thank you, young lady. Once the truck departed, she quickly closed the door and hurried to gather everything. Sir, everything has been taken away. I will leave now, and I will return the warehouse key to her shortly. All right, take care, young lady. Following the map, she reached the intersection but became dizzy from the heat. Without hesitation, she hailed a taxi to the wholesale market. She had ordered 2,000 pounds of table salt, 2,000 pounds of white sugar, 1,000 pounds of brown sugar, and 1,000 pounds each of rock sugar and yellow sugar. Additionally, she ordered 1,000 pounds each of red beans, green beans, black beans, yellow beans, and kidney beans. For rice, she ordered 1,000 pounds each of brown rice, Job's tears, black rice, millet, barley, and oats. Regarding various condiments, she requested 3,000 bottles each of fragrant vinegar, red oil, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, spicy oil, sesame oil, and oyster sauce. As for spices, she ordered 500 pounds each of bay leaves, star anise, peppercorns, fennel, grassfruit, cinnamon, ground pepper, white pepper, MSG, and chicken essence. For preserved meats, she ordered various items such as sausages, cured pork, cured fish, wax ducks, cured chicken, cured ribs, and smoked fish. Though their taste may not be exceptional, they could be exchanged for other goods later. And yes, she didn't forget to stock up on hot pot base ingredients. After all, she has plans for a trip to Sichuan province, where the food is her absolute favorite and the most authentic. Chapter 31. She hides, he pursues. At the various wholesale stores, she spent over 5 million. After paying the deposit, she arranged for everything to be delivered to the warehouse by 8:30 p.m., after which she would settle the remaining balance. Finding a cafe to rest, she was unable to bear the sweltering heat outside for long. She was quite sensitive to high temperatures. When her phone rang, she recognized the number and smiled softly. Hello, Miss Gio. I apologize for not returning your call yesterday. Our company has decided in the meeting to agree to sell you the model house for 20 million. If the collaboration is successful, we will refund you the price of the model house. What do you think? Of course, I agree to the collaboration.
Giuli răspundă decisively.
Although the price was somewhat steep, she could accept it. As for the nature of the collaboration, she was uncertain. Where shall we deliver the goods? I will text you the address now. After the delivery is completed, please send me a message. All right, Miss Gio. I won't disturb you further. I will arrange for the delivery. Thank you, manager. I appreciate your hard work. At the same time, she received a message from the real estate agent regarding 2 villas priced at 100 million, asking if she found the price acceptable. It was roughly in line with her expectations. Both villas were fully furnished, and the surrounding amenities were comprehensive, not to mention the splendid environment. The price was reasonable, so she agreed without hesitation. She had no intention of returning to H City, thus she entrusted the agent to handle everything on her behalf. Her phone rang again, this time from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? On the other end, there was a moment of silence. Who is it? If you don't speak, I'll hang up. It's me, Lung Mo Han. Oh, what is up? Do you need something? Julie was quite surprised. Why was this man calling her? Why haven't you replied to the WeChat message I sent you? You sent me a WeChat message? Let me check.
Oh.
I was busy and didn't see my phone. I just realized that after adding you the other day, I inadvertently set your messages to do not disturb. You moved out without telling me? What else there to say? It's my personal matter. Fine, I shouldn't have asked. Are you free? Shall we have a meal together? I'm not free, and besides, I'm not in H City right now. Where are you? I'm not telling you. When will you come back? I'm not sure. I'll find you when I return. She decisively hung up the phone. Why was that dog of a man asking her out? Did he have intentions towards her?
Dream on.
Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of a hotel in H City, the man hung up the phone, staring at the meticulously gathered information about Julie. Every detail of her life, from her childhood to her current endeavors, was laid bare before him. He had scrutinized the documents numerous times. There was something off about this woman, selling real estate, selling shares. Was she facing some sort of predicament? Boss, the address of Miss Gio's residence is a property developed by the group, and you also own a unit in the same building, conveniently located above hers.
Oh.
The man stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Then, let my belongings be moved there. I will temporarily reside at her place. It seems Miss Jo's home is undergoing renovations. Let us wait until she is done before moving in. Understood, boss. Lung Yi immediately realized that the boss indeed had his eyes set on Miss Jo. His discerning eye is remarkable. At this moment, in S City, the bustling Jiuli is unaware that a man is about to move into the unit above her. Will this be a surprise or a shock? Is this a fateful connection or a curse? The opportunities for encounters between the two living above and below each other will be plentiful. Chapter 32. Country M. If she were to learn that the man had thoroughly investigated her, she might feel fortunate that she and T begun hoarding supplies in large quantities. Otherwise, her little tale would be exposed. Julie arrived at the warehouse to collect her goods and, after a busy day, returned to the hotel at 11 p.m. She planned to head to Country M the next day. She had already made arrangements for weapons through dark web arms dealers, where she could inspect the goods directly. She booked a flight for 11 a.m. the following day. Once in her space, she explained to her cat that she wouldn't be able to let it out for a while, instructing it to stay put and be at ease. Initially reluctant, the cat's eyes lit up at the mention of her bringing back a bounty of seafood. In the space, the little lamb had grown significantly. Possibly, due to consuming the special grass, it could only roam near the riverbank and couldn't venture further. So Julie was not concerned about it wandering around the space. The next day, Julie flew directly to Country M. Upon arrival, she promptly rented a warehouse and made all necessary preparations. At the hotel, she transformed her appearance. No matter how she dressed, she didn't resemble a man. So she opted for heavy makeup and a wig, presenting herself as someone entirely different and seemingly more vulnerable. After all, dealing in weapons meant interacting with rough characters. She did not wish to fall victim to black market dealings and had to be thoroughly prepared. The thought of it was quite exhilarating. She arranged to meet the arms dealer from the dark web that evening to inspect the merchandise. Next, she visited a car dealership, purchasing 2 small trucks and 3 Hummers, all at a significantly lower price than in her home country. She had them delivered to the warehouse and drove one of the trucks herself. The outdoor equipment in Country M was of excellent quality, and she found a dedicated store where she could find all the necessary survival gear. She bought kayaks, tents, outdoor bags, sleeping bags, moisture-proof mats, communication devices, quick-dry clothing, hiking boots, outdoor cooking equipment, and various tools, emptying 2 stores and spending $35 million. One truck couldn't carry everything, so she paid extra for delivery to the warehouse that evening. Why the evening? To avoid drawing attention, of course. If all went well, she would manage the weapons as well. To prevent any unforeseen complications during transport, she had the dealer delivered directly to the warehouse, with cash exchanged for goods. The warehouse gradually filled with other deliveries. With many people around, even if there were shifty dealings, they wouldn't be brazen about it. As long as the goods reached the warehouse, she could transfer them to her space, so she wasn't worried about the warehouse address being exposed. After today, she might not even be in Country M anymore. Thus, she aimed to procure as much as possible during this time: 200 solar panels, 5 generators, and 30 each of tablets and mobile phones. She then visited a supermarket, which was a warehouse-style establishment with vast quantities of goods: cheese, chocolate, energy bars, candies, various beverages and alcohol, milk powder. She didn't keep track of how many shopping carts she filled, only focused on filling her truck to the brim. She spent $78 million in total at the supermarket. Time was pressing, so she headed to a farm and ordered 10,000 barrels of fresh milk. Passing by a cherry orchard, she added 20,000 USD to purchase a ton of cherries being packaged for delivery to major supermarkets the next day, urging the workers to expedite the packing for evening delivery to the warehouse. She also inquired with the orchard workers about agricultural machinery: seeders, tractors, deep tillers, fertilizer spreaders, threshers, pumps, harvesters, transplanting machines, and weeders, purchasing 10 of each item, spending $60 million. With the capability to cultivate in her space, she didn't want to exhaust herself during this mechanized era. Chapter 33. Securing weapons after a long day, she hadn't even stopped for a meal, and her truck was filled with items from the supermarket. Having checked the map, she decided to head to the warehouse, preparing to receive her goods. She received a call from the car dealership asking if she had time for them to deliver her vehicles, with time to spare before the agreed hour. Their arrival coincided perfectly with her vehicle exchange. Upon delivery, she inspected each vehicle, pleased to find all gas tanks full. She drove them into her space, keeping a few Hummers, and then set off for the agreed meeting place. The person she contacted on the dark web was a mystery to her. She knew nothing of their identity. The recruitment information she posted drew this individual to reach out to her, and they communicated her needs privately. She felt confident because sellers on the dark web valued their reputation. Any breach of contract would be publicized, ruining their chances of returning to the site and leading to industry ostracism, a risk not worth taking. Upon arrival, the surroundings were pitch dark, with only one vehicle flashing its lights at her. Though a bit frightened, she mustered the courage to proceed, knowing that if things went awry, she still had her space to rely on. Survival was paramount, at least safer than exposing herself back home. A man exited the vehicle, and as he approached, she saw he was quite young, perhaps in his 30s, with a fair complexion and gold-rimmed glasses, resembling a university professor. This appearance was in stark contrast to the line of work he was engaged in. Julie thought to herself, this is the epitome of a refined rogue. Hello. Follow my car to see the goods, the man said, offering little small talk before getting into his vehicle. She followed, and after a while, they stopped beside a small wooden cabin. The man unlocked the cabin, and inside were rows upon rows of weapons. Assault rifles lined the walls, while shelves held various handguns. One wall was stacked with large boxes. Without needing to look inside, she knew they contained valuable goods. The man retrieved a box from the corner and opened it to reveal a sniper rifle. He opened another large box, filled with ammunition. Overwhelmed, it was the first time she had seen so many real weapons, her eyes sparkling with excitement. With these, her safety would be significantly enhanced. Are you satisfied with the goods? The man inquired. Not bad. Is all the merchandise here prepared for me? No, this is just for you to see. Your order is at another location. Oh, then how will I see my goods? Wasn't it agreed upon to exchange cash for goods on site? Of course. Will you pick them up yourself, or shall I deliver them to you? Please deliver them. I will send you the address. You go collect the goods now, and I will wait for you at the warehouse.
All right.
The man was quite serious. She had thought the weapons in that cabin were meant for her, only to discover they were stored elsewhere. However, she could understand this, given the sensitivity of the trade. Even though firearms were legal in Country M, possessing such a large quantity would be considered smuggling, and being caught would lead to severe consequences. She drove back to the warehouse, where the milk and cherries she ordered had also arrived. The workers were unloading the goods, and she counted a total of 35 people present, which reassured her. After strolling around the warehouse for a while, she retrieved the truck from her space and drove it to the warehouse. The man arrived shortly, observing the bustling workers and several large trucks, appearing somewhat astonished. Most people engaged in such activities would do so covertly, while this woman boldly operated in plain sight, unafraid of being noticed. Of course, Julie was concerned about being discovered, but she feared even more the possibility of being silenced. She was aware that the arms delivered were surely concealed within boxes. It would suffice to have them loaded onto her truck from the side of the warehouse. The unloading workers would not venture around the side, and in the dim light, nothing could be discerned. She first entered the man's vehicle, illuminating the interior with her phone as she meticulously inspected each box, subsequently instructing the workers to transfer them to her truck. She remained steadfastly positioned at the entrance of the warehouse, watching closely. After more than an hour of labor, the task was finally completed. She re-entered her vehicle to conduct another thorough inspection, ensuring everything was in order. The goods are fine. Please provide me with the car number, she instructed, transferring 200 million to the man. Once they departed, Julie cast another glance at the warehouse entrance, hastily stowing the truck away in a concealed space. She then informed the workers to return and rest, vowing to resume unloading the following day. After everyone had left, she collected all the items, leaving only the trucks that had delivered goods from various sources. She had no intention of wasting time waiting for them to unload. Tomorrow she would devise some excuse to have them drive away. After all, who wouldn't relish the prospect of receiving money without labor? Chapter 34. European Procurement. She returned to the hotel with haste, feeling the sensation of being followed. Collapsing onto her bed, she gasped for breath. Today had been exhausting. Not only was she running on a tight schedule, but her mind had been perpetually tense. After removing the thick makeup from her face and indulging in a bath, she checked her space and was delighted to discover that the bok choy had already sprouted tender shoots. Perhaps she had sown a tad too many, but it was astonishing how quickly they had grown. Only 3 days had passed. Julie was thrilled. At this rate, they would be ready to harvest in just over a week. She grabbed 2 steaming buns from her space, nibbled on them, and drifted off to sleep, awakening rejuvenated. Julie tidied herself and headed to a 4S dealership, intent on purchasing several recreational vehicles. Without hesitation, she acquired 3 vehicles, each priced at 18 million. For she would not deprive herself of luxury. She also set her sights on a Lamborghini Urus, which the salesperson described as a top-tier bulletproof armored SUV. Promptly agreeing to the 16 million price tag, she procured 2 helicopters, despite lacking piloting skills. This was of no concern, as she planned to enroll in a class upon her return. With these essential acquisitions secured, she felt a sense of relief. She then stocked up on various food and supplies, and as twilight approached, she returned to the warehouse to finalize the collection of goods in preparation for her venture into Europe. The agricultural and livestock sectors here were thriving, with a diverse array of crops predominantly sourced from private farms. She reasoned that acquiring products from several farms would suffice to sustain her for several lifetimes. In contrast to the stringent controls in her homeland, where stockpiling large quantities of grain was easily detected, this region allowed for greater freedom. She had proactively contacted several farms prior to her arrival and, upon disembarking from the plane, headed straight to one. She stockpiled 20,000 tons of rice and 10,000 tons each of medium, high, and low-gluten flour, whole wheat flour, and rye flour. Additionally, she acquired 10,000 barrels each of olive oil, sunflower oil, flaxseed oil, peanut oil, and corn oil. She also secured 10,000 fresh eggs from chickens, ducks, and geese, and arranged for the farmers to deliver live chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits for her to raise in her space. Furthermore, she collected dairy products including milk, powdered milk, and milk candies, ensuring she had ample supplies for every stage of an infant's development. She also purchased 20,000 tons of salt, having confirmed the feasibility of growing her own vegetables in her space, thus opting against large-scale vegetable stockpiling abroad. She did not overlook local delicacies, acquiring 5,000 Black Forest hams, 10,000 sausages and red sausages, 1,000 barrels of stout, and a substantial quantity of locally grown potatoes, known for their delightful texture and moisture, amounting to 10,000 tons. She also obtained various survival supplies, including first aid kits, wilderness survival packs, cold weather gear, emergency kits, insulation equipment, oxygen tanks, portable gas canisters, liquefied gas, inflatable boats, and kayaks in large quantities. On the pharmaceutical front, she replenished her stock with various medications. While she had amassed a collection of standard household medicines in her homeland, she lacked specialized medications such as vaccines and treatments for infectious diseases. Thus, she made it a point to acquire ample supplies wherever she traveled. After spending 10 days in Europe, she proceeded to N country. The country was renowned for its bountiful seafood, a promise she made to her cat, ensuring she quickly procured the necessary supplies lest she be accused of deceit. In this foreign land, where anonymity afforded her the freedom to purchase without restraint, she stocked up on salmon, cod, scallops, Arctic shrimp, salmon, king crabs, and tuna, amassing thousands of pounds, with salmon and king crabs being her primary focus. She also ventured to Switzerland, the kingdom of chocolate. Being an aficionado of chocolate, which serves as an immediate source of energy, she realized she couldn't miss this opportunity. Just an hour by plane, she would have regretted not going. Overwhelmed by the dazzling array of chocolates, she enthusiastically filled her cart with every variety she encountered: milk chocolate, white chocolate, dark chocolate, hazelnut, strawberry cream-filled chocolates, orange, white chocolate cookie crumbles, sea salt, milk candy swirls, and almond butter, purchasing 10,000 of each. Additionally, she acquired several Swiss Army knives, known for their multifunctionality, compactness, and convenience, along with an assortment of coffees, including cappuccino, mocha, vanilla latte, and black coffee. She also stockpiled several thousand pounds of cream and butter, as well as cheeses with names she had never heard before, such as Emmental, Gruyere, Appenzeller, and Raclette. She had no choice but to indulge, as she intended to devote her time at home to exploring baking, a long-held interest she had never pursued, now with plenty of time ahead. Chapter 35. Tea Country. During this period, the renovation company contacted her to inform her that her residence had been completed and thoroughly cleaned, awaiting her arrival. They even sent her a video for inspection upon her return. Little Lou periodically updated her on the status of goods being received. Each evening, before retiring to her hotel room, she engaged in online shopping, ordering an array of items, from daily necessities to food and clothing. The sheer volume and variety of her purchases were staggering. She acquired everything she could think of and more. creating a comprehensive inventory, while smaller items were noted for later replenishment. Occasionally, a certain man would send her a WeChat message, to which she did not respond, as they contained mundane inquiries about her well-being. She had no desire to engage in trivial conversation. Her time was too precious for such frivolities. With each step, she meticulously adhered to her initial plan, determined to be thoroughly prepared for the challenges that lay ahead, hoping to survive until the end. After completing her stockpiling in Switzerland, she did not linger but flew directly to tea country. There, she procured 10,000 tons of fragrant rice, along with 5,000 pounds each of bananas, pineapples, mangosteens, mangoes, longans, and dragon fruit, and a staggering 30,000 durians. She even ventured to a durian plantation, stealthily uprooting 10 fruit-bearing durian trees to transplant into her space. As durians were her favorite fruit, she had to ensure she had enough. Thus, over the course of more than a month, Julie traversed various nations, nearly exhausting her funds. She retained 200 million, preparing to return home to devise a strategy for acquiring additional resources. As the impending apocalypse loomed just a month away, she planned a trip to a nearby island nation to stock up on supplies. Importantly, she aimed for zero-cost acquisitions. As one of the most technologically advanced countries, the island boasted numerous high-tech products such as escape pods, temperature-regulating clothing, and yachts, albeit at steep prices. She had no intention of spending money. Instead, she sought to take full advantage of the island's generous zero-cost opportunities. Before her return, Julie granted herself a 3-day respite to unwind in tea country. She learned to dive at the beach and savored various local delicacies. On the eve of her departure, she visited a famous male model restaurant. Surrounded by handsome men, she felt an exhilarating rush, the overwhelming presence of hormones greatly relieving her stress, and she snapped photos to share on social media. In S City, Lung Mohan stumbled upon Jioli's social media posts, and his expression soured. He secretly commented beneath her posts, calling her a heartless woman. That evening, upon returning to her hotel, Julie lay in bed and saw the comment, instantly infuriated. She replied defiantly, "Yes, I am heartless. What of it? Humph." That annoying man certainly had a knack for meddling. When her phone rang, she noticed it was that same man sending her a video. Irritated, she tossed her phone aside, ignoring the incessant calls. As the ringing continued, her patience wore thin, and she finally answered. "Have you no end to this? If you keep calling, I'm blocking you. When are you coming back? Are you done playing? Why do you care? I'm not finished having fun yet. What is it to you? Can we have a civil conversation?"
What do you want?
Julie asked, her impatience evident. "I just want to know when you're coming back. Is that really important?" "It is significant, for I find myself missing you a bit." Julie's face flushed, at a loss for words. "I must return tomorrow. There is something I need to attend to, so I shall hang up for now." As the call abruptly ended, Lung Mohan chuckled, finding the woman quite endearing. Throughout the past month, during his leisure hours, thoughts of her often crossed his mind. Each night he would reminisce about that particular evening, suspecting he had succumbed to the enchantment of this woman. Even though she did not respond to his messages, he could sense her evasion, yet he remained patient. Upon hanging up, Julie patted her face, wondering why it felt so warm, having been teased by that dog of a man. Her heart raced uncontrollably, rolling around in bed with Lung Mohan's visage occupying her thoughts. Oh dear, this is infuriating. Chapter 36. Cats can speak at that moment. She was unaware that the dog of a man had moved into the apartment above hers. After her home renovations were completed, Lung Mohan had settled in, waiting for her return. "When will you be back tomorrow? Should I come to fetch you?" Julie glanced at WeChat, her eyes flickering. "No need. Someone is coming to pick me up. I'm off to shower and sleep now. Good night." Before departing for the airport the next morning, she messaged Xiao Lu to inform her of her flight details and requested her to meet her at the airport. They dined together that evening, and she sent Xiao Lu home, explaining that the warehouse was no longer accepting deliveries. She expressed gratitude for Xiao Lu's hard work during that period and advised her to return to her hometown, mentioning that a friend from the Meteorological Bureau had warned her of unusual weather, suggesting she stock up on supplies and not rush into job hunting. Xiao Lu, being quite obedient, mentioned she had planned to assist Julie with the warehouse before heading home. Hearing this eased Julie's mind. Julie drove to the warehouse, collecting the items she had ordered online over the past month, including the mobile home she had longed for, before finally returning home. The cleaning crew from the renovation company had done an impeccable job, adhering to her specifications. The door was solid, and as she gazed at her fortress-like abode, she felt a sense of security. That night, she opted to stay at a hotel, as the door locks had yet to be changed, rendering her home unsafe. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a few locks, Julie thought. She chose to return to her previous hotel due to its proximity, preferring not to trouble herself with unnecessary travel late at night. After donning her pajamas and reclining on the sofa, she entered her space, surveying the abundance of supplies that filled it. A sense of security enveloped her as she adjusted the placement of her weapons, ensuring they were in the most visible locations beside her small abode. Inside the mobile home, she placed her pajamas in the master bedroom wardrobe, laid down a soft carpet in the bedroom, and created a cozy corner for her by Shui with a cat bed and scratching post. In the other bedroom, she disassembled the bed, transforming the room into a dressing area for herself and Bai Shui, as their clothing was simply too plentiful for the wardrobe to accommodate. In the kitchen of the small house on the first floor, the open-plan dining area was well-equipped with appliances. Though she had no need for a refrigerator in her space, she filled it with beverages, milk, yogurt, fruits, and some pre-prepared meals purchased abroad. A large plush rug lay in front of the living room sofa, invitingly comfortable underfoot, while various cushions adorned the couch. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, she positioned her 2-meter-tall teddy bear, a delightful companion for gazing outside at the vegetables she had planted. Upon reaching the riverside, she discovered the cat lying there, paws in the air and belly exposed. How adorable! Julie couldn't help but snap a few photos, gently petting the cat's belly. However, something felt amiss. Despite her repeated touches, the cat remained unresponsive. Was it truly sleeping so soundly? Animals are typically so sensitive after all. She picked up the cat's paw and shook it, yet it still did not stir. It can't be dead, can it? She thought, trembling as she leaned closer to check for breath. There it was. Relief washed over her as she heard the cat's belly rumble. This silly creature must have overeaten. As she reached out to rub the cat's belly, she suddenly heard a voice calling her. It was a young, childlike voice. Woman. Who is speaking? Foolish woman. It is I, your cat, speaking. Bai Shui. What nonsense is this? Julie exclaimed, glancing at the cat still lying with its eyes closed, then around her in a panic, sitting down abruptly. Is it a ghost? What is happening? Her heart raced with fear, but there was nothing there to frighten her. Foolish woman, there are no ghosts. It is merely your cat. Then why are you still lying there, not waking up or moving?
How can you speak?
I am unable to awaken at the moment. I am communicating with you telepathically. Chapter 37. Souls as beautiful as bodies. Wow. How extraordinary. You are not an ordinary cat? Of course not. I am a spirit pet born of the heavens. That sounded quite impressive. You must be quite remarkable. Encountering you is my stroke of luck. Why didn't you speak to me before? I was injured and unable to convey my thoughts clearly. I will explain everything to you gradually. All right. When will you awaken? Listen closely to what I am about to tell you. You must feed me river water 3 times daily. Do not forget, and I shall awaken within a month. What? You know the river water is spirit water? I am not entirely certain. Ever since I entered this place, my injuries have healed rapidly. The water from the river accelerates my recovery. There is spiritual energy here, and I feel quite comfortable. I see. Clearly, you are fortunate to have encountered me. Isn't it so? If I hadn't taken you with me, where would you recover? Being with me, you are indulged with fine food and comforts. How can you deny it? I am of great use. Once I fully recover, you will see. Let us wait until you recover. Will you speak to me like this afterward? Can others hear you? Once I awaken, I shall speak aloud. When I communicate telepathically, only those I choose to hear me will. Oh, understood. Do I need to feed you spirit water now? Not at this moment. I merely overindulged and drank too much spirit water, which caused me to faint. All right, I have prepared a nest for you. I will carry you there. You will find it more comfortable. Meow, meow, meow. You are so kind to cats. Humph, you better remember that. And do not call me woman. A little girl should know her manners. I am not a child. I am over 100,000 years old. Julie smirked. This cat was older than the creation of the world. It was astonishing. She found this spirit pet born of the heavens to be quite acceptable. How peculiar. This world is truly remarkable, she mused to herself. No, I am your master now, and you must obey me. All right, what shall I call you then? Call me sister. From now on, I shall be your sister, And you must be a beautiful and graceful cat. No more speaking rudely, or being impolite. Okay, sister, I understand. The cat replied, sounding quite aggrieved. This is how a good cat should behave. Be obedient. Julie carried the cat to its nest, removed its clothing, placed it inside, and tucked it in with a small blanket. Stay in there. I will come in daily to feed you water. Sister, please remember to come in every day. Yes, yes. Rest assured, she replied, patting the cat's head before leaving. Bai Shui truly surprised her. She now had a talking cat. How incredible! She had discovered it herself, recognizing its beauty, which housed a splendid soul. He, even in the apocalypse, I shall not be lonely at home. I have a cat that loves to eat, sleep, and is quite vain. It resembles me so much. Engaging in conversation now and then is a delightful companionship, is it not? Cats are better than people. I have truly stumbled upon great fortune. No wonder Bai Shui appears so proud. She has every right to be. Of course, she would keep these thoughts to herself. Revealing them might only inflate Bai Shui's ego further. Who knew she might end up being treated like a pet herself? Chapter 38. Call me Lily. Julie lay in bed, feeling delighted, her excitement bubbling over as she anticipated the arrival of the apocalypse. This time, she would not be alone. Ding dong. Someone rang the doorbell. She hadn't ordered any takeout. Who could it be? Thinking it over, she finally got out of bed and went to open the door. It was a star-rated hotel, situated domestically, and security was assured, so there was no cause for fear. Upon opening the door, she was somewhat taken aback to find the man there. How did you know I was staying here? She inquired. I recognized you the moment you entered the hotel. This establishment is under my company, he replied.
All right.
Impressive as always. Do you have business here so late at night? I came to see you. It's been over a month and I've missed you, he said, his voice deep and magnetic, sending shivers down her spine. Her heart raced and her cheeks flushed. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Seeing her embarrassment, he chuckled lightly. I just wanted to ensure you were all right. There's nothing to worry about. How about we have dinner together tomorrow? Okay, she mumbled, looking down, feeling somewhat awkward, her tongue seemingly tied. I'll pick you up at noon. No need. Just tell me the restaurant's address. I have some errands in the morning and will drive there myself. All right then, rest early. See you tomorrow. Good night. Good night. After closing the door, she leaned against it and took a deep breath, feeling embarrassed for being so flustered by a man. After rolling around in bed for a while, sleep eluded her. Her phone buzzed, revealing a message from him. Lily, are you asleep? What would you like to eat tomorrow? She hesitated, thinking it unnecessary for him to be so familiar, her skin prickling. Nevertheless, she replied, anything is fine. How about Western cuisine? He suggested. Sounds good, she responded. Get some rest. Don't stay up too late. She didn't reply further, eventually drifting into sleep after a while of scrolling through her phone. Early the next morning, she visited a hardware market to purchase a door lock. Lacking knowledge about locks, she simply sought the highest security option. Entering a shop, a cheerful middle-aged man approached her. Hello, looking for locks? May I assist you? Yes, please, she replied. What are your requirements? There are many types. Do you prefer smart locks or conventional ones? Either is fine, but I don't need too many flashy features. I just want the highest security possible, ideally one that can't be broken even with an axe. Are you living alone? In that case, consider this lock. While it may not look as appealing as a smart lock, it has a C-level security rating, which is rarely purchased by the public. She examined the lock, finding its appearance rather ordinary. What makes this lock special? She asked, puzzled. If I told you, it wouldn't be remarkable. Look at the key. It seems ordinary, yet it is incredibly precise and difficult to pick. Its low demand and high production costs mean it is primarily used by government agencies. Upon hearing this, her interest piqued. I'll take it. How much? 80,000. Installation included. All right, I'll take it, along with these 5 smart locks. That totals 150,000.
How soon can we install it?
If you're available, we can do it now. All right, please take my address. I'll have someone come over immediately. Sure, I'll take the locks with me for now. She opted for unopened original packaging for peace of mind, keeping the 3 smart locks as spares for future use. The first door would have the smart lock installed, the second would feature the 80,000 lock, and the third would be a bank-grade explosion-proof door equipped with facial recognition, eliminating the need for a new lock. She would add power to it later, ensuring no one could disturb her. Not long after she returned home, the installer arrived and quickly replaced the locks. She tossed all the keys into her storage space and restored her original furniture to its place. All tidied up, she set out for her dinner appointment with Cold Han, having seen the restaurant's reservation details he sent last night. Driving with a cheerful demeanor, she rolled down the window, letting the breeze tousle her wavy brown hair. Her delicate face glowed with a rosy hue, and the vibrant blue sky with fluffy white clouds seemed to pale in comparison to her radiance. Her fingers danced on the steering wheel in rhythm with the upbeat music, and she couldn't help but hum along. This buoyant mood felt like a relic from 5 years ago. She pondered why she felt so elated. Was it the new locks? No. Perhaps it was the conversation with Cold Han that had left her feeling giddy. Whatever the reason, she decided not to dwell on it. She was simply happy at that moment. Upon reaching the restaurant, she spotted Cold Han waiting for her. "Please have a seat," he said, standing to pull out a chair for her. "Thank you," she replied. "What would you like to eat?" he asked, handing her the menu. "I'll have a steak, a dessert, and lemonade," she ordered, returning the menu to him. He ordered the same steak and a glass of lemonade, while she rested her chin on her hands, admiring him. His deep-set eyes, high nose, and slightly smiling lips were no longer as aloof as when they first met in the elevator. From this angle, his striking features were undeniably captivating. "How do you find it? Are you satisfied?" "What?" She snapped back to reality. "You've been staring at me for quite a while," he noted. "Isn't being handsome meant for others to gaze upon?" She retorted with a smirk. "That you've been looking at me means my face has some merit." "It's my honor," he replied with a grin that momentarily flustered her. "Ahem, let us eat," she stammered, attempting to regain composure. Throughout the meal, they exchanged glances, lost in an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension until they finished. Cold Han offered to drive her home, but she declined, insisting she needed to shop and would return alone. He didn't press the issue, but as she turned to leave, he pulled her into an embrace.
Caught by surprise.
She quickly pushed him away, only to be drawn back tighter. "You just a hug. Let me hold you for a moment," he said softly, feeling trapped in his embrace. She remained still before finally speaking. "Is that enough? I'm burning up." His fingers brushed through her hair. "Will you give me a chance to pursue you?" he asked earnestly. With a hint of pride, she replied, "Isn't the pursuit dependent on you?" "I have no say in it. Does that mean you agree?" he asked, astonished. "Let us see your efforts. I'm quite hard to win over." "No worries, I enjoy a challenge," he said, gazing at her flushed cheeks and cherry-like lips. "I want to kiss you. Don't push your luck. We're only just beginning." "You're being quite the rogue," she scolded playfully. Cold Han found himself in an awkward situation, feeling a bit anxious. It had been over a month since they last met, which felt like an eternity. She had etched herself into his heart, and he had developed strong feelings for her. Aware of his affections, he decided to be forthright, not wishing to allow anyone else the opportunity to win her over. Such a beautiful young woman was undoubtedly highly sought after. Chapter 40. She was moved. "Then you should get back to your work. Remember to reply to my messages," she said. "Understood." As Cold Han turned away, she stood on her toes and swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek before jumping into her car and speeding off. Left standing there, Cold Han touched his face, grinning foolishly. Jioli realized she had developed feelings for Cold Han. She was not one to procrastinate. Once she understood her heart, she was willing to take a chance. After all, the apocalypse was a lonely place, and having someone by her side was certainly better than being alone. Regardless of how this life turned out, it had to be better than the last. As for the nature of this person, it remained to be seen. She was not foolish enough to let her desires cloud her judgment, especially since she harbored numerous secrets, making her cautious about trusting him fully. She simply wanted to follow her heart. With these thoughts settled, she felt much more at ease and drove to the paper factory, where she ordered a ton of various types of tissues, toilet paper, facial tissues, biodegradable toilet paper, and so forth. She also ordered 1,000 boxes of sanitary napkins, each containing 50 pieces, 20,000 in total, which would last her a lifetime. Additionally, she requested 10,000 boxes of wet wipes, each box containing 500 individually packaged wipes, which she deemed essential for various purposes. Next to the paper factory was a daily necessities factory, where she ordered toothpaste, toothbrushes, mouthwash, electric toothbrushes, hand warmers, power banks, mops, and brooms. She made substantial orders from that factory as well. After placing her orders with both factories and having them sent to the warehouse, she proceeded to a large supermarket, where she had prepared a partial shopping list in advance: 500 bottles of body lotion, 500 tubes of hand cream, 500 bottles of sunscreen, and various other protective products essential for extreme weather conditions. The quantities were still insufficient, so she planned to place additional orders online. She also needed kitchen supplies, including pots, pans, and utensils, 100 frying pans, spatulas, knives, scissors, pressure cookers, and more. She wanted 10,000 pairs of chopsticks, 100 sets of tableware, and as many disposable chopsticks and lunchboxes as the supermarket had in stock. Upon presenting her extensive list to the bewildered supermarket manager, she paid half the deposit and arranged for delivery. Following that, she rushed to the wholesale market to procure seasonings: 10,000 bottles each of light soy sauce and dark soy sauce, 5,000 bottles of oyster sauce, cooking wine, and fermented black bean sauce, along with various oils and sauces. She continued her shopping spree at the wholesale market until evening, spending a total of 30 million. After finishing her purchases, she planned to buy vegetables the next day, intending to visit the countryside to source naturally grown produce. Chapter 41. Sourcing in the countryside. The next morning, Julie rose early, setting her alarm for 6 a.m. After breakfast, she went to her space to feed Bai Shui with spiritual water and provide sustenance for her chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and cattle before driving straight to the countryside. On the road, she spotted a private fish pond and stopped to take a look. She approached the owner to inquire about the varieties of fish available, which included bass, carp, and crabs. Her eyes lit up at the mention of crabs. She was eager to procure them all. "I'll take everything from your pond. How much do you have, including the crabs?" she declared. "Miss, that's quite a bold claim." The owner replied, skeptical. "I'm serious. Give me your account number, and I'll transfer a portion of the deposit right away. I need you to arrange for the catch." He hesitated, asking, "May I ask why you need so much?" "I have a market for it. I'll be selling to the canning factory across the city." Realizing the demand, the owner understood her urgency. "I've already contracted several ponds, but it's still not enough due to the recent closures of others." After finalizing the deal, she continued her journey to the countryside, where she met with the village chief and informed him of her company's intention to purchase vegetables and poultry. She requested as much as they could provide and asked him to assist in finding a small warehouse for storage. The chief was more than happy to help, quickly announcing the news to the villagers through a loudspeaker. Julie was pleased with the efficiency of the chief, who even prepared a small warehouse and provided her with 2 young assistants to help manage the weighing process. The scene was quite a spectacle, with villagers lining up, bringing an array of vegetables, fruits, and poultry. This continued until evening, and she informed the chief that she would be staying in the village for 3 days, starting each morning at 7 a.m. to resume her purchasing. Having exhausted her 2 million cash fund for the day, she realized she would need to ask Xiao Lu to deliver more cash. The chief offered her accommodation at the village committee, but she declined, opting to stay in her car instead. Once the villagers had left, she secured the warehouse and entered her space. Upon checking her phone, she noticed a message from Cold Mo Han, to which she quickly replied, apologizing for her busy day. He swiftly responded, inquiring about what she had been up to all day. Realizing that she had signal in her space, she was exhilarated at the thought of potentially staying there forever, with internet access, food, and comfort. Chapter 42. The warehouse date. Her reverie was interrupted by a video call from Cold Mo Han. Assessing her surroundings, she found herself facing the vegetable garden, ensuring there was nothing inappropriate to show, and accepted the call. "What are you doing? Haven't you gone to bed yet?" His deep, magnetic voice sent a delightful shiver through her. "Not yet. I've been busy all day, and just now found a moment to relax," she replied, unaware of how sweet her voice sounded. "May I ask what has kept you so occupied?" I'm out in the countryside gathering vegetables," she explained. "What does that entail?" Cold Mo Han wore a puzzled expression, unable to articulate his thoughts clearly in just a few sentences. "I'll explain when we meet," he said. "By the way, you seem thinner than before, your face looks smaller. Be sure to rest well, and take care of your health." Cold Mo Han refrained from asking further questions, aware that Julie harbored some secrets, and their relationship had yet to reach a level where she could fully trust him. He was patient, willing to wait for the day when that would change. "Is there?" Julie inquired, touching her face. "When will you return?" "I still have to stay for a couple more days. By the way, could you help me withdraw some cash? Suddenly realizing that withdrawing a large sum required prior appointment, she mused that it might be too late for that now. How much do you need? He asked. 10 million, she replied. The bank requires an appointment. And I can't go back. If you have it, I can send someone to pick it up. I do have it, but I would need to deliver it to you,
He said.
Would that be too much trouble? Isn't that what boyfriends are for? Cold Emohan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Julie felt a bit shy. Don't take too much advantage of me. Though it may not be today, sooner or later it will happen, he teased. Confident in his pursuit. She had to resist making it too easy for him to win her over. I'll send you my location. Just come by tomorrow morning. It's too late now, and I'm really tired and want to sleep. All right, get some rest, he replied. Julie silenced her phone, fearing Cold Emohan would have difficulty finding her when he arrived. She then went upstairs to feed her cat before succumbing to sleep. At 4 a.m,
Her phone rang.
sleepily, she climbed out of bed, wondering why he was calling so early and interrupting her slumber. After changing her clothes, she stepped out of her space. She had parked her car in the warehouse the previous night, so she would head there now. Opening the warehouse door, she found Cold Emohan leaning against her car. What brings you here so early? I woke up early. I'm not tired, he replied. But I am, Julie pouted. Come inside. I was sleeping in the car, and there's no place to sit here. I have nothing to offer you. Cold Emohan chuckled, remaining silent as he observed her adorably drowsy demeanor. He took her hand and led her into the warehouse. At 4 o'clock, dawn was just beginning to break, the rural air carrying a hint of moisture and a slight chill, accompanied by the soft sounds of insects. Cold Emohan moved her car to the other side of the warehouse and drove his own inside, closing the door behind him. Julie, confused by his actions, questioned. There's more space in my car. Why not sleep a bit longer? Cold Emohan, with his long legs, approached her and pulled her into his embrace. Just rest a while. As Julie nestled against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, a sense of comfort washed over her. Without overthinking, she wrapped her arms around him. Cold Emohan held her close in the car, the interior lights illuminating her sleeping face. Her beautiful eyes were closed, long lashes fanned out, and her petite mouth slightly ajar, breathing evenly beside him, causing a delightful tickle in his ear. Glancing around, he noted the darkness that enveloped them, making their rendezvous feel almost clandestine. With a resigned shake of his head and a soft sigh, he planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Chapter 43. The canine man is quite skilled. Watching the peaceful slumber of the woman in his arms, he closed his eyes, succumbing to sleep himself. His well-established routine dictated that his biological clock would awaken him precisely at 6 a.m. As the morning light crept in, the warmth against his chest stirred him. He absent-mindedly touched the source of the heat, realizing it was drool. Cold Emohan mused, how is my girl so adorably charming? He gently adjusted her sleeping position, resting one hand on the back of her neck before leaning in to kiss her slightly parted lips. Julie woke from the kiss, momentarily disoriented. Staring at his approaching face, her mind went blank, as if fireworks were exploding in her ears, rendering her speechless. Cold Emohan's gaze darkened, and he swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. Julie regained her senses and attempted to push him away, but he only held her tighter. Embarrassed, she buried her face in his chest, unwilling to meet his eyes. This was her first kiss. The previous one had been under the influence, so it didn't count. Seeing her flustered expression, Cold Emohan felt elated. Shy, are we? You were quite bold last time. I wasn't shy, she protested. Then lift your head and look at me. Don't be a turtle, he coaxed gently, lifting her chin with his hand. His lips brushed against her ear, his voice deep and slightly husky. I've missed you. I think about you every day. The warmth of his breath sent a wave of heat through Julie, her ears and cheeks flushing. A tingling sensation spread throughout her body, prompting her to muster some courage and respond to him. In the quiet warehouse, an air of intimacy enveloped them, the tension thickening as Julie's eyes grew misty, her body relaxing against him as she took deep breaths. Be good and breathe, Cold Emohan murmured before kissing her lips again. This time, Julie resisted his advances, playfully pushing his handsome face away. You seem quite experienced, she teased, not even realizing her tone was laced with a hint of envy. Experience has nothing to do with it. Men are naturally adept at these matters, he replied. With such skill, I find that hard to believe, she retorted. Cold Emo Han leaned closer, whispering in her ear, I gave you my first kiss. And you can't escape now. Besides, I don't need experience to kiss you. Julie blinked, her face still flushed, appearing adorably shy. I should get up. Give me your bank account number, so I can transfer the money. No need, Cold Emo Han started, but Julie interrupted him. That's not negotiable. It's a matter of principle. If you don't accept it, I want to take it. All right then, he relented, gently caressing her cheek with his fingers. I'm a bit busy these days. I need to go to the capital and won't be able to accompany you. Make sure you eat well, sleep well, and take care of yourself. Remember to think of me. Coincidentally, she was also planning a trip to Sichuan. Cold Emo Han refrained from inquiring about her reasons for being there, granting her the personal space she needed. He wanted her to feel comfortable in their relationship, understanding that she would share when ready, and that there was no pressure to divulge anything she wished to keep private. I understand. I will take care of myself. As for missing you, I'll consider it, she replied, her tone a bit defiant. Cold Emo Han's voice lowered, almost as if in a teasing reprimand, as he pressed a deep kiss on her collarbone, leaving a faint mark. This is a reminder. He then adjusted the straps of her dress, ensuring everything was in place before planting a light kiss at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 44, Kisses Galore. Call me if you need anything. That's what boyfriends are for, Cold Emo Han said with a smile. How shameless. I haven't agreed to anything, and you're already claiming to be my boyfriend. Humph. You're taking advantage of me, and you haven't even put in the effort yet. Do you think I'm that easy to win over?
Julie fumat internali.
Feeling quite exasperated, observing her changing expressions, Cold Emo Han, sensing her frustration, softly reassured her, in my heart, you are already my girlfriend. Don't you want to take responsibility for me? Second-hand men occupy a modest market, yet regardless of your agreement, I have resolutely attached myself to you. You are rather domineering, aren't you? Nevertheless, the necessary rituals must still unfold. My girlfriend deserves what others possess. This is my first experience with romance. So I ask for your understanding if I falter. After speaking, I gently kissed her cheek. Listening to his words, Julie felt a sweet sensation in her heart. Perhaps this was the essence of love. She chose silence, simply wishing to avoid inflating his ego. You should leave quickly. The villagers will soon arrive. Then kiss me. Lung Emo Han said to Julie. We've kissed all morning. Aren't you weary of it? My lips are sore from your affection. I am not weary. I find great joy in it. Once I start kissing you, I cannot bring myself to stop. You seem rather reticent, yet you have so much to say. My dear, I have told you that my feelings for you are instinctual and irresistible, he whispered against her ear. So, the man turned out to be a brooding romantic. All right, enough of this. Hurry and leave. Don't dawdle. There are certainly people waiting outside, Julie urged him. If she did not hasten him, the man would likely linger, indulging in their flirtation indefinitely. She had significant tasks to attend to. There is plenty of time ahead. She exited the vehicle and pulled him out, and together they transferred the money to her car's trunk. After sharing a warm embrace and another kiss, Lung Emo Han reluctantly departed. Men can indeed be quite clingy. Why must he, a grown man, be so needy? Shouldn't he embody the archetype of a domineering CEO?
Julie sikhet, touching her lips.
They truly felt chafed from so much kissing. Ah, the bittersweet pangs of love. She placed a portion of the money from the trunk into her storage space, then fed by Shue some spiritual spring water. Afterward, she enjoyed some warm soy milk and buns while seated in the car, as two young girls and more villagers gradually arrived. Good morning, Xiao Jiao. Have you started eating? The village chief sent us with breakfast for you. Yes. We had the driver help load it. They arrived early, so feel free to eat. The villagers outside had formed an orderly line, as some had grown greenhouse vegetables. Many of the items being offered today surpassed yesterday's haul. Napa cabbage, bok choy, spinach, lettuce, asparagus, cilantro, scallions, garlic, carrots, white radishes, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, green peppers, chili peppers, pumpkins, eggplants, tomatoes, green beans, broccoli, cauliflower, cabbages, onions, yams, ginger, and peas, an impressive variety indeed. Additionally, there were free-range pork, chickens, ducks, geese, and quails, some freshly slaughtered, while others were still alive, all brought directly to her. After spending 3 days in the countryside, each night the warehouse closed, and she stored the vegetables in her space. Upon reviewing her accounts, she discovered that she had collected over 20,000 pounds of vegetables. As for poultry, she had acquired more than 1,000 pigs. She had not anticipated such a bounty from this trip, having spent less than 10 million, which was even cheaper than wholesale market prices. As she departed, the village chief gifted her some cured meat and farm-fresh eggs, saying they were presents from the villagers who had prepared them. Jiuli gratefully accepted, then hurried back to the city. Chapter 45. A Fulfilling Life. A promising future upon returning home, dawn was approaching, so she decided not to sleep. Instead, she began weeding in her space. She was aware that the bok choy she had planted had an 8-day growth cycle. Determined to clear the weeds entirely to plant corn, she struggled with the unfamiliar weeding machine, taking quite some time to figure it out. The machine was truly impressive, using a hoe. She barely made progress before her hands were blistered. She also discovered that Bai Shui could traverse her entire space freely, just like her. While the poultry were confined to specific areas, limited to the other side of the river, unable to even approach its banks. Perhaps she could train Bai Shui to assist with tasks in her space, such as tending to the pigs, ducks, and chickens, rather than exhausting herself with farming. They were living in luxury, nourished daily by spiritual spring water, even more precious than herself.
No.
She could not allow them to be mere consumers, without contributing to the work. Unbeknownst to Bai Shui, Jiuli had already devised a meticulous plan. After weeding, she fertilized the soil, referring to video tutorials for guidance. She dug holes every 30 to 40 centimeters and scattered seeds, anticipating that corn would take around 100 days to mature. Based on her previous experience with bok choy, she estimated it might be ready in less than 50 days within her space. The tutorial suggested mixing the seeds with pest-repelling powder, but she omitted this step, having observed that her soil bore no insects. The bok choy from her last harvest was a vibrant green, completely free of pest damage, indicating excellent soil quality. It mattered little. She would consume only the purest produce, even if it meant encountering a few bugs. Having cultivated nearly an acre of land, she found that it was already 11 o'clock. Her inexperience had led to considerable time wastage. After enjoying some steak from her overseas stockpile, she stepped out. While in the countryside, she had called Xiao Lu to arrange for a cold storage rental for a month, as the fish from her pond had all been transferred there. Now, she was prepared to collect the catch. After gathering the fish, she visited the warehouse and transferred 30 million to Xiao Lu, instructing her to procure freshly slaughtered chicken, duck, and goose meat, as well as some fresh pork and various frozen treats, with no restrictions on the types of food suitable for cold storage. She decided against beef and lamb, as she already had enough of those. Just ensure that she spends the money wisely. This was a task entrusted to her by her cousin. Jiuli felt she had become quite accustomed to telling fibs, now doing so effortlessly. She also requested the procurement of various dried goods, sweet potato noodles, yam skins, konjac flour, potato starch, mushrooms, and seaweed, among others, all suitable for long-term storage. Additionally, she requested a variety of instant soup dumplings, frozen dumplings, buns, xiaomai, rice cakes, breakfast pancakes, and whole wheat pancakes, all in substantial quantities. If funds were insufficient, she should inform her. Don't worry, I promise to complete the task. The prospect of spending so much money felt exhilarating. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. Do not skimp on expenses. After making these arrangements, Jiuli returned home and ordered a round of takeout from nearby restaurants, as she had not had the time to stock up on prepared foods lately. After soaking in a bath, she reclined on the sofa, retrieving several iPads and her phone, downloading movies, TV shows, and various music. She meticulously labeled each device with the types of content being downloaded so that when the time came to watch, she would not have to search aimlessly. As she collected the takeout, she booked a flight to Sea City in Chuan Province for the following noon, still planning to leave her car for Xiao Lu to use, making her daily life more convenient. She messaged Xiao Lu to have her drive her to the airport in the morning. Just then, her phone rang. Lung Mo Han was calling with a video. Her days were incredibly fulfilling, as her stockpiling endeavors flourished, her romance blossomed, and her space bore abundant fruit. The future appeared bright and promising. The two of them lay in bed, engaged in playful banter for quite some time, most of which involved Lung Mo Han teasingly flustering Jiuli. Chapter 46. The scorching Sea City. Arriving in Sea City at noon, she was greeted by sweltering heat in this vibrant metropolis. After hailing a taxi, she headed to a hotel in the city center to settle in and prepare her stockpiling strategy. As per her usual routine, she ordered takeout from nearby restaurants, And upon opening her phone, she was delighted to find that this truly was a culinary paradise. The names of these takeout dishes made her mouth water. A variety of Sichuan cuisine. 30 servings of spicy duck blood, 30 servings of fatty beef, 30 servings of fatty intestines, 30 servings of roasted duck, 30 servings of stir-fried goose intestines, 30 servings of stir-fried pig liver, 30 servings of stir-fried kidney, 30 servings of stir-fried yellow beef, 30 servings of mapo tofu, 30 servings of spicy chicken, 30 servings of sauerkraut fish, 30 servings of boiled meat slices, 30 servings of bobo chicken, 30 servings of mouth-watering chicken, 30 servings of spicy hot pot, 30 servings of dry pot bullfrog, 30 servings of dry pot fatty intestines, 30 servings of foot-up beef, 30 servings of twice-cooked pork, and 30 servings of Mother's pig trotter soup. As she ordered, she swallowed hard. The prices of the meals here were quite reasonable. She spent only 50,000 yuan on all this takeout, and rice was complimentary. After placing the order, she quickly jotted down a list of supplies to stock up on in City C. Once the takeout arrived, she prepared to indulge in an authentic spicy hot pot for dinner, a craving she had long harbored. Planning to commence her stocking up strategy the following day. In the private room of the hot pot restaurant, despite the air conditioning providing ample coolness, she still felt uncomfortably warm. Every cell in her body ignited with a fiery thrill as she savored her meal. Truly, the birthplace of hot pot lived up to its reputation. The flavors were exquisite and the spiciness was just right. Suddenly, she felt compelled to send a video to Lung Mohan, curious about what he was doing. With that thought, she sent it off. No chatting, just focus on your work. Lung Mohan watched her eat with grease on her lips, chuckling silently as he returned to his tasks. In the video, he was impeccably dressed, seated at his desk perusing documents. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indulging in delectable food while gazing at a handsome man. How carefree and blissful her life seemed. Lung Mohan noticed her delight in her meal, barely sparing him a glance. This woman had called him for a video, not uttering a word, only engrossed in her food, perhaps trying to tempt him. It appeared she was a little foodie at heart. As she ate rapidly, she choked and tears welled up in her eyes.
Slow down.
He couldn't help but remind her. Is it really that delicious? Absolutely. This is a renowned hot pot restaurant in City C.
Yuli repliet, patting her stomach.
You're in City C? Yes. I arrived this afternoon. You're quite the traveler today. Why didn't you tell me you were going to City C? Hearing his words, Ju Li felt a tinge of grievance. I've been single for so long, I'm not used to having a man around. Besides, whether I told you or not, I was bound to come anyway. His words struck a chord. When will you be back? I'm not sure. I might need to visit other places. This ungrateful woman had been burning the midnight oil to finish work, planning to head to City H to cultivate their relationship, yet she was off gallivanting. He couldn't inquire too deeply. Once I'm done here, I'll come find you. Just let me know where you are. We'll see. Julie didn't refuse him outright, sensing he was quite busy. She decided to focus on stocking up for now, and if it came down to him, some matters couldn't be concealed for too long. One must always remain vigilant. Although she couldn't articulate things too clearly, she could subtly convey certain messages. Her lack of refusal indicated a glimmer of hope. Lung Mohan felt elated. Even though Ju Li could be somewhat proud and occasionally adorable, he sensed her strong guard, making it difficult for her to trust easily. However, as long as she was willing to allow him to approach and understand her, he was content to wait. Chapter 47. Stockpiling in full swing. After finishing her hot pot, she intended to take a stroll around the city. Residing near the city center, she found herself surrounded by tourists year-round in this travel destination. Walking through the streets, she detected the faint yet pervasive aroma of hot pot. It was no exaggeration that a hot pot restaurant was located every few steps. In a snack street, she purchased a serving of sweet syrupy ice powder, chewy and refreshing. Undeniably authentic. She had planned to wander tonight and stock up tomorrow, but her restless spirit prevailed. She was addicted to the thrill of stockpiling and wanted to gather everything she could find. Boss, I'd like 100 servings each of all the hand-rolled ice powder flavors. Please pack them up for tomorrow's noon. And 100 servings of sweet rice balls to take away for tomorrow's lunch. 100 of black sesame mochi. She simply couldn't resist such delightful treats. 100 servings of mango sago, 100 servings of red bean paste, 100 servings of iced tofu pudding, 100 servings of herbal jelly, and 100 servings of taro balls. She practically emptied the entire dessert shop on that street, paying in full to collect the goods the next day. It was too crowded in the evening for production, and it was also inconvenient. Early mornings were quieter, making the shopkeeper happy. Next, she visited a time-honored cold rabbit dish shop, ordering 2,000 spicy rabbit legs, 2,000 packages of cold rabbit pieces, 2,000 packages of hand-pulled rabbit, 2,000 packages of spicy rabbit paws, 1,000 packages of spicy beef, and 2,000 packages of spicy dried tofu. She refrained from ordering the specialty rabbit heads, as she couldn't bring herself to eat something so adorable. After wandering around the area, she found a spot without surveillance, took out her Hummer, and drove back to the hotel. Upon returning, she ordered another round of takeout for a midnight snack, charged her phone, and fell asleep. The next day at 8 a.m., Julia woke punctually, tidied herself up, and enjoyed a buffet breakfast at the hotel before embarking on a day of stockpiling. First, she headed to the hot pot base ingredient factory, ordering 2,000 boxes of spicy hot pot base, each containing 20 packets, totaling 40,000 packets, with 500 boxes of other flavors. Next, she visited a tea factory, ordering 1,000 pounds of black tea, green tea, black tea, and jasmine tea. At an oil factory, she ordered 1,000 barrels of 10-pound tea oil. She contacted an agency, requesting them to find a warehouse in the suburbs. It didn't need to be fancy, just spacious. She offered extra money, insisting they locate one today. Then, at the wholesale market, she ordered 2,000 packets of pea jelly powder, 2,000 packets of soybean jelly powder, 5,000 packets of ice jelly powder, and 2,000 packets of herbal jelly powder. This was indeed in Sichuan. Any random store in the wholesale market had sufficient jelly stock. The agency called, asking her to check the warehouse. Upon arriving at the agreed location, the surroundings were desolate. Almost rural, a ramshackle structure made of color steel plates, large, but lacking in amenities. Perfect for her needs. She immediately finalized the rental for 3 days at 1,000 yuan per day, and the landlord was quite pleased. After the agents departed, Julie contacted the various suppliers to confirm her orders and sent them the location via WeChat, then sat back and awaited her goods. The warehouse was surrounded by wasteland. She checked the map and discovered a nearby village, planning to drive there for a quick visit. Upon reaching the village, she inquired with the village chief about the local situation. Hearing that the hot weather this year caused many fruits and vegetables to rot before they could be sold, and that storage was challenging, the village chief was delighted to assist her in gathering produce. The village also cultivated orchards with kiwi, peaches, pomegranates, plums, and citrus. She eagerly accepted whatever they could harvest. Chapter 48. The cat conceals its talents. After discussing everything with the village chief, she informed him of the warehouse's location and lent him a truck, asking him to arrange for someone to come to the warehouse at night. Julie then returned to the warehouse. From her space, she retrieved a serving of spicy sour powder and ice powder. The tangy and spicy clash, alongside the coolness, was utterly delightful. She couldn't help but declare that Sichuan cuisine truly suited her palate. Such satisfaction. Suddenly, I recalled the frequent consumption of these heavily flavored dishes, which might lead to the fiery discomfort of hemorrhoids. Silently, I took out my phone and ordered 1,000 packets of herbal tea designed to cool the body, along with 200 tubes of hemorrhoid ointment. Though I currently had no use for them, it was wise to prepare for any eventuality. As numerous deliveries began to arrive in succession, I instructed the driver to directly offload the goods at the warehouse without unloading them, as it would take too long. The only items requiring unloading were the sesame oil, which I helped with for a while, considering it a form of physical exercise. Once all the goods were collected, I surveyed the surroundings, raised the warehouse door, and stored all the items inside the space. Then I brought out the largest truck and parked it outside the warehouse. After the villagers had driven away with their vehicles, I closed the warehouse door, preparing to return to the hotel. The village chief had scheduled the purchasing to commence at 10 o'clock, as I also needed to make a trip to the snack street for desserts. Upon arriving at my hotel room, I resumed ordering takeout and placed an order for several hundred pairs of women's shoes. Oh, I mustn't forget men's shoes. I thought of Lung Mohan, for whom I had not prepared beforehand, so I decided to procure some for him as well. I selected various styles, including hiking boots, athletic shoes, cotton shoes, slippers, and sandals, totaling over 1,000 pairs of high-quality brands, which are essential for durability in the apocalypse. Additionally, I ordered 1,000 pieces each of men's and women's down jackets, overcoats, sportswear, windbreakers, denim jeans, denim jackets, cotton jackets, t-shirts, shorts, sweatshirts, sweaters, leisure wear, wool sweaters, cashmere sweaters, and lingerie sets, along with men's underwear. My fingers grew numb from the incessant tapping before I finally paused to collect the takeout and retire for the night. The next morning, I directly headed to the snack street, and as expected, it was deserted in the morning. Perfect. I drove around collecting goods, and when the trunk was full, I took advantage of the closing time to gather more. After completing the collection, I rushed to the suburban warehouse, planning to stay there for today and tomorrow. Upon arrival, the village chief and his team were already waiting with a truckload of goods. He informed me that he had weighed everything in the village and registered each item. If I had any doubts, we could weigh them again. The scale was in the truck. I felt reassured, as Julie had taken care of everything perfectly. Even if there were discrepancies in the weights, it didn't matter. Farmers have it tough, and I wouldn't nitpick over trivial matters. I observed that the goods were neatly boxed and instructed them to unload everything into the warehouse. After the village chief departed, I collected all the goods and placed another round of takeout orders, returning to the hotel just in time. The village chief mentioned that he would deliver another truckload in the evening since the villagers were busy harvesting fruits and vegetables. The morning shipment was collected overnight, and they had been tirelessly picking vegetables all night. Therefore, I had no pressing matters to attend to at the warehouse. Upon returning to the hotel, I received the takeout, had lunch in the space, and prepared to take a nap. I specifically moved the cat from its nest to the bed, as it had been a long time since I had petted it. Bai Shui informed me that she was recovering quickly and would wake up soon. She also mentioned that her spiritual energy had partially returned, allowing her to perceive everything within a 5-meter range. This seemed quite impressive and potentially useful. Does that mean I'm practically running around naked in front of you?
I awkwardly inquired.
When I activate my perception, it works that way. Without it, I can't see anything. Bai Shui explained. What do you mean by activating perception? I was a bit confused. It requires the use of spiritual energy, which is quite draining. I've tried it, and my current body can only sustain it for 1 minute, Bai Shui said with a hint of grievance. When you're fully recovered, how long can you maintain it? About 30 minutes, she replied. That's quite a difference. At least it's something. You shouldn't complain, she retorted. What use is it to me? Of course, it has its uses. You're such a silly woman. Don't you always say I spend money? I can help you make money.
How?
Of course, through theft. It's akin to having X-ray vision. I can see where people hide their money, and then I can tell you the location for you to steal, she chuckled.
Ah, I'm a law-abiding citizen.
I wouldn't engage in such petty theft. I scolded, playfully tugging at Bai Shui's ears. Ouch, my ears.
You're so mean.
Just don't regret it when you eat too much, she said. Chapter 49. The cat will help her make money. I couldn't manage to nap, especially after hearing Bai Shui mention stealing. I went downstairs to grab a bottle of blueberry juice and lay on the sofa, sipping through a straw while contemplating how to utilize Bai Shui's ability without breaking the law. I certainly wouldn't resort to stealing. Society's order still existed, and I had no desire to end up in prison. Besides, I had already stockpiled enough supplies to last several lifetimes and wasn't in need of money. It was unnecessary to steal anything, especially not now.
Wait.
I suddenly remembered. Gambling stones. That was a perfect opportunity for Bai Shui to showcase her abilities without any legal repercussions. I could take a trip to the border for that. I felt a surge of excitement at the prospect. Having exhausted all the takeout options near the hotel, I decided to check out and move to another hotel, continuing my takeout spree. The heat outside was stifling, and I had no desire to venture out. Later that evening, I returned to the warehouse to collect the goods. After spending 3 days in City C, I had accumulated quite a stockpile. 5 large trucks filled with nearly 10,000 pounds of fresh fruits and vegetables. I was satisfied with my efforts. Then I headed to Province G. Realizing that it was not enough to stockpile only heavily flavored goods, I needed some light and healthy options as well. I spent many days in Province G, visiting several cities, G City, S City, D City, and C City, all of which bore the marks of my presence. During the day, I gathered supplies, and at night, I indulged in romance, busily enjoying myself. I stockpiled 5,000 pounds of lychees, 1,000 pounds of pineapples, 1,000 pounds of pomelos, 1,000 pounds of longan, and 1,000 pounds of bananas. I also acquired 1,000 each of Qingyuan chickens and Xinhua chickens, keeping 10 live ones in the space. Furthermore, I gathered thousands of portions of various types of congee, claypot rice, and rice rolls. I even purchased 5 large barrels of the renowned Qinpi from Xinhui, which was quite expensive, and I hesitated to spend money on it. Once again, I marveled at how vast and abundant my homeland was. I could never exhaust the stockpiling. From the 200 million I had remaining after returning from abroad, I spent it all down to 50,000. I had to pause my stockpiling efforts as I awaited Lung Mohan's arrival in G City. It had been nearly a month since our last meeting, and he had protested several times. I had been too busy accumulating supplies to pay him any attention, so I kept making excuses to delay our meeting. In Province G, I was thoroughly exhausted, having not slept well. Lung Mohan's flight landed at 1 in the morning, and I could hardly wait. I sent him a message. The front desk has your room card. Don't disturb me. I'm very tired. I can't wait for you any longer and will sleep first. After a quick shower, I hugged my pillow and fell into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, I vaguely sensed someone climbing into bed and heard Lung Mohan's deep voice whisper, "It's me," before drifting back to sleep, feeling secure in his embrace. I slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky and opened my eyes to see his handsome face looming before me. Lung Mohan kissed me awake.
Still sleepy.
"Little lazy pig? Who are you calling a pig?" I mumbled. "Do you know what time it is now? Is it past noon?" "Yes, it's lunchtime." "You really can sleep." "I heard you snoring," he chuckled. "I've been exhausted lately, and I haven't rested well," I replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Are you not tired?" "You only arrived at the hotel last night," he said. "I woke up at 10, I retorted. "Then why are you criticizing me?" I teased, pinching him at the waist. We playfully tussled on the bed for a while before finally getting up to have lunch at the hotel restaurant. The southern heat was intense, and after running around for so many days, I had gotten sunburned. I had no desire to go out again. After eating, I just wanted to lie down. With less than 2 months until the apocalypse, I found myself either stockpiling supplies or traveling to gather more each day. Now that my funds were nearly depleted, I felt a sense of security and accomplishment looking at my fully stocked space. I just needed the timing to be right for my final destination, an expedition to the islands, which would complete my stockpiling endeavor. As for Lung Mohan, I needed to think carefully about how to approach him. Chapter 50, A Reunion of Surrender in the Room. I lay languidly on the bed. Lung Mohan asked, "Are you done with your business?" "Pretty much. Now that you're here, I don't have to ignore you anymore. I've been incredibly busy lately. Look, I've even gotten tanned," I pouted. "Is that my fault?" "Let me see where you're tanned," he said, inspecting me. "You look the same. Still beautiful." Cold Mo Han lifted Julie, gazing intently at her face. "It's scorching outside. I have no desire to venture out. Let us remain in the room for now and explore later this evening. I am content anywhere as long as I am with you." Such sweet words. "What have you been eating?"
Julie sacks flusha crimson.
"There are even sweeter things for you to taste," he said, gently cradling her neck and kissing the corner of her mouth. The fervent warmth and familiar flavor compelled Julie to embrace his waist. "My dear, I missed you." Cold Mo Han's deep voice whispered in her ear. She did not respond, burying her face in his neck, playfully nuzzling against him. His hand caressed her face, lingering in a tender touch as his handsome visage magnified in her eyes. His kiss descended once more fervent and impatient, leaving no opportunity for her to resist. The atmosphere thickened with intimacy, quickening her heartbeat. A delightful sensation coursed through her body, causing her to tremble. Cold Mo Han's large hand rested on her waist, peppering soft kisses from her lips down to her neck, leaving Julie's beautiful eyes hazy and her cheeks flushed. "My darling, may I?" he rasped, his voice hoarse yet gentle. His usually formidable self-control crumbled the moment he laid eyes on her, every fiber of his being yearning for her. Her every expression ignited his primal desire. Julie felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her body responding to his advances, wishing to succumb to the moment. Gaining her silent consent, Cold Mo Han's passionate kiss returned, laden with temptation and raw desire, leaving both of their garments strewn across the floor. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the couple entwined in each other's arms. Slowly, Julie opened her eyes, her half of the body resting atop Cold Mo Han, her legs draped over his waist. She considered shifting her legs but was met with a wave of soreness, her limbs feeling numb. Recalling the events of the previous night, Her face flushed once more, her heart racing. From the afternoon until the early hours, that insatiable man had not spared her. Truly, a man unrestrained by humanity. Suppressing her discomfort, she playfully kicked cold Emohan, still lost in slumber. "Baby, up so early? Come back to bed," he murmured, his voice slightly hoarse, yet gentle as he nestled closer to her, gazing at his chiseled features. Julie couldn't help but marvel at her good fortune. Such a handsome man was now hers. "My legs are weak, my back aches, I feel utterly uncomfortable. I wish for a bath," she lamented. "Darling, I apologize for last night's loss of control. Allow me to carry you to the bath," he said, planting a soft kiss on her cheek before lifting her and gently placing her in the bathtub. "Let us bathe together." Cold Emohan leaned down, whispering in her ear. "Get lost. What do you think you're doing?" Julie shot him an incredulous look, draping a towel over herself. "Go on, roll back into bed. Who are you trying to entice?" Cold Emohan chuckled, leaving the bathroom, his back portraying a rather pitiful sight. Reclining on the bed, he recalled the previous night, a satisfied smile curling his lips. The stubborn yet tender-hearted woman had finally accepted him wholeheartedly, filling him with joy. Suddenly, a sharp pain throbbed in his head, and he lifted his hand to massage it. The ring on his left thumb shimmered, having not appeared since its last disappearance. He stared at his finger, bewildered as it flickered in and out of existence. Had there been some change in the room within his mind? He pondered, realizing that what once resembled a single room had now expanded to the size of an entire house. What on earth? Why is it suddenly enlarging? He propped himself against the headboard, sorting through his thoughts. The ring had vanished, yet his mind conjured a room. The last time he had been with Jiuli, the ring had touched her blood. This time, they were together again, yet there was no blood involved. What could this mean? Cohabitation, Cold Emohan involuntarily uttered. Yes. Both instances involved shared living quarters, the first time a room appeared and the second time it expanded. Could there be some sort of connection between him and Jiuli? This thought perplexed him. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that it was her, his beloved. Other matters were trivial, as long as it was her. That was all that mattered. As Julie relaxed in the bathtub, she tended to her cat, providing it with spiritual water, ensuring it was well fed throughout the day. Her little companion had taken to her bed, forsaking its own cozy nook, claiming that her bed was softer and more fragrant. If only she didn't know it was a female cat, otherwise, she might have tossed it out. After settling the cat, she checked on her poultry and was astonished to discover her space had expanded again. The area for raising livestock was now enclosed, and a pond had appeared. Just yesterday, this side had been shrouded in a gray mist, and she was thrilled by the transformation. Could she raise fish and seafood in the pond?
Oh.
If only it had appeared sooner, she would have procured live Australian lobsters and king crabs from abroad, as fresh catches are truly delightful. However, she was still in the bathtub and could not conveniently enter her space to investigate. Why had it upgraded without warning?
She found it baffling.
Especially since she had not anticipated it last time. But it was a good thing, and she was more than willing to embrace it. "Darling, are you done bathing?" Cold Emohan called from outside. "Almost there," Julie replied, emerging from the bathtub and glancing at herself in the mirror. Her body bore numerous kiss marks, a testament to the man's fervor. "That dog of a man," she muttered, wrapping herself in a bathrobe as she stepped outside.
Cold Mohan, bare-chested,
displayed his enticing abs as he leaned against the headboard, exuding a wild allure. "Come here. I have something to tell you," he beckoned. She approached the bed, where Cold Emohan lifted her onto his lap, allowing her to lean against him. "My dear, I have something peculiar to share, but please do not be alarmed." "I am not insane," he said earnestly. "Huh? What are you talking about? Are you ill?" Julie queried, taken aback. Cold Emohan gently stroked her hair. "Please, be patient, and allow me to explain." "What, you have a space too?" Julie exclaimed, nearly leaping off the bed in surprise. "Space? You mean that house is a space?"
How do you know?
Cold Emohan urgently asked, seizing on the crucial point. "Yes, because I have one too."
Julie replied calmly.
"Such a waste. You don't even know how to utilize it," she added, her expression filled with disdain. "Darling, could you clarify?" "This space is for storage. Previously, I traveled abroad and gathered supplies," she explained. "Gather supplies for what?"
Cold Mohan inquired.
"Several months ago, I had a dream, foreseeing a catastrophe in 6 months. Natural disasters like tsunamis, earthquakes, floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat. I experienced several such dreams, which left me restless, compelling me to gather supplies to prepare for the impending disaster. So you sold your property and shares and closed your studio? Believe it or not, I have lost interest in work, consumed by thoughts of stockpiling supplies to survive the apocalypse, Julie calmly recounted. She had shared everything she needed to say, leaving the rest to his belief. As for the secrets of her space and the cat, she had no intention of revealing them just yet. It is not a matter of distrust. Rather, for someone who has already tasted death, life holds more significance than anything else. Love and other such notions are merely embellishments. She can relish the experience of romance, but will not allow herself to become lost within it, maintaining her clarity of mind.
Now.
I too seem to have succumbed to madness, as Julie gazed at the pensive Lung Mohan. I trust you, Lung Mohan said gravely to Julie. Are you in love? Do you believe everything I say? Julie teased him. Lung Mohan playfully pinched her cheek. Previously, I might not have believed, but since we met, and the space appeared, intertwined with the dreams you have woven, it seems to foreshadow that something significant is at hand. It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. Stockpiling resources is merely an expenditure. Even if disasters do not come, resources still equate to money. Life surpasses all else, my dear. Julie admired Lung Mohan, realizing he was indeed the man she had chosen, handsome, intelligent, rational, and wise. Let me teach you how to utilize the space. Such a powerful advantage wasted by not using it for months. What a pity. Julie remarked disdainfully at Lung Mohan. He chuckled and kissed the corner of her mouth. It's all right. You can support me in the future. I wouldn't mind being a kept man. What will you do? Can you cook or do laundry? I cannot support a layabout. Julie haughtily replied. I cannot do any of those things, but I can learn, my dear. What matters is that I can warm your bed and protect you, safeguarding you with my life. Julie's face flushed crimson. What nonsense are you speaking? At that moment, Lung Mohan leaned in closer, nibbling her ear and promising to attend to her comfort. Her cheeks burned as she felt his warmth. As he watched Julie shyly bow her head, he thought how adorable she was and couldn't resist kissing her again. My dear, are you not going to teach me? Use your consciousness to store items in space. Anything can be stored. Give it a try. As Lung Mohan stored the blanket within the space, Julie was at a loss, unable to bear the sight of his exposed form. Cough. Try retrieving the blanket with your consciousness, she suggested. He successfully pulled the blanket out, returning it to its place, and they spent time joyfully experimenting in the room. How large is your space? Julie inquired. It is the size of a small apartment. Previously, it was merely a room, Lung Mohan explained. What caused it to expand? Julie asked, intrigued by the mystery of his space's upgrade. My dear, it is related to you, he replied, observing her confusion.
What?
Please elaborate. I do not understand, Julie said, her expression bewildered. Lung Mohan then shared the details of his space and their intertwined thoughts, leading Julie to feel both shocked and enlightened by his revelations. The myriad expressions on her face amused him, and he smiled as he embraced her, placing her on his lap. My dear, let us work together to upgrade our spaces. I, too, wish to stockpile resources and not hold you back, he encouraged. He refrained from asking about the nature of Julie's space, trusting that she would share when ready. That was not what mattered. He was resolute in his promise to protect her. He playfully nibbled her ear again. Shall we try again now? Julie felt a tickle from his warm breath and quickly retorted, in your dreams. You scoundrel. She playfully twisted his ear and whispered, Are you not curious what changes another upgrade would bring? I am not curious. My heart is heavy, and my body feels unwell, she replied firmly. Forgive me, my dear. It was my fault for causing you pain, he said with concern, kissing her tenderly. I've ordered takeout. Let me carry you to eat something, he offered, noticing her fatigue. He had forgotten that she was still inexperienced and had overexerted her. I will take a shower first, then we can eat, he said, covering her with the blanket before heading to the bathroom. The food arrived, and he gently lifted Julie from the bed, where she was still bleary-eyed. Darling, let me fetch you some sleepwear to make you more comfortable, he said, noticing she was still in her bathrobe. In a daze, Julie retrieved a nightgown from her space, tossing it onto the bed without even looking. He moved with utmost gentleness, dressing her in the nightgown while striving to avert his gaze, fearing he might lose control after having just taken a cold shower. He brought her to the dining table, allowing her to rest against him. Sweetheart, open your mouth and eat a bit before you sleep, he urged, having ordered a local specialty of seafood porridge, which was light and easy to digest. With her eyes closed, Julie barely registered what she was eating as he fed her bite by bite. She was exhausted and drowsy. After a while, noticing her disinterest in food, he lifted her back to bed, eating a few bites himself before joining her in slumber. He gazed tenderly at the soft, fragrant woman in his arms, as if she were a priceless treasure. When they awoke, it was already evening, and Julie found herself roused by hunger. How shameless of me, she thought, realizing she had lain in bed for an entire day and night. She rose and drank some spring water from her space, feeling all discomfort dissipate. Lung Mohan was already dressed. My dear, please provide me with a list of your stockpiled resources, he requested. Julie handed him the 10-page list, explaining, This is what I referenced online. Have you really stockpiled all of this? He asked, scanning the list with surprise. Yes, I have mostly completed it, she replied, feeling no need to hide her preparations, knowing that her resources would eventually need to be utilized openly. Lung Mohan was astonished, realizing that Julie's space must be vast. His own space could not accommodate such a quantity, and he pondered what items would be most efficient to store. Can you tell me how large your space is? No ulterior motives, mine is limited, so I must prioritize life-saving items. If your space is expansive, perhaps I could store some resources there, he suggested. Julie thought for a moment, admitting, My space should be infinite. I am not entirely sure how vast. Without comparison, there cannot be pain, he mused, surprised and delighted to learn of her expansive space. Julie felt reassured by the absence of greed in his gaze, only joy, which warmed her heart. Are you not afraid I might abscond with your resources, leaving you regretting it with nowhere to turn?
She teased.
He embraced her. Giving you access to my space is like a preemptive gift, a form of betrothal. If you were to leave, I would accept it without regret. For I wish for you to live well. Julie felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Since her parents' passing, she had not felt such care and significance from another, a sentiment she had long been deprived of. You are priceless. This is not merely a betrothal gift. Consider it a dowry. Lung Mohan chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. One day, when Julie accompanied Lung Mohan to gather resources, she realized that her hard-earned stockpile paled in comparison to his, a humbling revelation that made her laugh at her own presumption. Additionally, she informed him, My space maintains a constant temperature, allowing for the storage of cooked food. She retrieved his steaming bun from her space, reminding him not to overlook prepared meals in his own stockpiling, as their takeout consumption had been swift, and she was running low on funds. Lung Mohan was once again astonished, marveling at how fortunate he was to have met Julie. He vowed to treat her with even more care, for she was his treasured gem, and he sought to repay her kindness. Can I become a live-in son-in-law? The kind of the dowry? He joked, blinking at her. You look rather unambitious. Just a moment ago, you were all cold and aloof, with words more precious than gold. Now you seem entirely different, Julie remarked. And how do I appear now? He inquired, with a silver tongue and a mind filled with trivialities. Cold Mohan spoke with a hint of sorrow. Is this truly how you perceive me?
Ha, I am just joking.
Please don't look at me like that. It makes me feel as though I'm bullying you, Julie replied, feeling an unsettling chill at his gaze. She quickly attempted to change the subject. Let us go out for a stroll and grab dinner. I'm quite hungry. Let us go. I'll take you to eat. By the way, this place is near Harbor City. Why don't you go? She considered it, but her lack of funds deterred her. The prices in Harbor City were exorbitant. With the few tens of thousands she had, it was hardly enough to stock anything. Darling, my fault. I should have realized you've nearly exhausted your finances, he said, pulling out a black card from his pocket and offering it to her. I don't want it. I've already stocked up quite a bit. There's nothing else I need, and I want to require much money, Julie replied. Please take it, consider it a favor for me. If the apocalypse comes, money will be as worthless as paper. It's better to utilize it now. The more you spend for me, the happier I will be. Cold Mohan understood that without such persuasion, Julie would refuse to accept it. He had researched her and was aware that she possessed billions. She was not lacking in wealth, and thus did not covet his. After a moment's contemplation, Julie accepted the card. Indeed, with the impending apocalypse, money would soon lose its value. This black card was globally limited and had no spending cap. Cold Mohan was indeed of great significance. The card has no password. Tomorrow, We will head to Harbor City, Cold Emo Han informed her. Certainly. If it weren't for my financial constraints, I would love to go. The tea restaurants there have delectable cuisine that I wouldn't mind stocking up on. After all, such tastes may be unattainable in the future. And I cannot replicate them myself. Chapter 55. She acquired a wealthy patron. After their meal, they watched a movie. And Julie dragged Cold Emo Han to a street filled with snacks, where they gathered some street food. Upon returning to their room, Cold Emo Han called Lung Yi, sending him a list of supplies to stockpile under the company's name. Boss, are we starting a chain of supermarkets?
Lang Yi invited, puzzled.
Enough with the questions. You'll understand in due time. Also, compile a list of the company's shopping malls and their inventories, and do it swiftly, Cold Emo Han instructed. Understood, boss. He replied, then added some items to Julie's supplies list, things he thought were missing. The two lay on the bed, each engaged in their own tasks, with Julie checking her space mentally, neither disturbing the other. Darling, I've already arranged for the supplies. You'll have to help me retrieve them later, he said.
Sure.
Do you have a source for medicines? If not, I can introduce you to someone, Julie suggested, considering that if Cold Emo Han couldn't procure medications, she could reach out to Xiao Lu's parents for orders. Shouldn't be necessary. My company owns private hospitals. We can procure a batch under the hospital's name. And our inventory will suffice, he replied. All right, I was narrow-minded to ask. She thought to herself, after all, this man was flaunting his wealth, which was a testament to his affluence. Oh, all right, she conceded. Cold Emo Han gently stroked her hair. Aren't you curious about my profession? You've never asked. Showing little interest in your man. Does it matter? I'm fond of you as a person. I'm not interested in much else. When the apocalypse arrives, we are all minuscule before nature's calamities. Survival is our only concern. Besides, we want to exhaust our supplies, and your abundance is merely a bonus. He kissed Julie softly. My dear, I wish to be your strong support. Rest assured, I will take good care of you. I just want you to care about me and understand me, she replied. All right, I trust you. So what do? Have you heard of the Cold Group? You mean the hidden family of the Cold clan? Yes, I am the current heir of the Cold family, he stated. Julie's eyes widened in shock. She realized she had attached herself to someone of immense wealth. She swallowed hard, realizing she had unknowingly allied herself with a wealthy patron. Darling, you're a little heiress too. I'm curious, how much wealth do you possess? Is it alright for me to ask? Darling, what's mine is yours. And what's yours is yours. Ultimately, I belong to you. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, excluding company shares, perhaps a few $100 billion? Julie was once again astonished. Comparing herself to him was disheartening. She could hardly fathom his wealth while she hid her own modest means. Was it really necessary? Regardless, he was now hers. Such wealth felt squandered, but even if it were squandered, it would never diminish. It was truly daunting. Darling, what are you pondering? You've been silent, your expressions shifting from shock to regret to pride. How could my little woman be so adorably expressive? I'm just thinking that even wastefulness wouldn't suffice to exhaust such wealth. It's rather unsettling, Julie pouted. Darling, you're simply too endearing. He pinched her cheek. So your next task is to help me spend money. Spend freely, all right? Buy whatever you desire. Your man is wealthy. Uh-huh. Rest assured. I was narrow-minded. I failed to recognize your grand stature. Why was I even gambling on such trifles? Julie thought spending his money was, in fact, a favor to him. In the impending apocalypse, money would merely serve as a hindrance. Yet it seemed impossible to exhaust it. Chapter 56. Teasing him. Let us sleep, Cold Emo Han suggested. It's getting late. Tomorrow we'll set off. All right, understood. Let us sleep, Julie replied, tossing and turning in bed, unable to find rest. She turned to embrace Cold Emo Han's neck, her hand slipping beneath his sleepwear to caress his chest. Cold Emo Han's throat bobbed, and his gaze grew fervent. Out of concern for her, he had restrained himself, but this little woman was boldly teasing him, testing his limits. Unable to sleep, Julie, having inspected her space, felt an insatiable curiosity about the surprises her next upgrade might bring. Though her intentions weren't entirely pure, Cold Emo Han was attentive to her emotions, and she found it quite comforting. After all, who among adults is devoid of desire? Men and women alike can be proactive at times. Darling, are you trying to lead me astray? Cold Emo Han spoke in a low voice, grasping her wandering hand. Julie couldn't help but chuckle softly. Are you so easily tempted? Leaning close to his ear, she whispered, do you want to? His answer came in the form of urgent action. Cold emotion rolled over and pinned her down, capturing Julie's lips. She tilted her head back slightly, eyes closed, as his kiss brimmed with deep affection and desire. Trailing down her body, Julie felt a delightful shiver run through her, trembling under the man's fervent touch. Darling, call me hubby. Cold emotion murmured in a husky tone. Hubby, Julie replied softly, her voice barely a whisper, yet it delighted him immensely. She felt as though her entire being might disintegrate, on the verge of tears.
No.
Julie whimpered. Darling, hold on a little longer. Relax, he said, kissing the tears that fell upon her cheeks. Even if she regretted it, it was too late. She could not blame cold emotion.
This time.
She had instigated the encounter, initially intending to keep it brief, yet they ended up entangled for over 2 hours until she succumbed to slumber, while he remained ever eager. When she awoke the next day at 10 a.m., Julie opened her eyes and felt the lingering warmth of the bed. The man beside her had already risen, likely for some time. She propped herself against the headboard, feeling refreshed. He had tended to her, which she found quite comforting. Hastily, she retrieved some spiritual spring water from her space, banishing her fatigue and soreness. Eagerly, she checked her space, noting that the grassy area had expanded slightly. Indeed, the upgrade had commenced. Her prior trust in the upgrade method had increased from 80 to complete faith, now validated. The transformations within the spatial upgrade are utterly unpredictable, seemingly dictated solely by whim. Last time, a pond was added, and now the grass has expanded. Nevertheless, it's a pleasant change, though she yearns to unlock new features in due time. I wonder how much larger Lung Mohan's space has become this time, Julie mused as she observed Lung Mohan emerging from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, his upper body bare, droplets of water glistening in his hair. The soundproofing here is remarkable. I thought you had left, Julie remarked, her gaze fixated on his well-built physique, unwittingly swallowing hard. Lung Mohan approached her, gently caressing her cheek. Did you sleep well? Are you still feeling unwell? Julie shook her head. I'm fine. Sweetheart, next time be a bit more proactive. Your husband appreciates it, he whispered in her ear. Chapter 57. A touch of petulance. Julie kicked Lung Mohan playfully from under the covers. Get lost. You think too highly of yourself. She rolled her eyes at him. All right, darling, I won't tease you anymore. Let us get up and head downstairs for breakfast. Who's calling you husband? That's utterly nauseating, she retorted. Lung Mohan, with a teasing glint in his eye, reminded her, you called me that last night. Did you forget? Go on, say it again. Julie remained speechless. She simply could not bring herself to utter the words. Darling, just one utterance, and I'd gladly give you my life, he said, looking intently at her. Who needs your life? I'm not interested, she insisted, though internally her heart brimmed with sweetness. Stubborn as you are, I will make you say it, he declared, pinching her cheek before lifting her from the bed. I'll carry you to wash up. Their playful banter continued in the bathroom, filled with affection. On the high-speed train to the port city, Julie leaned in and asked softly, have you checked if the space has expanded? I haven't looked yet, he replied. It's been half a day. Why haven't you checked? This is important, she said, exasperated. In all honesty, my little ancestor, he replied in a low voice, I attended to you until midnight, gave you a massage this morning, and then helped you wash up and eat. Where would I find the time to check? Besides, the size doesn't matter to me. I merely wish to be beside you. My affluent darling. Julie touched her nose. Is that so? How come I wasn't aware of all your efforts? You slept like a pig. Of course you didn't notice. I just wanted you to be comfortable. I fear your anger, he said gently. Such a thoughtful man, knowing how to care for her. He is indeed a teachable child, Julie mused inwardly. Now, quickly check and tell me how much larger it is, she urged anxiously. I estimate it has expanded by half a room, he said, resting his chin on his hand. Last time it jumped from one room to an entire suite. This time it's only half a room?
Julie questionat.
I'm not quite sure why, he pondered, reflecting on their previous experiences. Could it be related to their frequency? If so, that would be rather peculiar. Simultaneously, Julie contemplated the change. Although there was a transformation, neither of their experiences had shifted considerably. What could be the reason? It couldn't possibly be the frequency, could it? At this moment, she felt an urge to curse. The last upgrade was a full night's affair. This time, It seemed to imply that without a full night, there would only be minor changes. It felt as though she were not regarded as a person at all. With indignation, she glared at Lung Mohan, her eyes burning with a desire to inflict 1,000 cuts upon him. Humph. That man, like a perpetual motion machine, must be pleased with this outcome. He undoubtedly realized it too. She felt utterly drained, contemplating her future. Would she ever find joy again, lying in bed all day? Tears welled up as she thought of her plight. Sensing the murderous glare directed at him, Lung Mohan felt a twinge of guilt and a significant amount of embarrassment. Regardless of what he might say, Julie would only become more irate. Best not to provoke her further. They traveled in silence until they reached their destination. As Julie passed by Lung Mohan, she cast him a sharp glance, huffing disdainfully before moving on. "Let us buy some clothes," she said coldly to him.
Buy.
"Whatever you like, my darling. Buy as much as your heart desires," he exclaimed, wrapping an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. She wasn't genuinely upset. She merely wished to express a touch of her playful side. After all, this man seemed to possess boundless energy every time they engaged in their intimate moments. And that frightened her. A little pouting never hurt anyone, especially since he had enjoyed himself. Chapter 58. Shopping at the mall. Their journey was brief, only an hour. So they arrived without fatigue. With no luggage to carry, they headed straight for the mall. Julie hadn't enjoyed a leisurely shopping experience in ages.
Today,
She intended to purchase items that brought her joy. Though she had been indulging in material goods since her rebirth, they had primarily been necessities. She had yet to acquire dresses, cosmetics, or bags, things she truly desired. Initially, she hesitated, fearing wastefulness. In the post-apocalyptic world, such luxuries were impractical, worth less than a bottle of mineral water. However, the situation had changed. She now possessed ample funds. Even if she squandered, it would hardly make a dent. Why not find happiness in spending the dogman's money? Today was dedicated to self-pleasure, to delight herself. Even if she couldn't wear them later, she could hang them in her space for admiration. They meandered through the mall until evening, as it was the largest shopping center in the area, combining leisure, entertainment, and shopping. They dined and shopped, their hotel situated on the top floor, offering breathtaking views of the night skyline. Throughout the day, Lung Mohan displayed remarkable patience, accompanying Julie as she shopped, fetching drinks when she was thirsty, meals when she was hungry, and purchasing everything when they faced a choice. He even offered massages when her legs grew weary and carried her bags, occasionally providing suggestions, embodying the quintessential good husband. He understood that his little woman was not to be trifled with. Her temper could flare, and he wanted to keep her happy and relaxed. If he could bring her joy, he was more than willing to do so. After Julie had selected numerous items, she finally felt exhausted, and they returned to the hotel. Upon entering their room, she discarded her purchases and collapsed onto the sofa. "I'm utterly drained, so tired," she mumbled. "My dear, let me massage your legs," Lung Mohan said, moving to the sofa, removing her shoes, and placing her legs on his lap to knead them. "Tomorrow, I want to stock up on some local delicacies. Now that we're here, I can't shake this habit. I'm supposed to be a tourist, yet I end up working. It's a natural tendency."
Julie remarca.
"Sweetheart, since I'm here, let me handle it. Tomorrow, I'll take you to the amusement park for some fun. Would you like that?" Lung Mohan asked tenderly. "I'd love to. It's been 10 years since I last visited an amusement park." Julie reminisced as she spoke. "Then sleep in tomorrow, and I'll take you to the amusement park. Don't worry about stocking up. I'll take care of everything," he assured her. "Just remember to gather plenty of local specialties, especially from the tea restaurants. Don't forget the roasted meats, milk tea, and egg tarts. I want all the delicious treats. As for other useful items, you can decide what to stock up on." Julie winked at him. Lung Mohan pinched her cheek, acknowledging, "Understood, my little glutton. I will ensure you are well taken care of. I'll prepare a bath for you. How about a relaxing soak? It'll help ease your fatigue," he suggested. "Yes, I love that. Please add some rose petals," Julie replied with a cheerful smile, then stored her purchases in her space, leaving out a white spaghetti-strap dress and a pair of flat sandals, along with a small crossbody bag. She also picked a matching white t-shirt and a pair of black shorts for Lung Mohan. She is preparing what they will wear tomorrow.
Today,
She went on a shopping spree at the mall, purchasing a plethora of luxury items from various stores. However, since they couldn't carry everything, they arranged for the staff to deliver the items to the hotel. "This is the attire for tomorrow, and I have organized the rest in the storage space. You should also place these clothes in your space. I will provide you with another set of toiletries to keep everything handy for Julie to retrieve her belongings from her storage. Cold Emohan's space cannot preserve items. It can only store them. Otherwise, she would have loved to place some of her stored cooked food in there. Chapter 59. Cold E arrives. Okay, darling. You are so considerate, Cold Emohan remarked as he observed the toiletries Julie had prepared for him. Beside them lay a pile of men's underwear, causing his gaze to flicker. Julie followed his gaze and noticed him staring at the men's underwear on the table.
Ahem.
Those are bulk purchases I made online without realizing they were a mix set, Julie explained, feeling embarrassed. She would never let Cold Emohan know that she had bought them intentionally, thinking they might be useful in the future, which turned out to be true. And even ahead of schedule. She was indeed wise, but she couldn't reveal the truth. Otherwise, that dog of a man would be jealous. He is not easily appeased. Darling. No need to explain. I already know, Cold Emohan smiled at Julie. What do you know? Really? I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, I can show you the order. Why would you doubt me over such trivial matters? Didn't we agree on trust? Julie pouted. All right, I didn't say anything. You should go take a bath, she said, pinching Julie's cheek. Cold Emohan shook his head, chuckling as he stored the items on the table into his space, and then dialed Cold E's number. Cold E, how is the progress on the matters you were assigned?
Cold Mohaning Kvayed.
Boss, everything is going smoothly. Good. Thank you for your hard work. Come to Port City tomorrow.
Boss.
What are you going to do in Port City? Cold E asked Cold Emohan. On a date. Come to Port City and find a warehouse. Preferably a bit far from the city center. Stock up on local specialties and medicines, especially medicinal oils. Order more of those along with some dried medicinal herbs like ginseng, deer antler, and abalone.
Huh.
Okay, boss, Cold E responded, filled with 1,000 questions, yet he knew asking would be futile. Remember to place all orders under the company's name, and the quantities should be substantial. Also, order various local snacks. Boss, do the snacks, which are all cooked food, need to be ordered in large quantities as well? Cold E asked, puzzled. Yes, just keep ordering every day. You'd better book a restaurant exclusively for yourself and have them delivered directly to the warehouse. Call me when the delivery arrives, Cold Emohan instructed. All right, boss. I understand. I'll catch the earliest flight tomorrow, Cold E concluded before hanging up. Suppressing his curiosity, Cold E realized his boss had something going on. It must be that Miss Julie. They were both off to Port City for a date. His boss truly knew how to have fun. Julie lay in the bathtub, collecting corn from her space. She noticed her consciousness was becoming stronger, possibly due to the spiritual spring water she had been drinking. Previously, she could only use her consciousness to retrieve items, but now she could even use it for farming. However, she couldn't maintain it for long. Just like now. After harvesting the corn from her space's field, her consciousness was entirely depleted, leaving her feeling a bit weak and languid. Drinking the spiritual spring water helped. But she still felt somewhat fatigued and needed a good rest. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, and she believed it would continue to improve. After feeding water to the cat, she donned her pajamas and exited the bathroom. Let us sleep. I'm exhausted, Julie remarked, glancing at Cold Emohan still lounging on the sofa. Darling, you should sleep first. I have some work to handle, Cold Emohan replied. Okay. But don't stay up too late, she cautioned. I'll be done quickly. Go to sleep, he reassured her. After watching Julie head towards the bedroom, he lowered his head to respond to a few text messages and handled some emails. Once he finished, he entered the bedroom, gently lying down on the bed. Cautious not to disturb Julie, he found her sleeping soundly, her cheeks flushed and utterly adorable, and he couldn't resist planting a gentle kiss on her face. Chapter 60. A day at the amusement park. Having never been in love before, he always believed his life would remain this way. It wasn't that he didn't want a date. There were many women around him, yet none felt right. He wasn't one to be frivolous. His private life was disciplined. He would rather remain single for a lifetime than settle for someone who didn't make his heart flutter. Thus, he dedicated most of his time to work. Until he met this little woman, everything felt like it was fated. There seemed to be an inherent bond between them. Everything fitting perfectly. He felt incredibly fortunate to have her, and at that moment, he realized his heart was filled. He enveloped her in his arms, and they fell asleep together. The next day, Cold Emohan did not wake Julie, allowing her to sleep in naturally. He went directly to a car rental agency to rent an SUV, as they would be staying there for a few days, and having a car was essential. Had it not been for the left side driving in that area, he would have purchased a vehicle outright. Upon returning to the hotel, he entered just as Julie was waking up, still drowsy. "Did you go out?" Julie asked with her eyes still closed. "Yes, I went to the car rental agency."
Cold Mohan replied.
"You bought a car? The steering wheel is on the right here. What is the point of that? Just wasting money." Julie exclaimed. "I didn't buy it. I rented a vehicle. I'm not accustomed to driving here either," he clarified. "Darling, did you sleep well? Want to get up?" Cold Mohan inquired as he approached the bed. "I want to wake up but don't want to." Julie smiled with her eyes shut. "Then let us stay in bed a little longer. I'll call for room service. What would you like to eat?" he said, shedding his clothes to join her on the bed. "Anything is fine. Just order what you think is delicious," Julie replied.
All right.
"I'll order a variety for you to try, and any leftovers can be stored in your space." Cold Mohan chuckled. "How are you so wonderful?" Julie turned to wrap her arms around his waist, pouting for a kiss. Seeing his little woman act coy was a rare delight for Cold Mohan, and he gladly obliged. The air seemed to vanish as Julie felt her mind go blank, her heartbeat echoing in her ears as the kiss left her feeling giddy. When the kiss ended, Julie smiled like a playful little fox, undeniably charming. "Sweetheart, don't tease me," he murmured, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Julie leaned in and placed a quick kiss on his Adam's apple before swiftly getting up from the bed, her movements fluid. Cold Mohan leaned back on the bed, lighting a cigarette and taking slow drags, amused by her quick getaway. The meal he ordered arrived, and Julie emerged from the bathroom dressed, greeted by a table full of delicious food. She enjoyed her meal thoroughly, her appetite insatiable, and anything left over was stored in her space. Upon arriving at the amusement park, Julie was captivated by the enchanting scenery. As a child, her parents frequently took her there on weekends, and she adored every moment spent at amusement parks, having visited nearly every major theme park in the country. Watching a family across from her, a little girl pleaded for a balloon from her father. Julie felt a wave of nostalgia for her own parents. Once, she too had nestled in her father's arms, seeking his affection, but time had changed everything. Noticing Julie's shift in mood, Cold Mohan asked, "Darling, what's wrong? Aren't you happy? Tell me." "I miss my mom and dad," Julie admitted, her nose tinged with sadness as tears threatened to spill. Cold Mohan comforted her, patting her back. "Darling, I'm here for you now. I will always be by your side. Please try to stay cheerful." "Yes," she replied. She wasn't being overly sentimental. She genuinely missed her parents. She would carry their memory and live bravely and resiliently, just as they would have wanted her to. "Let us go have some fun," she said, smiling as she took Cold Mohan's hand and ran inside. Chapter 61. A team of two is never tired. They spent the entire day at the amusement park, reveling in the experience until evening when they watched the fireworks display. Only then did Julie leave, her heart still brimming with joy, though she felt a tinge of regret knowing there would be no more amusement parks in the future. "Darling, did you enjoy today?" Cold Mohan asked Julie. "Yes, I had a great time." Julie beamed at him. "I plan to bring you back tomorrow," he suggested. "I'm done for now. I can't keep going. Let us cherish this wonderful memory, so we can look back and feel happy," Julie replied with a serene demeanor. "Darling, we will create many more beautiful memories in the future," Cold Mohan said earnestly. "Yes, let us head back. I'm tired," she affirmed. Hand in hand, they walked forward, their shadows stretching long under the moonlight until they vanished from sight. "Darling, tomorrow morning we'll gather more supplies," Cold Mohan remarked, gazing down at Julie.
Huh?
"Where are we going to gather them?" Julie asked, surprised. "I had Cold come over yesterday. I've already instructed him to rent a warehouse and purchase supplies. You just need to go collect them daily."
Cold E.
"Is it the one who wouldn't let me in the elevator?"
Julie inquired.
"Indeed, my dear. You certainly grasp the essence," Lung Mohan chuckled, playfully pinching her cheek. "All right, have you informed him about the food?" "Julie's primary concern lay here. Rest assured, everything you desire is accounted for," he said, gazing at her with fondness. "That's great. Tomorrow, let us seek out some delightful restaurants to place our orders," Julie suggested. "Whatever you say, my dear," he replied. "Well, I'm off to bed," she said, her little bottom wiggling as she turned in. Lung Mohan couldn't help but find her utterly adorable. He could never get enough of her. Initially, He had thought her to be a cool and aloof fairy, but as they grew closer, he realized she was a charmingly silly girl. What could he do but indulge her? The couple retired early, waking up promptly as well. Jiu Li's biological clock was remarkably precise, after all. She treated this as her career. Lung Yi's execution was beyond reproach. He had begun his tasks immediately after disembarking, simultaneously renting a warehouse and stocking supplies. Their boss had no shortage of funds, so as long as the money was in place, everything could be managed with ease. By midnight, the warehouse, spanning over 1,000 square meters, was completely filled. He sent a message to the boss. When Jiu Li and Lung Mo Han arrived at the warehouse, Jiu Li was astonished by the sight of it brimming with goods. This efficiency is beyond my capabilities. What a talent! She silently applauded Lung Yi in her heart. Lung Yi left a key for them and departed, as the boss had insisted on urgency. Lung Mo Han inspected the surroundings, removed the pre-existing cameras within the warehouse to ensure everything was secure, then closed the door, allowing Jiu Li to utilize all the space. Can't you store all this in your space? She inquired. Let us keep all supplies in your space. I intend to reserve mine entirely for weapons. Storage is limited, and I only require space for personal essentials, so I feel more at ease with everything stored there, Lung Mo Han explained. Jiu Li didn't refuse, after all. Who would turn down supplies? She gladly transferred everything into her space. The duo then set off to gather prepared foods. Upon arriving at a street lined with delicacies, they decided to split up to save time, each starting from opposite ends of the street. They ordered a plethora of street food to be delivered to the warehouse. As they awaited the delivery, Jiu Li, wanting to preserve the flavor of the prepared foods, promptly stored them in her space as soon as they arrived. After spending 3 days in the port city accumulating food and drinks, with Lung Yi managing other supplies, they gathered a substantial amount. On the afternoon of the third day, after completing their final batch, they returned to H City overnight. Chapter 62. Long-standing intentions. By the time they reached their home in H City, it was already 3 in the morning. Jiu Li invited Lung Yi to stay over in the guest room. As she lay in bed, Lung Mo Han said, "My dear, I must confess something to you." Jiu Li, half asleep, responded drowsily, "Is it good or bad news?" "For now, it is good," he replied. "Then let us discuss it tomorrow. I'm utterly exhausted," she murmured before drifting off. When the sun had risen high, Jiu Li and Lung Mo Han remained in bed. The sunlight filtering through the window was somewhat blinding. Lung Mo Han rubbed his eyes and noted the time. It was already 11 o'clock. Rarely did he sleep so soundly. As he sat up against the headboard, he observed the room's decor. The room exuded a romantic French style with a touch of elegant vintage charm. The princess bed was adorned in pure white with intricate lace, evoking a youthful essence. The decorative paintings on the walls revealed the exquisite taste of the young woman. A floor-length mirror stood by the window, accompanied by a clothes rack displaying a row of white lace princess dresses. With a smile, Lung Mo Han realized that the little woman had a fondness for lace. He recalled the first time they met when she had held a cat dressed in a lace gown. Speaking of which, where had that cat disappeared to? "What good news were you going to share last night?" Jiu Li asked, her voice slightly hoarse from sleep. "You're awake now. Did you sleep well?" Lung Mo Han inquired as he lay down beside her. "Not too bad, I feel rested."
Go on, what is it?
"I live just above you," he revealed.
What?
"The floor above is your home?" Jiu Li asked, astonished. "Yes, it's a project developed by my company, but I've never actually lived there until recently," he explained. "Moved in? When did this happen?" She pressed. 2 months ago. "Did you plan to move in right next to me?" "I initially intended to take advantage of proximity, but once I decided to move, I hadn't seen you. This property wasn't even ready for occupancy," he replied. "Quite the strategist you are. But this place doesn't quite match your status. How could you have purchased a property here?" "Not quite. Every high-rise developed by the company has a reserved penthouse," he clarified. "Even in flaunting wealth, you do it subtly. Truly a big shot," Jiu Li remarked, exasperated. "But how does this pertain to the good news you mentioned?"
Come.
"Let us go upstairs and take a look," he said, avoiding her question. Still in their pajamas, they ascended in the elevator without changing. "You need a special card to access the elevator," Lung Mo Han informed her. "Why not take the stairs?" "It's just 1 floor," Jiu Li countered. "You've lived here for so long and never gone up?" "The stairs only reach the 30th floor. There's no access to the 31st, he calmly explained. "I had no idea. I've never been up there." "If the elevator is out of order, how do you get down?" My home connects to the rooftop. I have a helicopter stationed up there, he said nonchalantly. Julie realized she couldn't apply her ordinary logic to the lifestyle of a big shot. As they reached the penthouse, she marveled at the advanced iris recognition that opened the door, silently lamenting that her locks were incomparable. Once inside, she gasped, "This place is like a fortress against the apocalypse." As they explored, she was struck by the opulent decor, French hard finishes, and sophisticated soft furnishings, with impeccable taste. All the windows were equipped with world-class blast-resistant glass, ensuring both strength and privacy. While the interior was visible from outside, the reverse was not possible. Even light could not escape. The entrance door was even more formidable than hers. She had installed a bank-grade blast door, while his was a vault-style armored door. The walls and floors contained special materials that can withstand explosions, Lung and Mo Han informed her. Julie silently marveled. She had invested considerable effort into her renovation, believing it to be splendid, yet it paled in comparison to his. "My dear, I want you to move in here. Before any seismic events occur, this place is secure." The stairs only reached the 30th floor, so even in chaotic societal conditions, few would realize there's another level above. Even if they did, accessing it would be difficult unless they climbed up from the 30th floor, he reasoned. After contemplating, Julie recognized the wisdom in his words. Undoubtedly, this was the safest location in the entire building. Furthermore, it would provide an escape from disturbances. On the 30th floor, even with her home fortified, she would still need to contend with intruders seeking supplies during chaos, particularly as a woman. She feared she would attract more unwanted attention. "But what about my house sitting empty?" Julie asked, feeling a twinge of reluctance, as she had put considerable thought into its decoration. Though it could not compare to Lung and Mo Han's abode, it was far superior to what most ordinary individuals possessed. "I envision your home as follows. Lung Yi will occupy the guest room, and we'll find someone to create an opening in the ground floor for a retractable ladder, allowing us to connect the two levels. This way, we can respond promptly to any situation occurring downstairs," Lung and Mo Han explained solemnly.
Julie questionat.
"Can we trust Lung Yi?" "Absolutely. He was raised by my parents after being orphaned. He has grown up alongside me and is a capable assistant trained by my parents." "Trust me, my dear," he assured her. Julie replied, "I'm not doubting you. I just don't know him well." "I understand. Rest assured. I am well aware of this." Then it's settled. "By the way, I plan to enroll in a class," Julie stated. "What kind of class?" "I wish to learn shooting. I don't know how to use a gun. I also want to learn about helicopters and improve my physical fitness." She expressed with a hint of melancholy. "My dear, come here. You don't need to enroll in a shooting class. I can teach you at home. Both Lung Yi and I can pilot helicopters," he said, taking Julie to a small room within the gym that housed a shooting range. Julie was left speechless, astonished by the comprehensive facilities available even without residing there. "Such a waste," Julie couldn't help but exclaim. "No, the shooting range was cleared out over 2 months ago. I have been practicing my marksmanship regularly," she said. "But won't it make any noise?" Julie asked, perplexed. "Not at all. Silencers have been installed, so no sound will escape," he reassured her. "All right, perhaps I was being narrow-minded," Cold Mo Han said, drawing Julie into his embrace. "Darling, time is of the essence. I have some arrangements to make. I will be quite busy in the coming days. Just prepare the supplies, and I will pick you up to gather them together. You need not worry about anything else. Understood. Do you have a cook?"
Julie inquirat.
"Yes, why do you ask?" Cold Mo Han responded, slightly confused. "I'd like to borrow your cook for a while. I can't just sit idly by. Let her assist me in the kitchen. I'll stock up on some prepared meals in my space. Otherwise, I may not have the opportunity to cook later." "All right, I will have her come over tomorrow. I'll be leaving then. If you need anything, just call me. I'll have Lung Yi stay here to finish up the floor," Cold Mo Han instructed her. "No need for that. Just have him find a good craftsman. I can supervise. Let Lung Yi accompany you tomorrow. It's not a significant matter. So, it won't delay you." "Okay, come here. I'll set your iris into the system," Cold Mo Han said, guiding her to the door. Chapter 63. Volcanic eruption in the island nation. The two descended the stairs to their home. "What would you like for lunch?" "I'll prepare it for you," Cold Mo Han asked as he headed for the kitchen. "Forget it. I'm not feeling well after staying up late. Let us just eat something ready-made." "Where's Lung Yi? Call him out for lunch." Lung Yi had already left early that morning. "All right, I seem to know nothing at all. What do you want to eat?" "I'm fine with anything. I'm not picky," Cold Mo Han replied. Julie then produced a feast from her space: garlic butter lobster, Spanish seafood paella, squid pasta, pan-seared lamb chops, pan-seared salmon, and creamy mushroom soup, all still steaming hot. This scene astonished Cold and Mohan, although they both possessed spatial abilities. Witnessing Julie conjure a sumptuous spread seemingly out of thin air made him feel that his own space was quite inadequate. Her storage was several times larger than his, complete with a thermal function. Each time her space upgraded, he hesitated to inquire about any changes. She never spoke of it, and he respected her silence, though curiosity lingered in his mind. While we're at home, let us not fuss about. Let us just use chopsticks for convenience, Julie suggested. Your thermal function is quite impressive, she noted. The time for stored items is suspended. They remain as they were when placed inside, so when I order takeout, I quickly store it to maintain its flavor. Did you stock all these while overseas? Cold and Mohan asked as he served her a piece of salmon. The lamb chop is quite tasty. Julie smiled and remarked, I'm not sure what the stockpiling plan is, but it seems prudent to have more prepared meals on hand. Cooking will be a hassle later, and I want to get to enjoy the flavors from these restaurants again. I understand. Don't worry. I'll make arrangements, and you can simply come along when it's time for collection. I'll ensure you, my little foodie, are well-fed and plump. Cold and Mohan teased, pinching her cheek. As Julie ate, she retorted, Who asked the foodie? Not me. After you leave, I plan to work out at home and prepare meal boxes to stock up, with 2 more mouths to feed. It's quite a task. Cold and Mohan then asked, By the way, where's your cat? The cat is at the pet store recovering. She'll be fine in a few days. I'll go fetch her.
Julie responded.
Is it a serious issue?
Cold Mohan inquired.
Nothing major, just a broken claw. It's inconvenient to take her with me, so I've left her in the care of the pet store, Julie answered, lying effortlessly. She didn't wish to deceive him, but one lie often led to another. If he were to accept her fully, she would eventually unveil the secrets of her space to him, testing whether he could enter it. The following day, Cold and Mohan departed, arranging for a cook to assist Julie. When the cook inquired about the large quantity of food, Julie explained that she was renovating a house and preparing meals for the workers at the site. She coordinated with the cook, washing and chopping vegetables, and they worked together from noon until past 10 at night, preparing 200 meal boxes. Afterward, they transported the boxes to the car's trunk, and Julie stored them in her space. For over 10 days, they toiled. One evening, while playing on her phone, Julie stumbled upon a trending topic: a volcanic eruption in the island nation, resulting in tens of thousands of fatalities. She recalled that in her previous life, there was no volcanic eruption at this time. Comments flooded in, lamenting the unrelenting global heat and speculating that it might be the onset of the apocalypse. The bizarre weather, with temperatures soaring toward 40 degrees, sparked fears and prompted people to stockpile necessities. Official announcements warned of continued temperature increases, potentially reaching over 50 degrees, advising people to take sun protection measures and urging the elderly and children to stay indoors. She also noted a surge in heat stroke patients at hospitals, putting a strain on medical resources. Later that night, as she descended the stairs, she noticed everyone in the elevator hauling large bags home. Before bed, she sent Cold and Mohan a message asking how his stockpiling was going, informing him of the volcanic eruption and the possibility of an early apocalypse, urging him to act swiftly. Cold and Mohan called her. Did you see the news? He asked.
I did.
You think it could come sooner than expected?
Yes.
But that's just my speculation. I didn't foresee the volcanic eruption, Julie replied. I still need a few days. Once I have everything arranged here, I'll return to fetch you. There's too much to manage, and I prefer to oversee it myself, he explained. Understood. Just take care of yourself. Where are you now?
Julie inquired.
I just arrived in Spain. It's unbearably hot here. I feel like I'm going to bake.
Cold Mohan lamented.
My arms are peeling from the sun. Make sure to take sun protection measures. Wear protective clothing from head to toe, and apply sunscreen. I don't want my boyfriend coming back looking like a baked egg.
Julie quipped.
What if I'm already tanned? Cold and Mohan teased back. Then just return it. Not a chance. Once sold, no returns. He retorted playfully. I'll be white again. All right, I suppose I'll have to make do with it. By the way, what are you planning to do in Spain? Julie asked. I'm stocking up on ham, fruits, wine, and some snacks, Cold and Mohan replied. You traveled all the way to Spain just for that? What a waste of time.
Julie exclaimed.
How is that a waste of time? I've already stocked 10 warehouses overseas. I've pre-ordered prepared meals from restaurants, given them a rough timeline. When I return, we'll take a private jet. Before reaching each city, I'll call ahead to the next restaurant to prepare the food, so when we arrive, the meals will be ready for collection. Cold Mo Han explained, showcasing his efficiency. Truly impressive. Your logic is impeccable, Julie had to admit. Lung Yi and I are in separate countries. He is almost done with his tasks. Once I return, I'll fetch you. Julie asked, aren't you planning to stock up domestically? I assumed Lung Yi was still in the country. I'm not planning to stockpile excessively at home. I want to leave supplies for the locals. Everyone is facing survival challenges, and the government will struggle too, so my focus is abroad. My company has several shopping malls. Before the impending crisis, I'll find a reason for an overhaul and take you directly to gather supplies. Hearing his well-thought-out arrangements, Julie felt reassured. She had worried that he might not fully believe her dreams and would neglect the importance of stockpiling. It now seems that my worries were unfounded. Indeed, I have come to realize that Lung Yizhua is remarkably efficient in his endeavors. These two individuals are conducting a global shopping spree, truly extraordinary. You should rest early. I must make haste, said Lung Mohan. Yes, do take care, replied Julie. Chapter 64. Rising temperatures. Days passed in this manner, with Julie continuing her daily charade of driving to the supermarket to procure groceries each morning. She has now ascended from the 1st to the 30th floor without breaking a sweat, effortlessly. Upon reaching the 31st floor, she transported the groceries using a camping cart and began cooking with her aunt. After dinner, once her aunt had departed, she would spend an hour exercising in the gym upstairs. Before bedtime, she tended to her garden in her space, where she had planted several fruit trees by the floor-to-ceiling windows, now bearing fruit. She had also purchased some flower seeds and potted plants from the flower market to place in her space, which she had organized meticulously, teeming with life, lifting her spirits. She was far from idle. She enrolled in a mixed martial arts course, learning the basics over the past 20 days, and successfully completed it. Although she had only scratched the surface, she had become proficient enough to seek further instruction from Lung Mohan upon his return. Last night, while watering Bai Shui, she informed her that there was no need to continue providing her with the spiritual spring water, as she would soon awaken.
Now,
she was concentrating her spirit to form a Dan, almost on the verge of transformation. Julie found this notion perplexing. Was she becoming a spirit, a demon, or something else entirely? She did not bother to inquire further, merely cooperating with whatever was asked of her. Perhaps due to the prolonged consumption of the spiritual spring water, Julie felt remarkably agile. Her senses sharper than ever. Exercise had become exceptionally rewarding, thus over the past few days. She had discreetly filled large water bottles with the spring water for her aunt to use while cooking rice and soup. This precious water, though sourced from a seemingly endless river, could not be squandered. Who knew when the river might run dry? Therefore, when the time came to travel abroad, she intended to stockpile more water for her space. She was unwilling to use the spring water for daily needs, for that would surely incur divine retribution. The external situation was hardly better. Many construction sites had been forced to halt operations, and kindergartens and elementary schools had transitioned to online classes. The temperature had soared to 45 degrees, creating an unbearable heat akin to a vast furnace outside. Higher floors were even warmer. She had set the air conditioning to 18 degrees, yet the heat was still unbearable. She had moved both the air cooler and the fan into her room, as sleep was impossible otherwise. Cooking in such weather was a torment. Thus, she informed her aunt that due to the sweltering heat, the renovation work was suspended, and she provided her with 30,000 yuan as a token of appreciation for her efforts. With a month's worth of boxed meals stocked, totaling over 6,000 boxes, she felt adequately prepared for the time ahead. Now in February, with the new year approaching, there was no sign of winter. The unusual heat, since October, had raised suspicions among the populace. The warm weather had fostered a breeding ground for bacteria, and amidst the concrete jungle, the heat was exacerbated. The ground, a mixture of cement and refuse, was teeming with mosquitoes, insects, and flies, while a foul odor permeated the air. Every household had their air conditioning running, and the city continued to operate, leading to a severe strain on electricity supply. Notices had been issued stating that, to conserve energy, the power supply would be limited to specific time slots beginning 3 days hence, allowing electricity only from 10 in the morning to 2 in the afternoon and from 8 to 11 at night. Consequently, solar panels became a coveted commodity. However, unbeknownst to the public, The government had already reclaimed panels from the market for corporate use. What remained available was beyond the financial reach of ordinary citizens, with prices soaring to 100,000 yuan per panel, leaving the common folk in despair. Many suffered from heat stroke due to the intense heat, as rural rivers had dried up and the land was cracked and parched. Such conditions rendered farming impossible, leading to a looming scarcity of water resources. During this period, Julie resided in her own home rather than the 31st floor, as she was still unaccustomed to living alone in an unfamiliar space. She decided to wait for Lung Mohan's return before relocating. Today, she felt too lethargic to cook. Instead, she retrieved a glass of iced lemon tea and a serving of cold noodles, accompanied by salmon, for her lunch. After her meal, she took several ice makers and, seizing the opportunity while electricity was still available, hurriedly began producing ice to store. While making ice, she also prepared smoothies using cherries, mangoes, durians, strawberries, and blueberries. Combining the fruits, ice cubes, cream, and milk in the ice shaver, she blended them into a fine, fluffy consistency. Packaging them in containers with a layer of yogurt in between, topped with another layer of smoothie, sprinkled with crushed nuts and fruit chunks, drizzled with condensed milk. Taking a bite brought immense joy, the heat dissipating significantly with such a treat. This process was swift. She managed to create 100 servings in one go. Staying near the ice was indeed refreshing, and she also prepared some fried yogurt, experimenting with various fruit flavors. She poured yogurt into the frying machine, added cut fruits and nuts, and stirred vigorously with a spatula, flattening and compressing the mixture until it quickly solidified, cutting it into cubes for packaging. A taste revealed that her creation surpassed even the offerings of street vendors, as her yogurt was sourced from abroad and ex-city, rich and creamy in flavor. Julie found great pleasure in crafting these desserts, a delightful diversion from her otherwise hectic schedule. With over 30 iPads and phones, she downloaded a plethora of dramas, variety shows, domestic and international films, survival guides, medical resources, agricultural insights, and industrial knowledge, anything she could find. The machines tirelessly produced ice until evening, filling large storage bins to the brim. Today, she had successfully created 300 bins and planned to continue tomorrow. Upon entering her space, she took a shower and prepared for bed, watering the sweet potato seedlings she had planted a few days prior. The corn had already yielded 2 harvests, and she had boiled some to taste, finding it exceptionally sweet and plump, far superior to the market sweet corn. This prompted her to plant sweet potatoes, particularly the kind known for their delicious roasted flavor. Anticipating the day when she could gather around a stove with tea and roasted sweet potatoes during the bitter cold. Although she had stockpiled a considerable amount of sweet potatoes, she eagerly awaited the crops cultivated in her space, watered with the spiritual spring water, promising not only superior taste but also better benefits for her health. She ascended to check on her cat. Bai Shui lay sprawled on the bed, belly up, motionless for days, shimmering with a faint green glow. Had she not known that this creature was her spirit companion, she would have been thoroughly unnerved by its peculiar appearance, suspecting Bai Shui of being some sort of feline demon. Oh well, it seemed she had no choice but to relinquish the bed to the cat. She was apprehensive. Opting to sleep on the couch instead, she found the temperature-controlled space exceptionally comfortable, able to sleep soundly until waking naturally. Were it not for the perpetual daylight within her space, she would still hold hope for the day the apocalypse would end and humanity could return to civilization. Thus, she could not afford to sever ties with the outside world. Living in her space was quite delightful. It had been transformed into a veritable paradise, with mountains, water, flowers, grass, and small animals. Aside from the absence of night, it was precisely the idyllic rural life that everyone yearns for. Chapter 65. The contracted spirit companion wake up. It's time to rise. Bai Shui, having awakened, dashed downstairs to find Julie asleep on the couch, licking her with her tongue to rouse her. Stop it, that tickles. Let me sleep a little longer, Julie mumbled, mistaking the disturbance for Lung Mohan's affection in her dreams. Bai Shui lifted her paw and gently tapped her again, meowing. Meow meow. Wake up. This cat has recovered. Julie, still groggy, could hear the cat calling and slowly stirred. You're awake? Splendid, she exclaimed, grabbing Bai Shui and lifting her to meet her gaze. You're nearly squishing the cat. Let go, Bai Shui protested. Bai Shui, panting, addressed Julie, who, in her astonishment, released the cat. Without hesitation, Bai Shui plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, Oh dear, my little bottom. You don't cherish the cat at all. Bai Shui lamented indignantly. Julie, still somewhat taken aback, had already come to realize that Bai Shui could speak. However, witnessing a seemingly living cat conversing in human language while she lay there like a corpse left her momentarily speechless.
Julie shuklat sufli.
Gazing at Bai Shui on the ground, I'm still processing this, my apologies. Bai Shui looked up and blinked, responding, all right then. Considering the effort you've put into caring for me lately, if you give me a hug, I shall forgive you. Julie opened her arms, saying, come here, my princess. With a leap, Princess Bai Shui jumped into Jiu Li's embrace. Jiu Li fondly stroked the cat, relishing the long-awaited contact. The texture of Bai Shui's fur felt even better than before, eliciting a contented purr from her. Are you all better now? Julie asked, looking at the cat in her arms. Yes. Let me tell you, I'm quite extraordinary, Bai Shui replied with a hint of pride. Julie, intrigued, inquired, oh? In what way are you extraordinary?
Duiliging me.
Bai Shui reminded her, I mentioned before that I can see things with my consciousness. Do you remember? Yes. You said that upon recovery, you could see for 30 minutes. Julie recalled. I can't see for 30 minutes. I can't fully recover. I exerted all my effort during my foundation establishment, but the spiritual energy in this world is too scarce. I can't return to my previous strength, but my body is fine now. I can see for about 20 minutes, which is passable, Bai Shui explained. Oh, so your notion of being extraordinary refers to that? Julie asked, pondering. She thought to herself that Bai Shui no longer needed to earn money and lacked for nothing. Thus, this ability seemed rather trivial. Of course not. My consciousness can also control people. With my successful foundation establishment, my consciousness has recovered to 70%. In this world, such recovery is quite rare. It's fortunate that you provide me with water every day and that I'm in this place. Otherwise, recovering even 30% would be difficult. Control people? Do you mean what I think you mean? Can you make them faint or lose consciousness and obey you? Julie asked, her mind racing with shock. If Bai Shui could control her, wouldn't that mean she could easily dispose of her? The thought made her complexion pale. Let me put it this way. It's akin to a hypnotist in your world, but my consciousness is more advanced than mere hypnosis. I can command a person's mind without control, putting their brain into a temporary state of dormancy, during which the controlled individual will have no memory. Bai Shui clarified to Julie. How long can you maintain this control?
Julie quería.
It's quite taxing on my mental energy. If there are many people, I can only maintain it for 3 to 5 minutes at most, Bai Shui responded. Bai Shui extended her paw toward Julie, saying, Give me a drop of your blood. What for? Julie asked, wary. Your blood and mine will merge, and I will become your contract spirit pet, Bai Shui explained. And then? Julie asked, utterly perplexed. Then I will be able to sense you and you will be able to sense me. This is a soul contract, which can only be made once in a lifetime for spirit pets. I have lived for over 100,000 years and have never had a contract before. I am entrusting my life to you. You must treat me well from now on, Bai Shui patiently explained to Julie. Entrusting your life to me? Please elaborate. Julie said, feeling bewildered. If I die, you die too. However, if I betray you, I will face a fatal punishment. You have the freedom to dissolve the contract at any time, Bai Shui elucidated. Julie felt overwhelmed. She had just been fearful of the cat's formidable abilities, and now it was pledging its life to her. At that moment, she felt a sense of disdain for herself, questioning her worthiness of such a fortunate bond with this little treasure that unconditionally trusted her. Hurry up, my paw is getting tired, Bai Shui pouted, exasperated at Jiu Li's hesitation. Jiu Li took out a needle, pricked her finger, and squeezed a drop of blood onto Bai Shui's paw. The cat bit its own paw, and the 2 drops of blood merged, soaring into Bai Shui's forehead. All done. You must treat me well from now on and take care of yourself. Or, if you perish, I will also be in peril, Bai Shui said, nudging her bottom closer to Jiu Li's embrace. Rest assured, we will both thrive. Jiu Li smiled at the cat. Take me outside. I haven't been out in ages. Hurry, we need to make some money. The cat insisted eagerly. There's plenty of money. We wouldn't be able to spend it all. No need to earn more, Julie replied. No, I need to try out my superpowers. Just get me outside. The cat insisted. Listen, when you're outside among people, don't speak. If you don't want to be captured and subjected to dissection, you must obey me while we're out, Julie warned, exasperated by the cat's potential for trouble. I know, I'm not that foolish. I'll only speak to you. When there are others, I'll communicate with you through my mind, and they want to hear us, Bai Shui said mischievously. Glancing at Julie, seeing Bai Shui's eagerness to go out, Julie realized that having her assistance might make things easier. It appeared she was formulating a plan. Noticing Julie lost in thought, Bai Shui inquired, "What are you thinking?" "Tell me." "I'm contemplating that instead of stealing money, we could pilfer something else."
Julie răspundă, plutind.
"Steal what?" "Come on, let us go," the cat exclaimed excitedly. "I'm planning a trip to the island nation to acquire some high-tech products and yachts. I can't go right now. I need to make a detailed plan to ensure everything goes smoothly," Julie explained to her. "All right, let me know when your plan is ready. Hurry up and take me outside." Bai Shui pouted adorably. "Fine, after breakfast, we'll go out." "It's quite hot outside," Julie replied. "I want salmon. The biggest pieces." Bai Shui licked her lips, having not eaten in a while. Jiu prepared salmon for the cat, while she herself had milk, a sandwich, and a salad. Both enjoyed their meal heartily, a delightful feast in their little space. After finishing, they ventured outside. Chapter 66. Return. Lung Mo Han sent her a message saying he would return that evening. He had been away for so long, and with less than a week until the new year, she was anxious. In her previous life, the apocalypse had begun on March 2nd. Now, it was February 3rd. Just 4 days until the new year, and with the apocalypse looming, she was worried it might come early. She had struggled to contact Lung Mo Han, but thankfully, he was finally coming back. Throughout the day, Julie continued to stockpile ice at home, preparing for the upcoming new year by making dumplings. She planned to make a large batch, cooking them and storing them in containers for easy meals. She retrieved some pre-made dumpling wrappers from her supplies. Grateful to Xiao Lu for helping her spend her millions wisely, she had stocked up on everything available at the supermarket, including dumpling wrappers, which she could make herself, but found tedious. She also gathered beef and lamb, placing them into a blender with scallions, ginger, garlic, and cooking wine, chopping cilantro and green onions to prepare fillings for cilantro beef and scallion lamb dumplings. Once the filling was ready, she quickly wrapped the dumplings, reminiscing about how much she loved eating them as a child, making them with her parents while watching the New Year's Eve gala. It was their cherished tradition to stay up late together. By midday, she had managed to wrap approximately 400 to 500 dumplings and saved 20 to boil for her lunch. The dumplings were perfectly sized and delicious when dipped in soy sauce and vinegar. Each bite was mouth-watering. "I want some too. Give me a bite." Bai Shui approached eagerly. "You just finished your meal. Here, try this," Julie offered, placing a piece on a small pink plate. Bai Shui jumped onto a dining chair, leaning over the table, her feline demeanor shining through as she exclaimed, "Delicious. So good. I want more." Julie even gave her the last 4 pieces from her plate. The cat feasted, her face covered in sauce. "I've discovered you have an abundance of delicious food."
I am truly fortunate,
Bai Shui declared. "Julie, what did I say? You must call me with respect," Bai Shui added, a hint of sass in her tone. "You can call me whatever you like, as long as it's respectful."
Julie raplia, amusha.
"That's more like it," Bai Shui retorted, content with her meal. After finishing her meal, she reclined on the sofa, idly browsing her phone. Curiosity piqued, she opened the app to see if food delivery was still available despite the sweltering heat. She selected a nearby supermarket, purchasing instant noodles, dried noodles, and bottled beverages, adding them to her cart for payment. To her astonishment, the delivery fee was an exorbitant 2,000 yuan, exceeding the cost of her items. Although prices had indeed risen, instant noodles that once cost 5 yuan now priced at 10 yuan, she understood the circumstances. The heat was unbearable, and the delivery personnel were risking their lives to earn a living. Ultimately, she placed an order exceeding 10,000 yuan, not out of necessity, but rather a desire to spend frivolously, treating it as a mere pretense since she would be residing in the building for an extended period. Many food delivery services had ceased operations, offering only dine-in options due to the heat, as food would spoil by the time it arrived. The stairs leading upstairs were concealed within the closet of Julie's bedroom, accessed through a small secret door. Beyond it lay a narrow staircase, just wide enough for one person. Ascending, she found herself in Jioma Han's bedroom. This was her first time using the stairs since the renovations were completed. Previously, she had avoided them while the housekeeper was around, opting for the elevator instead. Jioma Han's home was significantly cooler than downstairs, likely due to the walls and the state-of-the-art intelligent ventilation and temperature control system installed, along with a high-capacity generator on the rooftop. Even in the event of a power outage, his home remained unaffected. Wealthy individuals truly know how to indulge in comfort, regardless of the time or situation. Those with money and power command the majority of resources, leading a far more comfortable existence than the average citizen, who often struggles at the grassroots level. She spent the afternoon upstairs, dozing on the sofa. Jumahan arrived at the airport via private jet and then took a helicopter directly to his penthouse. Upon returning home, he found Julie asleep on the sofa and gently kissed her cheek, waking her. "You're back? What time is it?" she murmured, feeling the warm sensation on her face. "I just arrived. It's 8 p.m., he replied. "I must have dozed off for quite a while. Your home is just too comfortable," she said, stretching. "Well then, why not sleep a bit more? The bed is even more comfortable," he suggested with a smile. Ignoring his comment, she inquired, "How did your arrangements abroad go?" "Everything is set. I'm back to spend the new year with you, and then take you to gather supplies," he assured her. Furrowing her brow, she replied, "If everything is ready, we should set off immediately to gather supplies. We can't wait until after the new year. I'm worried that the apocalypse may arrive sooner than expected. We need to act quickly to avoid future complications." "Have you been having dreams again?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her. "I haven't dreamt, but I have a bad feeling. Look at the volcanic eruptions in the island nation. They've erupted 3 times already. Who knows what other disasters might strike early?" She expressed her concern. "All right, I'll heed your intuition," he acquiesced. Gently stroking his chin, she remarked, "You must be exhausted. You've lost weight. It's not too bad. I'm managing well. The real hard work starts now for you," he said, taking her hand with a smile. "What hard work? You're giving me supplies for free." "I can't wait," she replied cheerfully. "By the way, are you hungry?" she asked. "I'm not hungry. I ate on the plane." "Are you?" he responded. "Just a little. Shall we set off tomorrow?" she proposed. "Since time is of the essence, let's depart tonight. My private jet is still at the airport. We can eat on the plane," he suggested. "Let us go now." "Okay, I'll go downstairs and bring the cat up," she said. "Is the cat all settled in?"
Jumahan asked.
"Yes, she's fine. I had her help me make ice downstairs. The staircase is also complete. I didn't want a retractable one, fearing it might not be sturdy enough. So I had the workers build a concrete staircase," she explained, pulling him towards his bedroom. The upstairs bedroom also connected to the walk-in closet of the master bedroom, with their layouts being identical, so there were no significant changes during the renovations. Jumahan observed the small staircase, realizing that at nearly 9 meters tall, he had to stoop to avoid hitting his head. It was quite discreet. As they descended, the cat lay sprawled on a large ice block, sleeping soundly. Julie gently nudged her awake. "Hey, isn't this the handsome man I saw in the elevator before?" Bai Shui said, blinking sleepily. "Meow, meow," she called out, then leapt onto Jumahan's lap. "What's going on? Why is this man in our home?" Bai Shui mentally questioned Julie. "What do you mean this man? From now on, you shall call him brother-in-law. He is mine," Julie declared. "You're finding a man behind my back? Am I not your only one? I've given you my life," the cat exclaimed, shocked. "Seriously, can you speak properly? What do you mean behind your back? Stop watching those mindless dramas every day," Julie retorted. "Is he capable? Does he have money? Though he is quite handsome, a man without capability is not worth it. And one without money is even worse. How will he support us?" Bai Shui argued indignantly. "He is very wealthy and quite capable," Julie replied, defending her choice. "Do you think I need your approval to find a man? You've gone too far. My mother never controlled me like this." "Isn't it just concern for you?" Bai Shui said, feeling aggrieved. "What do you need to worry about? You're a beautiful lady with wealth, and you have such a gorgeous cat. Who wouldn't he be enchanted? You just mentioned that the apocalypse is approaching. What if he covets your supplies?" Julie was internally baffled. What was up with the cat? Watching a silly drama had made her so astute. "No need to worry. He wouldn't do any of that. He has far more supplies than I do. He's taking me to gather supplies, and I'll be in charge of them. You can rest easy," Julie reassured, stroking Bai Shui's head. Jumahan observed the silent exchange between Julie and the cat, sensing a peculiar bond. "Let us go," Julie declared, gathering their belongings into her spatial pocket. Bai Shui was once again astonished. "You've already revealed your superpower to him?" "Don't worry, he has a spatial pocket just like mine," Julie responded. The trio ascended to the rooftop, boarding the helicopter to the airport. Once on Jumahan's private jet, Julie marveled at the luxurious interior, secretly impressed. This was her first time on a private jet, and it was extravagant. Despite her own wealth, she hadn't reached such heights. She could afford the jet, but not maintain it. The aircraft featured a game room, a bedroom, a bathroom, and a dining area with a bathtub in the bedroom. It was a pity that such a magnificent asset was being wasted. If it weren't so large and fuel-consuming, she would have wanted to store it in her pocket. Noticing Julie's expressions of excitement, shock, and regret, Jiumahan inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing much, just regretting that your private jet is too big, otherwise. I do want to store it," she lamented. Jiumahan smirked. "Even if you could, it wouldn't be useful. I can't fly it. So don't feel regretful." "You are so honest,"
she teased.
Reclining in the massage chair on the plane, she pulled out a small table, retrieving salmon, sushi, and a glass of lemon tea from her spatial pocket. "What would you like to eat?" she asked Jiumahan, who was seated across from her. "I'm not hungry yet. You go ahead," he replied. In her mind, Julie asked Bai Shui, who had been absent since boarding, "Are you eating?" "Where are you?" "I'm not eating. I'm exploring." "Is this magnificent aircraft owned by this man?" Bai Shui exclaimed. "Indeed," Julie confirmed. "Wow, that's incredible. He must be extraordinarily wealthy." "You're really with a big shot," Bai Shui remarked, impressed. Having spent considerable time in this world, she was quite informed, even having watched news reports before. So she was familiar with everything. "Shut up. You've learned too much for a little one," Julie chided. "Which country are we heading to first?" Julie asked Jiumahan. "We're going to M country first. I have the most supplies stockpiled there. Then we'll head to Europe, and finally to E country to meet with Lung E," he explained. "I'd like to visit the island nation on our return," Julie suggested. "What do you want to do there? Are you planning to gather supplies?"
Yuman inquired.
Julie shared with Lung and Mohan her desire to acquire high-tech products from an island nation, and he expressed his intention to accompany her. Citing his concern for her safety, he meticulously crafted a detailed plan. Julie thought to herself that having a boyfriend was rather delightful. A partner so intelligent and capable was indeed a blessing. At the very least, he was far more astute than she. However, she pondered whether to divulge the secrets of her space and the cat to him, considering that the cat's assistance would be necessary for their journey. Once Lung and Mohan learned of her decision to venture to the island, he immediately insisted on joining her in this adventure, as she wished to avoid any complications. More than the secrets of her space, she valued their lives. It dawned on her that Lung and Mohan held a significant place in her heart, surpassing that of merely a trial boyfriend. His repeated, unconditional trust in her prompted her to reciprocate. She yearned for a love defined by mutual commitment. She decided to communicate her thoughts to him, especially since it involved the cat and required his willingness. After their meal, while Lung Mohan attended to work, Jiu Li took the cat to the bathroom. She inquired of the cat whether she should reveal some secrets of her space and its secrets to him. The cat responded that he was already aware of the space. Julie acknowledged this, but noted he was unaware that it could accommodate humans or that the cat could speak. She asked the cat if he trusted him. Initially, she had reservations due to their brief acquaintance, but now she felt confident. Given that they would live together in the future, it was likely that secrets would inevitably surface. Mutual trust was fundamental in a relationship. He had shown her unwavering trust and acceptance, and she did not wish to conceal anything from him. It was better to be forthright than to be discovered later. She reassured the cat that Lung and Mohan would not harm him. She would protect him alongside her boyfriend. The cat conceded, saying she could decide, as he had no objections. Jiuli embraced the cat and sought out Lung and Mohan. "Come with me. I have something to tell you," she said. Lung and Mohan rose and followed her into the bedroom of the airplane. "Hold my hand. I will take you to my space," she exclaimed.
Ling Mohan, astonished, gazed ahead.
"Your space can accommodate people?" he asked. "Yes. I'm sorry for having concealed it from you," she replied. "Don't dawdle. Let us go in. I want to eat salmon. I'm hungry," the cat interjected. Lung and Mohan's worldview was shattered as he gazed at the cat in Jioli's arms, incredulously asking if it had just spoken. The cat proudly affirmed, "Of course." Jiuli ignored Lung and Mohan's disbelief and pulled him into her space. "Welcome to my space," she announced. Guiding a still-dazed Lung and Mohan on a tour, she introduced the various areas of her space and offered him some spring water. The cat, bored by their conversation, jumped from Jiuli's arms, wiggling its backside as it sought out salmon. As Lung and Mohan drank the water, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. This is spring water, Julie explained. Drinking it regularly can strengthen your body and aid in healing. Its benefits are immense. Lung Mo Han stood by the river, absorbing the wonders of her space, his astonishment beyond words. What about that house over there? He inquired. That's my customized mobile home, situated within the space, she replied. The exterior resembled a quaint two-story villa, elegantly furnished within. As Lung Mo Han surveyed the interior, Julie pointed out, the sweet potatoes outside are mine. The space allows for cultivation, and the growth cycle is significantly shorter than outside. The second floor houses my bedroom and dressing room, where I often rest. What about the supplies you've stockpiled?
Len må han kronet.
Do you see the thick fog over there? That's where they are. I retrieve items from my space using my mind, she explained, conjuring a glass of red wine in her hand and offering it to him. She then led him to the second floor of her small house, where she opened the curtains, revealing a panoramic view through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The neatly arranged crops, vibrant flowers, and fruit trees flourished beside the house, while a river and pond glimmered in the distance, with animals frolicking on the opposite bank. Are those your pigs? Lung Mo Han asked, unable to blink as he fixed his gaze on the scene. That area is for poultry. I've raised some cattle, sheep, pigs, and chickens, but they can't cross the river, Julie explained. He then explored the storage area, which was meticulously organized with shelves that seemed endless, resembling a vast supermarket filled with a plethora of supplies. Julie had managed her space impeccably, a stark contrast to his own, which felt dreary and cluttered with a mountain of weapons. He felt a pang of envy, realizing he needed to acquire similar shelves to organize his own space. After their tour, they returned to the small house. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Mo Han asked, "Is there a time limit when we enter the space?" Julie replied, "Currently, there are no restrictions. Whenever we enter from a specific location, we exit from the same spot. The space evolves in unexpected ways. The first upgrade doubled the land area, the second introduced the pond, and the third expanded the land a little. Each upgrade is unpredictable. I have no idea what changes may come next." Lung Mo Han smiled. "Let us work hard together during this time to unlock the space and maximize its potential." Julie's cheeks flushed. What could she say? This man had just confessed to her, and he must think she was utterly smitten with him. She would likely have to exert herself even more in the future. The thought made her back ache. Noticing her blush, Lung Mo Han found her adorably shy. Having been abroad recently, he missed her dearly. She had evidently begun to accept him wholeheartedly, as she would not have shared such a monumental secret otherwise. He would dedicate his life to protect and love her. The magnitude of this secret, along with the talking cat, could lead to unimaginable consequences if discovered by others. He shuddered at the thought. With this in mind, he cautioned her, "Darling, please keep the secrets of the space under wraps. No third party must know. When Lung Yi joins us, I will explain that it is my space, so there will be a source for the supplies. But you must not let anyone else know, no one." Julie understood his concern and reassured him, "Rest assured, you are the only one I've confided in." He embraced her tightly. "Darling, how fortunate I am to have met you. You are the greatest treasure bestowed upon me by fate." He kissed her softly. After sharing all their secrets, Julie felt a wave of relief wash over her, her heart steady and untroubled. After all, Lung Mo Han had already shown her ample trust. When he entrusted her with his entire fortune, he merely sought to provide her with security. Since that moment, she had dropped her guard, recognizing the purity of his love. After a brief silence, Lung Mo Han pondered, "Can we truly trust that talking cat?" Julie affirmed, "Yes. He is my contracted spirit pet. If I were to perish, he would share my fate." She then recounted her experiences since encountering the cat and its regained abilities to Lung Mo Han. Once again, Lung Mo Han was left in shock, his worldview shattered. He, a firm believer in science and materialism, now found himself amidst a fantastical narrative reminiscent of ancient tales depicted on television, an enchanting realm, a magical cat, and a space that had suddenly materialized before him. He felt utterly overwhelmed. Deciding against dwelling on the inexplicable, he resolved that his foremost duty in this life was to protect Julie. What need had he for business affairs when he could simply embrace his wife? "I am also reborn," Julie declared, observing his astonished expression. "Today is a day of revelations. I've disclosed the secrets of my space and the cat. And being reborn is nothing to conceal." She proceeded to recount her past life experiences, Lung and Mo Han listened in silence, tightening his grip on her arm as she concluded. It's all in the past. This life. I am here for you. By the way, did we meet in our previous lives? Without the presence of Lung Mohan, I gathered all my luck from both this life and the previous one simply to encounter you. Julie smiled and said, perhaps in your past life. You already had a child with some young lady. Lung Mohan retorted, impossible. Our connection is fated, binding us tightly across these two realms. Had I not met you in my past life, I might have faced a lonely old age. Julie believed him. Their bond seemed destined, and she was merely teasing him. Baby, let's stay in this space tonight. You can send the cat out, Julie said, swallowing hard. What do you want to do? Darling, what do you think? I miss you so much, Lung Mohan said, leaning in and placing Julie on the sofa, kissing her lips. Her heart raced. They had been intimate many times before, yet each encounter made her blush and her heart flutter, igniting a tingling sensation that permeated her entire being. Let us go upstairs. The cat is still outside, Julie suggested. Lung Mohan, his voice husky, asked, Are you sure she won't come in? She replied, rising as he swept her into his arms and into the room, locking the door behind them. He pressed fervently against her, their kiss more passionate than ever before. A storm of intensity unlike anything they had experienced. The next morning, Julie awoke to find Lung Mohan absent, assuming he had gone to explore the space again. She contemplated sleeping a bit longer, but was interrupted by footsteps upstairs. Baby, you're awake? Lung Mohan called gently. I made breakfast for you. Will you come down? The man was relentless. Every time they engaged in such activities, it left her utterly exhausted, and last night had been particularly intense. She had pleaded with him to relent, but he was unyielding. I'm hungry, but I don't want to move, Julie admitted. Darling, I'm just here to hold you. You don't need to move. Just open your mouth, he coaxed. Julie rolled her eyes at him. After we eat, let's head out. We should be getting close, Lung Mohan remarked, glancing at the time. Didn't you go out this morning to see if there were any changes in the space? Julie asked. I got up not long ago to make breakfast and didn't check, he replied. As she ate, Julie used her consciousness to examine the space and was perplexed. What is going on? Why hasn't there been any change? After last night's activities, there should have been a significant transformation. What's wrong? Lung Mohan inquired, noticing her frustration. I checked the space with my consciousness, and there's no change. You need to check your space quickly. Seriously? He exclaimed, hastily inspecting the space. To his astonishment, it had expanded to more than double its original size, now encompassing an area equivalent to a football field. How is it? Any changes? Julie asked eagerly. The area has increased significantly. It's now the size of a football field, he confirmed. That's wonderful. But why hasn't mine changed at all? Does this mean it won't change anymore? Has it reached its limit? Lung Mohan gently reassured her. It shouldn't be at its limit, darling. Don't worry. Let us wait and see. Even if it doesn't upgrade further, what we have now is already quite splendid. We should be content. Yes, I'm quite satisfied. This is wonderful. Chapter 69, Collection from Various Nations. Upon returning to the airplane, the captain informed them that they would land in 10 minutes. Arriving in M country, they exited the airport and took a taxi directly to the warehouse. Due to the daytime, it was inconvenient to use the vehicle from their space. They planned to retrieve it once they reached the warehouse. In M country, Lung Mohan had rented 10 warehouses. Whenever he arrived in a new continent, he would rent a warehouse nearby. Each one spanned over 1,000 square meters and consisted of abandoned factory buildings filled with a diverse array of supplies. Julie took a quick look around and immediately began to store things in her space, retrieving the vehicle from her space to rush to the next warehouse. Given the considerable distances between each warehouse, Lung Mohan ultimately decided to fly there directly via helicopter to save time. It wasn't until evening that they finished collecting supplies from all 4 warehouses. After storing the helicopter back in the space, they took out the Hummer and drove to the airport. They moved swiftly, not daring to waste a single moment, heading toward the airport to board a private plane to Europe. Only on the plane were they able to finally relax. As they hadn't had a moment of respite throughout the day, always on the go, Julie was once again deeply impressed by Lung Mohan's capabilities. The goods he had amassed in M country were far greater than what she had in her space. Entering the space with her consciousness, she was overwhelmed by the chaotic pile of supplies, giving her a headache. Please hurry and order a batch of shelves. It's too messy, Lung Mohan replied, I've purchased a factory to ramp up production. Julie was left speechless. Was this the legendary domineering CEO? That evening, they did not enter the space. At Julie's request, she wanted to experience sleeping on a private plane for the first time, as she might not have another opportunity again. What could Lung Mohan say? He had brought this upon himself by being overly mischievous with her the night before. They embraced and fell asleep until the next day, awakening to a view of the airplane's wings gliding through the clouds, sunlight streaming through, casting a kaleidoscope of colors over the distant cloud seas. It was as if the light of Jesus illuminated the sky. The sunlight filtering through the upper clouds painted the lower cloud sea in vibrant hues. A breathtaking sight beyond description. The airplane was in motion, and every second brought a change in the shapes of the clouds and the play of light. This scene was beyond the power of words. It was a spectacle that belonged solely to the heavens. Julie had flown many times before, often falling asleep immediately upon boarding, but this time she took a moment to truly appreciate the stunning beauty found only in the skies. Lung Mohan was still asleep, so she quietly rose from the bed and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Then she entered the space, where the cat ran up to her, complaining. Snow White almost crushed me. Things were falling everywhere yesterday. Julie explained, I didn't come in yesterday to tell you. I need to organize these supplies. This mess isn't sustainable. We have plenty more to gather. Let me help you organize it with my consciousness. I can tidy up the storage area first, Snow White offered. Julie was delighted. You can organize it with your consciousness? Snow White proudly shook her little behind. That's a piece of cake.
Great.
From now on, you'll manage the space as my little steward, okay? Snow White had an ominous feeling. What do you want me to do? Nothing much. While we're out collecting supplies, you can organize things here in the space. Also, you can feed the pigs, ducks, and geese. They seem to listen to you well. And don't forget to water the plants. It's not too much work, Julie instructed. Snow White knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. Are you trying to make me work more so I can digest my food before I eat again? You're so thoughtful. Snow White nodded enthusiastically. Of course.
I can handle that.
Snow White began her performance, squatting down and raising her paw to wave. Suddenly, the supplies flew in the direction she pointed, stacking neatly. Is that all it takes? Julie marveled. She must have incredible luck to have such a talented cat. Organizing all that mess would have drained her energy. But look at Snow White, just a wave of the paw, and it's done. Snow White jumped into Julie's arms, looking for praise. You're such a good cat. Eat as much as you want. Oh, by the way, you should stay in the space for now. It's hot outside, and we're always on the move. It's not convenient to bring you along. Just organize the supplies here, Julie suggested. That's fine. But can you put some live salmon in the pond for me? I want to see the big fish. And what about the crabs?
Snow White asked.
Julie glanced at the lively fish and shrimp she had caught from the pond last time. I can give it a try. But I'm not sure if the pond water can sustain them, as they're all sea creatures that need salt water. Give it a shot. If they don't survive, that's fine. I'm not picky. After all, the supplies you've stored are enough for me to eat until my grandchildren are born. Who said I eat a lot? Julie couldn't help but twitch at her words. Did she really think her appetite was small? She had no idea that she could devour half a salmon in one sitting. How could such a tiny cat claim to eat until her grandchildren were born? What about flying to the heavens? The quantity of food available in the space is insufficient to sustain her for several years, and she herself must eat well. Thus, she thinks she needs to procure more, already considering future generations. With a furrowed brow, Julie grows increasingly troubled as she exits the space. Cold Mohan has awakened, leaning against the bed, and upon noticing her absence, assumes she has entered the space. Julie responds, I went in to organize yesterday's supplies. Otherwise, it's too chaotic on the ground. Cold Mohan inquires if there have been any changes in the space. She replies, I checked, and there's nothing to worry about. This situation is already a tremendous stroke of luck. Cold Mohan concurs, indeed, it is our fortune. Everything is just right. Let us have breakfast together. What would you like to eat? I'll get it for you, Julie asks. Anything is fine. I'll eat whatever you choose.
Cold Mohan replies nonchalantly.
Julie prepares a fruit platter with strawberries, cherries, and blueberries, along with 2 glasses of milk, 2 servings of steak, and a slice of pizza, thinking they should eat well since they need energy for their journey after the flight. After having breakfast together, Julie pours all the bottled water from the plane onto the ground of the space, refilling the empty bottles with spring water. The 500 milliliters bottles are convenient for carrying, and she fills dozens of them, asking Cold Mo Han to store them in his space. You should take these. It will make it easier for you to replenish your energy, she suggests. Watching Ju Li busy herself for him fills Cold Mo Han with joy at that moment. She resembles a devoted wife, so considerate. Once the plane lands, they waste no time and hurry to collect supplies from each warehouse. Cold Mo Han had arranged with a restaurant in the city for fresh ingredients to be delivered to the warehouse at an agreed time. Julie also remembers to buy some live seafood for the space pond. She realizes she should have done this earlier, but other matters distracted her. If it weren't for the Caddis reminder, she might have forgotten entirely. After a moment of contemplation, Cold Mo Han considers trying to bring some seawater into the space, creating a designated area for raising the seafood.
Julie, sudanli ang liktanat, exclaims.
How could I be so forgetful? It would be unwise to mix freshwater fish with seafood. It might ruin the water quality and lead to disaster. Cold Mo Han gently pats her head. You often have too many trivial thoughts swirling in your mind, making it hard for you to process everything at once. They spend 3 days in various European countries gathering supplies. The countries are relatively close, but the warehouses are scattered, consuming a considerable amount of time. Upon arriving in country E during the day, Cold E meets them at the airport and takes them directly to the warehouse. While reviewing the inventory list on the way, Julie is amazed at the abundance Cold E has stockpiled. Various grains, black rye bread, sausages, beef and lamb, caviar, honey milk, potatoes, chocolate, pickles, a variety of snacks, beer, vodka, and frozen seafood. Julie feels overwhelmed by the extensive inventory, which is meticulously categorized and documented for ease of future reference. Upon arrival at the warehouse, Cold Mo Han squeezes Julie's hand and instructs Cold E to enter. With a wave of his hand, a significant portion of the supplies disappears. Cold E rubs his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Boss, am I seeing things? Are you performing magic? When did you learn this?" After praising Cold Mo Han, he adds, "I'm not joking. You must have questions about why I had you stockpile these supplies. The apocalypse is approaching, and these are our future lifelines. I awakened my spatial powers a few months ago, allowing me to access a storage space." He then produces a gun. Cold E, incredulous, asks, "Boss, you can't be serious." Cold Mo Han replies sternly, "Do you think I'm joking? If I were, why would I have you gather these supplies? Am I out of my mind?" Cold E, no longer questioning, marvels, "Boss, this is amazing. Regardless of the apocalypse, with this power, I'm sticking by your side."
Julie observes Cold E.
Noting his silly demeanor does not match his imposing stature. She watches him as he reacts with shock and awe to Cold Mo Han's display of the spatial abilities, followed by admiration, devoid of any greed or ulterior motives. It's clear he is genuinely grateful, which reassures her about Cold Mo Han's trust in him.
Cold Mo Han.
Noticing Cold E's astonished expression, commands, "Go keep watch while I collect the supplies." Once Cold E leaves, Julie gathers all the items in the warehouse. Before departing, Cold E glances back at the now empty storage room, still in disbelief. With Cold E's help, they quickly finish collecting supplies, alternating their means of transportation.
Cold Mo Han.
Aware of Julie's aversion to sunlight, ensures she does not have to do anything strenuous, simply allowing her to collect supplies when they arrive at each location. Cold E has stockpiled resources from 8 different countries, and their final destination is Country N. Julie had previously visited Country N to gather seafood, so her excitement grows at the prospect of acquiring fresh supplies again. Reviewing Cold E's inventory list, she finds it aligns with her expectations, mostly consisting of frozen seafood. Cold E, contact your suppliers for fresh seafood, Julie requests. They should have some. I only deal with local seafood export companies, he assures her. Upon arriving in Country N, they split up. Cold E heads to contact suppliers for live seafood, while Cold Mo Han takes Julie to the coastline, far from the city and under the cover of night, ensuring they won't be disturbed. Julie retrieves a speedboat from the space, hesitant to venture into the deep sea without a yacht, and decides to collect seawater from the shallow coastal area. She places her hand on the surface of the water, drawing it into the space for an hour. When she checks, she discovers that she has created several large pools resembling small lakes, with clear blue-green water, well-preserved quality, and visible white sand, along with small fish and shellfish. Once satisfied with her collection, Cold Mo Han pilots the speedboat to shore. "Let us check the space," he exclaims, quickly entering Julie's space. Before Jiu Li can pull him in, he unexpectedly disappears. Inside Jiu Li's space, cold Mo Han looks around, bewildered to find Jiu Li missing. He recalls that he had just mentioned entering the space, and suddenly, he found himself inside without her assistance. Surprised, he realizes that the recent upgrade must have granted him access to her space. Quickly, he rushes back outside, concerned for Jiu Li. Excitedly, he tells her, "I just entered your space." "Wait, you can enter my space?"
Jiu Li răspunde, astonished.
Cold Mo Han shares his revelations, and she realizes that the upgrade has indeed granted him access. This unexpected development brings her joy, and she feels even more connected to him, reinforcing their bond. Cold Mo Han shares her sentiment, believing even more firmly that their connection transcends time, destined to intertwine across lifetimes. They embrace and kiss passionately, lingering on the shore before returning to their tasks. "From now on, I'll handle the heavy lifting. You just focus on being cheerful and beautiful," Cold Mo Han declares. Jiu Li giggles, eager to pledge her loyalty, but wisely acknowledges, "The farming equipment will be your responsibility. I find it too taxing to study. My dear, I express my love and loyalty to you every day.
Cold Mohan, please.
Rest assured, I shall take care of the farming from now on." "Does this mean we are bound by blood?" "What blood connection are you speaking of? Do you wish to be my elder brother or younger brother?"
Cold Mohan.
"I may have misused my words, but my feelings for you are quite sincere, my dear."
Do call out to me tonight.
Jiu Li's face flushed as she retorted, "You rogue, driving while thinking of such things." Cold Mo Han, unable to contain his laughter, found it amusing how Jiu Li's mind often wandered into peculiar territories.
What are you laughing at?
"You mock me too, don't you? Calling someone sister." "I do not mock. Rather, I find it quite charming. And you shall refer to me as brother-in-law henceforth." He embraced the cat, who felt wronged by their banter. "You are all treating me unfairly. This is quite unjust. Address her as sister, and me as brother-in-law. It is simply a matter of politeness. You must learn to be a courteous cat," Cold Mo Han insisted with a serious demeanor. "You and Jiu Li speak the same language. Humph. If you want me to call you brother-in-law, you must show some sincerity. A little gift for your new sister, perhaps?" Listening to the cat's complaints, Cold Mo Han chuckled to himself, realizing that this feline was quite clever and had absorbed the nuances of human conversation. He pondered what gift would be suitable for her. Noticing the exquisite lace dress and the bow adorning her ears, he conjured up a stunning teardrop-shaped ruby necklace. "Do you fancy this?" he asked, waving the necklace before her eyes. "Oh, it's dazzling. So beautiful," the cat exclaimed, captivated by the sparkling gem. "I want it. It would look splendid with my dress." Cold Mo Han, amused by her enthusiasm, replied, "Very well, but first, I need to hear you call me brother-in-law." Reluctantly, the cat complied, "Brother-in-law. Good girl. If you behave, there will be even more beautiful gifts in the future." Upon hearing this, the cat's spirits lifted. "Brother-in-law, please put it on me." He adorned her neck with the necklace, which enhanced her beauty, making her appear even whiter and more regal. He felt a paternal warmth towards her, as she truly embodied a delightful spirit, capable of brightening anyone's day. The cat, now proudly wearing her necklace, strutted off to boast to the pigs, ducks, and geese. Cold Mo Han, observing her departure, shook his head and smiled, recognizing her childlike innocence. After wandering around the space, he devised a plan and went upstairs to shower and change into casual attire. He then prepared a cup of coffee and savored it by the floor-to-ceiling window before heading upstairs to wake Jiu Li. "Awake now? Let us find Cold E." He gently kissed her. Jiu Li stirred, feeling a wet sensation on her face. Annoyed, she swatted at it and opened her eyes to see Cold Mo Han. "What time is it?" she mumbled, still sleepy. "It's 5 o'clock. I haven't slept." "My dear, would you like to catch a bit more rest in the car?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, I'm up. Let's have breakfast in the car. I'll freshen up first." Cold Mo Han rummaged through the bedroom, retrieving all his sleepwear and hanging it alongside Jiu Li's in the wardrobe. He then collected his clothes from the dressing room and, noticing the cat's bed in the corner, brought it downstairs, placing it by the floor-to-ceiling window, satisfied with his efforts. Together, they exited the space, and in the car, Jiu Li produced breakfast, 2 cups of iced soy milk and 2 sandwiches. After eating, they drove to the warehouse to meet Cold E. She noted that even in the prolonged winter of countries E and N, the heat was stifling. The early morning air was oppressive, and she felt an overwhelming sense of urgency to hasten their pace, fearing the impending apocalypse. Upon arriving at the warehouse, they gathered supplies. And Cold Mo Han ensured Cold E received breakfast as well. The trio sat in the car, awaiting the seafood delivery, while they prepared the helicopter outside the warehouse. The seafood arrived in specialized transport vehicles equipped with oxygen systems, each containing sealed compartments with oxygen tubes, delivering a total of 10,000 pounds of seafood across 5 trucks. Cold Mo Han instructed Cold E to send off the drivers with generous tips, inviting them for breakfast while keeping their vehicles for the unloading crew. The drivers gladly accepted, eager to escape the heat. Once the drivers had departed, Cold Mo Han began transferring the seafood into the space. The varieties included salmon, cod, capelin, mackerel, redfish, large scallops, blue mussels, lobsters, Arctic shrimp, king crabs, sea urchins, flounder, sea cucumbers, snow crabs, and yellowfin tuna. Ju Li swallowed hard, realizing the abundance of seafood far surpassed her previous efforts. This truly was a gift from the ocean, and she hoped they could breed more in the space for future sustenance. After collecting the seafood, the drivers had yet to return. But Ju Li and the others were unconcerned. They took the helicopter to the next warehouse for more supplies. They departed N country that same day, boarding a private plane bound for the land of pickled vegetables, then onward to the island nation, with their final stop being T country. Julie had assumed they would return directly after their last task on the island, but Cold E insisted on stockpiling in T country, believing it to be the most resource-rich area in Southeast Asia. Cold Mo Han arranged for Cold E to take Julie on a brief tour of the pickled vegetable country while he scouted the island for safety plans, ensuring efficiency in their operations. Julie was reluctant to visit the pickled vegetable country, feeling there was little left to acquire. Cold Mo Han reassured her. Since we're already here, it's a short flight, and we can easily stop by. If there's nothing else, we can at least buy some clothing and skincare products. Julie frowned. You are not permitted to act on your own until I arrive. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you act prematurely, you will bear the consequences. She turned and walked away. Cold Mo Han mused on how perceptive she was, recognizing his plans. He did not wish for her to take risks, and with their spaces now interconnected, he could enter at any time, providing an extra layer of security. He felt confident in his ability to handle things alongside the cat. Seeing her anger, he found himself reluctantly yielding. He understood her concern for her safety, and thus they would face challenges together. He rushed forward, embracing Julie. My dear, I understand. Rest assured, when you arrive, we shall proceed together. Deceiving you is akin to a puppy. Do not be upset. We can still meet in the evening. Julie, please take care of yourself. I will give you 2 days, but I can only stay in H country for that duration. Lung Mohan acknowledged this, and the two shared a kiss before watching Julie and Lung Yi drive away as he boarded the plane to the island nation. Chapter 72. Journey to the land of pickled vegetables. In the land of pickled vegetables, Julie found herself in a state of mental turmoil. Since her rebirth, she had enthusiastically hoarded supplies, but now, the sheer volume of her stockpiling left her numb. Was she engaging in some form of Versailles? Certainly not. Her initial astonishment and excitement had transformed into a tranquil acceptance, leading to this emotional detachment. What had caused the shift? The abundance of supplies was so great that it could establish a small nation, and yet, she harbored no grand ambitions. Her sole desire was to survive this life, free from worries about sustenance, and to live healthily and safely for the long term. Julie inquired of Lung Yi, who was driving, whether he had any plans to stock up on anything in H country. Lung Yi replied that the land of pickled vegetables did not boast a rich array of products, so it had not been part of his initial hoarding strategy. The only thing they had in abundance was pickled vegetables, which were rather overpriced, and, to be honest, he had little interest in them. Julie found herself in agreement with Lung Yi's sentiments. When she began her hoarding endeavors abroad, H country had not been on her radar. The only edible item there, aside from barbecued meat, was something she could not tolerate. However, since they were already here, it would be unwise to return empty-handed, especially when there were still funds unspent. Lung Yi, since we are here, let us gather supplies. We'll split up. You find a large warehouse to stock up on pickled vegetables, while I procure seafood, dried goods, ginseng, sake, various instant noodles, cold noodles, and snacks. You can decide what to gather, and once you find the warehouse, send me a message on WeChat. Understood, Miss Jio. Please take care. By the way, do send me your clothing and shoe sizes, Julie added. Feeling a bit bashful, Lung Yi replied, "Missed you. You're quite kind. It's the first time a girl has offered to buy me clothes since my mother." Julie couldn't help but smile at Lung Yi's flushed face, recognizing him as an innocent young man who likely had never been in a romantic relationship. Such bashfulness was rare these days.
Cough, cough. Lanky.
"I'm merely buying you a piece of clothing. Why are you blushing? You're a grown man, not a shy little girl. What will you do when you eventually find a girlfriend? And please, just call me Julie. You might even be older than I am." Lung Yi took her words in stride, feeling no discomfort. After all, the future wife of his boss was doing him a favor. He felt grateful rather than awkward. "Julie, thank you. Don't mention it. By the way, do you have any money left? If not, I can transfer some to you. I'm using the project funds from the company, which I'm responsible for. The boss instructed me to pause the project while I stock up. And now the funds are nearly depleted. I intend to use my own money for the rest. I have quite a bit saved. After all, if the apocalypse arrives, it would be too late to spend it." Julie understood the situation and replied, "Send me your account number and I'll transfer some funds to you." "Really? It's unnecessary. I have more than enough supplies here," he insisted. "Lung Yi, please stock up as much as possible. Feel free to spend what you have. I genuinely have no need for it anymore. Consider it helping me out," Julie urged. Lung Yi, feeling generous, relented. "All right then. Just have everything delivered to the largest shopping mall in the city. We must work swiftly." "Understood." Upon arriving at the mall, Julie transferred 10 billion to Lung Yi using the card provided by Lung Mohan, which still had a substantial balance. Taking a deep breath, she entered the mall, prepared for battle. She first purchased an iced coffee from a cafe on the ground floor, sipping it as she walked. The skincare section caught her eye, and without hesitation, she approached the store manager, introducing herself as a representative from a major live purchasing company in Huagua. With a substantial order, she demanded all available inventory. If the manager doubted her, she was ready to pay a deposit. By 6 in the evening, she instructed the manager to bring the inventory list to her at the cafe. Through her efforts, she managed to clear out the entire skincare section, catching the attention of the mall manager, who was thrilled to see a significant client from Huagua after several years of dwindling tourist interest. Given the decline in tourism to both the land of pickled vegetables and the island nation, the mall had seen a dramatic drop in revenue. And the manager expressed immense gratitude towards Julie, offering her any assistance she might require. Julie was pleased to hear this. With the manager's help, she toured every floor of the mall, identifying which stores to target. She opted out of home appliances as those from the land of pickled vegetables were often unreliable. She also declined luxury bags and watches, as they would be of no use in an apocalyptic scenario. Instead, she reserved the entire inventory from the skincare and makeup stores, women's fashion, men's sports brands, and the grocery store on the lower level. The manager, stuttering with excitement, assured her that he would immediately call a meeting with the store managers. His belief in her was solidified by her previous confirmation at the cafe, where she instructed them to meet her with the inventory list. After leaving the mall, Julie hailed a taxi to a nearby car dealership, as being without a vehicle was quite inconvenient. She received the warehouse location from Lung Yi en route. She purchased 2 Alfred business vans for 1.2 million, drawn to their spaciousness, privacy, and availability for immediate use. Although she already owned numerous off-road vehicles, she had yet to acquire such a model. Parking the cars in the mall's lower-level parking lot, she returned to the cafe to pay for her previous purchase and ordered 200 cups of coffee to be delivered before 5 o'clock. Subsequently, she headed to the 5th floor to place an order for food. 100 servings of bibimbap, 100 servings of army stew, 200 fried chicken cutlets, 100 servings of cold noodles, 100 barbecue sets, 100 servings of cheese fried rice cakes, 100 servings of ginseng chicken soup, and 100 servings of jajangmyeon. She paid for the order and requested that everything be packed and delivered to the lower-level parking area before 5 o'clock. With time to spare, she leisurely enjoyed a delicious barbecue meal, savoring the authentic flavors and dipping sauces that were far superior to those back home. The perfectly grilled black pork belly, crispy and juicy, was utterly satisfying. Paired with a cup of rice wine, it was a delightful experience. She eagerly anticipated sharing another meal with Lung Yi in the evening, reminding herself to encourage him to stock up on barbecue dipping sauces as well. After sending a message to Lung Yi, she received a reply confirming receipt. Chapter 73. Parting Ways. After spending over an hour, Julie arrived at the shopping mall's basement level to wait for the deliveries. As each delivery arrived, she hurriedly organized the space in her vehicle to accommodate the goods. After waiting for about an hour, all the items were delivered. She returned to the cafe, where the manager and store heads were already waiting for her. First, they inspected the skincare products on the first floor. Since a portion of the payment had already been made, they confirmed everything was in order and urged the team to expedite the packing process. They provided the warehouse address, requesting that deliveries be made before 9 p.m., as they would not wait beyond that time. Then, they proceeded to check the items on the upper floors. Julie only needed to feign thoroughness, paying 1/3 of the total amount as a deposit for each store, instructing that the goods be sent to the warehouse for inspection before settling the remainder. Julie called Lung Yi to inquire about his stockpiling progress and informed him of her situation. Lung Yi mentioned that he was accumulating a significant amount of stock and would likely be busy late into the night. Julie told him not to come to the warehouse, but to meet up at a restaurant later instead. She drove directly to the warehouse location provided by Lung Yi. It was already dark, and she took out a slice of cheesecake and a cup of sparkling mulberry water from her space, enjoying them while waiting. At 8 p.m., the first delivery arrived. Julie got out to inspect the goods, and upon confirming everything was satisfactory, she allowed them to unload the items at the warehouse and paid the remaining balance. To save time, she tipped some of the delivery workers generously, asking them to park their vehicles and return the next day, assuring them she would have workers to assist with unloading. They left happily, having earned some extra money without exerting much effort. Julie then utilized her space to place the goods in the warehouse. However, she concealed her space from Lung Yi, as the items would need to be collected by Lung Mohan after returning from the island nation. It wasn't a waste of time, just a matter of passing through. After finishing, she found a hotel and booked 2 rooms, sending Lung Yi the location while searching for a nearby barbecue restaurant on her phone. At the barbecue restaurant, she ordered a meal and waited for Lung Yi to arrive. It wasn't long before he showed up. "Julie, I've ordered some dishes. Feel free to select whatever you like,"
he said.
"How did your stockpiling go today?" Julie replied, "I cleared out an entire mall's inventory, and it's all at the warehouse. What about you?"
Lengyek climate, amazing.
"I've secured most of what we discussed in the car, and it's all scheduled for delivery to the warehouse tomorrow. Honestly, I'm at a loss for what else to purchase. I've cleared out 3 supermarkets, thinking they generally have a comprehensive range of goods, which saves us from running around." "Lung Yi, you are quite clever," Julie complimented. "Do you have any particular favorites? I can focus on stocking those tomorrow. To be honest, I'm quite curious about how much kimchi you've managed to gather," she said. 10 tons of spicy cabbage and 1 ton of radish kimchi. I bought them directly from the kimchi processing factory. There are so many varieties. I picked 2 that we can tolerate. They can make kimchi out of any vegetable here, though I'm not sure what's so delicious about it. Eating too much of it can be carcinogenic."
Huh?
"Lung Yi, you're quite adorable," he chuckled. "What types of kimchi are unacceptable for you?" "Chives, shepherd's purse, green onions, eggplant, basically, any edible vegetable can be turned into kimchi." When I toured the factory, I felt as if I was being pickled myself. Julie laughed heartily. After a delightful dinner, they returned to the hotel to rest. They then entered the space, and Julie called Lung Mohan, informing him she was waiting in the space. "How is it in the space?" He pondered before explaining. "I've gotten a rough understanding of the terrain today. The security is quite formidable. Entering blindly might prove futile. Accessing the main gate requires a work permit, while entry to the lab building necessitates facial recognition and iris verification. There are likely infrared alarms inside as well. It's not straightforward." "What should we do then?" "Perhaps we should abandon the plan. Our lives are more important," Julie suggested. Lung Mohan replied, "I'll need Bai Shue's assistance with this." "What do you need me for?" "Just get to the point," Bai Shue interjected. Lung Mohan shared all he had gathered with Bai Shue, and the 2 conspired for a considerable time in the space. Julie observed the interplay between Lung Mohan and Bai Shue, feeling somewhat excluded from the conversation, as if her presence was inconsequential.
"Darling, I am hungry.
Could you make me some instant noodles?" "I have a craving," Lung Mohan said. Julie, despite her reluctance, went to the kitchen to prepare the noodles. She boiled some spring water, took a packet of spicy noodles, added an egg, and tossed in 2 large shrimp, garnishing the dish with scallions upon serving. "Dinner is ready," she called. Lung Mohan approached and sat down to eat, while Bai Shue jumped onto the opposite chair. "What about me? I want food too," Bai Shue exclaimed. "Do you need me to remind you to eat?" "You never skimp on yourself," Julie retorted. "But I've never tasted food made by your hand. I want some," Bai Shue insisted. Julie felt goosebumps rise at the sight of the cat's adorably spoiled behavior, reminiscent of a child. "All right, what would you like?"
she asked.
The dumplings you had last time. I want 10 of them. Bai Shui replied. Julie shot a glare at the cat before heading to the kitchen to prepare the meal. Watching the interactions between the cat and Julie, Lung Mohan found it amusing, noting how they both resembled children. After dinner, they lay on the bed, and Julie inquired about the situation in the island nation. There haven't been any volcanic eruptions in the past few days. The previous eruptions were minor, resulting in minimal damage. However, the government is monitoring Mount Fuji closely, as it is quite active and could erupt at any moment, warning residents to evacuate. Many are preparing to flee, and the airports and stations are crowded, Lung Mohan explained. This presents an opportunity for us. Chaos can facilitate our operations.
Additionally,
the research institute you selected has a wealth of advanced technology. He continued. This institute is comprehensive, encompassing life sciences, medical research, engineering machinery, artificial intelligence, and more. Julie, brimming with excitement, asked, what kinds of advanced technologies are available? Hurry and tell me. I heard that the latest research includes an invisibility cloak, the most advanced body temperature regulating clothing, and laser weapons, along with various medical vaccines and biochemical vaccines, he responded. Julie was ecstatic, eager to set off immediately. We need to act swiftly. Tomorrow, after finishing the procurement with Lung Yi, I will head directly there and initiate our plans by nightfall. Lung Mohan added, I will bring Bai Shui along tomorrow, allowing her to familiarize herself with the surroundings during the day. How are you two coordinating the plan? Julie inquired. With Bai Shui's help, everything becomes considerably simpler. We will act in the late hours. She will hypnotize the security personnel on patrol while I locate the monitoring system and cut off the building's power supply. This will render all surveillance and verification systems ineffective. I will handle my end, and you can begin collecting items from the top floor while I start from the ground floor, he explained. But Bai Shui's consciousness control lasts only 3 to 5 minutes. Will that be enough time? Julie questioned. There are 10 security personnel, including guards. So those 3 to 5 minutes will be ample for us to get inside. Start collecting items as soon as you enter while I locate the control room. Without lights. When the outside personnel regain their senses, they won't be able to detect us. We just need to be discreet inside. If we encounter anyone, we will deal with them swiftly, Lung Mohan assured her. All right, I will prepare the silenced firearms with fully loaded ammunition. Julie responded, feeling a thrill of excitement at the plan. With Bai Shui involved, it seemed foolproof, perfect. She felt a surge of exhilaration, unsure of what was causing her excitement. Chapter 74. Making a big move. Lung Mohan mentioned, I ordered some Japanese cuisine from the restaurant today, which I've stored in the space, so we might be late tonight. What did you order? Julie asked, having not paid attention. Sea urchin, Kobe beef, abalone, beef tongue, black truffles, various types of sushi, tempura, bone ramen, and teppanyaki, he listed. Sounds fantastic. We should get more sushi. Order some more tomorrow as it's convenient to eat. Let us skip the seafood dishes, Julie suggested. All right, my little foodie. Lung Mohan replied. It is late. Let us quickly rest, as we must rise early tomorrow. The next day, both of them awoke at dawn, busying themselves with various tasks. Julie, once again separated from Lung Yi, began to stock up on supplies, reminding Lung Yi to be mindful of the time and to complete all deliveries before 6 o'clock, as they were set to depart for the island nation that evening. Julie decided against accumulating a large stock today and instead chose to leisurely stroll through the streets, indulging in a bit of shopping. Passing by a trendy clothing store filled with athletic and casual wear for both genders, she purchased several items, including sweaters, knitted tops, thermal underwear sets, windbreakers, sports shoes, casual shoes, down jackets, socks, t-shirts, shorts, sun protection clothing, long pants, hoodies, short coats, long coats, outerwear, sports attire, scarves, backpacks, gloves, hats, sunglasses, and goggles for Lung Mohan. Although she had previously ordered a few men's clothes online, they were limited in number. The stylish apparel from the pickled cabbage country suited Lung Mohan, whose tall stature resembled that of a mannequin. Dressing him up in fashionable attire brought her immense joy, especially as she had grown weary of the sight of his frequently worn shirts and suits. She also treated herself to an abundance of clothing. After a tiring shopping spree, she sought a place to rest before heading to the food street to indulge in a variety of delicacies. By the time they were done, it was nearly time to call Lung Yi and meet him at the airport for their flight to the island nation. Upon arrival at the island around 9 o'clock that evening, Lung Mohan met them at the airport and took them to the hotel. Lung Yi was unaware of the evening's activities and had no intention of involving him, suggesting instead that he focus on stockpiling goods the next day, thus retiring early for the night. At 2 in the morning, the city lay cloaked in darkness and silence. The two, along with the cat, donned black attire. Fully equipped, as if merging with the night, they parked across the street from the Research Institute, with Bai Shui skillfully navigating the familiar route and scaling the wall to enter. Moments later, the sound of meowing echoed, a prearranged signal between them, successfully conveying their message. Jiu Li and Lung Mo Han entered through the main gate, arriving at the ground floor of the institute. As they opened the glass door, an alarm blared. Without hesitation, they rushed inside, the shrill sound of infrared alarms echoing in the still night. Each took on their respective roles. Lung Mo Han had 5 minutes to locate the control room, while Jiu Li dashed to the 15th floor. At that moment, she felt grateful for her training at home. Running up 15 flights of stairs left her breathless for only 2 minutes. Without a moment's hesitation, she wielded her flashlight, illuminating her path. In a corner, a transparent glass case housed a piece of black fabric that floated within. Upon closer inspection, she gasped, was this the legendary invisible cloak? Yet, it appeared to be merely a half-finished product. Regardless, she decided to collect it first. Descending from the 15th floor, she noticed the absence of activity on the lower levels, confirming that Lung Mo Han had successfully cut the power, alleviating her anxiety. Upon reaching the 10th floor, she found tables adorned with various bottles and chemical tubes, indicating this was the biological research area. Her flashlight illuminated a tube labeled bacterial specimens, revealing plague bacilli, cowpox bacilli, and swine bacilli. What manner of research was this? All focused on bacteria and viruses? Producing a larger light from her space, she illuminated the laboratory, only to be met with a terrifying sight: human limbs dissected behind a glass wall. She spun around and fled, the horror more chilling than encountering a ghost. Upon reaching the 9th floor, she encountered Lung Mo Han, who was cradling the cat. Gripping his arm tightly, she gasped for air, gradually regaining her composure. It dawned on her that the people of this island nation had a deeply ingrained penchant for grotesque research, reminiscent of their dark history with biological warfare. She recounted the situation inside to Lung Mo Han, who proposed a bold plan that resonated with her. They had initially intended to stealthily steal the items, but they decided instead to plant 2 timed explosives on each floor. After completing their task, they ascended to the top floor, retrieving a helicopter from her space. The thunderous sound of the helicopter's ascent alerted the patrolling security personnel below, but it mattered little now. Everything was coming to an end. Jiu Li pressed the remote, and a series of explosions erupted within the building. They had already soared far above, and after 10 minutes, they returned from another direction. Witnessing the once imposing structure reduced to ruins, Jiu Li felt immense satisfaction with her handiwork. It was exhilarating. Finding a clear space, they landed and, under the cover of night, secured the helicopter before entering her space. She and Lung Mo Han relished a hot pot meal, devouring tripe, beef rolls, and shrimp paste, allowing herself to bask in culinary delight to momentarily forget the grotesque scenes they had witnessed. She also prepared salmon and dumplings for Bai Shui, who devoured them eagerly, licking its lips after finishing. Not yet sated, Jiu Li offered 5 more dumplings, marveling at how the cat could eat so much, more than any pig, in fact. It seemed Bai Shui sensed her thoughts, suggesting that after such exertion, it needed to replenish its energy. Jiu Li acquiesced, allowing the cat to indulge further. After Bai Shui had eaten enough, she watched as it scampered to the riverbank for a few sips of the magical spring water before retreating to its nest for sleep. As it was always daytime in her space, she and Lung Mo Han, having finished their meal, felt no inclination to sleep. Instead, they turned their attention to cultivating the land, harvesting sweet potatoes, and using the tiller to prepare the soil for a new crop. After their labor, they ascended to wash up, then set an alarm before snuggling up in bed for a short rest. Chapter 75. Zero-cost shopping in the island nation. Not long after they had fallen asleep, an urgent phone call jolted them awake.
Len mo han ansvaret.
Realizing it was Lung E calling, Jiu Li groggily inquired about the disturbance. "Wake up, darling. We must hurry out," Lung E urged. A high-level volcanic alert has been issued for the island nation, predicting an eruption of Mount Fuji in the early hours. The populace is in a frenzy to evacuate. Upon hearing this, Jiu Li sprang to life. "Let us go see. Isn't this the perfect opportunity?" she exclaimed. "Where is Lung E now?" Lung Yi had just prepared to leave when the hotel issued the warning, prompting him to return to his room to wait for them, fearing they might get separated in the chaos outside. All right, let us hurry up.
Jiu li responda.
After a quick wash, they donned light-colored casual sportswear, leaving the cat in her space before stepping outside. They emerged into the same open area from the previous night, catching a glimpse of Mount Fuji in the distance, visibly emitting black smoke, seemingly poised to erupt at any moment. Retrieving a Hummer from her space, Lung and Mo Han drove them toward the hotel. The streets were teeming with people and vehicles, families with their belongings, all heading in the same direction toward the train station or airport. Fortunately, they were heading in the opposite direction, averting any potential traffic jams. With a clear path ahead, they sped toward the hotel. After brief instructions to Lung Yi, they left the car with him, advising him to head to the airport where a private jet awaited their arrival. Lung and Mo Han was well acquainted with the surroundings near the hotel and had memorized the routes. He urged Jiu Li to run ahead, navigating through the throngs of people fleeing in the opposite direction. Both wore masks, attracting no attention. As they passed a bookstore nestled in an alley, Jiu Li tugged at Lung and Mo Han to stop. I don't have many books in my space. Let us gather all the books from this store. All right, he replied, retrieving a window-breaking tool from his space. They smashed the bookstore's window and successfully climbed inside. To be cautious, they also destroyed the computer surveillance at the cash register. This was a 2-story bookstore, fully stocked with a wealth of knowledge, from astronomy to geography. Collect everything, Jiu Li commanded, and they set to work. 2 individuals, one above and the other below, completed their task in less than 5 minutes. They then dashed towards the seaside port, approximately 2 kilometers from their hotel. During the day, the roads were bustling with people, making it inconvenient for vehicles. However, both possessed remarkable stamina and decided to run, taking advantage of the opportunity to procure goods without cost. They passed a large shopping supermarket, and despite having ample supplies, Jiu Li was resolute not to waste a single item. Without hesitation, she entered and, as always, Lung Mo Han seamlessly collaborated with her to disrupt the power and network systems. As she had anticipated, the supermarket was vast, filled with a comprehensive array of goods, all meticulously arranged. Everyone seemed eager to escape the island, traveling light and carrying only their valuables, bank cards, and cash. No one seemed to consider bringing additional supplies. The supermarket spanned 3 floors, with 2 underground levels. After surveying, Jiu Li commenced her delightful acquisition of goods without expenditure. She first ventured into the electronics section. While she already owned some appliances, her collection was minimal. It must be noted that the craftsmanship of electronics in the island nation was exceptional, showcasing numerous world-renowned brands. She gathered rice cookers, induction cookers, garment steamers, hair dryers, dehumidifiers, air fryers, waffle makers, vacuum cleaners, label makers, thermoses, electric shavers, electric toothbrushes, beauty devices, facial slimming tools, hair removal devices, microwaves, toilets, smart toilet seats, and pressure cookers, items she seemingly lacked. She also raided the major appliances section, collecting ultra-thin televisions, projectors, refrigerators, dryers, washing machines, air purifiers, and ductless systems. Next, she proceeded to the snacks aisle, where an array of treats awaited: lemon vanilla cream-filled cookies, round cream biscuits, Fujiya's Village Lady biscuits, latte fresh cream chocolate pies, YBC Yamazaki citrus cream-filled cookies, liquor candies from Luhua Pavilion, Otaru cookies, white lovers, and various flavored snacks like chips, jerky, crab rolls, puddings, egg rolls, eel strips, and dried fish. She also gathered an assortment of instant self-heating noodles, instant noodles, and pasta, without being picky about flavors. All were collected. Jiu Li left no shelf untouched, effectively depleting the supermarket's inventory. Meanwhile, Lung and Mo Han indulged himself in the beverages section. Although he lacked for nothing, the thrill of a zero-cost shopping spree was irresistible. He collected various wines, beers, cocktails, plum wines, sake, rice wine, whiskey, rum, brandy, vodka, and tequila, alongside an assortment of drinks like oolong tea, Yakult, jelly, soda, fruit juices, fruit teas, yogurt drinks, canned coffee, mineral water, and dairy products. He meticulously followed Jiu Li's instructions, ensuring nothing was left behind. They also raided the frozen section, fresh produce area, daily necessities section, clothing area, skincare zone, cosmetic department, luggage and leather goods area, footwear section, children's zone, toy section, home goods area, pet supplies, and even items for mothers and infants such as diapers, baby bottles, and infant clothing. After approximately an hour, the supermarket was left eerily empty, echoing their footsteps. Even the storage room was thoroughly emptied by Lung Mo Han. The two exited the supermarket, passing the cash register, where cigarettes and assorted flavored condoms were displayed. With a wave of his hand, Lung Mo Han took the entire display. He had stockpiled plenty himself, but Julie had informed him that in a post-apocalyptic world, such items would be more precious than food. Wealthy individuals would clamor for them, making them valuable for trade. Hence, nothing could be wasted. Recently, after being inundated with supplies from Lung Mo Han's global warehouse, Julie felt a renewed sense of frugality sparked by the sight of the supermarket's offerings. The island's affordability was not to be overlooked. With such an abundance of supplies, they could feel at home anywhere in a post-apocalyptic setting, providing an overwhelming sense of security. The two continued to the port, where they arrived at a materials factory brimming with various construction supplies: steel, metal materials, electromechanical products, cement, wires and cables, steel strands, anchors, materials for power towers, concrete additives, sound testing tubes, waterproof materials, plumbing materials, geotechnical materials, asphalt materials, gravel, labor protection supplies, electromechanical equipment, and refrigeration devices. This factory was immense, seemingly endless, which explained the extensive range of products manufactured there, catering to both domestic and international trade. These building materials would hold significant value in an apocalyptic world. Even if they could not use everything, they could sell surplus to a base, which would be in dire need of such supplies when the world changed. After resting in their space and replenishing with spring water, Julie prepared 2 portions of rice, boiled beef, stir-fried meat, sautéed cauliflower, and shiitake greens, along with 2 cups of fresh cherry juice. They had not eaten since the morning and were now ravenous, focusing intently on their meals. Afterward, they relaxed on the folding lounge chairs beneath the sunshade that Lung Mo Han had set up, surrounded by blooming flowers. He claimed it created an ambience, despite the absence of sunlight in their space. Julie found his romantic touch unexpectedly charming, making it feel almost like a camping trip, which she enjoyed. After a brief rest, they resumed their task at the materials factory, working tirelessly without pause. When they finally completed their collection around 6 o'clock, they stepped outside, only to find the sky shrouded in a thick haze, likely due to a volcanic eruption. Julie retrieved 2 protective masks from their space, handing one to Lung Mo Han to safeguard against potential bacteria and viruses in the ash. Finally, they reached the port, where rows of shipping containers awaited, some already loaded onto cruise ships, ready to embark. It was evident that workers had fled, eager to find safety, leaving their tasks behind. The two exchanged understanding glances. No words needed, each comprehending their next steps. They split up to gather containers, which were sealed and accompanied by inventory lists. Julie, lacking time to inspect each one, decided to collect them all, relishing the thrill of the unknown, a sensation akin to opening blind boxes. The dock was lined with hundreds of containers, and as they neared completion, Julie moved toward the shoreline, selecting 3 medium-sized yachts and 2 small ones. After some searching, she found no suitable mid-sized cruise ships, only large ones that would occupy too much space, especially as they likely couldn't operate them. She also secured 2 fishing boats, still filled with freshly caught seafood, hastening to salvage them before the volcanic eruption potentially contaminated the marine environment, fearing future seafood shortages. Once Lung Mo Han finished collecting the last containers, Julie took out a helicopter from their space. The two climbed aboard and flew towards the airport to reunite with Lung Yi. They found a clearing near the airport to land and stowed the helicopter away before retrieving an off-road vehicle to drive to the airport. The direction of Mount Fuji was engulfed in thick smoke, and the spread of volcanic ash was increasingly alarming. Upon boarding their private plane, Julie finally felt a sense of relief. As the aircraft ascended into the sky with a roar, the fiery lava illuminated the entire city below, casting an eerie glow across the landscape. Simply magnificent and awe-inspiring, a tremendous roar cascaded outward, as the molten lava ejected left myriad fiery trails against the smoky sky. It was a terrifying sight. Fortunately, their aircraft had already departed. What a rare experience it was to witness a volcanic eruption firsthand. Upon arriving in Tea Country at 4 a.m., they wasted no time and headed directly to the 5 warehouses of Lung Yi, completing their tasks by 10 a.m.
Julie,
wishing to avoid lingering, yearned to return home, for even a day away rendered her restless. On the private jet, the trio enjoyed a late breakfast and finally managed to rest. By 4 p.m., they were home at last. After weeks of travel abroad, she had felt a constant sense of trepidation. Thankfully, she had returned safely to her homeland, where she felt a true sense of belonging. Today, February 22nd, marked precisely 1 week since the onset of the apocalypse. She entrusted the downstairs keys to Lung Yi, furnished the guest room with a bed and other essentials, and filled the 3 large refrigerators with provisions, also providing him with additional supplies. Having organized her belongings before her departure, this now signified her official move to Lung Mohan's residence. Aware that time was of the essence, Lung Mohan urged Jiu Li to rest at home while he and Lung He went to gather domestic supplies. He planned to acquire materials from several malls and hospitals under the company's management, having already arranged for his employees to take leave. Before the holiday, he had ensured that all the supplies Lung Yi had stockpiled were distributed to the staff in the form of resource packages, each containing a 100-pound bag of rice, a case of bottled water, a 20-pound bag of flour, a 10-pound can of oil, 5 packs of compressed biscuits, 10 chocolate bars, a bag of salt, a bag of sugar, and individual medical emergency kits containing disinfectant, cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, blades, scissors, lighters, medical gauze, elastic bandages, adhesive bandages, tourniquets, hemostatic powder, hemostatic clamps, cotton swabs, alcohol wipes, ice packs, heat packs, nylon threads, sewing kits, tweezers, adhesive tape, disinfecting wipes, safety pins, syringes, flashlights, and emergency blankets. Every employee was entitled to these comprehensive supplies, which had become invaluable. Purchasing them would require exorbitant costs, especially for medical supplies, which were often unavailable even with wealth. With over 20,000 employees at the headquarters and around 100,000 across all branches, many had contributed in their own ways, and he felt it his duty to assist them within his means. Moreover, for him, these supplies were merely a fortunate windfall. Having prepared in advance, due to his acquaintance with Jiu Li, he felt no remorse in extending a helping hand, as he had acted with a clear conscience. After Jiu Li tidied up her home, arranging her bedroom and hanging her clothes in the wardrobe, she ran a bath in the bathroom for a soothing soak. The community was now under limited power and water supply, with availability restricted to 2 short windows each day. Soon, even these limited supplies would cease, as many high-voltage lines had ignited under the sweltering heat and the city's drainage systems had collapsed. During the day, the building was nearly deserted, with residents only emerging in the morning and evening. It was now 6 p.m., and the sun outside remained fierce. Jiu Li switched on the living room's retractable television to catch the news and stay updated on recent events. The United Nations had organized scientists from around the globe to investigate the causes of the unprecedented global heat anomalies and to determine if there were any viruses linked to the melting glaciers in Antarctica and the Arctic. Scientists and meteorologists speculated that such irregularities might hasten Earth's cyclical changes, potentially ushering in a new ice age, with many cataclysmic geological activities poised to disrupt humanity. A live news reporter, drenched in sweat and with a glistening forehead, urged viewers to prepare for emergencies and stockpile supplies. The central news station of Hua Country also shared this broadcast, leading to a surge of public discourse online. Jiu Li's phone vibrated incessantly, revealing a flurry of messages in the community group about bulk purchasing supplies, with residents sharing images of their stockpiles and inquiring about forming teams for shopping. Even those on business trips far from home sought assistance in procuring necessities, igniting a fervent discussion. In their building, there were 31 units, and everyone was responding to the call. After reading through the messages, Jiu Li set her notifications to Do Not Disturb, opting to remain a silent observer. She wished to avoid drawing attention to herself. Just as she placed her phone on the table, it buzzed again. The news of the destruction of the 7314 Research Institute and the eruption of Mount Fuji surged to the forefront of trending topics. Jiu Li thought to herself that domestic news was often delayed. This incident had occurred yesterday, yet it was only now being reported. She delved into the comments beneath the trending topic. Is this man-made or a natural disaster? What valiant warriors are these? The tall buildings have fallen as if they were made of cards.
Ugly.
Why did they target the island nation? Surely, they were conducting unspeakable experiments within. I have long awaited the eruption of Mount Fuji. For 40 years, I've heard tales of its impending explosion, and now it has finally happened. Divine justice is at hand. As she scrolled through the comments, none lamented the eruption of Mount Fuji. Perhaps this reflected the intrinsic national sentiment of the Hua people. Ultimately, the trending topic regarding the Research Institute's destruction was soon overshadowed by the discussions surrounding the volcanic eruption. Chapter 77. Countdown to the apocalypse, she retrieved a serving of cold noodles and a sushi platter from the space, relishing the refreshing sensation of cold noodles with ice in such weather. After dinner, it was past 8 p.m., and darkness had enveloped the sky. Julie descended to the underground garage, preparing to drive to the supermarket. Truth be told, had it not been for the off-road vehicles Lung Mohan had arranged for her after their purchase, she would have feared the tires would melt in this heat. With all delivery services suspended, Julie had limited her outings, now realizing that staying home indefinitely would attract attention. Being a mere shadow in the community group would inevitably lead others to notice her absence, so she decided it was prudent to venture out. Upon arriving at the supermarket, she squeezed inside to find prices that left her astounded. By late December, prices had already begun to rise, and by January, her food delivery expenses had quadrupled. Instant noodles that once cost 5 yuan now priced at 100 yuan per pack. Pork that was 15 yuan per pound surged to 200 yuan. A 10-pound jug of cooking oil that used to be 68 yuan now cost 350 yuan. The prices of vegetables were equally outrageous. Despite the exorbitant costs, the supermarket shelves were nearly bare, stripped of essentials like instant noodles, bottled water, beverages, fruits, and sugar. It seemed one would have to camp out in the supermarket overnight just to secure basic supplies. After wandering through the aisles, Julie finally spotted a lonely pack of spicy strips and a chicken foot tucked away in a corner. Perhaps it was overlooked in a gap, and she simply took it. Then she went to the stationery and daily necessities sections, grabbed a shopping cart, and selected several pots of varying sizes, along with some pens, books, disposable chopsticks, lunchboxes, plates, aluminum foil, cling film, storage bags, gloves, and baking paper, filling the cart to the brim. At present, these items were the only ones no one had taken. The heat was unbearable for her, and with the supermarket crowded, even the air conditioning had little effect. The stuffiness was maddening. She truly did not wish to linger in the store any longer. After waiting in line for an hour and a half, it was finally her turn. Behind her, several middle-aged women commented on her cart full of seemingly useless items, expressing their disbelief. She too wished to buy useful things, but they were elusive. The cashier rang up her total, 2,520. Julie promptly retrieved her bank card and requested it be charged. The cashier, upon seeing the balance displayed, was taken aback, realizing why she had purchased such seemingly trivial items. Clearly, she was not lacking in funds. After completing her payment, Julie pushed the shopping cart to the parking lot and loaded her items into the trunk. She thought to herself that the shopping cart was quite handy. In the future, she could use it to transport supplies, treating it as a casual supermarket outing. She approached the security guard at the entrance, inquiring if the supermarket sold their shopping carts. "No, we don't sell them. Are you interested?" he asked. "Yes, I'd like a few. They're great for carrying things. How about 500 each? Can you help me with 6? She whispered to the guard. Upon hearing this, the guard realized he could earn 3,000 from these old carts, equivalent to his monthly salary. As the supermarket often lost carts without any repercussions, he contemplated and agreed. "Deal. You can push 2, and I'll handle 3. "Thank you, sir," Julie replied as she selected several relatively new carts from those scattered at the supermarket entrance. Once the guard pushed the other 3 to her vehicle, she scanned the payment via WeChat. After he walked away, she stored the carts and items in her space. In the community parking lot, she feigned retrieving items from the trunk while actually taking out 2 bags of 10-kilogram rice from her space. The elevator had long ceased operation, and she was already drenched in sweat, treating it as a form of strength training. Carrying the rice bags, she climbed to the 30th floor and then to the 31st. After this excursion, she felt utterly drained from sweating, but after consuming several months' worth of spring water and maintaining a consistent exercise routine, she sensed a significant improvement in her physical condition, despite the oppressive heat still leaving her breathless. Upon entering her home and feeling the cool air, she felt revitalized. Venturing outside truly felt life-threatening, as daytime temperatures had reached 50 degrees Celsius, with nighttime hovering between 45 and 48 degrees. She dared not imagine how those who continued to work under such conditions coped. It was undoubtedly pushing the limits of human endurance. It seemed likely that a halt to work and production was imminent. Thankfully, the high-powered generator situated in the soundproofed cabin on the rooftop meant that its thunderous noise would not disturb the entire community. Julie stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, pulling back the curtains to gaze outside. The residents of this community were predominantly affluent professionals, enjoying respectable jobs and favorable economic conditions, mostly comprising the youth, who were progressive in thought and swift in action. Many apartments glowed with lights, indicating the presence of solar panels. Below, the streets were shrouded in darkness. The electric streetlights had long ceased operation, leaving only the dim glow of solar-powered lamps. Julie understood that many in her community were equipped with solar panels, allowing her to utilize electricity without reservation. However, she refrained from excessive consumption. In her living room, she only turned on a floor lamp, and in her bedroom, merely the small bedside lamp. While soaking in her space, Julie perused the messages in the owner's group chat from morning till night. When will this life end? Is it impossible to live?
I am boiling.
When will power be restored to normal? I sweat even while lying still at home all day. The heat makes it impossible to sleep at night. If I don't look at my phone, I feel anxious. If I do, my battery drains. Does the property management not care? I pay a hefty fee annually, but what good is it at a critical moment? These remarks likely came from those without solar panels. She mused that rather than complain, it would be wiser to buy more supplies while they were still available. After her bath, she applied a facial mask. The months spent outdoors had darkened her complexion, and had she not been drinking spring water daily, she would have appeared as though she had been mining coal. She spared no expense on skincare products, preferring only the most effective ones. Afterward, she donned a spaghetti strap dress and bathed her cat, dressing it in a new little outfit. In the storage area of her space, she found the custom shelves made by Lung Mohan had been set up. The pile of supplies at the back had yet to be organized, presumably collected by Lung Mohan over the past few days. Julie used her consciousness to arrange the items on the shelves, which were filled with an abundance of medicine and medical equipment, likely sourced from the hospital under his company. She organized everything into the section where she had previously stockpiled her medications, creating a striking display. Currently, the shelves in her space were far from inadequate. It was possible that after Lung Mohan collected supplies, the shelves would still be unused. Thus, she was not concerned about capacity. She rearranged all the supplies, categorizing them by zones: daily necessities in one area, medical supplies in another, and food divided into sections for fresh meats, frozen goods, snacks, grains, oils, vegetables, seafood, takeout, and homemade dishes. There were also sections for agricultural machinery, wilderness survival tools, mechanical parts, seeds, drinking water and beverages, cigarettes and alcohol, clothing, books, and baby products, as well as areas for home appliances, furniture, and building materials, all meticulously categorized as in a supermarket. Lastly, the transportation section, which occupied considerable space, was positioned at the very end of the storage area. Important weapons and equipment were placed at the forefront of the storage area. This was merely the broad categorization. Completing it required considerable effort, and if she were to delve into finer details, it would surely exhaust her. From a distance, the food section appeared the most impressive, occupying at least a third of the space. Chapter 78. Temperature-controlled clothing. By the time she finished organizing, it was already 11 o'clock, and Lung Mohan had yet to return. She called him. Julie, when will you be back? Lung Mohan, I sent you a video, but you didn't respond. I left you a message on WeChat. I want to be able to return today. I'm in F City, and the plane has just landed. Oh, I was just organizing the supplies you collected. I didn't have my phone, so I haven't seen it yet. I have 3 more batches of supplies to collect before I can return. 1 in F City and 2 in D City. Okay, please be safe. Try to come back early. Don't worry. By the way, I asked Lung Yi to collect some Chinese medicine from the warehouse in the western suburbs. You should go retrieve it. I didn't think of it earlier, and we're short on time.
Wow.
How could I have forgotten something so important? What was I thinking? Only focusing on food and drink? Haha, you're too harsh on yourself. It's fine. We have plenty of other medical supplies. I'll also check for more supplies while collecting in other cities. Forget about trying to source Chinese medicine. If possible, see if you can get some seeds for it. If we have seeds, we can grow it ourselves. After hanging up, Julie felt quite guilty. She had considered obtaining some Chinese medicine during her earlier trips, but had completely forgotten after going abroad twice. It was now impossible to purchase Chinese medicine, as all usable medical supplies had long been controlled by the government, and the demand for cooling and antiviral herbal remedies far exceeded supply. She contemplated finding a way to acquire the seeds for Chinese medicine and planned to visit the warehouse tomorrow and then check the seed market. The temperature-controlled clothing. The items she had collected from the research institute in the island nation had been left untouched while she organized, as she intended for Lung Mohan to handle them. She lacked the knowledge to do so. She decided to search for the temperature-controlled clothing. Instead of physically going back, Julie utilized her consciousness to browse through the items. A bundle of fabric held 5 garments that appeared quite ordinary. Beside her lay a small sign reading body temperature regulating clothing. Suddenly, she felt a shift, and a bundle of fabric, along with some clothing, appeared at her feet. She picked up the garment and inspected it. It appeared quite ordinary, resembling typical autumn wear. Available in 2 colors, black and beige. She chose the beige one, intending to try it on. In the small living space with no one around, she decided against running upstairs and simply removed her clothes in the living room. Upon slipping the garment on, she was pleasantly surprised by its softness and delicacy, akin to her silk pajamas. She didn't feel her body temperature change yet, perhaps due to the space's inherent temperature regulation. She casually donned a pair of shorts and exited the space, opening the door to the hallway. Indeed, the hallway was stifling, with the air around her thick with the scent of sweat. However, the soft, lightweight fabric enveloping her upper body provided a refreshing coolness, akin to the sensation of being naked, while the shorts she wore allowed sweat to trickle down her thighs. This was undoubtedly a marvel of modern technology. Her trip to the island had proven worthwhile. This clothing was truly invaluable. With the temperature-regulating garment, she would be far better protected against extreme cold than with standard thermal underwear. She hurried back inside and stepped into the space, where she found 3 black and 2 beige garments. She decided to keep one of the beige ones for herself, while distributing the black ones to her friends, Lung Yi and Lung Mohan. The entire bundle consisted of black temperature-regulating fabric, and she planned to craft a few pairs of pants. As a fashion designer, this task was incredibly simple for her. Without hesitation, she grabbed scissors and her sewing machine, and in no time, she had produced 2 pairs of pants. She called Lung Mohan, urging him to find an opportunity to enter the space. Shortly after, he arrived. Julie handed him the temperature-regulating clothing, advising him to take a shower and change quickly. Despite spending the day indoors gathering supplies, his face was still flushed, with beads of sweat rolling down his chin. Julie offered him a mango smoothie she had previously made to help cool him down. "Is this the clothing we collected in the island country?" she inquired. "Yes, indeed. What do you think?" he replied. "Currently, I don't feel much difference. The fabric is quite comfortable and lightweight," he noted. "I've already stepped outside to verify. It's temperature regulated in here, so you might not notice much difference now. You'll feel it once you step out into the heat," she explained. Lung Mohan was clad in a snug outfit that accentuated his perfect physique, devoid of any excess flesh, making even a woman like her envious. His well-defined abs radiated strength, and his long, straight legs were striking. Such an exceptional man was indeed hers. Noticing Julie's heated gaze scanning him, he teased, "With you staring at me like that, are you trying to tempt me? I still have to go out later." Flushing, Julie protested. "What are you talking about? I'm merely appreciating your physique, nothing more." With a swift motion, Lung Mohan pulled Julie into his embrace, having her sit on his lap. He pressed his cool lips against her ear, whispering, "Wait for me for 2 days. When I return, I'll let you see me in my natural state." "Who wants to see you naked? You rogue," she retorted. "My dear, you know I have an excellent physique. I wouldn't mind letting you see it. You can indulge your gaze every day," he said, pulling her hand to touch his abs. Quickly, she shifted the topic. "You've got nothing but lewd thoughts on your mind. Hurry up and get going. Don't you have business to attend to?"
"No, Rus.
"If you tempt me, you must take responsibility. Let me have a kiss," he said, leaning in to capture her lips. Their kiss lingered, sweetened by the mango flavor, until Lung Mohan's icy tongue left Julie breathless. Eventually, he set her down on the sofa and nibbled her collarbone, his voice husky. "When I return, I'll take care of you. You'll have to repay me for the temptation today. That shower was in vain." "Who tempted you? Get out of here," she exclaimed, giving him a playful kick to the chest. "All right, I won't tease you any longer. That smoothie was delightful. Please fetch me 2 more. I need another to cool down, and one for Lung Yi as well." "Sure, you can also take the temperature-regulating clothing out for Lung Yi," she added. Lung Mohan donned a white t-shirt and black shorts over the temperature-regulating clothing, completing the look with sneakers. This casual athletic ensemble made him appear rather youthful and vibrant. Once he left, Julie finished sewing the remaining 2 pairs of pants and slipped one on before stepping out to rest. Chapter 79. Traditional Chinese medicine. As the alarm rang at 6, Julie rose, sipping a few mouthfuls of spring water. Although she had temperature-regulating clothing, she still feared the heat. The sun would be intense at noon, and she preferred to complete her task swiftly and return home to enjoy the air conditioning. From the space, she took out some iced soy milk, 5 small steamed buns, and a small plate of fruit. After eating, she changed her clothes and headed out. She wore a light gray, transparent long-sleeved sun protection shirt paired with dark gray quick-dry shorts, completed with dad sneakers. Her hair was tied in a high ponytail, and she wore sunglasses while applying sunscreen to her face, neck, and hands. The morning air offered no respite. It was still stifling and humid. Many people had already ventured out, some walking dogs, while most were queued at the supermarket. She drove to the warehouse location provided by Lung Mohan, entered the code at the entrance, and the automatic door opened, revealing a strong herbal scent. "It's not much," he had said, but as she surveyed the warehouse, it was about 100 square meters, filled to the brim with neatly stacked items. After lowering the door, she hastily collected what she needed and prepared to visit the market for further supplies. At the wholesale market, only a few shops were open for business. After asking around, the last shopkeeper suggested she inquire in the countryside, as many rural residents often grew traditional herbs. Recalling her previous trip to gather supplies in the countryside, Julie drove to the village, where the vegetable gardens in front of each home were now desolate, the earth parched and hardened. During her last visit, the area had been lush and green. Each household had a well, indicating that, despite the drought, they still had enough water for their needs, which was better than the city at present. She decided to seek out the village chief, and upon arriving at his home, she found a girl her age peeling potatoes at the entrance. "Hello, I'm looking for the village chief. Is he home?" Julie asked.
My dad just left.
"Do you need something?" "I can call him," the girl replied. So, it was the village chief's daughter. Julie hadn't met her before, likely because she had been working away from home. "Yes, please call him," Julie requested. "Come in and wait. I'll grab a chair for you," the girl said, bringing a stool from inside. After a short wait, the village chief returned. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" he asked, momentarily unable to recall. "Hello, village chief. Don't you remember? I visited your village to collect vegetables last time," Julie said, removing her sunglasses. "Oh, now I remember. Miss Ju, what brings you here this time?" Many families in the village are unable to grow vegetables due to the severe drought. The seedlings are wilting in the fields, and the seeds won't germinate. It's truly devastating, she explained. "I'm not here for vegetables this time. I wanted to inquire if anyone in the village has traditional Chinese medicine or seeds for it," Julie continued. "Yes, we do have some herbs, but many families are reluctant to sell. With the current demand for Western medicine, traditional herbs have become scarce, and people are holding on to what they have for emergencies. As for seeds, they exist, but I can't say if people will be willing to sell them," the village chief replied. "Could you please help me inquire about the availability of traditional herbs and seeds and see if anyone is willing to sell? I am looking to purchase them in bulk and can offer 3 times the market price," Julie proposed. "All right, I'll ask around right away."
Julie.
"I sincerely appreciate your assistance, village chief. It is truly a relief." "No need for thanks. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities in my position. The rising prices outside have severely impacted the villagers, as they have no land to cultivate and consequently no income. Thankfully, we have some stored grain. But relying solely on that for sustenance is uncertain. Who knows how long this situation will persist?" With the news suggesting even graver calamities ahead, life is becoming increasingly difficult. The village chief lamented, "If everyone could exchange some money now, it would be wise to stock up on supplies." Indeed, the village chief is thinking ahead. Who knows what disasters may strike in the future? The sudden heat we are experiencing could just as easily be followed by frigid temperatures plunging below zero. Given the erratic climate, it is prudent to prepare thoroughly. Julie felt a sense of warmth from the villagers' hospitality and recognized the village chief's sense of duty. She did not hesitate to share some insights. While the extreme heat in the countryside is manageable, the intense cold can be far harsher than in the city. She hoped the village chief would heed her words and make adequate preparations. Upon hearing Julie's remarks, the village chief wore a solemn expression. He did not perceive her as jesting. Rather, he found her reasoning, especially in light of the news, quite sound. There are many elderly villagers, and he must ensure they are prepared in advance. Otherwise, they may struggle when the time comes. "Thank you, Miss Gio, for your reminder. I will keep it in mind. I will now arrange for the traditional medicine," he said. "That would be wonderful, village chief. I will wait for you at the small warehouse by the village entrance." If anyone has medicine for sale, please send them over directly, Julie replied before heading to the previous small warehouse. The door was locked and without a key. She parked her car nearby and waited inside. Soon, people began to arrive, some with medicinal herbs, others with seeds. She had taken an electronic scale from her space and placed it in the trunk. She accepted every offer without hesitation, not having inquired about market prices, relying solely on the villagers' quoted prices. Julie added 3 times the amount to the base price, rounding the final transaction amounts to slightly more than 3 times the original. By noon, her trunk was filled to capacity, and the back seat was also laden with goods. Even when she could no longer accommodate more, people continued to come. The sun had reddened her face, but wearing temperature-regulating clothing alleviated the oppressive heat. However, if she stayed out longer, her skin would suffer. She decided it was time to leave. Julie informed the village chief to assist with any remaining items and suggested they record the transactions at his home. She planned to return the next morning to settle the payments and have the villagers collect their money from him. The morning light was not wasted. Her time spent under the sun had yielded significant rewards. She was quite pleased to have acquired so many seeds and herbs, with seeds comprising 2/3 of her collection. Accelerating homeward, she quickly took a shower and applied a healing face mask as the sun was at its most intense, leaving the streets deserted. Wearing a sundress, she returned from outdoors unwilling to eat a full meal. Instead, she grabbed a slice of watermelon, settled on the sofa, and savored it with a spoon. After finishing the healing mask, she applied a whitening mask, completing her skincare routine. Only then did she retrieve a serving of spaghetti with tomato meat sauce from her space, along with a glass of iced cola. After her meal, she indulged in a small piece of strawberry cheesecake, its icy texture melting in her mouth, sweet yet not cloying. Indeed, desserts have the power to uplift one's spirits in an instant. After finishing her meal, she lay down for a nap, awakening just past 7 in the evening. Stretching, Julie prepared to step out, opting not to visit the supermarket, but instead to browse at the mall. Many small to medium-sized shops had already closed, leaving only a few large upscale malls open. The food courts and cinemas inside were already shuttered. At the entrance, she was required to show proof of funds to gain entry, leaving Julie quite bewildered. It was her first time at a mall where an admission fee was necessary. "Excuse me, may I inquire how much one needs to enter?" she asked the line of security personnel at the door, card in hand. "The entry fee requires a minimum balance of 10 million, a guard replied, his expression impassive. Julie was taken aback. After swiping her card to gain access, she found the air conditioning inside to be quite robust. This measure appeared to prevent ordinary citizens from enjoying the cooling air, preserving the environment for high-end consumers who could afford it. The stark realities of capitalism were on full display. Previously, when electricity was normal, no such verification had been required for entry. The situation was indeed surreal. Chapter 80. Caught on camera and trending. With little to explore, she found herself going back and forth among the same shops. The first floor was dedicated to skincare product counters, and in the corner, a Starbucks remained open. Remarkably, while water was being rationed outside, this cafe continued its operations. Curious, she stepped inside, wondering if the prices would shock her. Indeed, a cup of coffee that once cost 35 now commanded 300, and with ice, it was 350. She purchased a matcha frappuccino for 400, feeling a twinge of regret. But with so much money still in her account, she dismissed her concerns. After all, it was better than suffering over trivial expenses. This cafe was the sole establishment operating in the entire mall, underscoring its formidable presence. Sipping her icy drink, she approached the counters, where the sales associates greeted her with the enthusiasm reserved for a deity, recognizing her as a genuine patron who had passed the financial scrutiny. She browsed through brands like L'Occitane, Jurlic, Fresh, Armani, Dior, Lancôme, Estée Lauder, Chanel, YSL, SkinCeuticals, Jo Malone London, Kiehl's, Sisley, La Mer, Lancaster, CPB, NARS, Ipsa, Carolina Herrera, Laura Mercier, Valentino Beauty, and Bobbi Brown, requesting them to package everything for delivery to her home that evening. After settling her bill, she ascended to the outdoor sports brands, repeating the same process of having everything bundled for home delivery. There was little else of interest to explore. Purchasing a bag felt as inconsequential as using it for basic needs, so she opted to return home and await her deliveries. She then considered that having deliveries sent to her home would reveal her address, potentially attracting unwanted attention from neighbors who might see her as an easy target. With the current abundance of funds for non-consumable items, she feared envy could lead to dire consequences. Hastily, she returned to the mall to change her delivery address to the West Suburb warehouse where she had collected traditional medicine that morning. She then drove to the West Suburb warehouse, waiting for the staff to arrive with her goods. By the time she finished receiving everything, it was already midnight. She drove home in the dark, ready to sleep. The next morning, after breakfast, she donned a fresh outfit and prepared for another visit to the village chief's home. Once again loading her vehicle to capacity, even filling the passenger seat. Before leaving, she left 3 emergency supply kits with the village chief, filled with essential medical supplies and portable tools, as a token of gratitude for his assistance. As she drove along, flanked by fields and devoid of people, she transferred all the items from her car into her space. Upon returning home, she took a shower, feeling uncomfortably warm in her temperature-regulating clothing. Checking the control panel, she was shocked to see the outdoor temperature reading 55 degrees. Grabbing a chocolate ice cream bar, she sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. She noticed a government notification circulating in her group chat announcing the official cessation of work across various industries. It had been a tough road, but they had held on until now, and the discussion in the group was fervent. Suddenly, a trending topic popped up, and upon opening it, she recognized a familiar image. It was a photo of her from the day before, showcasing the outfit she had worn shopping. She had not anticipated that her silhouette would be captured by a sales associate and shared online, subsequently trending. To her dismay, it even revealed her neighborhood address. Fortunately, she had only provided the name of the complex without detailing the building or unit number. Wow, from the back, she looks like a young lady with wealth. I wonder if she is looking for a sugar daddy. Such a rich girl. I can barely afford a bottle of water right now. And she's renting out the whole skincare counter. How can there be such a vast difference among people born of the same parents? How young and wealthy one must be to be supported by some powerful benefactor. The individual above muses about the magnitude of such wealth, expressing a desire to be included. Though unsure of their own qualifications, it seems we share the same air, yet our lives are so vastly different. In the community group, someone shared a screenshot of a trending topic. Oh my, I always knew our neighborhood had its share of affluence, but I never anticipated such hidden treasures. Someone exclaimed. Which building does this lady reside in? I wish to make her acquaintance. Self-assured in her own modest success, she was nonetheless astonished to learn that, amidst current circumstances, some could reserve entire cosmetic counters at malls. Such individuals must have been rare, even nationwide. I believe I spotted this lady in the underground garage yesterday, clad in the same attire as we brushed past one another. With prices soaring, it seems extravagant to be so wasteful. Perhaps her wealth could be better spent on charitable endeavors, another commented. Nowadays, a single bowl of instant noodles can cost over 100 yuan, while she treats skincare products worth thousands as casually as if purchasing green onions. It would be generous for her to share some of that wealth with us, as we are, after all, neighbors. One wonders if a laborer, toiling in such weather for an entire month, could ever afford a single jar of that cream. Such is the injustice of society. Julie scrolled through the discussions in the group, noting the diverse opinions expressed. She was indifferent to the criticisms directed at her. Her only wish was to remain undiscovered, seeking a tranquil existence. She possessed a resilience that had been forged anew in this life. Casting her phone aside, she retreated to her own space. Lo and behold, the Knight 15, the ultimate vehicle for the apocalypse. An armored car, impervious even to grenades, capable of effortlessly overturning ordinary vehicles. Its formidable design exudes an imposing presence, perfectly aligned with the essence of Lung Mo Han. This vehicle, while not suitable for everyday outings due to its conspicuousness, must surely be part of his collection. It would prove invaluable in the impending apocalypse. Her partner certainly had discerning taste. Nearby, a medium-sized luxury yacht and 2 small boats awaited. It was as if Lung Mo Han had anticipated her desires, as she had previously searched for a small boat at the island port without success. All was right in her world. She had gathered everything needed for land, sea, and air. She concentrated, relocating these treasures to the transportation area, while organizing the supplies Lung Mo Han had gathered that day onto the shelves. A message had arrived indicating that the supplies were now complete, suggesting he would be returning soon. She decided to spend the night in her space. Perhaps he would join her there, resting beside her as she awaited his arrival. Chapter 81. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. A thunderous roar at 3 a.m. Lung Mo Han entered the space. As Julie slept soundly, he quietly showered and tiptoed to the bedside, careful not to disturb her. Lying beside her, he enveloped her in his arms. Julie, sensing his familiar scent, nestled closer to his chest, sleeping soundly. When she awoke, it was already 10 a.m. As she turned, she found herself drawn tighter into his embrace. "Sleep a little longer, my dear," he murmured, his voice low and lazy. Julie remained still, captivated by him. The sight of a slumbering Lung Mo Han, so relaxed and gentle, stood in stark contrast to the aloofness he often exuded when awake. Unable to resist, her fingers traced the contours of his face, moving from his forehead to his nose, and down to his lips, where her finger was playfully captured. With a gentle flick of his tongue, he teased her fingertips, sending delightful shivers through her. "You temptress," he whispered in her ear. "Why not join me for some delightful activities instead of sleeping?" As the atmosphere grew charged with intimacy, they were awakened by the grumbling of her stomach, signaling that it was now 3 p.m. Emerging from the bathroom, Lung Mo Han ushered Julie to wash up.
I am starving,
She exclaimed, presenting a feast of spicy hot pot, sauerkraut fish, stir-fried yam with mushrooms, and 2 servings of rice, paired with a bottle of dark beer for him and fresh grape juice with ice for herself. As they dined, Julie inquired, "Have we gathered everything?"
Indeed.
"It's all done," he replied, as Lung Yi completed the final tasks. Furrowing her brow, Julie asked, "Is Lung Yi back yet?" "He is expected to return tonight. I left the helicopter for him. He can land on the rooftop. Let's South not park in the community. It draws too much attention. Find an open space in the suburbs instead," she advised. Then, Julie recounted her recent rise to fame online. "Darling, let them say what they wish. We cannot control their opinions. As long as we live well, that is enough. So many people are idle at home, with nothing to do but envy others." He consoled her. "I agree with that sentiment. I've brushed it off. My mental fortitude is stronger than that," she replied. Gently squeezing her cheek, he added, "For now, let us stay indoors. I need to devise a training plan for you." Julie chuckled. "All right, but don't go easy on me. The best masters produce the finest students. Rest assured, as long as you don't tempt me, I shall be strict. Can we not have a proper conversation without it veering off course?" She laughed, exasperated. After their meal, the two emerged from their space. Julie pointed to a newly cultivated patch of land, exclaiming, "Look at the field you've tilled." In a mock-serious tone, Lung Mo Han replied, "Yes, I cultivated it this morning. I shall be diligent in my farming." Realizing her blunder, Julie blushed furiously and quickly exited the space. The afternoon turned into an evening of cooking at home. She continued to make ice cubes and taught Lung Mo Han how to make dumplings, assigning him the task of preparing a large bowl of carrot and lamb filling. She also prepared 4 different fillings for buns: shepherdess purse with pork, chives with egg and shrimp, beef with green onions, and a mix of vermicelli with tofu. As they worked side by side, Julie watched a variety show while Lung Mo Han immersed himself in wilderness survival videos. After finishing one type of filling, she would place it in the kitchen's steamer. With the steamer insufficient, she retrieved a bamboo steamer from her space. Once the dumplings were ready, she boiled them in batches, neatly packaging 20 in disposable containers. By 8 p.m., Lung Yi called to inform them that he was nearing the suburbs, prompting Lung Mo Han to set out to collect him and the helicopter. Julie counted her work and realized she had made around 300 buns. Only then did she notice her arms were sore. After completing her tasks, she released Bai Shui from her space, allowing it to drink some spring water before lying on the couch and waiting for Lung Mo Han and Lung Yi to return for dinner. As midnight approached, the apocalypse was imminent. Tomorrow, everything would change. In this life, with delicious food and the companionship of her beloved and her pet, she calmly awaited the apocalypse. Free from fear and anxiety, she adjusted the air conditioning to a cooler setting, fetched a hot pot, and set out a 4-person hot pot meal she had stocked from Sichuan. Thinly sliced beef, lamb rolls, fish balls, sweet shrimp, tripe, mushrooms, fish fillets, squid, pork belly, fresh bamboo shoots, and 3 servings of handmade ice powder. Along with 2 bottles of beer and a cup of iced jasmine tea, she was ready. As Lung Yi and Lung Mo Han entered, she greeted them. "You've returned just in time. I've just prepared everything. Wash your hands and let us eat." The trio, along with their cat, gathered around the table, enjoying fragrant hot pot, the aromas wafting throughout the home. There is no problem that a hot pot cannot solve. If there is, then 2 servings are required. The air conditioning was strong, and despite the spicy food, she felt no discomfort. The warmth of their home felt like a sanctuary, worlds apart from the chaos outside. As she sipped her cool tea, she dipped beef into the pot, then coated it with garlic and sesame oil, savoring each bite. No matter how difficult life may become, she vowed to live with the same vibrancy as a bubbling hot pot. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted. The sound was particularly striking in the night, compelling the 3 to rush to the window. Through the curtain's gap, they glimpsed the skies split open by lightning, accompanied by deafening thunder. With a serious expression, Julie murmured, "There was no lightning in my previous life. Could this be a series of butterfly effects brought about by my rebirth? The subsequent natural disasters are bound to change." Before she could ponder further, a cacophony of noise and startled cries erupted. A family's floor-to-ceiling window had been shattered by lightning. How terrifying! The intensity of the lightning must have been immense. Gathering her courage, she slightly lifted the curtain to gaze outside, only to be met with another resounding clap of thunder. Another household's glass had succumbed to the force. Hastily, she extinguished the lights in the room, leaving only a small lamp on. When Lung Yi returned to the 30th floor, he intended to check if the windows were securely closed. The neighborhood was rife with startled screams. Julie worried that the ferocious thunder might break her own floor-to-ceiling window. What would she do then? Yet, Lung Emo Han appeared utterly unfazed, leisurely tidying up the dining table. Social media platforms were ablaze with frantic messages. "My goodness! In all my years, I have never witnessed such a tremendous lightning storm. If one were caught outside, they would surely be struck. I'm curled up in my blanket, too scared to come out. Our community is in chaos. I'm terrified that my window might shatter as well." In the owner's group chat, exclamations erupted. "This is horrifying. It's destined to be a sleepless night. Is everyone's floor-to-ceiling window intact? My wife and I are huddled in the bathroom, trembling. I heard the window above us shattering. All of our apartments have these massive windows. It's too dangerous. I wish I had opted for regular windows during renovations. I'm on the 1st floor, and I feel like I'm going to die. The windows above are crashing down, and the sound feels like it's hitting me. With such thunder, it's bound to rain, which would be a relief from the heat." Julie set her phone down, hoping the thunderstorm would bring rain. Yet it did not. The thunder only ceased in the early hours of the morning. After tidying up, Julie and Lung Emo Han retreated to their space for rest. That night would be a sleepless ordeal for many. Chapter 82. Water and Power Outage. Julie was in a deep sleep, reluctant to open her eyes despite the persistent buzzing of her phone on the bedside table. Lung Emo Han had already risen, and she felt utterly exhausted. Last night, once they entered their space, that insistent man had clung to her, demanding compensation for the efforts he had expended during their recent outings. His pleading words and humble demeanor were hard for her to resist. Yet, he had exerted energy all night, leaving her utterly drained. He even placed a cup of spirit water on her bedside table for her to replenish her strength at any time. Oh heavens! Please let him behave like a decent human being. Julie silently reached for the cup and sipped the spirit water, leaning back against the bed. She scrolled through a flood of messages on her phone. In the owner's group chat, "Does everyone still have power? It's past midnight and there's still no electricity. I have no power. It seems like everyone is in the same situation. The property management has already notified us. Starting today, there will be a water and power outage. The restoration time is uncertain." When was this announced? I had no idea. How could they just cut off water and power without any warning? I needed time to prepare and stock up on water. The property management claims they informed some residents, but if the power is out, how could they notify everyone? Knock on every door? This is outrageous. I wish I had filled all my pots and bottles with water yesterday. How are we supposed to survive? We're running low on bottled water and still need to cook. What are we to do about bathing? Doesn't the government care about our survival? Indeed. This outage affects basic living conditions. The government should at least provide an estimate for when services will be restored so we can prepare. I have a foreboding feeling that the restoration of water and power is a long way off. With all the recent calamities, the massive lightning, the global heat wave, and the volcanic eruptions, it could very well be the end of the world. We should stockpile more supplies and conserve our phone batteries. Once they're drained, we won't be able to recharge them. The power is not a concern. Many residents in our community have solar panels. The main issue is the water supply. But what if one day it cools down and there's no sun. What will we do in the face of other disasters? A silence fell over the group.
Hey.
Let us not be alarmist. There's no point in scaring each other.
If the day you speak of comes, we'll deal with it then.
A few others echoed the sentiments of the previous speaker. Julie stared at the words of the alarmist, feeling a sense of disbelief. She clicked on the profile of the user, who was a bespectacled male cartoon character. Could he be a programmer? The residents in her building seemed quite astute. She had to admit, this individual was rather perceptive. In the group chat, someone asked if anyone was organizing a supply run, expressing distress over dwindling bottled water. I'm in. Who has an off-road vehicle with sturdy tires?
Count me in. Me too.
The residents began to rally, and Julie noted that, including herself, 10 households had not yet responded. Thankfully, if only 1 or 2 had remained silent, she would have felt compelled to participate. With 9 others still unresponsive, she felt no urgency to join in. She preferred to remain inconspicuous, neither drawing attention nor hiding away. Her survival strategy was to blend in, living a low-profile existence. For now, she could continue to exist comfortably as a small, unnoticed presence. It seemed that cash was the only viable option now. She hoped to acquire supplies before they ran out. Dressed in Lung Mo Han's oversized t-shirt, which barely covered her behind, she slipped on a pair of flip-flops and ventured downstairs. The cow was nowhere to be found, likely off frolicking with the poultry. She looked around, but Lung Mo Han was also absent. She made her way to the kitchen, retrieving a cup of watermelon juice, contemplating what to eat. She prepared a platter of marinated delicacies, chicken feet, kelp knots, lotus slices, duck necks, wings, and feet, along with a serving of crab roe noodles. Wearing disposable gloves, she indulged in her feast. Her belly full and her spirits lifted, she found solace in food. After a satisfying burp, she lay back on the sofa and pulled out her tablet, ready to watch a show, when Lung Mo Han entered. Hey, you're awake. Have you eaten? Julie had just finished eating. Where have you been? I was organizing supplies in the storage area. I haven't eaten yet. I was waiting for you to wake up so we could eat together. Oh, I thought you had gone out since I didn't see you. I haven't eaten yet. If I had something important, I would have told you. Lung doesn't need to join us for every meal. He has plenty of supplies in his room and will manage just fine. Isn't it better if we all eat together? He can come up every day. He said he didn't want to intrude on our time together. I'll just bring him supplies from time to time. He has everything he needs. All right then. You enjoy your meal. Babe, could you save me a portion of what you just ate? It looks delicious. Julie, recognizing his discerning taste, served him a platter of marinated delicacies, a serving of crab roe noodles, and a glass of iced lemon water. Having dined together for so long, she had figured out Lung Mo Han's preferences. He was generally not picky, aside from an aversion to excessively sweet or uniquely flavored foods. They had become quite the culinary companions. Lung on the other hand, would eat anything and everything, especially anything exotic. Thinking of this, she planned to grab some snail powder and spicy noodles for Lung later. He likely had no idea about all the delicacies she had stocked up on. His usual meals were quite bland, and he had only begun to enjoy stronger flavors since being around her. She imagined he probably hadn't even tasted the street food she adored. After changing her clothes, she stepped out of the space. The 30th floor had solar panels, so they had power but no water. She had previously stocked 3 refrigerators with essential supplies like grains, oil, rice, flour, and vegetables. She took various beverages, beers, and several portions of perfectly cooked steak from the space she had stockpiled abroad. All he needed to do was heat them up in the microwave. Additionally, there were many snacks: spicy strips, spicy beef jerky, spicy rabbit pieces, rabbit legs, chicken bites, and an assortment of cookies and ice cream, all packed into 4 large boxes. She messaged him to come up and help carry the items. Julie, you can enjoy these.
They're all for you. Called ye, Julie.
I might just start calling you sister. I've spent the entire day lying at home craving snacks. I was even considering making another trip out tonight. But there's nothing to munch on at home. Julie laughed. I knew it. Cold Mo Han, surely didn't he prepare any of this for you? Everything here is from around the world, many of which I haven't tried either. I must tell you, the cold rabbit dish is exceptionally delicious. You won't be able to stop eating it. Cold exclaimed excitedly. Sister Julie, I won't be polite. The boss never eats these things. He probably doesn't even know their names. I can't rely on him. Make sure to enjoy these first, and let me know when you're done. I have plenty more stocked up, Julie replied. Cold grinned. Sister Julie, remember to share any delicious discoveries. I'm going to take a stroll tonight. I can't just stay at home. If I come across something good, I'll bring it back for you. All right, but be careful.
Julie cautionat.
Cold E carried 2 large boxes down twice. Julie mused to herself. It seems Cold E shares my passion for food. I've decided that I must invite her over for a grand meal every now and then, given how much effort she put into gathering these supplies. Actually, she has contributed quite a bit. Chapter 83. The cat's mishap. Cold Mo Han pinched his nose, holding the cat by its neck with a look of distaste as he emerged from the space. You need to wash her. She reeks. What happened? Julie asked. Bai Shui, looking pitiful, replied, I used my paws to dig for eggs, and those chickens chased me. I wasn't paying attention and ended up falling into the pig pen, landing in a pile of pig droppings. Julie chuckled at her predicament. You're going to make me laugh to death. Bai Shui shook her paws. Hurry and wash me. I can't stand it anymore. Julie wrinkled her nose and leaned closer. Don't shake. You're flinging filth everywhere. Then, looking at Cold Mo Han, she suggested, you could have left it for her to wash herself in the space. Why bring it out? Now the whole place smells. She's female. It's not convenient for me, Cold Mo Han replied. Julie couldn't hold back her laughter at his serious expression paired with his serious words. She burst out laughing, her stomach aching with mirth. Baby, please take care of her quickly. I can't stand the smell. Julie fetched a large bucket from the space, filled it with water, and tossed the cat inside, putting on long gloves to scrub her several times. After draining the water and refilling it with clean water, she repeated the process. Finally, she stripped Bai Shui of her soiled clothes. Sister, is this how you treat her? It's like you're butchering a pig. You were so gentle when you bathed her before. Though, I must admit, I'm currently disgusted with myself. Bai Shui thought. What a humiliation for a spirit pet to be chased by a few chickens and fall into a pile of dung. If I don't avenge this, I won't call myself Bai Shui Princess. Despite her foul odor, Sister still washed her clean. She was rather nice to her. The cat consoled herself. Next, Julie brought out a large basin and lathered the cat with pet shampoo, washing her 4 times before confirming that there was no lingering smell. She then dried Bai Shui's fur. The entire washing process took over 2 hours, and Julie felt an immense disdain. She thought to herself, I'll need to teach this cat a lesson. Don't engage in such foolishness again. What kind of spirit pet spends all day squabbling with chickens and ducks? It's utterly disgraceful. Feeling aggrieved, the cat approached Julie, seeking comfort. Julie quickly stepped back, not allowing her to come closer. The cat, feeling defeated, remarked, I smell delightful now, not stinky. Why do you still disdain me? After saying this, she lowered her head to sniff her own body.
Julie chuklat.
I don't disdain you. Just let me prepare myself mentally. Be good, and avoid any more dung piles. The cat understood. Can you get me a new outfit to wear? Julie replied, no need for that. Just let your fur air out for a while to dissipate the smell. The cat, looking pitiful, wiggled her backside and walked away. Julie tossed the buckets and basin into the large trash bin in the space. She had no desire to use anything that smelled of excrement. Cold Mo Han handed her a piece of paper. Baby, here is the training schedule. Let us see if any adjustments are needed.
Wow.
You've packed her schedule pretty tight. 5 kilometers on an empty stomach in the morning, followed by an hour of shooting practice. Then half an hour of strength training in the evening, and an hour of close combat training, Julie observed. That works for me. No adjustments needed, she affirmed. Then we'll officially start tomorrow morning. We can run in the space, and after that, we'll have breakfast, Cold Mo Han stated. Okay, sounds good, Julie replied. Baby, I'm going to the space to tend to the crops. I plan to harvest all the sweet potatoes and plant potatoes this time, Cold Mo Han announced.
Can I join you?
Julie asked. No need. I'll till the land first, and then learn how to plant. You won't be able to help. So, just rest and enjoy your free time tonight. Tomorrow you won't have any, he advised. Alright, the instructional videos are all on the tablet. You can find them there. Take the cat with you into the space. I can't stand her running around the house. It feels like the air is filled with that awful smell, and please, don't let her on the bed. Cold Mo Han silently grabbed the cat by the neck and took her into the space. He thought to himself that he felt the same way. He had washed his hands dozens of times. Every time he saw the cat, he imagined pulling her out of the dung pile, and even though she was clean now, he still felt an overwhelming disgust, knowing he would have to wash his hands again. Meanwhile, Julie lounged on the sofa, enjoying ice cream while scrolling through her phone. She had to keep a close eye on the updates in various owner groups. The formidable power of the masses was not to be underestimated, and rumors spread swiftly. Even if she didn't step outside, she needed to stay informed about the world beyond her home. In the community group, messages were buzzing. The supermarket has announced that it will close tonight. There's nothing left to sell. Everyone, conserve your supplies. I went to the supermarket tonight but couldn't grab anything. Someone even stepped on my slipper. It's not just us. Supermarkets in other districts have closed down too. What are we to do? Where will we get baby formula once it runs out? Why hasn't the government said anything? Don't we have anyone from the government working in our community? Can't someone come forward and give us some information? Exactly. Is there anyone from the government who can provide us with some updates? What is the current situation? In the 15th building owner group, the chatter continued. To everyone in 2801, we grouped up to buy supplies at noon, and we're back. Has anyone else returned? We're on the way, almost there. Thank goodness we went early. We managed to grab quite a bit of stuff. I even got my hand scratched by someone. How about you all? We got some too. We'll wait for you in the garage, then we can split up and head upstairs. It seemed that the residents of the 15th building were fortunate enough to secure supplies. Every bit helps, and as long as they had food, they wouldn't be preoccupied with others, allowing her some peace. After a while, the group buzzed with activity again. I had a decent haul. Even though my feet got trampled badly, but it was worth it. It was a collective effort. We can team up again next time. More people means greater strength. Gioli clicked on the photos shared by 4001, showcasing a bag of rice, 4 bundles of noodles, 2 cans, and 2 small bags of flour. Then came more images from other groups who had gone to gather supplies, and it seemed everyone had managed to get quite a bit. Does anyone have some noodles to sell? I'll pay double the price. Who cares about your money? You weren't around when we were fighting for our lives in the supermarket. Now that we've brought it back, you want to take the easy route? Who in this community wants to profit off a few bundles of noodles? Exactly. You were silent when we were shouting in the group. If we hadn't teamed up, we might have been beaten. I'm sorry. I didn't check my phone at noon. I just returned from abroad and didn't have time to buy supplies. Oh, I see. I have some instant noodles. I can sell you a few packs. Just add me on WeChat. Thank you. Gratitude abounds. The group leader, 1501, offers a bag of rice for those who wish to claim it. Similarly, 1801 announces the availability of cured meat. Another member, 600111801, expresses a yearning for the taste of meat, pleading for some of the cured delicacy. 1401180 also requests a portion. 1801, however, admits to having only a limited supply, as the meat was sent by her mother-in-law from the countryside. She finds it too salty for her taste but offers it nonetheless, stating that it is first come, first served. Observing the camaraderie and mutual assistance among the group, Julie shakes her head, pondering how long such affection can endure. She fears that revealing her family's resources might attract those she has previously assisted. Particularly, she thinks of the foolishness of 1801, who embodies the saying that women, with their long hair, possess short sight. Group leader 1501 informs everyone that a friend has shared news of a market at People's Square that has been operating nightly since the day before. It is a place where anyone can sell unwanted items at self-determined prices. The square is not far from their community, only 2 to 3 kilometers away. Julie finds the prospect intriguing and plans to visit the following evening. Chapter 84. A man must exercise control. Upon entering the space, she finds Lung Mo Han reclining on a chair, engrossed in a video about planting while surrounded by a pile of potatoes. She excitedly rushes to the river, exclaiming in delight at the recent upgrades to the space, particularly the widening of the spiritual spring. This river, she realizes, is a priceless treasure, making all her recent hardships worthwhile. Though she feels a pang of frustration that Lung Mo Han seems to benefit from her labor, she reminds herself to maintain her composure and not appear too eager. She decides to give him the cold shoulder for a few days, hoping to establish a sense of value in their relationship. When Lung Mo Han sees Julie approach with an angry expression, he is bewildered, recalling how joyful she had been moments earlier. "Baby, what's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?" he inquires, only to be met with her silence as she retreats to wash up and change into her pajamas before heading to bed. Julie sleeps soundly through the night, waking naturally. As she stirs, Lung Mo Han, still nestled against her, awakens as well. "Good morning, darling," he greets with a gentle smile, kissing her neck and cheek. "All right. Time to get up. We can't linger too long. I fear I won't be able to get out of bed later, she replies with a laugh. Somewhat embarrassed. He realizes that he has left an impression of being overly eager in her mind. They both engage in their morning routine, eventually making their way to the training area where Lung Mo Han adopts a stern demeanor as he teaches her the intricacies of combat. He believes that enduring the rigors of training is essential for her growth and safety, and he will share the burden of their trials. After their session, Jiuli suggests an early afternoon visit to the spontaneous trading market at People's Square. You decide, he replies with a playful pinch to her cheek. Stop pinching my face. It's getting bigger, she protests, to which he responds that she is as charming as ever. Jiuli checks her reflection in the mirror, noting a slight softness in her features. She weighs herself, discovering she has gained 5 pounds recently. Despite her concerns, she reassures herself that daily training will soon rectify any excess. After lunch, they relax on the couch, watching a show before taking a brief nap. When they awaken, the heat outside has intensified, prompting Julie to prepare for their outing. She dons a white t-shirt over her yoga pants and steps into the sweltering air outside, immediately feeling the oppressive heat. At the market, she observes a lively atmosphere filled with various stalls. One vendor catches her eye, selling inflatable boats and diving gear. How much for the inflatable boat? She inquires, only to be met with a steep price of 80,000. Continuing her exploration, she discovers a charming young woman selling hand-knitted scarves and gloves, asking a reasonable price. Julie decides to purchase 10 hats and a complete set of accessories, appreciating the craftsmanship despite their higher cost. The young lady was still to receive a discount, though she did not request one. It is not easy to manage a child. The items she purchased are currently of no use, but will be invaluable during the extreme cold. An elderly woman accompanied by her grandson was selling cotton shoes and insoles, the latter adorned with floral embroidery, all crafted by the grandmother herself. The cotton shoes, crocheted from yarn and filled with sponge, appeared bulky and unattractive, yet were suitable for home wear. Each pair of cotton shoes cost 500, and the insoles were priced at 300 per pair. Ninely purchased 8 pairs of shoes and 10 pairs of insoles. She then approached a stall selling handcrafted blankets, made from a combination of leather and fur, including mink, sheep, and fox fur. The texture was delightful, soft and warm. The blankets were of a size suitable for placing by the bedside. Upon inquiring about the price, she learned each blanket was 20,000. She decided to buy all the white and light brown ones, totaling 10 blankets, amounting to 200,000. These would be perfect for laying by her bed and on the sofa during the harsh winter. Having exhausted her cash, as she was about to move on, a young man approached her and quietly asked if she wanted water. He had a handsome face and expressive large eyes, exuding intelligence. While Ninely was distracted by the various goods for sale, she had not noticed where this young man had come from. He likely approached her due to her generous spending. What kind of water do you have? She inquired. Bottled mineral water, he replied. Is it expired? She asked. The young man's eyes lit up. You're quite astute. What's the price?
300 per bottle.
Oh, how many do you have? Quite a lot. Come see at my truck, parked by the back entrance of a square. Following him, along with Lung Mohan, they arrived at a small pickup truck, its contents covered with a black cloth. He unveiled it, revealing a bottle of water, which Ninely noticed was from a certain online store and had expired 2 months ago. It was 500 milliliters per bottle. How many boxes do you have in the truck? She asked. There are 100 boxes, and each box contains 24 bottles. I'll take them for 200 each. Is that acceptable? Miss, can you consider a bit more? You're lovely and kind-hearted, and it's not easy for me either. This water is quite valuable now, he said with a smile. In her heart, Ninely thought even 200 was too much for expired water, but she maintained her composure. Even if it's valuable, it's still expired. Consider my offer. I can only pay this much, she said, turning to leave. Wait, miss. Let us be friends. Just for 200, he pleaded. But how will I pay? I don't have enough cash, she replied. We're prepared for this, he said, producing a POS machine from the passenger seat. Indeed. No amount of hardship can deter those eager to profit from adversity, like resilient cockroaches. Ninely swiped her card for 480,000. Follow my truck and deliver it to me. Sure. Lung Mohan said he would ride with the young man and instructed Ninely to drive towards the suburbs, stopping wherever there was space. Once in the suburbs, it was dark and visibility was poor. Why stop here? Aren't you taking me back? The young man asked. No need. Just unload here. My friend will arrive shortly, and it's on the way.
All right.
The three of them began unloading the water. Miss, let us exchange WeChat. I have more stock if you need it soon. Ninely, surprised, asked, how much do you have? About 50,000 boxes, but I can't offer this price again. It's not my water. It belongs to my boss. Does your boss own a water factory? No, but earlier this year, a batch of water was nearing expiration. And since it was a friend of my boss, he bought it when the supply was tight, storing it for half a year. Now, he wants to sell it for profit while prices are high. Oh, in that case, tell your boss that I want as much as he can provide at that price. Sure. You have great insight, Mississippi. You're truly beautiful and kind-hearted. Await my news. Once the young man left, Lung Mohan stored the water in his face. Ninely felt incredibly fortunate, although the water was much more expensive than before and expired. In this post-apocalyptic world where water was scarce, it was invaluable. Any water, even expired, was better than none. It would only result in a mild stomach upset, not fatal. With the ongoing water shortage, it was a matter of survival. In time, when her boss realizes that the cash he received is worth less than paper, and the water has vanished, he will undoubtedly regret his decision. She was unconcerned about the expired water. It would serve her well. After all, if she could sell 50,000 boxes of expired water, the money would exceed its original value. On her way home, Ninely felt increasingly joyful, even humming a tune. Are you that happy? Lung Mohan asked. Indeed. I was worried about spending all my money, but the remaining funds have proven remarkably effective. I hope he can sell all to me. He will likely agree. Perhaps he'll message you tonight. Merchants are driven by profit, especially those eager to exploit the situation. The opportunity to make substantial profit can elevate their status, and they will not let it slip away. And what about you? Do you operate in the same manner? Of course not. Everyone weighs the pros and cons when conducting business, but I have my principles. Frankly, I do not covet such ill-gotten gains.
Oh.
You have quite a large appetite. 50,000 boxes would be 3.6 billion. Stocks don't rise that quickly. No, I refer to the current environment. I earn clean and straightforward money. There are countless legitimate opportunities to make a profit. Taking advantage of adversity weighs heavily on my conscience. Ninely thought. You are quite a good person. No wonder your value is high. As Lung Mohan predicted, upon arriving home, Ninely received a WeChat message from the young man, stating that his boss agreed to sell, but at a higher price of 300 per bottle. The young man revealed that a wealthy individual was willing to pay 400 for the water. He had to persuade his boss extensively to convince him to sell to her. Without delay, Ninely replied, arranging for the young man to deliver the goods to her at the same location tomorrow at 8 p.m. Tonight would be a significant harvest. A little luck at the trading market could yield excellent finds. In a few days, cash may lose its value, and people will resort to bartering. It was only a matter of time before the government took control of supermarket supplies. The lack of activity was due to the government needing time to prepare and devise suitable strategies to manage resources and address current issues, as well as to establish preventive measures for future challenges. Chapter 86. Clear out the arcade early in the morning. Lung Yi called to inform her that he would bring her good items later that evening. She was skeptical. Drowsily rising to wash up, Lung Mohan had been deliberately ignoring her due to her recent aloofness. Consequently, he returned to a normal biological rhythm. If he didn't, he cling to her in bed. He found himself waking up at 6, maintaining an elderly person's routine. Currently, he was in the field planting potatoes, dressed in sports attire, waiting for her to wake up for a run. Baby, it's not time yet. Why not sleep a little longer? Ninely. Lung Yi called me to say he has something good for you.
Why didn't he call me?
Aren't you two quite close now? Ninely shot him a glare. Why are you so jealous early in the morning? Just get over it, you petty man. Lung Mohan walked over to her. I was just joking. Perfect timing, hand him the intercom. I just calibrated it. Come give me a kiss. You haven't kissed me in 2 days. Ninely pecked him quickly on the lips and then pushed him away. That was a poor kiss. Let us do it again. No taking advantage of me. Just one kiss. I'm heading out now. She stepped into the space, moving from her bedroom to the 30th floor. The door to the separation was opened with her fingerprint from the inside. Lung Yi typically wouldn't come up unless he called or texted. With the intercom, communication became much more convenient. Any future matters could simply be called out. Upon reaching downstairs, she found Lung Yi in the living room, shirtless and doing push-ups on the floor. It must be said, while he appeared slender, he had a well-defined physique. His abdominal muscles were quite impressive, and he was slightly darker than Lung Mohan, with a healthy, bronzed complexion that radiated a sense of security. It made one wonder which lucky girl would benefit in the future. She rose and walked to the sofa, dragging out a large box for her. "What is this?" Julie asked in confusion. "A gaming console and a dance mat. Where did you get this?" "I happened to pass by an arcade today and impulsively went in to take a look. I must tell you, there are many delightful ways to pass the time in there. You should suggest to the owner to steal one back." Julie laughed. "That's a clever idea. Why don't you go tell him? If I mention it, he will definitely go. I say he will think I'm insane, and surely won't go. What else is inside?" "I've never been to an arcade." "You and the boss lead such dull lives," Lung Yi exclaimed excitedly. "Don't you girls enjoy these places? Claw machines, basketball games, dance machines, jazz drums, shooting games, taiko drums, racing games, and high-speed motorcycles. There's so much fun to be had. Aren't these things of interest to students? We are at home every day. Finding some amusement isn't a bad idea, especially when it's free." Julie mused to herself that Lung Yi's impression was quite different from what she had thought. She always regarded him as a serious person, yet here he was, enjoying food and fun, even being quite humorous. Had she misjudged him? Is it possible to play these without internet at home? Of course.
Lenki replied.
These are all standalone games built into the machines. No internet is required. Take these and play. I assure you will love them. Come on, let me take these upstairs. And, do you have more of that spicy rabbit meat? Could you get me a few more packs? Did you finish it in just 2 days? Lung Yi said while smacking his lips. It's so delicious. I have it with beer and rice. It's simply marvelous. Upon arriving upstairs, Julie pretended to go to the kitchen and directly took a box of rabbit meat from her space for Lung Yi. She was quite generous. Although she didn't stock much, she had rabbits and spices in her space and could easily prepare more by watching videos. Lung Yi happily went downstairs, repeatedly reminding her to ensure that Lung Mohan takes the gaming console from the arcade and to notify him when he goes.
All right.
I'm also somewhat eager to try the claw machine now. After completing her morning routine, she went for a run, had breakfast, and then attended shooting class. Not to mention, she had handled a couple of guns and gained a basic understanding of other weapons, which piqued her interest even more. Lung Mohan's shooting skills were exceptionally high, hitting the target every time. His explanations were simple and easy to understand, and he adjusted her shooting posture, ensuring she consistently hit the rings. However, her arms grew particularly sore after extended practice. Once they finished, Lung Mohan gently massaged her arm muscles to relax them, cautioning her that being too tense could lead to injury. They entered her space where the potatoes were almost fully planted. Julie assisted him in planting the remaining ones. The morning had passed in a truly fulfilling manner. There was hardly a moment of idleness, which made her hungry quickly. She took out sweet and sour pork, steamed grouper, stir-fried yam with black fungus, spicy chicken, and 2 servings of rice, along with freshly squeezed honeydew and pear juice, perfect for quenching thirst and alleviating heat. During their meal, Julie expressed her desire to visit the arcade. Lung Mohan said he would take her after finishing watering in the evening. After moving to the 31st floor, she had yet to thoroughly organize her house, planning to tidy up during the midday break as a way to aid digestion. Lung Mohan cleared out a study room, which was separated from the master bedroom by 2 other rooms, allowing her to set up a pet room for Bai Shui. Julie fetched a vacuum cleaner from her space and tidied the room. She also took out a pet slide, autumn pet bed, cat climbing frame, an automatic litter box, and a mini pet princess bed, placing a small wardrobe beside it. She neatly hung Bai Shui's collection of clothes in the wardrobe. Then she went to her space to bring out Bai Shui. How do you like it? This will be your room from now on. Bai Shui jumped down excitedly, bouncing around, and tapped the ground beside the bed with her paws. Put a rug here. Julie promptly placed a small rug beside the bed. And here, put a mirror. Cats need to look at themselves. Julie was genuinely speechless. The cat was far more vain than she was. She rummaged through her space for a mirror, recalling that she had stockpiled pet supplies previously, and found a vanity table with a mirror. Will this do, my princess? Great. Great. Bai Shui exclaimed, standing on her hind legs and clapping her paws excitedly. She then placed a soft cushion on the bed and set up 2 air purifiers in the room. You should hurry and go out. I want to take a nap here. I absolutely love this room. I want to ever go back to that old place again. Now I have my own room. Bai Shui said eagerly, ushering her out. Oh dear, the child has grown, and her thoughts have become more complex. She used to cling to me for sleep, and now she is so happy to have her own space. Inside the room, Bai Shui was currently admiring herself, sitting on a little stool in front of the vanity mirror, trying on several hats as she preened. After completing her evening training session at home, Julie joined Lung Yi and Lung Mo Han to head to the suburbs where they had been the night before. The delivery man had already been waiting for a long time, a long military truck. After verifying the goods, Julie sent the delivery man off, instructing him to unload the truck and to send her the return address via WeChat for the next day. Once both the truck and goods were secured in her space, they set off for the arcade. Lung Yi skillfully led them to the spot where he had broken the window the previous night. Lung Mo Han shone his flashlight around, looking disdainfully at Lung Yi, who he felt was being a nuisance. He thought it would be faster if he and his precious one handled everything alone, rather than taking care of him as well. With thousands of square meters to cover, how long would it take to do it all alone?
Yankee.
Go outside and keep watch. Julie, intrigued, looked around, genuinely curious as she had never played before. Oh my goodness, so many claw machines. After a moment of looking around, noticing Lung Yi was absent, she quickly began collecting items into her space, as she only recognized the claw machines among them.
Wow.
What on earth is this? Goodness, is that Iron Man? I think we can leave that behind. It's enormous and merely a model that serves no purpose and takes up space. As they continued forward, something fell off. Could that thing be made of iron? She called Lung Mo Han over to take a look. He replied, this is made from titanium alloy and nickel titanium alloy, aerospace materials that are corrosion resistant and high temperature tolerant. It sounded quite useful, so they decided to collect it. Thus, they carefully gathered what appeared to be a 3-meter tall Iron Man. They worked diligently until nearly 11 p.m., completing the collection. Chapter 87. The Petulant Woman in the days that followed, aside from physical training during her spare time, Lung Yi and Jiu Li found themselves immersed in the gaming world, racing motorcycles, roller coasters, and dance machines. Eventually, Lung Mo Han joined in, but he was only interested in simulated shooting and racing. Life passed quietly for a few days, and Julie's shooting skills had significantly improved. She was now competent enough to handle 2 ordinary men in close combat. Bang, 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 bang. Just as Julie finished showering and was changing clothes in her bedroom, she heard a loud banging at the door on the 30th floor. No, it sounded more like someone was attempting to break in. She hurried downstairs to find Lung Mo Han and Lung Yi peering through the peephole. Outside, there was a woman, clutching a child, crying and shouting. Julie furrowed her brow, leaning against the door to take a peek. To be honest, she didn't know anyone living upstairs. She was usually busy with work, coming and going at odd hours, and aside from the property management, she didn't recognize anyone. Shaking her head, she opened the 2 inner doors and, through the iron gate, coldly asked, "What is the matter?" Seeing Jiuli emerge, the woman fell to her knees, pleading, "Please help my child. He is having a severe allergic reaction, and I can't reach the hospital. The phone lines are down, and I can't find any medication outside. I truly don't know what to do. Do you not keep common medication on hand for your child?" The situation primarily revolves around a series of allergic reactions and the ensuing chaos that follows. An individual, who has never experienced allergies before, wakes up to find their body covered in rashes. After seeking assistance, a doctor downstairs diagnoses it as an acute allergy, but lacks any medication. In desperation, the individual appeals to another person, Julie, who possesses the necessary allergy medication but hesitates to share it due to concerns about public scrutiny. A distressed mother with a young child arrives, pleading for help as her mother suffers from acute myocarditis. Despite the urgency, Julie refuses to comply, feeling overwhelmed by the moral pressure and the crowd gathering outside her door. The scene escalates as accusations fly, with onlookers siding with the frantic mother, questioning Julie's compassion and labeling her as heartless for withholding the medication. Julie, feeling unjustly targeted, contemplates the absurdity of being expected to save every life when she is not personally acquainted with them. The relentless demands and emotional outbursts from the crowd only serve to exacerbate her frustration. Eventually, a confrontation arises, leading to a conflict with the aggressive husband, who blames Julie for his mother's fate. As tensions peak, Julie maintains her composure, asserting that her decision to withhold the medication is rooted in a valid rationale. as she had already provided assistance to another individual in need. The crowd's opinions shift, but Julie remains steadfast in her stance, recognizing that not everyone can be saved and that her own boundaries must be respected. In the midst of this turmoil, a series of humorous exchanges and camaraderie among friends unfolds, providing a stark contrast to the earlier chaos. They indulge in a late-night feast of barbecued meat and beer, reveling in each other's company. However, the peace is abruptly interrupted by the same individuals who had previously caused a commotion, leading to further tension and conflict. The narrative captures the complexities of human interactions, the weight of moral obligations, and the challenges of navigating societal expectations, all while juxtaposing moments of levity amidst the turmoil. She has become entangled with her, relentlessly attempting to tarnish her reputation, claiming she relies on two men. It's merely gossip among the residents of the building. I can't tolerate this any longer, Julie exclaimed to Lung Mohan, urging Lung Yi to open the iron door. He emerged and seized the woman's hair, dragging her down the staircase, before delivering a forceful kick that sent her tumbling down the stairs. The woman, sitting on the ground, was taken completely off guard by Julie's aggression. By the time she realized what was happening, she had already rolled down to the bottom, landing amidst a crowd. Someone extended a leg to stop her fall and helped her up. The woman, disheveled, looked up at Julie in shock. You dare to lay hands on me? I will report you to the authorities. This is an outrage. You stand by and do nothing while attacking me. Go ahead and report me. I await your call. Julie replied calmly before retreating inside. What did she have to fear? In this apocalyptic era, the police were utterly useless, and the law had become a relic of the past. With no electricity in the building, the surveillance cameras were inoperative. Who would take her seriously anyway? As Julie entered her home, the others dispersed, returning to their respective dwellings, temporarily bringing an end to the farce. Days passed in this calm manner. Julie stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, parting the curtains slightly to gaze at the sun. Its intensity felt as though it could pierce her eyes, transforming it into a hue of deep red and purple. Checking the thermometer, she noted the temperature had soared to 62 degrees. This is bad. I must act quickly, she thought, recalling that in her previous life, such extreme heat had led to an overnight invasion of insects and snakes. Following that, a torrential downpour lasting a week ensued, and everyone had hoped for a reprieve from the sweltering heat. However, the storm triggered a flash flood that claimed many lives, with water levels rising until it reached the 15th floor. The building housed only 30 households, so despite the heat, residents still took their trash downstairs, maintaining a relatively clean environment above, though the ground floor was plagued with flies and a foul stench. Perhaps the snakes were a warning of the impending disaster, sensing something greater was approaching, for animals possess a keen instinct. Without hesitation, Julie retrieved a smoke sprayer from her space, mixing a potent insecticide with realgar powder. She had an intense fear of snakes. She also mixed in cement, preparing to seal the drains. Lung Yi and Lung Mohan were tasked with securing the hallways and rooftop above the 15th floor, while Julie focused on sealing the drains in her home and closing the windows in the kitchen and bathroom. She even blocked the toilet, planning to use cat litter for future needs. The rooftop was expansive, making it difficult to prepare for the impending threat, but there were no better options available. Julie instructed Lung Mohan to install a large iron door in the 30th floor hallway. She feared that if the floodwaters rose, there would be chaos at her doorstep. After completing these preparations, she scattered a significant amount of realgar powder in the corners of her home and hallways, hoping that with everyone staying indoors, no one would notice. Once these tasks were done, the three of them enjoyed a meal before retreating for an afternoon nap. Lung Mohan mentioned that shooting practice would be suspended, as they were moving on to real combat training and she would need to adjust her schedule, allowing her a few days of rest. 1001 There's a snake outside. I just saw one outside my window. Julie opened the image to verify, and indeed, the snakes had already begun to appear. 3001 What kind of snake is this? Is it venomous? If not, let us catch it for dinner. I haven't tasted meat in over a month. 5001 looks like a king rat snake. It's edible and non-venomous. 3001 Who wants to join me in catching it? 1001 I'll go. I spotted it outside my window. Let us split the catch. 5001 Count me in. Julie shuddered at the thought of the snake, recoiling at the mere idea of consuming such a creature. The past few nights had been restless, plagued by nightmares of serpents awakening her. The day of the great snake invasion finally arrived, these creatures encroaching upon their territory. 3001 attached image. 3 snakes on my floor-to-ceiling window. I nearly fainted when I opened the curtains this morning. 5001 attached image. There's a snake in my bathroom.
I have no idea how it got in.
4001 attached image. My toilet is so foul, I can't even use it. I haven't been able to flush for days, and I could smell it even with the lid closed. I finally saved some rice washing water to flush today. But when I opened the lid, a snake poked its head out from the mess. It terrified me to death. I quickly closed the lid again. 28014001, your description is etched in my mind. How disgusting. 2001 attached image. 2 snakes coiled together in my kitchen sink. It looks terrifying. As more and more snakes appeared outside, Julie visualized the nightmarish scenes described by her neighbors and felt too frightened to step outside. Knowing her fear of snakes, Lung Mohan instructed her to remain safely within the confines of her space while he and Lung E ventured out to deal with the serpents in the hallways and on the rooftop. 28011501 group leader. Should we form a snake catching team? We can share the catch among ourselves. 5001 yes, that sounds like a great idea. After looking at everyone's photos, most of these snakes are non-venomous and edible. 3001 I agree. The last snake meat was quite delicious and left a lingering taste. 1501 assigned 2801 as group leader. I'm particularly terrified of snakes. Please, you handle the organization without consulting me. Chapter 89. Hiding in space and preparing delicacies, Julie decided to ignore the events outside and instead focus on stockpiling prepared foods within her space. She set her mind on making hot milk tea and some braised delicacies. She began with the braised meats, which required more time. Carefully cleaning and blanching beef, lamb chops, chicken wings, chicken feet, pig intestines, duck wings, duck feet, duck tongues, pig trotters, chicken gizzards, and pig ears. She set them aside. She also prepared some vegetarian ingredients: quail eggs, kelp nuts, lotus slices, and dried tofu. Then, she caramelized rock sugar, adding water to a large stainless steel pot used in restaurants. Next, she prepared a spice pouch with dried chili peppers, bay leaves, nutmeg, dried tangerine peel, licorice, Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, cloves, and cinnamon. Placing it in the pot along with slices of ginger and scallions, and poured in a bottle of yellow wine, simmering the meat. The vegetarian ingredients were added later. While the braised dishes cooked, she turned her attention to the milk tea. She poured clear water and brown sugar into a pot, heating it gently until the sugar dissolved and brought it to a boil. Quickly, she added tapioca starch, stirring to combine before kneading the mixture into a ball. She then rolled the dough into small, round balls, dusting them with dry powder. With a mold, she quickly shaped hundreds of pearls. Once prepared, the pearls were boiled in water until they floated, then simmered on low heat for 10 minutes before being rinsed in cold water multiple times to achieve a chewy, translucent texture. Next, she heated pure milk in a bucket until it boiled, then added black tea bags and let it steep for 5 minutes. Preferring her tea less sweet, she refrained from adding extra sugar, as the sweetness of the brown sugar pearls was sufficient. Finally, she portioned the milk tea into cups. Having stocked up on numerous cups online, 1 large bucket of milk could fill 80 cups of pearl milk tea. She also prepared matcha and red bean flavors, heating milk to 60 degrees and blending it with fruits like mango, strawberry, blueberry, banana, avocado, and papaya in a high-speed blender to create warm milkshakes. Utilizing 10 blenders simultaneously, she found that during extreme cold, juice could be too icy, so this warm version was a pleasant alternative. After a day of diligent work, she had produced over 500 cups of beverages and 2 large buckets of braised delicacies. She set aside some for Lung Mohan and packed a portion for Lung E. Lung Mohan had not entered all day, suggesting that the situation outside was dire, and she was reluctant to check, primarily due to her fear. Around 8 in the evening, she lay on the sofa, her hands filled with various group messages. Having spent the entire day cooking, she had neglected her phone and missed numerous updates. In the community group, "Is this a snake nest? The snakes are endless. Is our community experiencing a snake disaster? We can't eat them all. It's terrifying. I'm hiding in my bedroom and don't dare to go outside. I'm most afraid of those slippery creatures." In the owners group for Building 15, 2801, the group leader had a bountiful catch today. After a period of consuming meat, the group decided to venture out early the next day to catch more, lest they be outdone by others. However, the heat was unbearable, and without electricity, preserving snake meat posed a challenge. Today, I bravely tasted a piece of snake meat. It was surprisingly delightful, far less frightening than I had anticipated. We could dry it for preservation. Dried meat is also edible. Indeed, we should set off at dawn. Get to bed early, and gather downstairs by 7 a.m. At this moment, Lung Mo-hun entered the space. What's the situation outside?
He asked.
Not good. There are numerous snakes on the rooftop. After we eliminated a wave, they quickly returned, making it seem like an endless battle. Just thinking about that sight sent shivers down her spine. You should stay in the space tonight. I'll sleep at home. I'm afraid the snakes might invade the house. Perhaps I should join you outside. I wouldn't be able to sleep here, as I've always harbored a fear of snakes and rats, with snakes being my greatest fear. Don't worry, I will protect you and ensure the snakes stay away. Alright, you should eat first. I prepared a variety of marinated dishes today. Julie brought the platter of marinated delicacies to the dining table and served 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. After dining, they exited the space. Just as Julie lay on the bed, a voice crackled through the intercom. Be cautious, don't sleep too soundly. There's a snake battle happening in several houses downstairs. Julie shivered under the covers, although all the drains in the house were sealed with concrete. And the toilet was also blocked. Fear lingered in her heart. Lung Mo-hun turned on the bedroom light and meticulously checked every corner of the room before heading to the living room, where he inspected each nook and cranny, liberally sprinkling realgar powder everywhere, especially at the entrance. The sounds of screams from below echoed. Some were bitten in their sleep, while others were battling snakes. Thankfully, the soundproofing in the house was effective. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to sleep. Lung Mo-hun held Julie tightly, placing a sleep mask over her eyes, soothing her to sleep. He sat on the bed, feigning slumber while keeping watch. Having consumed spiritual spring water for months, his senses were heightened, particularly his hearing. The house's soundproofing was top-notch. Otherwise, Julie would not have been able to sleep amidst the chaos of screams that pierced the night.
Julie,
clinging tightly to him like an octopus, found comfort in his presence. As dawn broke, Julie awoke to find Lung Mo-hun leaning against the bed. Have you been awake this early? I didn't sleep.
Why not? It was too noisy to sleep.
What was too noisy? I didn't hear anything. Since last night, there have been intermittent screams throughout the community. Perhaps snakes have invaded homes. Let us wash up and head to the 30th floor for breakfast. The two entered the space, quickly freshened up, and changed clothes before descending. Lung Yi was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, staring wide-eyed at a snake outside. Julie gasped at the sight. It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here, Lung Mo-hun reassured as he led her to the dining room. The 3 of them enjoyed pizza and fried chicken while discussing strategies for dealing with the snakes. It was likely that the rooftop was now overrun with them. After their meal, Lung Yi and Lung Mo-hun prepared to clear the snakes from the staircase and rooftop. Upon opening the doors, Lung Yi was taken aback by the sight outside. Although he was not afraid of snakes, the sheer number made his scalp crawl. Boss, come quickly. Lung Mo-hun, seeing the scene outside, was equally astonished. He swiftly severed a snake attempting to slither through the gate. Stay back. There are many snakes at the door. He warned Julie. Hearing this, she dared not look and obediently sat in the dining room. I sensed something amiss. There's a foul odor. Lung Mo-hun observed the snakes on the ground and scanned the surroundings, noticing a metallic scent in the air. We must clear the entrance first, otherwise, we cannot open the door or step outside. Jiao Li suggested using fire, as snakes feared flames. But what if it spreads uncontrollably?
Leng Yi countered it.
Lung Mo-hun decided to set fire to the area right outside their door to clear a path, ensuring that they weren't trapped inside by the snakes. They each grabbed a fire extinguisher as a precaution against a potential blaze. After pouring gasoline and igniting it, they quickly retreated indoors to catch their breath. The stench of burning snakes filled the air, a nauseating aroma that made them feel like they were about to faint. Peering through the peephole, they saw that the snakes had mostly been reduced to charred remains, while others at the stairwell gate still wriggled, attempting to enter. The two emerged and dispatched the snakes at the staircase gate, pouring gasoline on the largest piles of snakes, careful not to pour too much to avoid an uncontrollable fire. Thus, they continued to burn and eliminate the snakes until the 30th floor was cleared. The floor was left in disarray, the walls blackened from smoke. Curiously, only the 30th floor had snakes. The floors below had some, but not nearly as many. This is deliberate. Snakes are attracted to the scent of blood, Lung Mo-hun concluded. You two should rest. You're soaked with sweat. After checking the house for any intruding snakes, they retreated to the space. Inside the moving small house, the cat lay on the sofa, nibbling on leftover strawberries from breakfast. Recently, Bai Shui had suffered a setback in the chicken coop and was now seeking revenge. Chasing the chickens daily. What have you been up to? You're all wet. Did it rain?
She asked.
I was catching snakes. There were many at the entrance this morning. How could there be snakes? I don't know. They suddenly appeared in the city overnight. Quick, take me outside to see. Why do you want to join the commotion? Aren't you afraid of snakes? Who do you think I am? If I find the Snake King, I can make it obey me. Are you bragging? If you had that ability, why didn't you say so earlier? You never asked. Bai Shui retorted cutely, blinking her sapphire-like eyes. Julie couldn't help but embrace the cat, showering her with compliments. Our Bai Shui is truly intelligent, beautiful, and capable. I'm so fortunate to have encountered such a unique cat. Flattered, the cat responded, You're absolutely right. I am indeed one of a kind. I have yet to meet anyone of my kind. Then, my beautiful princess, I will take you out to catch snakes later. Afterward, I'll reward you with a special meal. The cat, feigning modesty, replied, No. I want the ruby necklace my brother-in-law gave me last time.
Jiuli, Kumfusha.
Looked to Lung Mohan. What necklace? Oh, just a small ruby necklace I rewarded her with last time, he explained. You've never given me any jewelry. Why give her one? Everything I have is yours. I saved the best for you. The one I gave her was just a tiny one, he said humbly. Bai Shui scoffed. You gave me the best. It lacks sincerity. Lung Mohan felt disheartened, realizing he had offended both. Jiuli playfully tapped the cat on the head. You have it good. Don't be so picky. Which family's cat is adorned with gems? I have none, and yet you still disdain me. Jiuli shot a glance at Lung Mohan, snorting. Let us finish our task first. I'll settle the score with you later. After taking a shower and changing into fresh attire, Lung Mohan donned gloves and a protective mask, wrapping himself tightly before exiting the space with the cat. Joining Lung Yi on the rooftop, a multitude of snakes, both large and small, writhed on the rooftop. Lung Mohan and Lung Yi brandished their long knives, launching an assault on the advancing serpent horde, delivering swift, decisive blows to their heads. In an instant, the bodies of the snakes were severed in twain, and the two became consumed by the thrill of the hunt. The surrounding serpents seemed to sense the imminent danger, lifting their heads and refraining from advancing. Within this group lies no Serpent King, Bai Shui communicated telepathically to Lung Mohan. He glanced at the cat in his arms and pondered, What shall we do? There are simply too many snakes to eradicate. I'm searching among them for an astute serpent to inquire about the Serpent King's whereabouts, Bai Shui replied. Hurry, please. If you cannot find one, I'll prepare to incinerate them. Bai Shui used her consciousness to scan the serpents, discovering a small white snake nestled in a corner, overshadowed by the vibrant, elongated serpents surrounding it. It coiled up, resembling a baby snake. Bai Shui would never admit that this snake was, among the grotesque creatures, rather pleasing to the eye. It could grow to be beautiful, and surely its intellect would match, right? Thus, she approached with a tentative hope. Little white snake. Can you hear me? Bai Shui inquired. The little white snake lifted its head, scanning the pile of serpents. Where are you? Bai Shui felt a surge of joy.
Indeed.
She was the beautiful and clever cat. She had not misjudged the snake. Did you see those two men on the rooftop? I'm the most handsome man-esque cat. The little white snake remarked, gazing in their direction. How can you speak and communicate with snakes? It's a secret. Where is your Serpent King? And why are you all here? Bai Shui pressed. We descended the mountain with the Serpent King. He sensed an impending catastrophe that would devastate the forest. So he let us down. It took us a long time to reach here. But now, I do not know where he is, the little white snake explained. But why are there so many snakes in this building? Bai Shui asked. When we arrived in the city, we sought hiding places. Part of the snakes were lured by the strong scent of blood in this building, which they communicated to others. However, many were captured at the base of the building. So we hid everywhere, eventually discovering that the rooftop was unoccupied by snake hunters. We climbed through the pipes from the rooftops of other buildings to get here. Can you lead them away? If they don't leave, they will end up setting fire to you. Bai Shui urged. They cannot comprehend my words, and I lack the authority to command them. They only heed the Serpent King's orders. Please don't kill me. I'll leave now. The little white snake pleaded. Can you help me locate the Serpent King? If so, I will take you with me, Bai Shui proposed. I can try, but I cannot guarantee success. If I cannot find him, please do not kill me, the little white snake implored. All right, I promise. Come to me now, Bai Shui instructed. Bai Shui conveyed to Lung Mo Han, I found a little white snake and learned what I needed. I'm bringing her over. Let us go home, and I'll explain everything. Understood, Lung Mo Han replied, looking down at the little white snake at his feet. The little white snake craned its neck, attempting to minimize its presence, thinking, oh dear, this man is terrifying. His gaze could kill. Bai Shui urged the little white snake. Climb up along his leg. The little white snake hesitated. I'm too afraid. This man is too intimidating. What are you afraid of? You're too timid. I've already spoken to him. He won't harm you, Bai Shui reassured. I won't go up. I'll stay behind you, the little white snake retorted. Lung Mo Han addressed Lung Yi. Take this little white snake with you. We're heading down. Lung Yi examined the little white snake coiling around Lung Mo Han's leg, intrigued. Hey, this little snake is quite adorable. He crouched down and extended his arm. The little white snake climbed towards Lung Yi, wrapping itself around his wrist. In Chapter 91, the cat becomes lost in the praise. Julie awaited them on the 31st floor, still summoning the courage to emerge from the space. Hiding inside was not a viable option. Upon entering, Lung Yi saw Julie sitting on the sofa and excitedly extended his arm. Sisterly, isn't this little snake adorable? Isn't it cute? Julie jumped onto Lung Mo Han in fright. For heaven's sake, get it out of here. My heart may stop from fright. Her voice trembled. Bai Shui reassured Julie telepathically, sister, don't be afraid. The little white snake won to attack. I've already spoken with her. She's here because I invited her. You brought a snake home without consulting me. I'm terrified of snakes.
Julie exclaimed.
On the rooftop. There are too many snakes, and only this little white snake can communicate with me. I need her help to find the Serpent King. Otherwise, these snakes won't leave.
Goodness.
This snake can talk. Isn't that akin to becoming sentient? Can it transform into a human? Julie mused, imagining the snake transforming into a beautiful woman, as the tale of the white snake has been passed down through generations. What are you thinking? She's merely a slightly smarter snake who can understand speech. She won't transform. Bai Shui interjected, annoyed. A dignified spirit companion, cannot even transform. You humans are too influenced by myths. All right. My Bai Shui is the best. Beautiful and clever. She can help me with great tasks. Such promise. Every compliment made the cat feel immensely pleased. Bai Shui relayed the information gathered from the little white snake to Lung Mo Han and Julie. Lung Yi stood by the window, seemingly daft, playfully engaging with the little snake coiling around his arm. The little white snake, delicate and coiled twice and a half around him, showed no signs of aggression, remaining limp as it rested on him. When he gently touched it, the little white snake nuzzled his palm, seemingly indifferent to him. Indeed, the snake coiling around his arm looked quite charming. One might mistake it for a bracelet, akin to some luxurious brand. This was the real deal. It felt cool to the touch. There's no time to waste. I'll take Bai Shui and the little snake to search the neighborhood for the Serpent King.
Len må han deklarerade.
Julie remarked, the bloody scent in the corridor is undoubtedly man-made. Otherwise, it wouldn't be confined to the 30th floor, attracting the surrounding snakes to our rooftop. I suspect it's related to the woman who came to borrow medicine a few days ago and her husband. Indeed, Bai Shui affirmed. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Lung Mo Han's eyes. Let us address the snake issue first. As for that couple, there's no rush. They want to escape for long. Understood, hurry along.
Julie urgea.
Julie cradled Bai Shui in her arms, stroking her fur. She contemplated kissing her but was suddenly reminded of Bai Shui's unfortunate encounter in the dung heap, causing her to hesitate. Bai Shui, you're the best. I entrust this glorious and formidable task to you. I am confident you will succeed. Bai Shui, with a touch of pride, replied, yes, rest assured. When I'm on the case, nothing is impossible. Wait at home for my good news. Thus, under a flurry of praise from Julie, the cat gradually lost itself in self-importance, proudly lifting its head, thinking, in critical moments, it's the cat that will save the day. The cat is quite useful. As the 2 men and 1 cat descended the stairs, Julie entered the space to continue her culinary endeavors. She still had yesterday's marinated broth. As the flavor intensifies the longer it is left to steep, enhancing the taste of the meat. Just as before, she prepared 2 large buckets. She also continued making hot milk tea, experimenting with new flavors, simmering blueberry, strawberry, mango, and cherry jams, and preparing some pudding as accompaniments. 4 by Shui. She crafted an elaborate seafood sashimi platter, filling a large basin with ice, arranging salmon, sweet Arctic shrimp, tuna, snapper, mackerel, sardines, and octopus neatly, and picking fresh flowers from outside the small house to add a decorative touch, along with smoking dry ice. When Bai Shui returned, she would undoubtedly be delighted. The cat exerted considerable effort, deserving of a fitting reward. Bai Shui, with a serious expression, surveyed the surroundings and informed Lung Mo Han that there was nothing here. She had scanned the area with her consciousness and suggested they change direction. Bai Shui inquired of the little white snake how it located the Serpent King. The little white snake explained that their sense of smell was exceptionally keen, and the Serpent King emitted a distinct scent that drew them closer. Bai Shui asked the little white snake how far it could smell. The little white snake replied that it could detect scents from a kilometer away, but beyond that, it was unable to perceive anything. Well, in critical moments, it fell upon her, Bai Shui, to take charge. She needed to sense a kilometer in advance. Her consciousness could scan 5 kilometers. Outside, the sun was unbearable for the cat. Her eyes felt as though they could not open. Bai Shui communicated to Lung Mo Han that there was nothing in this direction and suggested they try another. After surveying all directions in the neighborhood, it appeared that the Serpent King was not within the vicinity, prompting them to explore the area outside the neighborhood. Lung Mo Han drove to the underground garage, preparing to venture out in search of the Serpent King more swiftly. They had spent the better part of the day searching the vicinity and neighboring areas without success in locating the Serpent King. Lung Mo Han contemplated heading to the outskirts, deciding to drive that way at a moderate speed while Bai Shui continued to scan the surroundings with her awareness.
Bai Shui suddenly instructed Leng Mo Han to pass.
Sensing something ahead, she perceived a presence nearby and urged him to proceed slowly. Her gaze fixed on a hole behind a house in the distance. Lung Mo Han parked the car and they approached on foot. He recognized the environment. It was the village where Julie had previously collected vegetables. Although he had visited, he had not entered the village itself, merely observing from the entrance. As they walked towards the house Bai Shui had mentioned, she noticed a flat, open area and exclaimed in confusion that something was amiss. There should be a hole here. Lung Mo Han inquired what kind of hole it was and if it was visible. Bai Shui, puzzled, indicated that it was approximately 100 meters to their right, a long, dark hole. However, the ground ahead was flat, devoid of any hole. How could her consciousness be mistaken? Could it be that the serpent had burrowed underground? Lung Mo Han surmised that there was likely a cellar ahead, as rural areas typically had cellars for storing vegetables. It seemed that the serpent had slipped inside when the cellar was opened. He informed Bai Shui that there was indeed a hole in the ground ahead and asked if she could communicate with the Serpent King. Furthermore, he inquired about the Serpent King's size, expressing concern that if they recklessly opened the cellar, they might be attacked. Bai Shui shrank back slightly in Lung Mo Han's arms. Describing the serpent as enormous, thick, and coiled, it was currently asleep with its eyes closed, oblivious to their presence from a distance. She decided to send the little white snake to find the Serpent King. To be honest, the sight of such a massive serpent filled her with trepidation. It seemed capable of devouring her in one gulp, and its appearance was far from the charming cuteness of the little white snake. It was grotesque and foreboding. And she feared she could only control the Serpent King with her consciousness for a brief moment. The cat urged the little white snake to hurry and seek out the Serpent King, explaining its location in the hollow ahead. The little white snake expressed confusion, claiming it saw nothing ahead. Bai Shui chastised it for its foolishness, insisting it simply needed to climb towards the right front, where leaves obscured the entrance. The little white snake agreed to proceed, sliding down Lung Mo Han's arm towards the cellar. Chapter 92. Negotiating with the Serpent King, Bai Shui instructed Lung Mo Han to wait while the little white snake conversed with the Serpent King, assuring him she would be able to hear it. Lung Mo Han smiled, stroking the cat's head, and remarked on her being a good cat, promising her a reward upon their return. Bai Shui's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as she requested a gemstone necklace in a different color this time. He agreed, stipulating that if the task was accomplished, she would receive it, but if not, it would be forgotten. Bai Shui, filled with confidence, declared the deal struck. The little white snake finally reached the cellar, addressing the Serpent King. "At last, I have found you." The Serpent King glanced at the little white snake without lifting its head, questioning its purpose for seeking it. The little white snake explained that after leading its kin down the mountain, they had been searching for a hiding place as the flora of the city had withered, leaving nowhere to shelter. Now, they were hiding on the rooftop of a tall building where the occupants threatened to set them ablaze if they did not depart. The Serpent King inquired why the little white snake had sought it out. The little white snake replied that a cat in the building could understand its speech and relayed that the Serpent King could facilitate the escape of the serpent horde, imploring it to postpone any plans of incineration. The Serpent King, skeptical, responded that it was naive to believe in humans. Bai Shui, overhearing their dialogue, urgently interjected, pleading for the Serpent King to trust them, asserting that they approached with sincerity. Otherwise, they would have resorted to burning the serpents without going through the trouble of searching for it. The Serpent King lifted its head, scanning the surroundings for the source of the voice. The little white snake clarified that it was the cat speaking from outside. The Serpent King was astonished that such a mere cat could communicate from such a distance. You expect me to believe your words alone? Furthermore, if humans were to burn the serpents, what concern is it of mine? Bai Shui was taken aback by the Serpent King's unexpected demeanor and hastily relayed its words to Lung Mo Han. Lung Mo Han instructed her to convey to the Serpent King that belief was inconsequential. If it did not allow the serpents to leave, they would take action against it. Although the serpent was large, human artillery was indiscriminate, and he would not hesitate to demolish the cellar. Bai Shui straightened her back, emboldened. She recalled that their space was stocked with military weaponry. How could she have forgotten? She declared, if you do not allow the serpents to depart, we shall detonate explosives to obliterate the cellar. You will experience the full force of human weaponry, including guns and bombs. The Serpent King retorted, you threaten me. Bai Shui clarified that it was not a threat but a statement of fact, urging it to come and witness for itself. The artillery is aimed directly at the entrance of your cellar. It could ignite at any moment, blasting you into pieces. The little white snake trembled, affirming that the humans were not lying. They were formidable and had already slain many serpents from above. The Serpent King conceded, very well, I shall grant your request. However, I can only ensure that they leave your building. What they do afterward is beyond my concern. Bai Shui relayed the Serpent King's response to Lung Mo Han. Lung Mo Han countered, insisting that they must not allow the serpents to leave the vicinity of their neighborhood. Bai Shui relayed Lung Mo Han's words to the Snake King. After some contemplation, the Snake King agreed, stating that he would let them leave the neighborhood, but warned that any future snakes would be beyond his control. He insisted that his presence here must remain a secret. Lung Mo Han cautioned him not to harm the villagers, threatening that he would eliminate him if he caused any harm. After their communication, the Snake King consented and allowed them to return. In the evening, the little white snake accompanied the Snake King to the neighborhood. As they departed, the cat told the little white snake to find her later that night. Lung Mo Han and Lung Yi took the cat back to the neighborhood first. When darkness enveloped the sky in the evening, the Snake King and the little white snake set out. The Snake King, finding the little white snake too slow, carried her in his mouth. Following her directions, they soon arrived near the Jiuli community. The Snake King refrained from getting too close. His size made him conspicuous, and there was no suitable hiding place in the city. While he was unafraid of humans, he feared the firearms they wielded, which could swiftly end his life. He recognized that ordinary people typically lacked such lethal weapons, but what if there were exceptions? He dared not take the risk, having finally found a place to conceal himself. The Snake King emitted a hissing call, and soon the surrounding snakes gathered around him. He instructed them to stay away from the neighborhood, warning them of the danger and urging them to seek new hiding spots. The snakes obeyed and dispersed to find safer locations. The Snake King looked down at the little white snake and invited her to join him, suggesting they could hide together in the burrow and alleviate their boredom. The little white snake replied that she had promised the cat she would seek her out first. The Snake King cautioned her about her vulnerability, warning that humans could easily crush her. Gratefully, the little white snake thanked the Snake King, assuring him that she would find the cat first, and if she had nowhere else to go, she would come to him. The Snake King agreed, advising her to take care of herself. As the little white snake watched the Snake King depart, she climbed to the 30th floor. Perched on an iron gate, she lowered her head and called out to the cat, announcing her arrival. The cat urged Lung Mo Han to open the door, exclaiming that the little white snake had returned. Upon entering, the little white snake slithered in, and Lung Yi eagerly reached out to her. The little white snake coiled around his wrist. The cat observed her and asked what her plans were now that the snakes in the building had left. The little white snake, with an innocent expression, confessed her uncertainty. The Snake King had suggested she seek companionship with him in the burrow to stave off loneliness. The cat proposed that she stay with them instead. The little white snake hesitated, recalling the Snake King's warning about trusting humans, who could easily crush her. The cat reassured her, pointing out that they were not harmful and that Lung Yi had not harmed her. She promised that her owner was generous and kind-hearted, offering endless food and protection, ensuring she would no longer need to hide. The little white snake shook her head, insisting she was too vulnerable to attack anyone. Still a baby snake. Bai Shui continued to entice her, suggesting she join them for fun, as the Snake King seemed difficult to get along with. The little white snake agreed but asked Bai Shui to see if they would be willing to take her in, assuring them she consumed very little and posed no threat. Bai Shui playfully raised a paw to intimidate the little white snake, teasing her about her weakness. The little white snake shrank back, prompting Bai Shui to laugh, calling her timid. After discussing the idea of keeping the little white snake with Lung Mo Han, he declined, citing that Julie was frightened of snakes and would not want to play with him if she found out about the little white snake. Lung Mo Han took Bai Shui to the rooftop to ensure the snakes had indeed left before bringing the cat into the space. In Chapter 93, Bai Shui pleaded with Ju Li to allow the little white snake to stay, assuring her that it would not harm anyone. Ju Li firmly rejected the idea, expressing her discomfort at the thought of having a snake nearby. Although the little white snake appeared innocent and adorable, Ju Li worried about what might happen if it grew larger. Bai Shui, in a pitiful manner, implored Ju Li, explaining her loneliness and the need for companionship. She reminded Ju Li of her affection for her and her lack of social interaction with the other animals in the space. Ju Li, moved by Bai Shui's plea, struggled with her decision, recognizing that Bai Shui had helped her in the past and that denying her would be hurtful. Seeing Ju Li's internal conflict, Lung Mo Han suggested that since Lung Yi seemed fond of the little white snake, she could let him take care of it. This would allow them to maintain a connection, as Bai Shui promised to return regularly and communicate with Ju Li. Bai Shui expressed her gratitude to Lung Mo Han, assuring him of her loyalty and willingness to support him. Lung Mo Han advised her to keep a close watch on the little snake and to prevent it from wandering near Ju Li, as it would spell trouble for them both. Ju Li rewarded the cat with a platter of seafood sashimi she had prepared, to which the cat gleefully responded, excited about her sister's kindness. After sharing her delight, the cat playfully asked if she could take some to the little white snake, claiming it was a special gift from her beautiful and kind sister. Ju Li, amused by the cat's antics, allowed her to take some sashimi. Once outside, the cat was relieved to find no snakes in the building, allowing her to finally rest peacefully at home. As Lung Mo Han led the cat downstairs, he prepared a cozy nest for her in the living room and presented her with a sashimi platter, marveling at the luxurious feast. Lung Yi commented on how extravagant the cat's meal was, noting that she seemed to live more lavishly than he did. The cat, noticing Lung Yi's covetous gaze, promptly defended her food, bemused by his audacity to covet her meal. Lung Yi, amused by the cat's cleverness, couldn't help but smile at her protective nature. Then, I walked to the refrigerator and retrieved a platter of salmon and sweet shrimp sashimi, a box of crayfish, and a bag of spicy rabbit cubes. I also grabbed a bottle of beer and sat down at the dining table to indulge in my meal. Snow, in her haughty manner, proudly beckoned the little white snake over, saying, "Come quickly and see. This is my dinner, prepared by my beautiful and kind-hearted elder sister. What do you think? Isn't it quite exquisite?" The little white snake climbed down Cold's arm, appearing quite pleased with the feast. It circled the large platter, exclaiming, "Wow, it's all fish. I've never tasted such delectable food before. It's so beautiful, with smoke rising and flowers adorning it." Snow, with a hint of arrogance, replied, "Of course. I eat this every day. I'm almost tired of it. I have so much at home that I could never finish it all in this lifetime." The little white snake, in its naive innocence, responded, "Wow, your master is so good to you. Why do you call her elder sister?" Snow explained, "She told me to call her that. In this world, beautiful women like to be addressed as sister." The little white snake pondered, "Oh, but she can't hear you. Calling her is pointless." Snow looked at the little white snake, as if it were foolish. "You're such a silly snake. I forgot to mention. I can speak human language to communicate with my master, and I can also connect with her through my thoughts. She can hear me." The little white snake, wide-eyed with innocence, asked, "Wow, your master is truly remarkable. Can she hear me too?" "Well, You can't speak human language, so your thoughts likely won't reach her, Snow mused, contemplating that the little white snake was becoming more aware. She thought of sneaking it some spiritual spring water to enhance its intelligence. Perhaps then her master could communicate with the little white snake as well. Don't worry. Just stick with me. It's far better than following your snake king, who only feeds you sporadically while putting you at risk of being hunted. Here, as long as you listen to my master and protect her, you'll surely have delicious meals every day. The little white snake assured. Yes, yes. I will definitely be obedient. All right. Look at you. So inexperienced. Eat up. I'm sharing with you. The little white snake's mouth watered as it exclaimed, Wow. I'm going to eat now. The cat and snake joyfully feasted around the grand platter, while Cold savored his beer, watching the two little ones with a smile, enveloped in a serene atmosphere. Chapter 94, Surprises on a Rainy Night. Li held a slice of pizza in one hand while reading messages on her phone. In the community group chat, messages flew in. It seems there are no snakes in the neighborhood anymore. The snake-catching team only captured 3 this evening. Yes. I saw the snake on my floor-to-ceiling window crawl away. Our building's snake-catching team caught none either. Finally, they're gone. I don't have to hide under the covers trembling all day. But now we have no meat to eat. Fortunately, we caught many snakes these last few days. We dried the leftovers. I wonder if there are any outside the community. My water is running low. What should I do? I can only boil instant noodles for a day. Do you have any stock at home? Our supply is running low too. We hardly have enough water. And I haven't flushed the toilet in a week. It's getting unbearable.
Please stop.
It's been a week since I showered. I'm sweating profusely. And my hair is a mess. Heaven, please save us. We're begging for rain. Does the government even care about our survival? Please, rain. We're dying of heat at home. Suddenly, the tranquil sky rumbled with thunder, dark clouds looming ominously. Li realized a torrential downpour was imminent. The wind howled, accompanied by streaks of purple lightning illuminating the night sky. As the rain fell in torrents, the streets transformed, and the excitement of the people below was palpable. Many rushed out into the rain, laughing and shouting in joy, while others collected rainwater in buckets, believing the heat was finally subsiding and life would return to normal. The relentless rain continued through the night, intensifying by morning. In the community group chat, messages poured in. 5001. Amazing. The rain is still falling. I was worried it would come quickly and leave just as fast. Let it rain a bit longer to cool things down. 1201. Yes, don't stop. I need to collect water to flush the toilet. 2801. Everyone take advantage of the heavy rain to stock up on water. 2601. Quick question. Can rainwater be filtered and consumed? 2201. Same question. 1601. I'm curious too. 2001. Yes, but rainwater is dirty, which will reduce the lifespan of your filter. 2201. As long as it's drinkable, who cares about the filter's lifespan? If I run out of water, that's the end for me. 2601. 2001. Wow.
Thanks.
I'll hurry to collect more water for filtering. The rain would pause for a few hours in the afternoon, only to resume later that night, continuing for an entire week, leading to urban flooding, reservoir breaches, and mudslides that submerged the city in water. Julie leisurely rose, had breakfast, and then worked out at the gym. Cold Han had woken up early and entered the space, saying he was preparing a surprise for her and asked her to wait before entering.
A surprise?
She felt a thrill of anticipation. What could it be? Would it meet her expectations? After 2 hours of intense exercise, her body felt invigorated, every pore alive. In her previous life, she had detested working out and had an average physique, but after months of training alongside the aid of spiritual spring water, she felt lighter and brimming with energy. As she emerged, her gaze fixed on Cold Han, who was clad in a white shirt that accentuated his strong physique, paired with formal trousers that highlighted his long, elegant legs, exuding undeniable masculine charm. Her eyes brightened when she noticed a hint of a rose he held behind his back. So, this was the surprise. How delightful. Yet, she found herself more enamored with his physique. Oh, that waist was simply exquisite, a perfect blend of strength and definition. Suddenly, memories of previous encounters flooded her mind, the sight beneath his belt, his bare body. Oh no, she couldn't think about that. She hoped she wouldn't start bleeding from her nose. She instinctively touched her nose, relieved that everything was fine. Luckily, She had just finished exercising, and she could feel her cheeks flush with heat and embarrassment. Cold Mo Han relished the way Julie gazed at him, her eyes unabashedly consuming him as if she wished to devour him whole. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Well, it's all right.
I am satisfied.
Julie snapped back to reality, realizing she was speaking.
Cold Mon chucklet softly.
How adorable you are, little one. He presented the beautiful flowers to her, proclaiming, "These are for my most enchanting fairy." Without further teasing, he took her hand and led her into the space. Once inside, Cold Mo Han instructed her to shower first, leaving her clothes on the bed for her to change into. She emerged in a red, strapless mermaid gown, her long hair slightly curled, her fair skin flawless. The combination of red and white made Julie look even more alluring and captivating. Cold Mo Han was aware of her beauty, but seeing her in that gown left him at a loss for words. Julie noticed his dark eyes fixated on her and decided to tease him a little since he always playfully prodded her. Leaning in closer, her enchanting face glimmering, her eyes sparkling with mischief, she playfully licked his Adam's apple. Cold Mo Han froze, his blood surging to his head. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to compose himself. He had important matters to attend to. "Come with me." He gently grasped her small hand, leading her into the dressing room. With a sweep of his hand, the floor was revealed to be adorned with a myriad of colorful gems, pearls, and countless gold bars. Julie stood at the doorway, momentarily stunned, unable to step inside, her tongue involuntarily clicking in astonishment. Before she could fully comprehend, he pulled her down to the living room, where, with another wave of his hand, rows of clothing racks displayed an array of haute couture wedding dresses and dazzling evening gowns, transforming the dining area into an exhibition hall overflowing with finery. In her state of shock, he continued to guide her to the back of a small room, where an expansive heart-shaped rose garden came into view. The fiery red roses were resplendent, their buds poised to bloom, creating a breathtaking sight. Today, silence was the theme, the focus being on delivering surprises. These consecutive surprises were overwhelming. She adored them, even if they were deemed trivial in the present world. Yet, she cherished these beautiful trinkets. Chapter 95, A Night Visit to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lost in thought, she observed Lung Mohan kneeling on one knee, opening a small box in his hand. Inside lay two understated silver rings, one adorned with a circle of transparent diamonds, sparkling exquisitely, exuding elegance and sophistication, while the other was a simple silver band with a solitary small diamond, understated yet refined. "My dear, did I ever tell you that from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was profoundly captivated? Over the past 6 months, as we transitioned from acquaintances to lovers, our connection and bond have felt predestined, as if we were meant to be together across lifetimes. In this world, where we may not see the sun rise tomorrow or glimpse future horizons, I still wish to present you with this ceremonial moment, to propose to you. If you would marry me, I envision a future filled with love, unwavering companionship, cooking together, you tending to flowers while I cultivate the land, you wielding the knife while I hand it to you, hand in hand, navigating this desolate world. Regardless of whether our future is mundane or fraught with turbulence, it will be filled with memories and happiness. My darling, will you marry me? Shall we spend eternity together?" Though he often spoke sweet nothings, he usually did so in a playful manner, teasing her in bed. As he uttered these words, Julie could sense his nervousness, noticing the glimmer of moisture in his eyes. She too felt anxious and exhilarated, a voice in her mind persistently urging her to say yes, to agree to him. Julie reached out, her lips quivering slightly. "I do." Lung Mohan was momentarily taken aback, his palms growing clammy. Just as he was about to respond, he heard Julie continue, "But I have a fiery temperament. I can be selfish. I lack compassion. I can be ruthless and indifferent to others. Also, you must not find me bothersome, nor should you ever grow tired of me." He chuckled softly, bowing his head to slide the ring onto her middle finger, reverently placing a kiss on her hand. "For all eternity, I shall love you. Your so-called flaws are but endearing traits to me. I could never find another more enchanting, nor will I ever grow weary. For my heart and mind are entirely devoted to you." Julie sniffled, playfully responding, "You certainly have a way with words." Lung Mohan rose, cradling her face in his hands, tenderly kissing away her tears. "Where did all those wedding dresses and jewels come from?" Julie inquired. "Sweetheart," he said, kissing her as he spoke, Are you certain this is the moment to ask about those items? Julie playfully covered Lung Mohan's mouth, exclaiming, "Oh, satisfy my curiosity first. And I promise to shower you with affection later." Lung Mohan's eyes twinkled. "You promised no backing out." Julie nodded eagerly. "Of course, I stand by my word." Time was of the essence. I sketched the design but only completed one piece. Fearing you might not like it, I purchased collections from the Vera Wang and Alessandra showcases while stockpiling in F country. I also picked up some gowns, which I believe will look stunning on you. Although there may not be opportunities to wear them in this world, we have space to store them, and occasionally wearing them for me to admire would be delightful. The gold and silver jewelry were retrieved from the old Cold family residence, a mix of my own collection and pieces my mother left behind. Though they may not hold value now, they could still be enjoyable for you to play with. After all, I believe every girl has a penchant for shiny things. Don't you? And when were these roses planted? I visit the space daily, yet I had no idea. Julie pointed to the roses, inquiring. During the last upgrade, aside from widening the spiritual spring, I discovered an additional plot behind the small room. Initially, I forgot to inform you. But then I thought to plant roses as a surprise for you. The living room is draped with curtains, and you rarely come this way, so while planting potatoes, I decided to grow roses, watering them daily with a spiritual spring water, and they grew remarkably fast. Julie felt a twinge of sympathy. This man truly does not understand the hardships of life. While he extravagantly waters roses with the precious spiritual spring water, I can't even bear to waste it, fearing a day when the river might run dry. Yet, she realized it was his heartfelt intention, having prepared such a long-cherished surprise. Upon seeing it, she felt joy and decided not to spoil the moment. She would gradually teach him the values of frugality and practicality. Julie wrapped her arms around his neck, her smile bright and charming. "Thank you, my boyfriend. Call me husband," he urged. "Husband," Julie sweetly called. Lung Mohan happily twirled her around, and they enjoyed a tender moment together. "Let us go out. The rain should be stopping soon." Lung Mohan looked surprised. "Didn't you say it would rain for several days? It's stopping already?" "No. It only paused for a few hours in the evening, then resumed late at night, continuing for 5 days straight." Lung Mohan pondered. "Then let us seize this moment to go somewhere. I would feel regret if we were flooded in a few days." "Where to?" Julie asked. "The Civil Affairs Bureau." "We must hurry." They descended to the garage and drove to the bureau. Along the way, Julie felt bewildered. "Aren't we just going to get our marriage certificate? Is there really a need to issue it ourselves? What is the point? In this world where laws have lost their significance, isn't this just a frivolous endeavor?"
Indeed.
Those who were not in want of material goods often placed greater emphasis on spiritual fulfillment. Of course, this was true for Lung Mohan, but not for her. After all, material possessions equated to survival. She could not care less about a marriage certificate. Each day was a gift, and she relished every moment. Would obtaining a certificate truly make her a married woman? No. The glass doors of the Civil Affairs Bureau were locked. Lung Mohan produced a tool and shattered a nearby window, entering through it. "Here I am, robbing the bureau, so we can issue ourselves a marriage certificate," Julie remarked. Lung Mohan solemnly replied, "My dear, though this certificate may be invalid, its significance lies in our hearts. It represents my commitment to you. More importantly, it may not exist in the future, so I wish to cherish it now. When we grow old, we can look back upon it together, don't you think?" Julie sighed, unable to fully grasp his perspective, yet she maintained her respect for his sentiment. Perhaps she was simply averse to romance, appearing feminine and fond of beauty. Yet her inner character was that of a strong woman, unspoiled by delicacies and lacking in romantic experience. Lung Mohan's actions could be deemed the epitome of romantic folly. Julie merely nodded in agreement, acquiescing to his wishes, though internally she found it rather absurd. However, it was not worth dampening his enthusiasm. Chapter 96. Collecting Artifacts. Raiding the port stop ahead, Julie pointed to the building in front of them, addressing Lung Mohan. "What's up?" he asked. "In front lies the H City Museum. Let us enter and secure those artifacts within the confines of our space. Otherwise, they may soon be inundated by floods, leading to their lamentable destruction. Such treasures represent the evolution and testimony of human civilization. If one day the apocalypse comes to an end, we may return them." Lung Mohan gently pinched the cheeks of Ju Li's 2 little ones, remarking that this museum is one of the 3 largest in the country. housing over 370,000 pieces. Are you serious? 370,000? I was careless. Jiu Li almost stumbled over her words, questioning where she found the audacity to suggest collecting the entire museum. Yet, dear one, your intentions are commendable. For protecting cultural relics and passing down our heritage is of paramount importance to our nation and people. We cannot possibly collect all 370,000 items, but we can certainly preserve some of the exceptionally valuable ones.
Jiu Li, splendid.
Then let us focus solely on the treasures of the museum. The two approached the museum's entrance, meandering around until they discovered a back door and entered with a forceful push. The spacious exhibition hall felt eerily vacant. Lung Mohan followed the directional signs, leading her to the second-floor special exhibition hall. This level likely contained the more precious items, so we shall split up our efforts. Indeed. The collection includes artifacts such as the Eastern Han Dynasty silver inlaid bronze ox lamp, Western Han gold beast, gold and jade garments, gold cicada and jade leaves, gold branches and jade leaves, bamboo forest 7 sages brick imprint painting, Warring States gold and silver inlaid bronze kettle, Western Jin Dynasty green glazed divine beast vase, Ming Dynasty Hanwu red glazed plum vase, Eastern Han Guangling king seal gold stamp, Eastern Han gilded inlaid beast-shaped copper boxing stone, transparent carved jade of birds and beasts, Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, and Tang Dynasty tricolored glazed pottery. These antiquities, steeped in history, defy valuation. Though she was unfamiliar with some, she collected them along with their protective glass cases into her space. Only after they had finished collecting the entire floor did they return to the vehicle. What time is the heavy rain expected? Lung Mohan inquired. Around midnight, nearing 1 o'clock. Why do you ask? Jiu Li's mind suddenly sparked with clarity. They exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously exclaimed, the port. Lung Mohan noted that they had 4 hours remaining, estimating they could reach the port in 30 minutes. A round trip will take an hour, leaving us 3 hours to spare. Let us hurry, she urged. The containers from the last island haven T arrived yet.
No worries.
Let us collect more. When we're bored, we can take our time opening them. Didn't you say you enjoyed unboxing? With a firm press on the accelerator, they sped toward the port. Julie retrieved 2 boxes of beef dumplings and 2 cups of milk tea from her space, donning disposable gloves as she happily devoured them, occasionally feeding Lung Mohan a bite. After finishing their meal, they each took a few sips of vitality water, feeling invigorated. Upon reaching the port, you can drive directly to that end. I shall exit here and begin from this side. All right, be cautious. Without further ado, they set to work. The port of H City is one of the largest in Huagua, bustling with an immense volume of cargo. The dark waters merged with the overcast sky, creating a haunting atmosphere. Scattered cargo ships and containers floated on the surface. As Julie collected, she noticed that some containers had already been pried open. Fortunately, not many had been tampered with, suggesting that some clever individuals had already set their sights on them. She completed the collection of unopened containers on the ground. A massive cargo ship, neatly lined with rows of containers, was secured tightly with steel cables. She realized it would be time-consuming to open each one individually, so she wondered if she could collect the entire ship instead. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand on the ship, only to be engulfed by a wave of dizziness, causing her body to sway slightly. A sudden headache forced her to close her eyes, and upon reopening them, the colossal vessel had vanished.
Wow.
That's incredible. She managed to collect such a massive entity, though her steps felt a bit unsteady. She took a few hearty gulps of vitality water. These 2 yachts are rather unique, her curiosity piqued as she boarded to investigate. Illuminating the interior with a flashlight, she discovered it was quite exquisite. Which club does this belong to? Or perhaps it's owned by some wealthy heir. The interior was fully furnished with imported sofas, and the farthest room even contained a mahjong table. She collected it without hesitation. The adjacent yacht remained untouched as she opted to retrieve it as well. Each container contained a manifest of goods, leaving her no time to examine them one by one. Regardless of their utility, she decided to gather them all for now. Boredom stretched endlessly, and she relied on the excitement of unboxing to alleviate her mood. Adhering to her principle of waste not, she even collected empty containers left by others. Although her space was filling with containers from previous collections, empty containers could serve multiple purposes, such as housing materials or even providing shelter, given their aluminum alloy and steel construction. Suddenly, the sound of approaching vehicles reached her ears. Taking cover behind a container, she observed several military trucks advancing towards her position. Oh no, the authorities are here. We must leave quickly. She glanced behind her into the darkness. She could not see Lung Mohan, but such a commotion would surely alert him. Without further hesitation, she entered her space. Not long after, Lung Mohan joined her. It's the military. They've come to relocate the containers. What should we do? If we go out now, we'll run into them. You come with me. There's a derelict ship at the entrance that will provide cover. We'll first move away from the shore and find a suitable place to drive away. With that, he took Julie's hand, and they slipped out of the space, using the broken yacht as their shield as they dashed across to the opposite beach. Upon reaching the coastal road, they surveyed their surroundings for any signs of danger before hastily retrieving their off-road vehicle and driving toward the residential area. Captain, something feels off. I sense that many containers are missing, the short man remarked to the stoic soldier nearby. It's dark, so it's understandable not to see clearly. Generally, ordinary people wouldn't be capable of moving these containers. At most, they could pry them open to take out items. The short man scratched his head, perhaps. But I distinctly remember a large cargo ship anchored here, and now it's gone. Let us hurry and load everything onto the trucks. For crucial supplies, do not open the containers. Just have the crane lift them onto the trucks. Everyone else, start moving what you can onto the vehicles. The expressionless soldier surveyed the ominous dark sea, overcast clouds looming overhead, and waves crashing relentlessly, solemnly declaring, I sense something is amiss. As Lung Mohan drove toward the residential area, the torrential rain began to pour down. The deluge blurred his vision, rendering the windshield wipers ineffective. He had to rely on memory to navigate the route, cautious not to speed as the road conditions worsened. What should have taken only a few minutes extended into over 10, with water beginning to accumulate on the road. Upon reaching the garage, they stored the vehicle in the space and hurried upstairs. Chapter 97. The flood submerges the 15th floor just as they entered the garage. Water began to rise within it. At this rate, it wouldn't take a night for it to be completely submerged. After reaching the 30th floor, they prepared a late-night snack for the cat. Lung Mohan also brought a substantial amount of cat litter, as the needs of their family of 4, along with an additional snake, were considerable. Upon returning to the 31st floor, they checked all windows in the kitchen and bathroom, ensuring they were tightly sealed. They then applied waterproof sealing strips around the windows to prevent rainwater infiltration. Completing these tasks, they entered the space. Relaxing in the bathtub while enjoying some marinated chicken feet, Julie pondered how the torrential rain would last for 5 days, potentially flooding up to the 15th floor, causing residents below to flee to higher ground. Should she have Lung electrify the heavy iron door at the 30th floor corridor? Initially, she had refrained from doing so because the complex consisted of single-entry units, making it relatively secure compared to other residential buildings, and she did not want to draw attention too early. Now, however, it was crucial to electrify the door, otherwise she would be overwhelmed by the influx of refugees. Resolving to take action, she called for Lung Mohan and entrusted him with the task of electrifying the door. It is imperative to have everything ready by tonight. Julie emerged from her bath, draped in a large t-shirt. Half of the containers she had collected were organized by Lung Mohan, while the other half remained in disarray. She counted the containers alongside those she had previously gathered at the island port, and the yield was quite satisfactory, 300 containers in total. This did not even include those on the cargo ship. Had it not been for the military personnel's arrival, she would have certainly finished gathering them all. She already possessed a substantial amount of supplies, yet she felt compelled to leave some for the nation, as it is wise to leave a thread for future encounters. One must not be overly greedy. The frequent collection and organization of items was indeed taxing on her mental and physical energy. The cargo ship likely held several hundred containers, so she decided to leave them be for the time being and gradually sort them later. She neatly arranged the empty containers in a line, ordered by size, with the smallest measuring approximately 8 meters in length, resembling small rooms. She placed the wedding gowns she had not yet put away into the empty containers, astonishingly filling 3 of them. They were equipped with garment racks, resembling a boutique. She also sorted the gold and jewelry that Lung Mohan had placed in the dressing room upstairs, selecting some favorite pieces to store in the vanity drawer, while the rest went into the containers. The sheer volume was overwhelming, gold bars and ingots piled like a small mountain in her dressing room, rendering her unable to enter, forcing her to stand at the doorway. In hindsight, she regretted not opting for a larger layout when she customized this mobile smart house. believing it would suffice for just her. With an additional person now present, the space felt inadequate. She resolved to make do for the time being. From tomorrow onwards, she intended to frequently access the space to open several containers. For now, she would organize the 300 containers, shifting some food items to the outermost ones to access them over the next few days. Once everything was organized, she noticed that Lung Mohan had not yet entered the space. Curious about the delay, she stepped outside to check on the door. Arriving on the 30th floor, she found Lung Yi and Lung Mohan engrossed in a racing video game, competing against one another, while the cat played with a small white snake on the dance machine. It seemed that the trio was having such a delightful time that they had completely forgotten about her. Upon noticing her arrival, the cat quickly grabbed the little white snake and scampered towards the bedroom, urging the snake to stay hidden. The cat demonstrated remarkable awareness, proving to be quite astute. No wonder she had chosen to raise it. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, she opened the curtains to gaze outside. The night was deep, and the rain poured heavily, the window pane resembling a waterfall cascading from the heavens, obscuring any view of the outside. The garage was likely already flooded. Julie settled onto the sofa, and the cat leaped into her lap. "Looks like you had a lot of fun on the 30th floor." She communicated with the cat telepathically. "Very happy. Lung Yi has so many fun things." The cat replied enthusiastically. "Well, as long as you're happy. You can stay on the 30th floor from now on," Julie remarked coolly. Yes. If you could just provide me with more delicious food, that would be even better," the cat responded innocently, seemingly unaware of its own audacity. "What a heartless little creature I've raised. Dream on about more food. From now on, it's cat food for you." The cat lifted its head to observe Julie's slightly displeased expression, realizing it may have overstepped. "Oh dear. I was just coming down for a short visit. After a few days, I'll still return to my princess room. I want to spend more time with you," it said, nuzzling closer to her. Julie chose not to engage further, turning her attention to Lung Mohan and Lung Yi as they stepped away from the game console. "Is the power restored?" she inquired. "Yes, it's restored. Come, let me show you," Lung Mohan replied, leading her to Lung Yi's bedroom. Beside the bed sat a computer. "I installed cameras on the top of the stairwells on the 29th and 30th floors, as well as at the entrance, so we can always monitor the hallway situation from home and be prepared for any eventualities." "Will the cameras be too obvious? What if someone discovers them and removes them?" "Not at all. I've installed the most advanced equipment used by the military, so small that it typically goes unnoticed. I've placed them in inconspicuous corners." "That's wonderful. We can monitor the hallway situation from home. Tomorrow, I'll have Lung Yi project the surveillance footage onto the living room television, so we can keep an eye on things at all times." "Excellent. Truly exceptional," Julie praised, then playfully pointed at Lung Mohan's face. She offered a perfunctory kiss. "Brother, don't be so greasy. Take it easy. There are others around." The door isn't even closed. "Go tidy up," Lung Mohan gazed deeply at Julie. The rainwater had initially engulfed the first floor, then the second. At first, the residents believed their neighbors would assist, and some kind-hearted individuals took in those from the first and second floors, assuming the heavy rain would soon cease. To their dismay, it continued unabated, eventually flooding their own homes. Many perished in their sleep, unaware of the danger, as countless bodies floated below in the aftermath of the storm. The torrential rain showed no signs of relenting, and even the most oblivious residents began to realize something was amiss. Water had already risen to the calves on the 10th floor, and panic set in on the 12th and 13th floors. Those with foresight began seeking refuge from residents on the 20th floor and above. Julie rose and retrieved a high-definition infrared telescope from her space, positioning herself by the floor-to-ceiling window to observe below. The community had transformed into a vast sea, murky water littered with debris, furniture, and bodies. The telescope indicated that the water level had reached 30 meters. By morning, it was expected to reach the 15th floor. The water level had stabilized at 45 meters, and given that the neighborhood was not particularly low-lying, areas outside with lower elevations had likely flooded to depths of 40 to 50 meters. None could have anticipated that the rain they had hoped would bring relief would instead submerge the entire city. Chapter 98. Rumors abound after freshening up. She retrieved an avocado and egg bagel sandwich, a glass of milk, and a plate of blueberries from her space. Her breakfast, balanced, light, and healthy. Lung Mohan, on the other hand, was enjoying steak and fried eggs. The two sat before the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring their breakfast. Julie opened WeChat, and the community group chat buzzed with activity, as usual. Glancing through the messages, she noted they were all discussing the relentless downpour. In the owners group for Building 1501. This is terrifying. Why won't this rain stop? 2801. Damn it. My car is submerged. It breaks my heart. 6001. You're worried about your car? Our home is flooded, and who knows if we still have to pay the mortgage. Will the insurance cover the water damage? 7001. Right. Who knows? Can someone please clarify if we need to pay the mortgage this month? 1101. You all crack me up. Worrying about mortgage payments now? I've been standing by my window all morning, and I can feel the water level rising. It won't be long before my home is flooded. Is there a kind soul among you on the upper floors who can offer refuge? 1201. I'm trembling just hearing what you said. If your home is flooding, what will happen to mine? It can't possibly rise that high, can it? This is so frightening. 1001. Is there a kind-hearted resident who can let us stay? We'll pay rent. Our family of 4 just needs 1 room.
We can handle our meals ourselves.
My home is already knee-deep in water, and I can't stay here any longer. Please, I beg you. 1301. Can someone from the upper floors please speak up? If the 11th, 12th, and 13th floors flood, will we be able to stay with you? Surely those of you above the 25th floor must be safe? If it reaches the 25th floor, then it's all over for us. We might as well jump. If heaven intends to take us, no one can stop it. We're all in this building together. Let us help each other through this crisis. 1401. Exactly, the owner of 2801 and the owners of 2901 and 3001, can you please arrange something? We're not asking to move in entirely. Those of you on the 29th and 30th floors can accommodate a few families. We all have the same layout, so it's just 1 family per floor. Once the water recedes, we'll return. 2801. I've already taken in neighbors from the 6th floor. My family has 3 members, and the 6th floor family has 4. There's simply no room left. I am unable to arrange for you all. If you wish to stay at someone's home, you must contact them privately. My arrangements carry little weight, and they certainly will not heed my words. As for 6001, it seems rather foolish or perhaps intentionally trying to stir animosity towards the resident of 2801. This blatant indication that 2801 possesses a considerable stockpile of supplies only invites trouble. Why does the 13th and 14th floor only focus on the 25th floor and above? Are they plotting against me? As these thoughts crossed her mind, the intercom crackled to life with the voice of Larny.
Julie.
The woman you helped last time with her child's allergy has been pacing outside the door without knocking.
Oh, I see.
Julie mused. What could she want? Surely not to borrow medicine again. Lung and Mo Han decided to check on the matter himself. Upon reaching the 30th floor, Julie opened the door, asking through the iron gate, "What are you doing at my doorstep?" The woman responded, "I reside on the 13th floor. Last time, you provided me with medicine for my child's allergy." Julie replied nonchalantly, "I know. I merely wanted to inform you that the 14th floor has secretly sought alliances with the 11th, 12th, and 13th floors to move into your residence. They claim you must have an abundance of supplies, otherwise, why would you have such a grand iron door in the hallway?" Julie was taken aback. Who exactly is on the 14th floor? The woman who came to borrow medicine for her elderly mother's heart condition last time, along with her husband. Julie scrutinized the woman. "Oh, so you are indeed from the 13th floor? Why have you allied with them to bring this to my attention?" The woman hastily waved her hands. No. Please don't misunderstand. The group chat includes my husband and I seldom check it. Just the other night, I overheard them discussing plans. I am truly grateful for your help with my child and came here without my husband's knowledge. Julie pondered how the woman from the 14th floor even knew she had medicine. The woman, filled with remorse, continued, "I apologize. At that time, my husband and I were going door to door for medicine because her mother fell ill. She came to borrow from us, but we had none. It was my husband who informed them to come to the 30th floor, suggesting you would surely have the allergy medication."
I see.
Is there anything else?
Julie inquirat.
Now understanding that her act of kindness had inadvertently stirred more trouble. Also, the woman from the 14th floor has been spreading rumors about you among many of the residents. Intrigued, Julie pressed, "What has she been saying?" To put it simply, it was quite derogatory. She claimed that as a young woman living with 2 men, you couldn't possibly be a good person. She suggested your home is overflowing with supplies, implying your personal life must be chaotic. She has shared this with several women in the building, and the gossip has spread like wildfire. Jiu Li felt a surge of indignation. How dare she speak ill of her in such a manner? While she generally disregarded the opinions of others, to have such slander whispered beneath her very nose was intolerable. She wasn't some meek turtle. What are the names of that woman and her husband? Her name is Li Qi, and her husband is Wang Wei. Thank you for the information, Julie replied, her resolve strengthening.
Don't mention it.
You saved my son's life. This is a small matter in comparison. Jiu Li suggested. You should find a new place soon. It seems the rain is not letting up anytime soon. Absolutely, thank you.
I'll head back now.
As the woman departed, Julie reflected on her sensible demeanor, though she held reservations about her husband, associating with the deceitful residents of the 14th floor. Closing the door, Julie relayed the situation to Lung Mo Han and Lung Yi. Lung Yi scoffed. Dealing with them will be a mere trifling task. The three of them dismissed the matter, with Lung Mo Han encouraging Julie and Lung Yi to spar as he observed and offered guidance. After their training session, he retreated upstairs to freshen up. Julie had instructed Lung Mo Han to place several large water tanks on the rooftop for bathing purposes. She ensured that Lung Yi had access to this water, and occasionally, when she and Lung Mo Han were pressed for time, they could also bathe in their home. Lung Yi had a dedicated room filled with 50L water barrels. She was never short of water. She had stockpiled over 100 tons of various types of purified water during her time abroad. Moreover, Lung Mo Han had amassed 2 enormous warehouses of water during his time in M country, quantities so vast they were beyond numerical description, enough to last several lifetimes. However, regardless of how abundant their supplies were, Julie was not one to squander resources. Occasionally, it was necessary to put on a show for others to maintain appearances. Lung Yi expressed a desire for hot pot for lunch, and after changing clothes, Julie retrieved some ingredients from her space that Lung Yi lacked. She also packed a large box of fruits from her space: strawberries, durians, peaches, lychees, mangoes, and blueberries, too heavy for him to carry alone. While Lung Mo Han had yet to allow Lung Yi to drink from the spring water, Julie considered him a partner by now. For the time being, she would refrain from giving him the spring water and instead provide him with the fresh produce from her space. Lung Yi was not adept at cooking and primarily consumed ready-to-eat meals, so Julie would often prepare plenty of marinated meats, dumplings, and buns for him. In terms of food and resources, Lung Mo Han would not shortchange Lung Yi, and Jiuli was equally generous. They shared their provisions, ensuring that he was well taken care of. The experience of enjoying hot pot on a rainy day was uniquely delightful. The recent downpour had dropped temperatures a few degrees, yet it remained oppressively warm, the humidity making it even more uncomfortable. However, for the average person, this was a welcome change. At least the rain provided ample water. Even if it was tainted and filled with debris, the bacteria levels were likely alarming. Everyone was aware that filtration was merely a comforting illusion. Without it, survival would be dire. Jioli used hot pot base ingredients, not sparing the pre-packaged hot pot sets she had stored from the Sichuan restaurant. Those were reserved for special occasions when she craved the taste of dining out. The hot pot base was something she could endlessly replenish. She prepared a dual-flavored pot with one side tomato and the other spicy. She had neatly arranged the ingredients: fatty beef, tripe, duck intestines, shrimp paste, beef balls, tender meat slices, yellow throat, eel, spicy beef, braised intestines, duck blood, lotus slices, enoki mushrooms, potatoes, kelp, tofu skin, cabbage, bean sprouts, sweet potato noodles, and winter melon, all prepped and plated from her space. Deciding it would be best to eat on the 31st floor, Lung Yi insisted on monitoring the surveillance, prompting Lung Mo Han to assist in transporting supplies from the space to the 31st floor. Once the hot pot was set, all worries melted away. She could never tire of it. The authentic hot pot base was exceptional, fragrant, spicy, and utterly delicious, making it impossible to stop. The three of them, along with the cat, reveled in the fragrant aroma of the hot pot filling the room. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the space, and the three exchanged glances. Lung Mo Han swiftly stored the ingredients and the bubbling pot into the space before heading to the living room to observe the surveillance screen. Outside stood 4 men, one of whom was the man from the 14th floor. The men continued knocking, and after a moment of silence, one called out, "Miss, could you please open the door? We have matters to discuss with you." Julie found the noise bothersome and approached the door, signaling to Lung Mo Han and Lung Yi to remain quiet. She was curious to see what these men were up to. Upon opening the door, She coldly inquired through the iron gate, "What is it that you want?" The man in his 30s flashed a lewd smile upon seeing her. "Miss, could you please open the door? We'd like to come in and talk." Julie looked at the man's lewd demeanor, feeling a wave of revulsion wash over her. "If there is something to discuss, then let us get to the point. The flood has already reached the 10th floor. We, the residents of the 11th, 12th, and 13th floors, have conferred with the group leader, and everyone agrees to temporarily relocate to the upper floors. The 28th, 29th, and 30th floors can accommodate us well. How many vacant rooms do you have in your home? I need to gather my belongings and move upstairs." "With whom did you discuss this? Who gave you permission to move into my home?" "The owners in the building are all in agreement. This is a time of crisis, and we must help one another. Once the flood recedes, we will return to our own homes." "Oh, with whom did you consult? Who approved your move into my house? You can go wherever you please, but don't presume to come here without my consent." "Miss, you can't talk like that. The neighbors in the lower floors have been flooded, and those of us on the higher floors are willing to provide shelter. Furthermore, we are not asking for charity. We will bring our own provisions. You only need to provide a vacant room. If necessary, I am even willing to pay rent, as we are left with no other options." "I refuse." Another man interjected. "Young lady, one must not act so selfishly. When our lower floor neighbors face disaster, the residents above should extend a helping hand. We have even offered to pay triple the rent. By denying us, you are turning away many lives. You can stay wherever you wish." "It has nothing to do with me," Julie exclaimed, shutting the door and turning away, irritated by the men's incessant prattle and their attempts at moral coercion. Julie pondered that these men would likely not relent easily, possibly harboring ill intentions. She turned to Lung Yi and instructed, "Please electrify the hallway door." She also asked Lung Mohan to bring out the half-eaten hot pot from earlier, and the three resumed their meal, the earlier interruption having no effect on their appetite. The three men returned to the 13th floor. "Did you smell that?" Wang Wei from the 14th floor asked. "The hot pot aroma is wafting from the 30th floor." "Indeed. It seems so," responded another from the 13th floor. "Those women are shameless. They refuse to cooperate even when we're in dire straits," protested a man from the 12th floor. "Let us find other residents on the upper floors and unite against the 30th floor. If they refuse us, they will face the consequences," suggested a man from the 14th floor. "But how will we convince the other residents to join us? They would rather avoid trouble than get involved," someone from the 13th floor cautioned. "If they don't join us, they can stay in their own homes. We aren't asking them to do much, just accompany us to the 30th floor. Strength in numbers will compel them to comply," the man from the 14th floor insisted. "Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. There are enough of us in this building that the 30th floor cannot possibly oppose us all. Let us move quickly and find the group leader." Chapter 100. Collective assault on the 30th floor. After dinner, Julie and Lung Mohan finished their workout in the gym, both drenched in sweat. Upon entering their space for a quick shower, Julie heard Lung Yi's voice over the intercom, informing her that the woman had thrown a note through the iron door earlier that afternoon. "What does it say?" Julie pressed the intercom. "They are uniting with the other residents to apply pressure. Be cautious," he advised. "Understood. Do you have weapons on your end?" Julie asked, a hint of concern in her voice. "Yes, I do. Don't worry. I'm keeping an eye on the entrance," Lung Yi assured her. "All right, I'm heading down." Julie quickly changed into a t-shirt and shorts before exiting the space. Lung Mohan was busy organizing supplies in the storage area, so she didn't call for him. Upon reaching the 30th floor, she barely settled when she heard loud banging in the hallway. The iron door had been electrified, and it sounded as though someone was striking it with a wooden stick, accompanied by shouts. The noise was utterly infuriating. The 30th floor had installed an iron door and electrified it, indicating they must possess a significant amount of supplies. Wang Wei from the 14th floor. "When we came to find them earlier, the hot pot aroma greeted us as soon as they opened the door. They must have plenty of supplies. Everyone should help one another. If they have resources, they should share, especially in tough times. When my lower floor neighbors were in need, I readily offered my spare room. Isn't that how community works? If they lack supplies, what do you expect us to do? Let us break down the door." Someone shouted. "What is the point of having an iron door in a communal hallway? Such a heartless person does not deserve to live among us. Let us dismantle her door and see if she has any vacant rooms. We can share her supplies. We refuse to tolerate a selfish neighbor like her." In an instant, A wave of indignation swept through the crowd, their anger palpable as they prepared to forcefully breach Julie's door. Julie brandished her gun and stepped forward, looking down at the group from the iron door. This was the ugliest side of humanity on display. Without uttering a word, she shot the man from the 12th floor in the arm. The sound of the gunshot stunned the crowd, causing a momentary pause as they processed what had just occurred. Panic ensued, with many retreating in fear of being hit by a stray bullet. The man from the 12th floor, pale and in shock, finally realized he had been shot and began to wail in pain. "You shameless creature. I'm calling the police. Don't you know it's illegal to carry a firearm?" The group leader's face paled as he exclaimed, "What are you doing? Shooting someone is a crime. In front of all these people, aren't you afraid of being reported? Someone call the police, or this will end badly." Julie remained unfazed, coldly observing. "It's not about what I intend to do, it's about what you all are planning. Go ahead and report me." The man on the 13th floor trembled as he spoke. "Miss, let us speak calmly. Do not act impulsively." Meanwhile, the man from the 11th floor writhed in pain on the ground, while chaos erupted among the crowd. Some fled in terror back to their homes, while the bolder onlookers peered cautiously from the corridor of the 29th floor. Group leader of 2801, hurry. Is there a doctor among us? We need assistance. The crowd gathered around the injured man on the 11th floor, yet Julie, seeing that her involvement was unnecessary, simply closed the door and returned home. It seemed that sheer force was the answer. No, a mere fist could not compare to a weapon. One shot could intimidate the entire building. Seated on the couch, she watched the surveillance footage as the crowd hurriedly dispersed from the corridor. "This is all your idea. My arm is ruined. It hurts so much." The man on the 12th floor glared at the man from the 14th. Who could have anticipated that this woman would have a gun? Wang Wei from the 14th floor felt a wave of dread wash over him. Thankfully, he had not begun to force open the door, otherwise it would have been his arm that got shot. This woman is ruthless. She only has one gun. Once the bullets are spent, we shall see how long she can remain arrogant. I cannot swallow this grievance. Let her mother and family go upstairs to confront her. Can we really let her get away with this? At the very least, she must compensate for the medical expenses and the emotional distress. Are we men to be so easily bullied? I refuse to believe she would dare to shoot at the elderly or children. Yet, a nagging doubt lingered in the man's mind. What if she did open fire? The man from the 14th floor looked towards the 12th and 13th. I'll send my wife and mother too. How dare they take it this far? The men rallied their families, and upon returning home, the man's mother and wife, upon seeing his injured arm, immediately grabbed a kitchen knife and headed upstairs to demand answers from Julie. A group of elderly women and children gathered on the 13th floor, preparing to ascend. The man from the 14th floor inquired, "Where's your wife?" "My child has a fever. My wife cannot leave. My mother is going to the 13th. And so, a procession of 8 women, elderly, and children ascended the stairs. A loud banging echoed as the elderly woman from the 11th floor began to curse from the staircase. Julie and Lung Yi, each indulging in snacks, observed the immense television screen displaying the surveillance footage as if they were watching a drama unfold. Indeed, it resembled a television series, tightly woven, one event leading to another, and if there were no grand finale, it would seem endless. Chapter 101. The 14th floor goes offline. The 8 individuals stood on the staircase, shouting and cursing for a while. When no one emerged to open the door, they quieted down. For whom would they perform? Li Qi from the 14th floor, being quite astute, concocted an excuse to escort the elderly and children home. Observing that the 14th floor had emptied, the residents of the 12th followed suit, leaving only the elderly and children from the 11th floor in the corridor. By now, it was past 6 in the evening, and the man on the 11th floor lay unconscious from his injuries at home, submerged in murky floodwaters, while his wife and children had narrowly escaped. Julie watched the surveillance for a while. The family had exhausted their voices from shouting and sat quietly on the floor. Finding it uninteresting, she thought as long as they did not provoke her, they could stay there as long as they wished. Was that not their freedom? Thus, she ascended to the 31st floor and entered her space, recounting the events of the afternoon to Lung Mo Han. Cold E, who had been soundly sleeping, was awoken by a cat's paw, tugging at his clothes to bring him to the living room. On the surveillance, the man from the 14th floor, his family, and the elderly woman from the 11th, along with the 12th floor residents, were seen carrying buckets, the contents of which were unknown, and pouring them at Julie's doorstep. Cold E approached the door, preparing to step outside for a look. Hearing the door open, the group hurriedly finished pouring their buckets and rushed downstairs. Upon opening the door, a foul stench overwhelmed Cold E's senses, nearly causing him to faint. The corridor was littered with excrement, rendering him unable to step outside. He quickly shut the door, covering his mouth. The cat had already climbed upstairs to rouse Julie, who, along with Lung and Mohan, descended to witness the appalling scene, their tempers flaring. Yet they forced themselves to remain calm. "We need to drain the water tank and clean the entrance, otherwise, we will not be able to leave," Cold and Mohan said in a low voice. The three donned protective masks and disposable gear, thoroughly covering themselves and enduring their discomfort as they used a high-pressure water gun to wash away the repulsive matter from the stairs. The filth flowed down into the floodwaters below, but the foul odor in the corridor would not dissipate so easily. Afterward, they showered and changed clothes, having no choice but to deal with the mess that splattered on their protective suits. Julie cursed the families responsible in her mind, wishing them ill. Once tidied up, the trio sat in the living room for a brief meeting. A fierce glint flashed in Cold and Mohan's eyes. "Cold E, you go deal with the 12th floor. Julie, the 12th floor must have been flooded by now. They are likely not at home. We should head to the 14th floor. Perhaps this group of troublemakers has no refuge and are all gathered there." The three arrived at the 14th floor and stood beside the door, ringing the doorbell. "Who is it at this late hour?" "Honey, could it be trouble from the 30th floor?" The man was certain. How could they? Did they step in filth to come down here?
"I'll check."
"Right, they made me sick tonight." Wang Wei from the 14th floor got up, passing through the kitchen and grabbing a kitchen knife, concealing it behind him. Peering through the peephole, he saw no one, and when the doorbell rang again, he opened the door. Cold and Mohan raised his gun and pressed it against his forehead. Before Wang Wei could utter a word, a bullet was fired without hesitation, sending him to the afterlife. As he collapsed, his eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend before succumbing. The three entered the room and searched it thoroughly. Julie kicked open the door to the master bedroom, where Li Qi trembled under her gaze. Julie pointed her gun at her, stating, "It's not us. It's the 12th and 13th floors." Julie gave her no chance to argue, firing a bullet without hesitation. She had no desire to hear her excuses. Individuals with such flawed morals would undoubtedly cause trouble in the future. This situation had been instigated by the 14th floor, thus their demise was deserved. Though she did not wish to become a cold-blooded killer, there were always those who found fault with her and sought to create chaos. By nightfall, the flood would engulf the 15th floor. When the residents discovered it, they would assume they perished in their sleep, drowned by the waters. With a silenced gun, no one would hear or see, and the floating bodies in the floodwaters would become an all-too-familiar sight. Meanwhile, the elderly and children in the 14th floor remained sound asleep in their bedroom. Julie did not concern herself with them. She was not a murderer, and those who had not wronged her would not face her wrath. However, she would not awaken them to warn them of the impending flood. Why should it matter to her? Compassion is a trait she lacks. Following the torrential downpour, order has been utterly obliterated. Although the government's core departments continue to function, they are overwhelmed and unable to manage the crisis at hand. The flood has engulfed the city, catching officials off guard. All departments are submerged, leaving no means to contact the government. It is known that the United Nations had issued a disaster warning beforehand. Yet the specifics of the calamity and its duration remained unknown. Despite preparations, chaos ensued. As far as she is aware, the government had planned to distribute supplies before the rain, but the incessant downpour disrupted these plans. Many supplies were submerged before they could be evacuated. Thus, where would they acquire ample resources for the populace? In the aftermath, efforts would be concentrated on establishing bases, and once the waters recede, the government would announce the infrastructure developments. The floodwaters have already reached the 13th floor corridor. The residents of the 12th floor seem to have vanished, either seeking refuge elsewhere or remaining trapped in their homes. She glanced around, realizing that there were no residents on the 14th floor. The image of the woman from the 13th floor flashed through her mind. She wondered if she had found safety or was simply sleeping soundly at home. Regardless, she had done her part in warning her, and now whether the woman lived or died was no longer her concern. Returning upstairs, she could not resist the urge for another shower. After applying body wash thrice, she was finally content with the faint scent of roses on her skin. A welcome reprieve from the foul odor in the corridor. The oppressive heat made even a brief ascent up the stairs feel suffocating. By this time, It was already late at night. The two individuals, perhaps fresh from committing a heinous act, were invigorated and utterly devoid of sleep, with rest seemingly out of reach. They resolved to open containers in their space. Chapter 102. The mystery box containers in a collaborative effort. Julie was tasked with opening the boxes, while Lung and Mo-han organized the items onto the shelves. The first container, positioned against the wall, was filled with an array of imported snacks and beverages, all neatly packaged in identical boxes. They meticulously opened each one, categorizing the contents to their respective storage areas. Their teamwork was seamless as they proceeded to the second container, which held exported cranberries. A glance at the shipping manifest revealed that these were from H City destined for Europe. What a surprise! She had always believed that domestic cranberries were exclusively imported. The fresh cranberries glistened with a vibrant red hue, and unable to resist, she opened a box to sample them. As she placed one in her mouth, the tartness nearly overwhelmed her. It was exceptionally sour. Could anyone truly enjoy such a taste? She fought back tears as she swallowed, reminding herself that this was a domestic product. Well, it was sweet enough as a form of self-comfort. She instructed Lung and Mo-han to set this container aside for later. They could turn these cranberries into dried fruit or jam, as they were far too sour to consume as is. They continued their endeavor, and to her delight, discovered two containers filled with imported frozen seafood. Most were fish varieties: bass, salmon, turtle, cod, eel, pangasius, hairtail, tuna, grouper, yellow croaker, sole, red snapper, and salmon. Fortunately, they had retrieved these in time. The ice had only partially melted, and upon inspection, the contents had not spoiled and remained edible. Although she had a pond stocked with live fish, she welcomed the frozen goods despite their slightly inferior texture. Opening two more containers revealed one brimming with imported ham from Bear Country and another entirely filled with honey. Yet another container was filled with domestically produced milk powder for adults, the elderly, and children alike, an astonishing bounty indeed. However, their luck was not unblemished. Upon opening a container of pork from M Country, a vile stench of decaying meat wafted out, rivaling the foul odors from earlier. Feeling nauseated, she could hardly bear it. After being assaulted by the stench of excrement all day, now she faced a box of rotten meat. She did not wish to rummage through the container in hopes of finding something fresh. Quickly, she sealed her breath and shut the door, discarding the container next to the enormous trash bin in her space, planning to deal with it later. Keeping it around was simply intolerable. As dawn broke, she had managed to open all the food-related containers she had set aside. Many delightful items emerged: mangosteen, durian, kiwi, nuts, and a dizzying variety of imported snacks, most of which she had never tasted before. Now, she could enjoy them with Lung and Mo-han. She also found olive oil, soybean oil, peanut oil, tea oil, sunflower seed oil, rapeseed oil, and butter. At this moment, Julie had entirely lost track of the sheer volume of supplies in her space. Not to mention her own stockpile worth billions, Lung and Mo-han's reserves abroad far exceeded hers. With additional unorganized supplies yet to be sorted, their abundance was beyond description, potentially sufficient to sustain a small nation. She had grown numb to it, yet the sight of diverse resources still thrilled her. The joy of unearthing treasures from the mystery boxes was palpable. It was an exhilarating addiction, especially with such grand unknowns. She had not slept all night, growing more excited with each discovery. After a lunch and a brief nap, she planned to continue her delightful exploration. After enjoying breakfast together in their space, Lung and Mo-han ascended to catch up on sleep while Julie completed her morning routine and emerged, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with binoculars in hand, gazing outside. The rain had ceased, and the water level had stabilized at the 15th floor. Once jubilant survivors were now subdued, their spirits dampened by the week-long deluge. Staring out at the vast expanse of water, hope was as plentiful as disappointment. Some watched helplessly as their loved ones were engulfed by the floodwaters, leading some to despair and take their own lives. Yet, there were others who thrived amidst adversity, growing bolder with each challenge. Some were paddling on inflatable rafts, venturing out to salvage supplies. Julie recalled her past life, where even on the brink of despair, she had never contemplated relinquishing her life. Countless times she had faced dire circumstances and persevered, fueled by the love and hopes of her parents, who had brought her into this world with the desire for her to live bravely and resiliently. The myriad of life's experiences, sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy, were all worth experiencing. Perhaps she belonged to that rare breed of individuals who refuse to yield, becoming braver in the face of adversity. Each person has a unique mission, an irreplaceable purpose. Most lives cannot be lived twice. To have the chance to relive a life could be considered a divine gift, and thus, she was destined for a purpose in this life, a mission to live a long and fulfilling life. One must live with unrestrained freedom, not in the disarray of a previous existence. Recollecting her thoughts, she realized the time had come to venture outside. Remaining indoors was no longer an option. This would only signal to others that their supplies were abundant. Upon glancing at her phone, she noticed the chatter in the group had resumed. The residents of Building 15 were bustling with plans. 2801. The rain has ceased. I'm preparing to venture out for supplies. We cannot remain idle any longer. I have an inflatable fishing boat that accommodates 3, with 1 spot available.
Who will join me?
1801. I have a magic carpet and am currently inflating it. Who wishes to accompany me? 1601. Count me in. 2301. I possess a rubber dinghy that seats 4. Those interested, gather at my doorstep now. Time waits for no one. 2001. I have 2 sets of diving suits. Who will join me in retrieving supplies from the water? It seemed that many fitness enthusiasts resided in this building, equipped with various tools. The discovery of a speedboat on the 23rd floor was an unexpected surprise. She hoped they would succeed in their expeditions for supplies, thus diverting attention away from her own resources. Before long, the waters below the community became populated. Initially, most were merely spectators, but those with transportation quickly set out. Envy stirred among the onlookers as some donned swimming rings to retrieve items from the water, while others paddled in bathtubs, scooping up debris. Fear of the floating corpses in the water was overcome, and no one seemed to mind the murky conditions or the filth of the salvaged items. Perhaps, due to the dam's breach, the floodwaters had driven the fish away, yet some individuals managed to catch fish amidst the chaos. Although they were lifeless, these finds were treated as treasures, with no complaints voiced.
News spread rapidly,
and soon everyone in the community was aware of the fish lurking in the waters, large ones at that. Families mobilized to join the fish-catching brigade, employing every conceivable method to reel in their aquatic bounty. Chapter 103. A bountiful harvest at 4 a.m., having had breakfast at home. She recalled the prior evening's discussion among 3 of them. They would take turns venturing out, ensuring one remained at home to guard their supplies. Thus, today, Lung Yi would watch over the house while Lung Mohan and Julie set out. The sky outside remained dark as they approached the corridor, finding it deserted. Lung Mohan retrieved the speedboat from his storage and placed it on the water's surface. The shops and markets had been submerged, leaving a plethora of debris afloat. Armed with strong flashlights, the 2 navigated cautiously. Julie picked up a branch from the water, using it to fish out anything useful. Though she had no intention of consuming the finds, concealing their activities was necessary. The water was littered with various sizes of packaging and plastic waste. Most food items had succumbed to dampness and were inedible. She gathered whatever food she could, regardless of its condition, for it was better to secure it than leave it behind. The majority of the city lay underwater, with only a few particularly tall office buildings remaining above the surface. Unfamiliar with H-City and lacking visual markers, Lung Mohan opted to steer the speedboat directly toward the Lung Group's branch office. The branch was located in a new district, and while the rain had ceased, the current was still strong. For those with speedboats lacking gasoline, salvaging supplies in the city was the only option. Initially, everyone had targeted supermarkets and wholesale markets, causing the office buildings to be overlooked. Passing by the hotel where Julie and Lung Mohan had crossed paths before the apocalypse, they approached with trepidation. This hotel belonged to Lung Mohan South Company and was close to home, yet she suspected the supplies would be scant. Nevertheless, they ascended with a glimmer of hope. As expected, the guest rooms were in disarray, items strewn about. The self-service dining area was in a deplorable state, with tables and chairs dismantled. Bloodstains on the floor hinted at a struggle for resources. They made their way to the top-floor presidential suite, which appeared untouched. The air was thick with the scent of dampness and mildew, yet the room itself remained intact. Julie rummaged through the living room, collecting the sofa, dining table, and several mattresses into her storage. Afterward, they descended to the new district branch. Lung Mohan's driving was steady as dawn broke, and early risers began to emerge to scavenge for supplies. The speedboat docked beneath a cluster of towering office buildings. Lung Mohan retrieved a hammer from his storage and shattered several large windows, allowing the water to surge in. He assisted Julie in disembarking before stowing the boat away. With a clear objective, they ascended the stairwell to the top floor, starting with the offices of the vice presidents and supervisors. "Your vice president seems to have quite the collection of hobbies," Julie remarked, observing the numerous fishing rods, nets, and tackle boxes adorning the office. "This fishing rod alone costs 80,000. I recognize the brand. Imported professional gear. This entire collection must be worth hundreds of thousands. Let us take it all." She smashed the small safe beneath the desk, revealing gleaming gold bars and several boxes of premium tea and cigarettes. Continuing to the employees' desks, they discovered coffee, herbal tea bags, milk, snacks, ready-to-eat meals, and packaged bread. Although much of the bread and snacks had expired, Julie salvaged 3 printers, thinking they might be useful in the future. In the break room, she collected kettles, coffee mugs, various coffee flavors, bottled water, and unopened canned tea. She even seized the cleaning cart belonging to the janitor, filled with tools, garbage bags, cleaning agents, and cloths. The two of them worked in tandem, gathering everything in sight. Soon, they had cleared one floor and moved downstairs to an international trade company. After a brief search, they found little of value, just some coffee at the desks and no snacks to be had, so they retreated and continued their search. After scouring 5 floors, Julie finally discovered a company that piqued her interest, a live streaming sales firm. Inside were 10 streaming rooms and a small warehouse for product selection. Where they divided their tasks, Lung Mohan would gather supplies from the warehouse while she focused on the streaming rooms. The first room was dedicated to food products. Although many fruits and agricultural products had spoiled, there remained an abundance of snacks. Cookies, beef jerky, dried fruits, pastries, nut gift boxes, chocolates, and spicy snack assortments. She collected everything without hesitation. The second room featured small appliances, including soybean milk makers, blenders, air fryers, multifunctional cookers, electric kettles, juicers, food processors, toasters, yogurt makers, egg cookers, electric lunchboxes, hot water dispensers, pressure cookers, sprout makers, induction cookers, rice cookers, and pancake makers. The third room was filled with books and stationery, offering a plethora of children's literature, astronomy and geography texts, essays, historical works, and biographies, alongside numerous test papers for primary and secondary school students. She gathered it all. The fourth live stream room was dedicated to cosmetics and skincare. Julie glanced through it and found only ordinary brands, some of which were even unbranded products. She realized she would likely never use them, considering the abundance of high-end skincare products she already possessed, which she couldn't even finish. Thus, she decided against making a purchase. The fifth live stream room showcased women's apparel, featuring various shoes, bags, clothing, and skirts. Though the quality appeared mediocre, everything was new, so she decided to collect a few items. After all, they might come in handy for gifting someday. The sixth live stream room was filled with jade and jadeite jewelry. She picked up a few pieces to inspect, but they seemed counterfeit. The lighting played tricks, making the items appear more vibrant than they truly were. Without the illumination, their dull colors and poor texture made them indistinguishable from mere stones, deceptive trinkets. Fortunately, she had never been one to purchase items from live streams. The seventh live stream room featured musical instruments, including violins, accordions, pianos, cellos, guitars, pipa, guccine, eru, flutes, trumpets, dulcimers, and large drums. Despite her lack of musical talent, she decided to gather a few items, even the music stands and sheets, as one never knows when the whim to cultivate an artistic spirit might strike. The eighth live stream room offered an extensive range of household items: laundry detergent, mops, brooms, trash cans, dishwashing liquid, tissues, toilet paper, wet wipes, garbage bags, disposable gloves, rubber gloves, insecticides, and air fresheners, truly useful supplies. The ninth live stream room specialized in maternal and infant products: bottles, thermoses, diapers, baby strollers, changing mats, breast pumps, nursing tables, cribs, baby carriers, bathing tubs, cotton swabs, pacifiers, sleeping bags, and baby clothes, all collected eagerly. The 10th live stream room presented electronic gadgets, including smartwatches, mobile phones, telephones, televisions, DVD players, camcorders, radios, tape recorders, sound systems, laser turntables, computers, and gaming consoles. She eagerly gathered these as well. It's no wonder they say live streaming is profitable. This company offered a diverse array of products across a broad spectrum. Today's outing proved to be quite fruitful, and she felt grateful for the generous offerings from the live stream company. Chapter 104. Encounter with robbers, she found a large plastic bag to collect the items retrieved from the water, along with expired food. Filling 2 hefty bags and placing them onto the boat, Cold Mo Han refueled the speedboat and then pushed it into the water, jumping aboard first and extending his hand to help Julie on. Their unspoken understanding was palpable. Julie sat with her legs crossed at the back of the boat, occasionally glancing at Cold Mo Han as he maneuvered the vessel while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Cold Mo Han drove swiftly on their return journey, having memorized the route after a single trip. They had been out since early morning and were now hungry. Julie had not slept the previous night, prompting him to hasten their return for a meal, allowing her to rest. On their way back, they encountered many individuals scavenging for supplies. Numerous rubber dinghies were seen, each carrying 4 people. As they passed by in their speedboat, the splashes of water drew surprised gazes from the onlookers, who seemed to envy their privilege, as those capable of operating a speedboat were presumably affluent. After a while, Julie noticed 2 rubber dinghies trailing them, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters, with a total of 8 people aboard. Were they contemplating robbing them of their supplies and speedboat, given that a speedboat outpaced a rubber dinghy significantly? Julie signaled Cold Mo Han discreetly, and he understood her concern. They had already passed the entrance to a residential area but did not stop, continuing onward. Upon reaching a less populated area with calmer waters, they halted the boat and looked back. Indeed, the 2 dinghies had followed closely. Julie retrieved a tranquilizer gun, mindful of the numerous military personnel and officials they had encountered while scavenging. She preferred to avoid drawing attention. The 2 dinghies drew closer, coming to a halt mere meters away. A bald man shouted, "Where did you find your supplies, beauty?" Julie ignored them, while Cold Mo Han deemed it unnecessary to even glance in their direction. Seeing that Julie and Cold Mo Han did not respond, the occupants of the dinghies exchanged glances. They were eyeing the speedboat and the 2 large bags of supplies. Surely, 8 of them could overpower 2 people, especially given that the speedboat was obviously expensive. Another man called out, "Can you lend us your speedboat to gather some supplies?" "Not a chance," Julie replied coolly. "Don't be ungrateful. You'll lend it to us, or else we'll shoot you." With that, he brandished a gas gun, aiming it at Julie. Cold Mo Han and Julie were taken aback by the audacity of these individuals, realizing that they were armed with air guns. In today's world, encountering robbers equipped with such weapons was unfortunate. Although firearms were banned in their country, air guns were commonly utilized for sports or recreational purposes, making it plausible for enthusiasts to acquire one. While not lethal, a well-aimed shot could still inflict considerable harm. "Let us discuss this amicably. We can negotiate," Julie said with a smile. Seizing the opportunity while Julie engaged in conversation to distract them, Cold Mo Han discreetly retrieved his tranquilizer gun from behind him. At a distance of only a few meters, the tranquilizer's effective range of 50 to 100 meters was more than sufficient. He quickly fired, hitting the man who had aimed the gas gun. His speed was remarkable. Before the occupants of the dinghy could react, he had already targeted a second person. As the man who had aimed at her fell, Julie drew her weapon and began shooting at the others. With a splash, the man who had fallen sideways plunged into the water. The remaining occupants of the dinghy quickly grabbed their gas guns and fired at them. The shots missed Julie, instead striking the hull of their speedboat, causing sparks to fly from the metal impact. Cold Mo Han acted without hesitation, pulling out his silenced pistol, aiming directly at the forehead of the man who had threatened Julie. Blood sprayed forth, startling his companions. The remaining 3 were thrown into disarray. One jumped into the water in an attempt to escape, but Cold Mo Han swiftly dispatched the 2 remaining threats on the boat. As for the individual who had jumped into the water, they let him be. There were many bodies in the water, given that this area was downstream in the city, where the terrain was low. Those struck by the tranquilizer would likely be washed away, and the likelihood of them drowning was high. They discarded the 2 bodies from the boat into the water, as the surroundings were devoid of witnesses, and seized the 2 rubber dinghies for themselves. Cold Mo Han navigated the speedboat toward the residential area, pursuing the individual still struggling to swim ahead. He deliberately steered closer, increasing the boat's speed, which intensified the water flow, making it increasingly difficult for the man to swim. Eventually, he became disoriented and exhausted, swept away by the current. Whether he lived or died depended on fortune, but the chances of survival were slim. He was headed toward a suburban area with a reservoir, where drowning was far more likely. Maximizing the boat's power, they raced toward the residential complex, drawing the attention of the residents as they arrived at the front of Building 15. Cold and Mohan helped Julie disembark before shouldering the speedboat while carrying a bag in the other hand, while Julie only managed to grab one bag. Breathless, they ascended the stairs. Some residents opened their doors to watch, casting envious and greedy glances at the bags in their hands and the speedboat. Julie paid them no mind, opting to ignore their stares as she continued her ascent. They climbed all the way to the 30th floor, where they placed their items at the door and, feeling sticky and drenched in sweat, rushed to the 31st floor to take a shower. After cleaning up, she filled the tub to soak and relieve her fatigue, her stomach growling with hunger. She grabbed a Mexican chicken wrap and a glass of orange juice as a quick snack, planning to enjoy a leisurely meal with Cold and Mohan after her bath. Dressed in an oversized t-shirt and sleep shorts, she sat at the dining table contemplating what to eat. After a long, arduous day, she felt deserving of something delightful, perhaps a seafood hot pot. Taking out the chicken soup prepared earlier, the base for the broth was set. He then ventured to the seawater pond to catch a spiny lobster, a king crab, a striped bass, along with some scallops and abalones. As Lung Muhan was taking a shower upstairs, it was anticipated that by the time she finished processing these ingredients, he would be ready as well, and they would sit down to enjoy a meal together. Seafood hot pot is exceedingly convenient. All that was needed was to clean and slice the seafood, artfully arranging it on the plate, accompanied by 2 secret dipping sauces that made one's mouth water. With the dining table set and everything prepared, Lung Muhan emerged from her shower, and the two shared a warm lunch in their cozy space. After finishing their meal, Lung Muhan suggested that Julie take a nap in their space while he tidied up before heading out to find Lung Yi. Chapter 105. The lives within the building. As dusk approached, Lung Muhan and Lung Yi were practicing together in the gym, while a cat lounged on the sofa in the living room, munching on a bag of chips and keeping a watchful eye on the television monitor. A small white snake rested on the cat's belly, and the cat occasionally fed it, creating a scene both peculiar and heartwarming. Suddenly, a person appeared at the hallway entrance, holding a large iron bucket, calling out to the residents to gather for a meeting on the 20th floor. The cat telepathically informed Lung Muhan about the visitor at the hallway. "How many people?" Lung Muhan inquired. "Just one. It seems they are notifying you all to go to the 20th floor for a meeting," the cat replied. "Don't worry about it," Lung Muhan said. "Oh, all right." He mused that it was likely just a gathering to discuss how to venture out for supplies. During the heavy rain period, going outside was impossible, and everyone was confined to their homes, relying on their stored food. With families to feed, it seemed that every household was running low on provisions. The government's updates were delayed, and sitting idly could lead to starvation. Even those who hadn't yet realized the impending apocalypse must sense that something was amiss. As disaster loomed ever closer, uncertain of their intentions, he decided not to join the commotion on the 30th floor. The previous incident had already revealed much to everyone, and it was perhaps wiser to remain discreet. The leader of Unit 2801 had gathered the residents in the hallway to discuss the current predicament they faced and how to proceed. Aside from the residents of the 30th floor, everyone else was present. Before the apocalypse, they had all appeared vibrant and full of life. But now, after enduring the ravages of time, they seemed dispirited and weary. The leader of Unit 2801 mentioned receiving numerous private messages from residents suggesting they organize a group to search for supplies. Although they all lived in the same building, many were still strangers to one another. Today marked their first collective gathering. As they ventured outside, they witnessed the city submerged in water, and friends from other provinces faced the same plight. It was evident that this disaster was not only national but global. We cannot place our hopes on the government. The number of people scavenging for supplies will only increase, and with so many wolves and so little meat, we may end up with nothing. Thus, our entire building must unite and work together to find resources. Everyone should contribute according to their ability, and those who cannot should provide what they can. The purpose of gathering everyone is to discuss this matter. As they set out to find supplies, they found that the vicinity around their community was largely claimed by groups who had organized themselves and prohibited others from scavenging. The streets were chaotic, with many people fighting over resources, some even resorting to robbery with knives. "My family has run out of food. We've been drinking filtered floodwater for 2 weeks. My son has grown thin from hunger. What are we to do? My home is devoid of supplies as well. The rice barrel is completely empty. Thankfully, I managed to catch a dead fish downstairs today. Likewise, I can only survive on rainwater now." A man whispered, "I saw a couple from the 30th floor. They had a speedboat and returned with 2 large bags of supplies, completely full. If Julie were here, she would surely recognize him as the man from the 12th floor. Yes, I saw that too. I am filled with envy and resentment. Why don't they share some with us? They possess tools, resources. And a man, look at how delicate and well-kept she is. She clearly has access to good food and clothing. It's outrageous. We all live in the same building. Why don't we help one another? If they have resources, they should share. The 30th floor is so exclusive, they don't even bother to join our meetings. They clearly look down on us. Shouldn't we pay a visit to their unit and see if they're home? That woman has a gun. She looks formidable. At this remark, a hush fell over the crowd, as memories of the man from the 11th floor who had been shot lingered in their minds. After all, it was the first time many had encountered real danger in their lives. Let's not dwell on that matter for now, the leader of Unit 2801 interjected. I just announced the meeting in the hallway loudly. They should have heard it, but there has been no response. They likely haven't returned yet. For now, let us focus on how to gather supplies. Leader, we will follow your lead in this endeavor, guiding us on how to proceed. Indeed. We should refer to you as the building leader, another chimed in. Thank you for your trust, everyone. My name is Lin Yang. You may call me Brother Lin. Let us first assess what transportation means are available for scavenging supplies. I have a fishing boat. I possess a rubber dinghy. Does a swimming ring count? Yes. Any means of transportation that allows us to venture out is valid, Lin Yang affirmed. I have a magic carpet and 2 sets of diving suits.
All right.
We have 2 boats, 5 swimming rings, 2 diving suits, and 1 magic carpet. We can form 4 teams. 1 boat can accommodate 7 people, while 5 swimmers can form another team, and the diving team will consist of 2 members, with the magic carpet also carrying 2. Tomorrow, we will gather at 7 a.m. downstairs to set off. Moreover, the 4 teams may exchange transportation as needed. Those who do not go out this time will be considered substitutes for the next outing. Is everyone in agreement? Agreed. We will follow your direction. What about distributing the supplies we bring back? Those who venture out will share the supplies equally upon their return. Those who do not go will not receive any. That sounds fair. If only we could borrow the speedboat from the 30th floor. Indeed, the speedboat is swift and efficient, allowing for more supplies to be carried. Our rubber dinghy would be exhausting to paddle with both supplies and people. If the 30th floor would join us, I am certain we would find a wealth of resources. With tools and weapons at our disposal, who could harm us? We would simply take what we need from others. Your words make it seem as if resources are beckoning to me. We could easily overpower everyone outside. The host, Lin Yang, suggested waiting for them to return before discussing the possibility of borrowing a speedboat. As for whether to join them, there would be no pressure. Everyone was free to decide. The meeting concluded, and everyone was encouraged to rest early. Tomorrow, the 4 salvage teams were to assemble promptly at 7 o'clock. This was not to be forgotten. The host's efforts were acknowledged, and the group dispersed, each returning to their homes. At that moment, a bespectacled young man made his way back to the 29th floor. He retrieved a note from his room and slipped it through the large iron gate at the end of the corridor on the 30th floor. Chapter 106, The Hidden Depths of the 29th Floor. The cat noticed someone throwing something in through the monitoring system and anxiously paced at the door. Unfortunately, being too short, she could not reach the lock. Giving up, she communicated with Lung Mo Han telepathically, informing him that a man had thrown something into the corridor and urged him to investigate. Understood, he replied. After practicing for a while, he realized it had been some time since he had trained with Lung Yi. After 3 hours of intensive practice, Lung Yi emerged with a bruised face, looking quite comical. The cat, observing his pitiful state, couldn't help but scoff. He was already unattractive, and now he was truly a sight for sore eyes. He spent all day at home indulging in food with her and the little white snake, neglecting serious matters. Now he was a mess, truly unfortunate. If Lung Yi were aware of the disdain the cat held for him, he might have coughed up blood. They were merely engaging in normal practice. Such minor injuries were commonplace, and he had always been no match for the boss. The boss had undergone rigorous training in a foreign special forces camp since childhood, possessing formidable combat skills. Even 2 of him would not suffice. When Lung Mo Han opened the door, he picked up the paper airplane that had been thrown into the corridor and unfolded it. Today's meeting revealed that someone is plotting against you. Please exercise caution. Lung Mo Han pursed his lips, stowed the note, and closed the door. A man, then? This was not the woman from the 13th floor who had tipped them off last time. Who could it be? Unable to deduce the answer, He replayed the surveillance footage. The screen displayed a slender, well-dressed young man wearing glasses, approximately 25 or 26 years old. He resembled a university student. Their surveillance cameras were positioned in the corridor between the 29th and 30th floors. Although the view of the entrance to the 29th floor was incomplete, the angle captured the lower half of his body, confirming his entry into the apartment. Glancing at the note in his hand, Lung Emo Han contemplated visiting the 29th floor to inquire further. He descended and knocked on the door. The young man from the footage answered. "Ah, you finally came," he exclaimed. Suppressing his surprise, Lung Emo Han inquired, "You left this note, didn't you?" The bespectacled youth, grinning widely, replied, "Yes, that was me." "How did you know I would come down?" Lung Emo Han asked. The young man pointed to the surveillance camera at the corridor ceiling. "I apologize for intruding. But during the meeting in the corridor today, someone intentionally steered the discussion towards the 30th floor. They are hoping to borrow your speedboat." Lung Emo Han scrutinized the young man. "We are not acquainted. Why share this information with us? What do you seek? Supplies?" The young man hastily waved his hands. "Oh, no, you misunderstand. I did not intend to barter information for supplies. I merely wanted to introduce myself because I think you are formidable. Coincidentally, I also have information about supplies and fishing equipment. Would you be interested in collaborating with me?" He continued, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huang Dongping, a researcher in aerospace radar detection. I have a premonition that this disaster is extraordinary. It could signal the end of the world. You may think I am insane, but I have recently been poring over apocalyptic literature at home. Extreme heat, torrential rain, floods, disasters unfolding in succession, mirroring the scenarios I have read about. Our research institute in H City is located in a bomb shelter on Zion Mountain, the highest point in H City, which should remain above floodwaters. The mountain is frequently visited by wild boars and rabbits. I have constructed a 7,000-volt high-voltage hunting trap, making it easy to capture wild boars." He then displayed the battery, transformer, wiring, nets, and traps to Lung Emo Han. Lung Emo Han asked, "Why not discuss this with the people in the building? I believe they would be eager to join you." Huang Dongping adjusted his glasses and smiled. "To be honest, they are all in dire need of supplies. Given the size of the group, the share would be minimal. In times like these, humanity is truly tested. I fear that I might end up with nothing if I compete against them." "Then you trust us like this? Aren't you afraid we won't share with you?" "I sense that your demeanor is markedly different from those in the building, leading me to believe you are not lacking in resources. After all, the strong often operate alone. I find you quite intriguing." Huang Dongping scratched his head nervously, anxiously watching Lung Emo Han, lest he refuse. "My ulterior motive for seeking you out is due to your speedboat, which would save time and effort. If you are willing, I would appreciate any supplies you could spare. I can't consume much on my own, and they could spoil." He then cautiously added, "If you don't want to share, please keep everything for yourselves. My main goal is to return to the Research Institute to retrieve some materials. We have many patented inventions that we often play with, which might be useful in the future. I would like to bring them back. It would be a shame otherwise." Lung Emo Han's eyes gleamed. "We will discuss it and let you know if we decide to go." Huang Dongping beamed. "Thank you. May I contact the young lady on your 30th floor?" Lung Emo Han regarded him with a penetrating gaze, remaining silent. "I mean no offense. Please don't misunderstand. The 30th floor only has the young lady in the group, and I would like to add her for ease of contact. Whether we go or not, just let me know." "All right," Lung Emo Han replied as he ascended the stairs. Huang Dongping watched him go, feeling elated. He said he would consider it. That must mean there is hope. Although he is taciturn, his presence is imposing, providing a strong sense of security. Glancing down at his own slender arms and legs, he realized how weak he appeared in comparison. How he wished to cling to Lung Emo Han's strength. Julie had been in a deep slumber from noon until 7 in the evening, still not awake. Lung Emo Han glanced at the time, preparing to enter the space and rouse Julie, otherwise she would struggle to sleep later, and dinner had yet to be served. In the second-floor bedroom of the smart space, Julie was still sound asleep. "Sweetheart, wake up. It's time to rise," he said, gently kissing her cheek. Julie murmured sleepily, "What time is it?" "It's 7 o'clock, get up to eat," he replied, pinching her cheek softly. "I don't want to. I haven't had enough sleep," she protested. "Be good, don't sleep any longer. We can eat first, then you can rest," he coaxed. "Then carry me to eat." "I am a bit hungry," Julie said, stretching her arms for a hug. her eyes still closed. All right, I'll carry you down to eat. Lung and Mohan prepared 2 bowls of light soup noodles, 1 serving of braised beef, and 2 cups of freshly squeezed strawberry juice, adding ice to the drinks. I need to add some chili oil, Julie remarked, eyeing the plain noodles with little appetite. She poured some chili oil into her bowl, transforming it into a vibrant red, and added a plate of her own braised delicacies, finally satisfied and ready to eat. During dinner, Lung and Mohan shared Huang Dongping's proposal with Julie. I never expected the 29th floor to harbor such hidden talent. A young national researcher. Remarkable,
she exclaimed, impressed.
I think we should go. The wild boars are secondary. I mainly want to see if there are any valuable items in their research institute. Additionally, I have a mountaintop estate on the other side of Xian Mountain that I could visit while we are at it. You have an estate? Julie asked, astonished.
Well,
it is more of a vacation villa. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Forgetting and not recalling, it was only when he mentioned Xian Mountain that I was reminded. All right, that was rather ostentatious. If I were not aware of your capabilities, I might think you were flaunting your wealth. Lung Mohan remained silent, merely smiling. Henceforth, our resources will be less openly accessed from the space, as the supplies outside will increasingly dwindle, while what we possess in our space is the latest and freshest. If this continues unabated, it will undoubtedly attract attention. Therefore, we must frequently venture out to gather supplies, to mask the resources in our space. We cannot remain idle at home. You are right, Lung Mohan. Huang Dongping has added you on WeChat. You should respond to him. We will depart tomorrow morning at 6. You may rest at home. I will go with Lung Yi. Please, I wish to join too. I won't slow you down. If you don't feel fatigued, then let us leave Lung Yi to watch over the home. Chapter 107. Encountering a wild boar herd at the mountainside upon learning that he would have to stay behind to guard the house, Lung Yi felt quite dejected. He too yearned to explore the vast outdoors. The world outside was so expansive, and he longed to venture forth. The cat, eavesdropping on their conversation, wiggled its little behind, eager to go outside and see the world as well. It had never been on a boat, and it longed to glide over the water. Each day, perched by the window, it watched people below fishing in the water. It looked so entertaining. The cat desired to join them. Despite being able to fish in the pond within the space, yet the experience would be entirely different. Alas, they were neglecting her, which left her feeling rather disheartened. Julie retrieved a plethora of delectable imported snacks from the last container opened, and after much coaxing, she finally appeased Lung Yi. Upon her return, she would ensure he could go out daily. The cat received an extra meal as well. Observing the cat, Julie pondered whether it could venture out in broad daylight, adorned in its luxurious attire. After all, many outside had not eaten meat in ages, and with a cat's plumpness, it might attract unwanted attention. Perhaps someday she would take it out, but for now it was best to wait. Exhausted and parched, Julie finally managed to pacify both the man and the cat. It was quite the endeavor, given there was not a single obedient or easygoing individual at home. As dawn broke, Lung Mohan and Julie donned gray long-sleeved sun-protective shirts, layered with temperature-regulating clothing, black sweat-resistant shorts, and hiking shoes. Each carried a sports backpack filled with a change of clothes, several bottles of spring water, tools, compressed biscuits, and tissues. None of it heavy, primarily to disguise the items being retrieved from the space. Huang Dongping had organized himself neatly, sporting a massive hiking backpack, and stood waiting at the corridor entrance. Hey, brother, good morning, sister. He greeted with a broad smile, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Addressing Lu Ji and Lung Mohan. Lung Mohan nodded but said nothing. Brother, let me help you lift it, he offered, reaching for the other end of the inflatable boat. It's fine. I can manage. It's not too heavy, Huang Dongping replied, but Julie observed his frail demeanor and smirked slightly, noting that such a large pack seemed to strain him, making him appear even more fragile. One must not judge by appearances. The essence is often concentrated. And who can argue with the intellect of an engineering student? Aerospace radar detection. How impressive that sounds. Downstairs, Lung Mohan placed the inflatable boat into the water, hopped aboard, and then assisted Julie onto it, swiftly taking Huang Dongping's pack and placing it on the boat. Brother, pull me up, please. I can't swim. This is my first time on this thing, and I'm a bit scared, Huang Dongping said, adjusting his glasses timidly. With an exasperated expression, Lung Mohan extended his hand, pulling him onto the boat. Once they were steady, they set off. Once the boat was cruising smoothly, Huang Dongping rummaged through his backpack, and Jiu Li watched him with curiosity. Sister, I assume you haven't had breakfast? I brought some. Here, have this. Huang Dongping cheerfully offered a piece of compressed biscuit and a bottle of mineral water to Jiu Li.
You eat. We already had, she replied.
All right. I won't be polite then, Jiu Li said as she accepted the food, observing Huang Dongping's calm and polite demeanor while eating. His attire, though simple and unremarkable, was clean, carrying a faint scent of laundry detergent. It made her recall his prudent words in the group chat when the apocalypse began. He was evidently prepared. Stocking up on supplies at home, or he wouldn't still have mineral water and compressed biscuits now. Indeed, his intelligence shone through. The three of them traveled in silence, as Lung Mohan drove the inflatable boat at full throttle. Midway, he refueled the boat, and after over an hour, they finally arrived at the foot of Ziyun Mountain. They looked up at the towering peaks before them. Indeed, the floodwaters had only reached the mountain's base, but with the intense heat lasting nearly a year. The vegetation on the mountain had withered, hardly a blade of grass remained, and trees lay scattered on the ground. If a fire were to ignite, the entire mountain could easily be consumed. This mountain used to be the green lung of H City, the only mountain located within a city in the country. The air was pristine, and many would come to hike for exercise every morning and evening. The mountain boasted a wealth of wildlife, well protected, with stunning views of H City from the summit. Alas, how it has changed. It is truly a pity. Huang Dongping turned to Jiu Li and Lung Mohan, suggesting, "Let us take this hiking trail. The research institute is located halfway up the mountain. I'll guide you there. Brother, let us carry the inflatable boat together. We can place it at the research institute. No need. Let us look for a spot to hide the inflatable boat first. It's better to conceal it since this mountain should be deserted. Otherwise, carrying it would be quite taxing," Jiu Li mused, seeking a place to hide it from Huang Dongping's view, and then she would discreetly store it in her space. Huang Dongping, visibly lacking stamina, was not much help, and relying on Lung Mohan to carry it halfway up would also be exhausting. She felt concerned for her partner's well-being. They found a location with many dead tree trunks to place it down. The trio gathered a pile of dry branches to cover the inflatable boat, and Jiu Li winked at Lung Mohan. Understanding her cue, he replied, "Let us proceed." Huang Dongping led the way, with Lung Mohan following closely behind to shield Jiu Li, who extended her hand and stored both the branches and the inflatable boat in her space. They continued their ascent without pause, the weather stifling. Lung Mohan and Jiu Li, accustomed to daily exercise and aided by spring water, found the climb rather effortless, while Huang Dongping struggled, the trail growing increasingly steep, panting heavily along the way. Lung Mohan gestured for him to sit down and drink some water to rest for a moment. Huang Dongping plopped down, gasping for air, exclaiming that his heart felt like it might leap from his chest. Observing him, Jiu Li couldn't help but remark on his poor physical condition and curiously asked, "Since your research center is located halfway up the mountain, how do you commute for work?" Huang Dongping, still catching his breath, could not articulate a response and merely pointed skyward. "By helicopter?"
Wow.
"Your research institute is quite affluent." Huang Dongping's face flushed as he retorted, "No. There's a cable car at the base." "Oh, I see. So you take the cable car to work every day. That sounds quite interesting. Plus you get to enjoy the scenery." "This is merely our branch research institute, focusing on several critical scientific projects. We have individual dormitories here, and typically, one stays for an extended period before descending the mountain. Therefore, we do not need to commute daily. Most of the year is spent at the city's research institute."
Ah, understood.
"So, is the research conducted here somewhat confidential?" "It could be described that way. Deep within Ziyun Mountain, most citizens and tourists remain unaware, and one cannot access it via the hiking trails. We have a designated path to enter ahead." Lung Mohan's voice turned serious as he instructed, "Quiet down. Do you hear something approaching?"
No, replied Huang Dongping.
"Neither do I. It seems there's a group, possibly a herd of wild boars, heading in our direction. In that case, I'll start the electric motor." This brings us to the moment when the hunting device is retrieved from the bag. Lung Mohan rises to intercept, urging caution. "Let us first observe. Even if it is wild boar, capturing one now would be unwise. If we catch it now, we have no means to transport it, and the heat will cause it to spoil and attract insects. They will inevitably emerge from the mountains in search of food. We will encounter them eventually. Let us first visit the research facility." "All right, brother. I will follow your lead, replied Julie, as she and Lung Mohan hoisted their bags from the ground, hands poised to draw their weapons at a moment's notice. The tranquilizer gun was sufficient for the wild boar. It would do the job. Chapter 108. Inside the air raid shelter, cutting-edge technology as anticipated, a herd of wild boars suddenly appeared in their line of sight, totaling 8 in number, varying in size. The largest among them was particularly robust, estimated to weigh around 300 to 400 pounds, with a muscular build, an imposing presence, and a long snout adorned with sharp tusks. Its beady black eyes were filled with vigilance, suggesting formidable combat prowess. Julie swallowed hard. She wasn't keen on consuming wild boar meat. A wave of apprehension washed over her. Would the tranquilizer be effective against such a large beast? Should she consider switching weapons? The trio stood motionless as the herd halted about 500 meters away, locking eyes with them. After a few tense minutes of silence, the boars eventually turned and retreated deeper into the mountains. Huang Dongping thought to himself how fortunate he was to have his brother by his side. Alone, the sight of such a massive wild boar would have left him trembling. Even with tools for capture, he would have felt fearful. His brother was truly remarkable, undaunted in the face of danger, exuding an aura that would make even wild boars retreat. As the wild boars disappeared, the three continued toward the research facility. Upon reaching a fork in the path, Huang Dongping led the way. As they journeyed further, they found themselves in increasingly concealed surroundings. Having arrived at the heart of the mountain where the air raid shelter had been excavated, no wonder it was difficult for the average person to discover. Arriving beside a large iron door, Huang Dongping turned to his brother. Let us climb over. This door requires a fingerprint and facial scan. It's inoperable without electricity. Lung Mohan nodded, tossing their backpacks inside first, then effortlessly scaling the door to leap down. Julie followed swiftly, though apprehensive about twisting her ankle on the descent. Lung Mohan steadied her waist as they climbed down. Huang Dongping, frozen in fear of heights, was unable to turn around until Lung Mohan assisted him down. The second door required an identity card, which was currently unusable, compelling them to enter through a broken window. Julie pretended to rummage through her bag, producing a hammer and handing it to Lung Mohan to shatter the glass. As Huang Dongping observed Julie extracting the hammer, he realized she was no ordinary girl. She carried a hefty iron hammer in her bag and had shown remarkable stamina during their ascent. It dawned on him that he might be the weakest among them. The third door required a password, and they once again entered through the broken window. Finally, they were inside. It truly felt like a series of challenges, so many doors to navigate. The items within must be highly classified, Julie mused with a hint of anticipation. With no electricity and situated in the mountain's depths, the interior was shrouded in darkness. All three produced powerful flashlights as Huang Dongping led them deeper inside. They had entered a materials warehouse, filled with numerous rare and valuable items. Among them was a pile of high-strength alloy steel, known for its exceptional mechanical properties and corrosion resistance, capable of enduring substantial loads and pressures. It also possessed commendable toughness and weldability, facilitating processing and manufacturing, and could withstand adverse conditions over extended periods. This material finds application in aerospace, shipbuilding, automotive, and petrochemical industries. Regrettably, it was too heavy to transport. Look. These large containers hold aviation kerosene, Lung Mohan remarked, squeezing Julie's hand. Julie understood without needing to grasp the details. It all sounded impressive. As Huang Dongping moved ahead, she discreetly collected some items to store in her space, including titanium alloys and aluminum alloys, both of which she recognized. Huang Dongping then produced another large bag from his pack, standing beside a shelf, where he packed various tools and numerous small boxes into his bag. They had no idea what they contained, nor did they inquire. Brother, I'm done here. Let us head toward the laboratory, he said, moving toward the exit. The laboratory was quite expansive, with light streaming through the windows, providing some illumination. This is our developed AI intelligent robot, and this is an aviation purifier. Here is a pair of curved sunglasses, scratch-resistant, anti-fingerprint, and glare-proof, capable of providing 3 times the clarity of vision in any environment. Each of us can take one. And this is a night vision telescope. Additionally, we have this water purifier. Our small team just developed it this year. Given the current flooding and pollution outside, the market's charcoal-filtered water devices can barely meet drinking standards. This purifier can filter water to glacial quality, using a special distillation method. Our tests show that long-term consumption has stress-relieving and anti-aging effects. These heating gloves, made from aerospace materials, require no charging. They heat up upon contact with skin. And this warming patch can sustain warmth for 100 hours. Huang Dongping excitedly introduced these innovations, his eyes sparkling with passion for his work. Brother, sister, if any of you are interested, hurry and pack them up. I suspect it won't be long before government or military personnel arrive, considering the confidential nature of our work here. All right, I'll take a look around. Julie smiled as Huang Dongping gathered the warming patches and glasses, heating gloves, and other items, all of which were rare technologies not yet available on the market, thus limited in quantity, truly precious finds. In extreme cold, these warming patches and gloves would be invaluable. Julie and Lung Mohan parted ways, each collecting items that caught their interest, regardless of their familiarity. They stuffed their bags until they were bulging, only stopping when they could fit no more. Huang Dongping reluctantly exited the laboratory.
Oh,
I think I left something on the table. Wait for me a moment. Julie winked at Lung Mohan before returning to the laboratory. She gathered the robot, air purifier, cutting-edge foot bath, aerospace radar drone, and many other items that couldn't fit in her bag, as well as all the aviation kerosene from the materials warehouse. She also collected some small tools and instruments, leaving behind much of the steel, knowing the government would require it more than she would. All right, I'm ready. Let us go. The trio retraced their steps out of the research facility, heading toward the mountain summit. Huang Dongping turned to Lung Mohan, brother. Shall we now go capture the wild boar? First, we need to find a place to store and process the boar, he replied, contemplating a trip to the mountaintop estate. A short climb over a small slope would lead them there. Julie glanced at the two. It's lunchtime. Let us eat first and rest before continuing our ascent. I'm quite hungry. The three settled on the ground, unpacking their meals. Brother, sister, I brought self-heating meals for you, Huang Dongping exclaimed, producing 3 portions. We brought self-heating meals too. Oh, your packaging is quite unique. What brand is this? I don't think I've seen it before, Julie remarked, eyeing the unfamiliar self-heating meal in Huang Dongping's hands. During her stockpiling, she had gathered nearly every brand and flavor available in the market, but this one was unfamiliar, appearing quite ordinary with no discernible markings on the box. Hee, this is provided by our unit's space-grade food. I usually find it unpalatable, so I bring home a large stash whenever I can. Thanks to it, I've managed to stay healthy during this time.
wow.
Is this the kind of food astronauts eat in space? Julie asked in amazement. Pretty much, though theirs is more refined and customizable to personal taste. Ours is similar to those available on the market, but with superior nutritional balance and sealing technology, resulting in a generally milder flavor, Huang Dongping explained. Here, give it a try, he said, handing a portion to Julie. Intrigued, she was eager to sample the food meant for astronauts. I'll trade you. He handed over 2 self-heating meals without hesitation. No need, Mississippi. I brought these for you. Huang Dongping shook his head. Take them, or I won't eat it all. You know how precious food is. Julie directly shoved the 2 boxes of self-heating meals into his arms, taking his meal without giving him a chance to refuse. Thank you. Do try them, he exclaimed. I can't resist. I've been craving your self-heating hot pot. My taste buds have been rather bland lately. Huang Dongping glanced shyly at the self-heating hot pot and a portion of sausage clay pot rice that Julie had handed over. Go ahead, enjoy. Julie offered a portion to Lung Mohan, opening the aluminum packaging to reveal a delightful assortment. Mixed shrimp fried rice, braised pork chop, stir-fried mushrooms with shredded meat, spicy potato, and a bowl of beef soup. There was also a small compartment containing a piece of chocolate, cookies, a mini assortment of canned goods, and a small box of yogurt. Suddenly, she felt that receiving this self-heating meal was a tremendous bargain. Just pop in the heating pack. It only takes a minute to prepare. And the taste is quite good, reminiscent of Cantonese cuisine. It's not nearly as dreadful as Huang Dongping described. Perhaps he has just grown tired of it. Children often fail to appreciate their blessings. This meal was indeed nutritionally comprehensive, far superior to those available in the market. With aviation-grade quality, health and hygiene were undoubtedly paramount. The meals for Lung Mohan and Julie, aside from the different dishes, were essentially identical in configuration. This meal is quite impressive. Would you be willing to trade some for my self-heating meals? I have an array of flavors, Julie suggested, looking at Huang Dongping, with his mouth full of red oil. Huang Dongping gazed at Julie in astonishment. Really? Miss, do you have more of these hot pots? If we trade, can I give you 2 for 1? Julie thought it amusing that she would be trading market meals for this high-quality fare, feeling she was getting a significant advantage. After all, market meals only contained a single type of side dish, devoid of such richness and laden with additives that surely compromised quality. Initially, she intended to offer two in exchange for one of his. There's more variety with the hot pot. Let us choose when we return. No need for a two-for-one trade, she replied. Then wouldn't that be a loss for you? It would be such a shame to exchange such delightful meals for what I have, Huang Dongping remarked. Julie, with a light-hearted demeanor, responded, it's not a loss at all. I've been feeling a bit overheated lately, and your light meals suit me perfectly. Huang Dongping expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much, miss. I have plenty. Take as much as you want. Was Julie being genuinely foolish or merely pretending? How much is plenty? After finishing their meals and taking a moment to rest, the trio continued their ascent toward the mountaintop. Upon reaching the summit estate, they were greeted by the grandeur of the tall entrance hall, imposing gates, circular arched windows, and stone corners that exuded opulence, reminiscent of a vintage castle. The white wooden railings and sharply peaked reddish-brown roofs evoked visions of a lush, green lawn from days gone by.
Wow.
I had no idea such a villa existed on the other side of the mountain, Huang Dongping exclaimed, gazing in awe at the villa before him. As they crossed through the iron gate and entered the massive main villa, they were greeted by European-style wardrobes, classical hidden wine cabinets, and exquisite designs that showcased the owner's refined taste in every detail. Lung Mohan led Julie around the upper and lower levels before they reached the bottom. Let us stay here tonight. Brothers, stay here? Aren't we heading back? We still need to catch the pig. This place is enormous and without electricity. I'm quite frightened, Julie replied. We'll go down to set traps for the pig, handle it here, and then take it back, Lung Mohan explained. We have to kill the pig? Julie questioned. How else will we take it? That large pig weighs 300 to 400 pounds. We would surely perish trying to carry it back. True, he conceded. There is a backup generator in the basement behind the villa. Let us go get the power on.
Leave it to me,
Julie declared. Lung Mohan and Huang Dongping went to the basement to restore power while Julie rummaged around the villa, quickly gathering what could be stored. She left 2 beds intact on the second floor, but everything else, including carpets and curtains, was collected. The living room's wine cabinet held high-end red wine, champagne, and premium white liquor, all gathered. There were also numerous gift boxes of ginseng, deer antler, bird's nest, fish glue, and sea cucumber, as well as a plethora of premium cigarettes, all unopened. Cigars and various teas were included in her haul. She collected paintings from the second and third floor walls, regardless of their worth, as well as what appeared to be valuable antiques from the table. She planned to consult Lung Mohan later. The kitchen was fully equipped with electric appliances and an array of knives, both Western and Chinese, neatly separated. If they successfully restored power, it would be ideal to prepare some of the wild boar meat as cooked food to take with them. Otherwise, they would struggle with raw meat. What can we make with wild boar? Jerky? Braised pork? Cured meat? What else? I'm not skilled in complex preparations. After rummaging through the kitchen cabinets, she collected a plethora of beautiful tableware. Some spices had gone moldy, so she replaced them with fresh ones from her space, preparing for the wild boar processing. Miss, the power is restored. Try turning on the lights, she heard. Quickly, she flicked the kitchen light switch. Success. Wonderful. We should set traps for the wild boar, Lung Mohan suggested. How do we set them? Julie inquired. We can use food as bait. The vegetation on the mountain is all dried up, and the wild boars must be searching for food. The leading boar looks robust, but the others appear quite emaciated, likely starving for some time. We can scatter corn along the paths near the estate to lure them in. Brother, that is a brilliant idea. Luring the wild boars here saves us the trouble of searching for them and makes it easier to bring them back, Julie agreed.
Great.
You two hurry up then. I'll continue exploring the estate, she instructed. Your plan is sound, Mississippi. We'll be off, Lung Mohan whispered a few words in Julie's ear before they departed. Julie ascended to the rooftop of the main villa, discovering an expansive helipad. A helicopter stood prominently before her, slightly larger than those in her space. While she already had several helicopters, she would not mind acquiring another. After all, transportation can be unreliable and troublesome to repair. Having identical vehicles could yield useful spare parts. Moreover, in the event of a tsunami or earthquake, a helicopter would provide a swift escape to safety. After inspecting the helicopter, she noted the excellent drainage on the rooftop. Even during heavy rains, it remained unscathed. Without hesitation, she stored it in her space. Lung Mohan, what a waste. If he hadn't thought of visiting Xian Mountain, he might have completely forgotten about this vacation estate and this helicopter. Is this what it means to have too much money? Meanwhile, Lung Mohan and Huang Dongping found a patch of open ground not far from the estate to set up an iron net to trap the wild boar. Huang Dongping constructed a simple fence with the iron mesh, installing 2 openings with remote-controlled gates. The mobile battery was concealed with branches, powering the fence so that if a wild boar entered and triggered the remote gate, it would electrify the enclosure. This precaution was taken in case the tranquilizer dosage was insufficient for such a large animal, ensuring safety above all else. Thus, a trap for capturing wild boars was successfully constructed. Subsequently, Lung Mohan scattered numerous corn kernels within the trap and along a 1-kilometer radius to lure the boars into the enclosure. With all preparations complete, the two returned to the villa, awaiting the arrival of the wild boars. Julie took out a bundle of noodles and cooked them with hot pot base, devoid of any vegetables. Despite the sweltering heat, the 3 savored their meal, with Huang Dongping even sipping the broth. After an early start, they finished eating and retreated to their rooms for a brief rest to regain their strength, anticipating another sleepless night ahead. As evening descended, Lung Mohan led the 2 towards the vicinity of the wild boar trap, cautious not to approach too closely. He retrieved the advanced night vision binoculars from the air raid shelter, which proved invaluable, offering a clear view akin to daylight. Every rustle of grass was distinctly visible. The device provided a panoramic observation, unlike conventional night vision equipment. Noticing several wild boars already inside the enclosure, they refrained from shutting the trapdoor. Remaining silent as they waited, groups of wild boars began to approach the enclosure, and soon there were 8 inside, creating a cramped situation due to the limited size of the enclosure. Lung Mohan then activated the remote trapdoor. Once closed, the boars dashed about in a frenzy, resembling headless flies. Fortunately, the enclosure was electrified, causing the boars to recoil upon contact, preventing them from repeatedly crashing into the heavy structure. With no other boars in sight, Lung Mohan and Julie seized the moment to administer tranquilizer darts to the agitated boars, ensuring each one was subdued, with larger specimens receiving double doses. The incapacitated boars lay sprawled on the ground, far too heavy for one person to lift. The 3 worked tirelessly, making multiple trips to transport the boars to the estate's entrance. After a brief cleanup of the enclosure and a fresh scattering of corn, they wondered if more boars would arrive by morning. Staring at the 8 boars lined up at the gate, the trio found themselves at a loss, as none of them possessed any experience in butchering. In the house, Julie pretended to retrieve her iPad from her bag, realizing they had no choice but to watch instructional videos. She recalled having downloaded numerous resources related to various fields, including agricultural practices. After locating videos on pig slaughtering techniques, she thought to herself how clever it was to have anticipated their need for such information. The 3 gathered around the instructional video, absorbing the necessary steps for the task ahead. They divided their roles. The 2 men would bleed the pigs while Julie prepared a large pot of boiling water in the kitchen. Once the pigs were bled, they proceeded to scald the carcasses, which facilitated the removal of the hair. After rinsing the pigs clean, they began the disassembly process. They removed the heads and entrails, setting them aside for separate cleaning. Lung Mohan commenced the breakdown of the meat, extracting the lard and ribs and identifying the tenderloin beneath the ribs. He recalled that wild boar meat was reputed to be tough and unpalatable. After finishing with the ribs, he moved on to the hocks, detaching all 4 before continuing to dissect the rest of the meat. Julie instructed him to cut the pork into uniform pieces for easier storage and preparation later on. Initially, the trio was clumsy, but after successfully slaughtering 2 boars, they became more adept, their movements synchronized as they worked diligently through the night. By 4 in the morning, Lung Mohan decided to return to fetch Lung Yi, hoping an extra pair of hands would expedite their efforts. The 3 took some of the processed meat down the mountain, ensuring the boat would not return empty, taking advantage of the pre-dawn darkness. Julie swiftly made her way to the spot where they had left the boat, retrieving it from their spatial storage and placing it back in its original position. Julie mused that if not for the multitude of people in the neighborhood, she would have considered using a helicopter to transport everything in one go, avoiding the exhausting climbs. Lung Mohan returned alone while she and Huang Dongping made their way back to the estate, treating the early morning trek as exercise. Thankfully, the mountain was not particularly steep. Otherwise, carrying the wild boar meat would have been quite a challenge. As they passed the enclosure, they noticed more wild boars continuing to feast on the scattered corn. They decided to let them be for now, knowing they could not lift the heavier boars. Back at the estate, Julie and Huang Dongbing resumed watching the instructional video on processing the entrails, while the large iron pot of marinade had already been prepared in the kitchen, waiting for the meat to be added. Julie pondered the differences between wild boar meat and regular pork, as she realized she had never tasted the former. She had watched numerous cooking tutorials suited for wild boar meat, and felt somewhat prepared. As time passed, she anticipated the arrival of Lung Mohan and Lung Yi, delegating the remaining tasks to Huang Dongbing. In the kitchen, she examined the processed pig's trotters, ears, intestines, liver, head meat, and heart, ensuring they were free of hair before placing them into the marinade, filling 2 large buckets, and igniting the stove to simmer. Next, she began preparing a meal. Having seen a recipe for a dish made with slaughtered pigs, she found it simple enough, especially since they had ample pork. She retrieved some canned pickled vegetables and vermicelli from her spatial storage as accompaniments, reasoning that plain pork alone would not suffice. If Huang Dongbing inquired, she would simply say that Lung Mohan had brought them along. After torching the wild boar meat to remove the hair, she scraped the skin clean and placed the meat into the pot with ginger slices, Sichuan pepper, scallions, and an appropriate amount of water. Once the water boiled, she added the wild boar meat, cooking it until it was 7/10 done, then removed it to cool before slicing. She reserved the broth for later use. In the pot, she combined the broth with the pickled vegetables, vermicelli, ginger, and Sichuan pepper, bringing it to a boil before reducing the heat to simmer, adding salt for seasoning. Knowing that wild boar meat was tougher, she allowed it to stew for an extended period to enhance the flavor. When the others arrived, she would drizzle hot oil over the dish, making it ready to serve. If only they had rice to accompany the meal. Unfortunately, they were out of supplies. She could only wish for some pristine white rice. Steamed buns. Buns could work. She would say they were frozen buns that Lung Mohan had brought. Given that many in the community had solar panels, Huang Dongbing would likely not suspect anything. The aroma of the simmering meat filled the air, tantalizing their appetites. Thankfully, they were alone in the mountains. Otherwise, anyone nearby would be unable to resist the enticing scent. "Miss, the smell of the stew is delightful," Huang Dongbing exclaimed with a grin as he approached the kitchen door. "The meat isn't ready yet. By the time they arrive, it should be just about done. And we can eat. I'm not in a hurry. I'll check on the wild boars in the enclosure. All right. Just be careful not to get too close and alert them."
Got it.
After he left, Julie tasted the broth, realizing that wild boar meat was not as delectable as regular pork. Despite simmering for over an hour, the meat remained tough and stuck in her teeth. She decided to let it cook longer. Her mind was alert as she juggled cooking and staying vigilant, fearing any unexpected visitors. Her body and mind could not afford to relax for a moment. Everything had to be meticulously managed. Having not slept all night, she remained energized, focused on the wild boar meat. She sorted through the cuts, selecting those suitable for jerky, specifically the front leg and tenderloin, determined to process as much of the meat into ready-to-eat form as possible for convenient transport. Cooking in this secluded area offered the advantage of discretion, alleviating her worries about being discovered. Huang Dongbing, upon first glance, appeared to be someone ill-equipped for culinary endeavors. However, this time, he was fortunate enough to savor a meal prepared by her. The front leg meat was meticulously trimmed, removing the sinewy membranes and fatty sections. The pork was then sliced into thick pieces, approximately 0.5 centimeters in thickness, and subsequently cut into strips, resembling the girth of a finger. All of these were placed into a large bowl. The meat strips were simply marinated by adding scallions, ginger, and a bottle of cooking wine to eliminate any unpleasant odors. Then soy sauce, oyster sauce, pepper, chicken essence, and sugar were incorporated, and she mixed everything thoroughly by hand, allowing the meat to marinate for 30 minutes. In the meantime, while Huang Dongbing was still absent, Julie placed the bowl of marinated meat into a temperature-controlled space. The kitchen was too warm, and she feared spoilage. After completing this task, she retrieved a refreshing glass of lemon honey water from the space, relishing its coolness, while pondering their delayed return.
Soon enough,
she spotted 3 figures at the entrance. Lung Mohan and Lung Yi were carrying a wild boar, while Huang Dongbing cradled a small piglet in her arms. After they unceremoniously tossed their catch at the entrance, Julie offered them disinfecting wipes to clean their hands in preparation for the meal. Following their feast, The three men descended to retrieve the fallen wild boar from the enclosure, discovering another 6 wild boars within. Over the past 2 days, they had successfully captured 14 wild boars, indicating an abundance of them in the mountains. They decided against further hunting and aimed to process these 6 before quickly transporting them back. Once they had moved a sufficient distance away, Julie took the marinated meat strips from the space, adding corn flour to them and mixing well to lock in moisture, ensuring that the meat would be tender rather than tough. Next, she prepared a large bowl, adding coarse chili powder, fine chili powder, 5-spice powder, cumin powder, Sichuan pepper powder, and sesame seeds, setting it aside for later. The meat strips needed to be transformed into a spicy, numbing delight, as the group could all handle heat. So there was no fear in that regard. She opened the steamer and brushed a layer of cooking oil onto the steaming tray, laying the marinated meat strips evenly across it before steaming them at high temperature for 15 minutes. With only one steamer in the kitchen, which could accommodate 3 layers at a time, she resolved to take the remaining meat to the space for simultaneous steaming in 4 steamers. Once the meat strips were steamed to perfection, she removed them and began heating oil in a pan. Once the oil reached a moderate temperature, she added the meat strips, stirring them over low heat. She then incorporated the prepared spices, sautéing them over medium heat to ensure that the meat strips were evenly coated in a layer of chili seasoning. Had it not been for the fear of Huang Dongping identifying the method, she would have bypassed the steamer altogether, opting instead to coat the meat in flour and fry it until crispy, perfect for dipping in chili powder. She resolved to set aside some tenderloin to prepare crispy pork at home later. After retrieving all the steamed meat strips from the space, she mixed them thoroughly and spread them out in a baking tray to dry under the sun, ensuring they would dry completely. Outside, the 3 men were methodically processing the wild boars. Julie, never idle, retrieved the braised delicacies she had prepared that morning, which had stewed for several hours and were now rich in flavor. She opened the pot, releasing a tantalizing aroma, and served a generous platter of braised delicacies to the 3 men engaged in butchering. The remaining portions were placed in the living room to cool, preparing for packaging. The quartet worked diligently until afternoon, successfully butchering all 6 pigs. After dinner, Lung Mohan and Lung Yi set off to transport the wild boars. With Lung Yi's arrival, many tasks became considerably easier. Aware of Lung Mohan's spatial abilities, he felt no need to conceal it from him. Their combined strength meant they did not require Huang Dongping's assistance to carry them down the mountain. They simply ventured a short distance from the estate and stored them away. However, they needed to create a convincing facade for their return, which would require time. Thus, Lung Mohan led Lung Yi to a research facility for air defense, where he had a keen interest in some of the advanced technologies. They meticulously searched through the warehouse, leaving behind important rare materials for the government. Chapter 112. Claiming the mountain. Estimating that enough time had passed, they exited the facility and made their way back to the estate. Cold and aloof, Lung Mohan halted Lung Yi, having sensed someone ascending the mountain. His heightened hearing, sharpened by prolonged exposure to the spiritual spring water, allowed him to detect approaching footsteps, indicating a group was nearing. Lung Mohan swiftly found a hiding spot to observe the direction of the intruders, drawing his gun and preparing to remain vigilant under the cover of night. As they approached, one of the men, armed with a flashlight, exclaimed, "Why doesn't he the boss find a place in the city? The office buildings there are all vacant. Any spot would be better than this desolate mountain." Another added, "Exactly. In the city, we have better access to supplies. Here, we're utterly isolated. The trek up and down is exhausting. Don't be foolish. The boss has his reasons for coming to the mountain. It's precisely because the city is crowded that we draw attention. We've already taken plenty of supplies. The government and military are increasingly active in the area. If they coordinate a report, we'll be finished. But where are we supposed to stay with over 20 people on this bare mountain? Even if there were a house, it wouldn't accommodate us all. The boss sent us to scout the area, didn't he? I heard there's a villa up here. It should be sufficient for our group. I thought the boss had been here before. Turns out he isn't. He only hears rumors about a wealthy vacation villa atop the mountain. I think it's a fine location. It's perfect for hiding supplies. No one would suspect we'd stash our goods in Zion Mountain. We've accumulated enough supplies to last us 2 years, and here is safe. Floods won't reach us. We can occasionally descend for a big score. This life isn't too shabby. Lung Mohan, we must hurry back and inform them." Lung Yi shrugged. "Let us just take care of these few ourselves. First, we don't know if they're armed. They could be a robbery gang." Lung Mohan cautioned. Second, eliminating them 1T stopped their reinforcements. Didn't you hear there are over 20 of them? They're targeting the mountain estate. We'll wait for them to check it out. Then follow them back to their base and assess the situation. The two swiftly climbed to the summit villa.
Lianqi.
Take Jiu Li and Huang Dongping to hide in the basement and cut the generator. I'll handle the aftermath and secure the supplies.
Jiu Li. Starlat. Castionat.
What is happening? Now isn't the time for explanations. We have company. Upon hearing the commotion, Julie ceased her inquiries and dashed to the basement with Lung Yi. Meanwhile, Lung Mohan gathered all the semi-prepared wild boar meat from the kitchen into the space, also collecting the freshly butchered meat from the living room that had yet to be divided. He sprinkled some odor neutralizer around the living room and ensured everything was in order before shutting the door and heading to the second floor.
Wow.
This place is massive, one man exclaimed, shining his flashlight around as he peered through the large iron gate. Brothers, let us climb in and take a look. 5 nimble individuals scaled the iron gate and jumped down, while Lung Mohan secured the villa door from the inside, preventing entry through the side windows. The affluent certainly know how to indulge themselves. This luxury is quite extraordinary. Were it not for my association with the boss, I would never have the chance to reside in such splendid accommodations. In the darkness of the night, it is impossible to discern much, yet even with just a flashlight, I can perceive that this villa is exceptional. How magnificent it will appear at dawn. These wealthy individuals truly revel in their pleasures, erecting such an opulent vacation villa that they scarcely use throughout the year. It seems they are merely burning through their excess funds. If it were up to me, I would yearn to dwell here every day. This is certainly far superior to the dilapidated office buildings in the city. Look at the furnishings, the exquisite quality. I am fortunate to share in the boss's blessings. This villa is astonishingly spacious. Not only could our group of over 20 fit comfortably, but even 100 could find accommodation here. When the time comes, we could invite a few ladies to join us, and we could revel in merriment and camaraderie within this villa daily. The thought alone is delightful. Our boss truly possesses great vision.
Come.
Let us ascend to the upper floors and explore. As the group made their way to the second floor, each person wielded a flashlight, resembling a curious entourage. They examined every nook and cranny with palpable excitement. Brothers, we must return swiftly to inform the boss. This is indeed the finest location in all of H City. We ought to hurry and gather our belongings. Transporting supplies will take several trips, but we aim to settle in by tomorrow night. Brother Liu, should we leave someone to guard this place? Unnecessary. Who would venture into this desolate wilderness? Besides, if anyone were to discover this place, they would have come already. The villa is eerily quiet. Even our voices echo here. If someone were to arrive, we'll handle it then. We plan to move in tomorrow night anyway. It's of no concern. Heeding Brother Liu's counsel, they hastened their descent, for the journey down would take a considerable amount of time. The group hastily completed a cursory tour of the 3-story villa before descending rapidly. Concealed behind the door of a bedroom on the second floor, Lung Mohan overheard their entire conversation. Once in the basement, he informed Jiu Li and Huang Dongping that the group had departed. Huang Dongping expressed a desire to bolster his courage and suggested remaining to guard the villa while preparing the remaining wild boar meat. Lung Mohan did not elaborate much, leaving him with a tranquilizer gun before departing with Jiu Li and Lung to descend the mountain. The 3 followed leisurely behind the group, cloaked in darkness, their excitement rendering them oblivious to their presence. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, they concealed themselves behind a tree trunk, observing as the group boarded a speedboat. Lung Mohan retrieved a speedboat from his spatial storage, donning night vision goggles acquired from the air raid shelter. The sound of the speedboat echoed in the water, the engine roaring louder as he adjusted the distance, ensuring he remained out of sight. Chapter 113, Dark Night and Windy Skies. Arriving beside a dilapidated residential building, the 5 individuals on the speedboat disembarked one by one. The building stood 10 stories tall, but due to the elevated terrain in this area, the floodwaters only reached the 5th floor, leaving the upper 5 submerged and precariously teetering, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Lung Mohan and his companions refrained from ascending the building, choosing instead to observe the few individuals climbing its stairs. Any floor illuminated indicated occupancy. Thus they were prudent not to rush upstairs, lest they alarm the occupants. Jiu Li, perched on the boat, fixated on the structure before them, suddenly heard a woman's blood-curdling scream emanate from within. To her horror, she witnessed 2 men force a woman out of an 8th-floor window, subjecting her to unspeakable acts. The woman fought desperately, bloodied and bruised, her body shaking violently. After their vile deed, the men callously pushed her out of the window, sending her plummeting into the floodwaters below. The two men, appearing satisfied with their gruesome act, bore expressions of delight, blood still staining their lips, as if the woman they had just discarded was nothing more than a discarded toy. They shut the window without a second glance and returned indoors.
Julie,
Equipped with night vision goggles, clenched her fists at this appalling sight. Despite having endured the apocalypse and witnessed the ugliest facets of human nature, witnessing this scene ignited a profound fury within her. Not only because she was a woman herself, but also because she understood the immense struggle women face to survive in such dire circumstances. This group was utterly lawless. Lung Mohan cast a glance at Jiu Li, instinctively squeezing her hand in solidarity. Jiu Li spoke solemnly. H city is vast, and we cannot intervene in every injustice. Those who perpetrate such heinous acts will only multiply, but this group's audacity to target the villa right under our noses cannot be tolerated. Although we may not reside there permanently, I refuse to allow them to claim it as their own. It threatens my interests, and I am not a pushover. Why should I relinquish my property to these wrongdoers? I would rather see it submerged than allow them to defile that house. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, Lung Mohan gazed upwards at the building. Let us depart, and secure the boat. We must investigate the situation upstairs. He retrieved 3 bulletproof vests from his spatial storage, and each donned one. Julie requested that Lung Mohan hand her a military knife, which she secured at her waist. They each distributed 2 handguns, ensuring the chambers were loaded. They maneuvered the boat to the building's entrance, stowing it in the spatial storage before ascending the stairs. Given the brazen nature of this group, they likely had a significant advantage in numbers and possibly weaponry. While firearms were uncertain, knives were undoubtedly present. The 3 would face over 20 individuals, so they could not afford to be complacent. Silently, they ascended the staircase, the corridor reeking of decay and rot. Nearly suffocating Julie, unable to endure the stench any longer, she retrieved 3 masks infused with freshening beads from her pocket and distributed them to her companions. Upon reaching the 8th floor, just as they were about to continue upward, the door to the middle apartment creaked open, revealing an elderly woman's head peering out at them. Julie pondered whether to inquire with the elderly woman. Acting on impulse, she approached the door before her mind could fully process the decision. The elderly woman scrutinized the trio. Are you with the group upstairs? Julie fabricated a lie. No. We are police officers, here to investigate. Please, come in. The elderly woman, upon hearing the word police, brightened, opening the door to usher them inside. With a thud, the elderly lady fell to her knees, exclaiming, Officers, you have finally arrived. Please help us. Julie assisted her to her feet, guiding her to the sofa. This building has been overrun by a group of vile individuals. After the floodwaters rose, only the 5th floor and above remained habitable. The residents, having lived here for decades, initially supported one another, allowing neighbors to stay in empty rooms, believing the waters would recede soon. However, the situation has only worsened, and food supplies have dwindled. One woman, who lost her family to the flood, resorted to desperate measures. And somehow, she brought this group into our lives. Their numbers have swelled, and they began to seize resources and properties, claiming the upper 2 floors for themselves. They pillage from door to door, and those who resist are met with violence. The remaining men who refuse to join them have been slaughtered, leaving only women in their 30s and 40s. They take turns abusing them. There are also a few children in the building, 2 toddlers and 3 infants, all brutally murdered and consumed by this group. By this point, the elderly woman was sobbing uncontrollably. Julie gently rubbed her back, unsure of how to console her. The weight of the elderly woman's tale felt like a suffocating burden, one that she yearned to release. Julie softly inquired, Why haven't you all evacuated? Where could we go? The elderly woman replied. The flood arrived with astonishing swiftness, catching everyone off guard as it submerged the building. Now, in our desperate wish to relocate, we find ourselves trapped, devoid of any means of transportation. At the age of 78, each day is a gift. Never did I imagine that life would devolve into such a lamentable state at the brink of my demise. Grandma Julie, are you the only one left in your home? Julie surveyed the dimly lit living room and bedroom, where several flickering candles cast shadows. My late husband passed away before the torrential rain struck. He succumbed to heatstroke, and by the time we reached the hospital, there were no available beds. He was beyond saving. I have a son, serving in the military in the capital. We were in touch before the power outage, but now all communication has ceased. Are there others still residing in your building? The building now shelters only 6 elderly souls like myself. All our valuables have been seized by those marauders, and we are powerless to resist. They see us, frail and feeble, and do not perceive us as a threat. Instead, they have relegated us to the role of servants, demanding that we cook and clean for them. If it weren't for my hope of hearing from my son, I would consider ending it all. For what meaning does life hold when one must endure such indignities in old age? Upon absorbing the elderly woman's account, the 3 of them grasped the dire situation within the building. Julie then led Lung Mohan to the windowsill for a hushed discussion.